Hello, hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're watching from. Welcome to the Sunday stream, day 2 of YCS Providence, as well as a little bit of Austrian Nationals that is still left. They are already going on, and I think they've already reached top 4 or the finals. I think top 4 is going on at the moment for the Austrian Nationals, so we're going to take a little bit of a look at that as well throughout the day. They had a very interesting top cut breakdown, which I think is very cool to look at in a second. But yeah. Lol Zeno, thank you for the Prime, and Cyrus, thank you for the early 22. I appreciate the support. Just a little, disclaimer. We're going to be watching mostly YCS Providence today. We're going to take a look at some some Austrian Nationals result in the middle, or in the meantime. The broadcast for the YCS is about to begin. Yeah. How was the stream yesterday? The stream was pretty fun. I think it was a good mix between the expected meta decks. I mean, of course, that is something they had to and wanted to show. We saw decent amount of Malice, decent amount of Mitsurugi. In the beginning of the stream, it was a good mix of like new themes from Alliance Insight. We started with like a Dragon Ruler feature match. They actually end up winning the feature match. So a lot of cool stuff happened yesterday. I feel like we saw some other Alliance Insights decks as well. Regenesis didn't look too hot, but yeah, it was fun. White Forest won a feature match. It was pretty neat. The thing I want to talk about real quick, I guess maybe let's look at the intro of the stream. Maybe let's look at the intro of the stream, and then we'll talk about some Austrian National stats, because we do have Austrian Nationals top cut breakdown, which is kind of shocking, to be honest. I've already seen it, and I think it is quite surprising. But first, I think we're gonna have some time before the first round starts, anyways. Let's take a quick look at this. Actually, I mean, I don't know. Melodious is not bad, I guess. I don't know. They played Elegy. Maybe that's good against Mitsu.
From around the world to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Providence. Day 1 saw 9 rounds of competition with only 3 duelists remaining undefeated, including the reigning TCG World Champion Ruben Penaranda. Day 2 will see 2 rounds of Swiss into a top 32 bracket where only one will be crowned YCS Providence champion. But if you're a competitor who didn't make Day 2 or find yourself in Providence, don't worry, we have action for you with all of our public events, things like Attack of the Giant Card, Rivalry of Warlords, and Ultimate Time Wizard. No matter how you like to duel, we have something for you. I'm Steve Kangas, and I'm happy to be your host yet again here on the stage floor in Providence. We're over 1,500 duelists registered, but only one will leave a champion. Duelists around me are raring to go, so for those about to duel, we salute you. Throw it over to the casters to get us underway.
And welcome back indeed. We are here at YCS Providence Day 2, and it's really been a good time so far, right, Steven?
Oh, it's been a beautiful weekend for dueling, and I can't wait to end it off right with today's Day 2 events.
Just been crazy to see the impact of Alliance Insight so far. Yesterday,
all right, so I wonder if we're hopping right into a feature match. If we're going to a break, then we can look at some Austrian Nats results right away.
But speaking of looks, man, it was a good look at all these competitors on stage.
Oh yeah, we got to showcase a lot of awesome archetypes from the brand new Alliance Insight, and maybe going to show off some more today. Things like Regenesis, the brand new Mitsurugi, TCG exclusive cards, and the tear of Providence, Malice.
Yeah, it really showed some stuff. We've also seen some great looks again from returning competitors like Santiago, Carl, even some of our returning YCS champions back here to maybe take them back to back. We'll have to see. But, you know, Ruben Penaranda there really excited to be here. Has an undefeated record, one of the last 3 undefeated duelists we have in this event.
And I do know for a fact that he is playing Malice, so he's definitely one to look out for.
Well, speaking of looking out, let's talk about the event format that we have, what duelists are in store for today.
Yes, everyone can remember if you watched yesterday that we had 9 rounds of Swiss at 45 minutes, best 2 out of 3.
Gotta say the quality is good. I mean, after they fixed the camera, yes, that was the only thing, even on the last YCS, that wasn't great, was the camera, and it seems like they fixed it for the, like, I think after round 3 or something, and ever since then, it's been good.
If you lose, you're out. After that, we're gonna go top 8, top 4. They'll get an extra 10 minutes, having a total of 55 minutes.
It's kind of scary because, like, step by step, they're taking away all the things that the Yu-Gi-Oh community likes to complain about and likes to make fun of so much, right? They're taking away the bad stream quality. The production quality is getting better over time. They're announcing new prizes today. Maybe that's gonna be a thing that we're gonna be happy with from now on. That's gonna be weird, dude. The Yu-Gi-Oh community does not like to be happy.
So, taking a look at what
they can't just do that. They can't take away all the things we dislike.
Another versus Solaria, one of your last chances to get it. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series trophy featuring Solaria, a Steam Deck OLED model.
We will never be unable to complain about the price of the game, so we're safe. Yeah, I mean, you say that, but like Rarity Collections have also done a lot for that. It's not perfect yet, but yeah, I know what you're saying, yeah.
Status at the next World Championship Qualifier Tournament. It's going to be a July 11th through 13th. Coming to Indianapolis very soon.
But yeah, let's not speak too soon. We haven't seen the announcement yet, but that is also announced for today, right? They have announced the that they are going to be announcing the new pricing for the upcoming WCQs and the new YCS season. So we are going to get updated pricing for the future of the game, and I think that could potentially, if done right, be a huge announcement. Actually, I think this is I'm pretty hopeful about this, and I will be pretty disappointed if it's not something sick. If they're just saying, yeah, we're upgrading the Steam Deck to a Switch 2 or whatever, if that's the only thing. But I cannot imagine them just making an announcement for an announcement where it's just friggin' nothing, right? Simo lol, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate that. So yeah. This is Austrian Nationals going on right now, by the way. It is currently Fiendsmith Mitsurugi versus Memento in top 4. We're going to take a look at the top cut breakdown in a second. That is currently, as it looks like, in game 2, with Fiendsmith Mitsurugi being up a game. And yeah, that's what's going on. It looks like they are yapping a little bit before the feature match is ready. So let's take a quick look at the top cut breakdown of this tournament. I think that is a very interesting thing to look at because it is painting quite the different picture from the YCS so far. Of course, both of these tournaments are pretty early on in the season, in the format, but the Austrian Nationals, actually, I think Lampy posted a better breakdown. Let me see. Yeah, let me move over here. Top 16 Austrian Nationals. This tournament was smaller than a YCS. I think it had around 300 players. I think it was 370 or something, 376. And the top cut breakdown, top 16, had 6 Mitsurugis, 2 Blue Eyes, 2 Crystron, 1 Ryziel, a singular Malice, alongside a Memento, a White Forest, an Odeon, and a Melodious deck. So the crazy news here is not that like some random one of rogue deck is topping a Nationals. That's kind of normal, right? Like seeing an Odeon deck, a Melodious, a White Forest making it into the top 16 is nothing too crazy, I think. The crazy part here is that everyone was expecting Malice and Mitsurugi to deliver, and Mitsurugi delivered, and Malice is just, there's one. How the hell is there one Malice? Now, I haven't seen the overall breakdown of the tournament, but I would imagine Malice was really well represented at this tournament. There's no way it wasn't. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it comes down to what I said yesterday. Look, I said it yesterday, and it remains true. One of the main problems with Malice is that statistically, most of the people that play Malice are Malice players, and I don't know. That might be a real issue for Malice performance overall. It might just be that might be the reason. But we're gonna see how it's gonna look in in Providence, and I'm hearing word that we are heading into our round 10 of the day. And we have Rico Eichelberger here, fellow European duelist from Switzerland, going up against Stephen W. So let's see.
Interesting duel indeed, as everybody's just
I spotted that Rico was on Mitsurugi. I don't know what Steven was on. I didn't catch the... I did not catch the deck thingy. Ooh, I haven't even paid out the prediction for yesterday night. Okay, there you go. Late points. And we have Stephen W against Rico. Prediction is up. Now, if you have quarter-century secret rares in a Regenesis deck, it was 14% Malice. Was that the biggest at Austrian Nationals?
A very significant number in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, right? From Blue Eyes' defense to Dark Magician's attack. But there's a lot of cards from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh!'s history that have that sacred number. So it'll be really interesting.
Do you think because of the high? Do you think because of the high skill level required to play Malice at high level, it's what sees people not performing well with it sometimes? See, this is where I don't agree fully. Like, I don't think Malice is an easy deck, but I also don't think Malice is like that complicated. I think Malice is just like normal in terms of difficulty. Like, if I had to rate Yu-Gi-Oh decks in like categories of just easy, normal, and hard, I think Malice goes into the normal category. Like, I really don't think it's that difficult. It's also not easy.
That this matchup is kind of difficult for the Genesis,
but that's also my perspective. I don't know. Maybe other people experience it differently, but I think Malice is not that hard.
Sort of magic drain like effect, right? You want this card effect to resolve, or you're going to need to discard a card, and that can be so difficult.
I find it challenging to play well. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, even normal Yu-Gi-Oh decks are challenging. I feel like challenging is not necessarily means that the deck is super hard. Oh no. For context, what are the harder decks? I don't know. I think playing into a board with Memento or something, I think is way more complex.
Mitsurugi, obviously people knew it was good. You know, we've had it actually win a YCS before, but it's just so wild to see like this deck get as far as it does.
Again, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the Habakiri, like, really...
I don't know, yeah, Ritual Beast, I suppose. Mitsurugi is just as easy. I also don't think Mitsurugi goes into the super hard category, no. I think Mitsurugi is also normal in terms of its difficulty. It's not, like, extraordinarily easy, it's also not extraordinarily hard.
We're going to roll who goes first. We got Steven rolling a 4, it looks like. I believe they're rolling for high. That's a 5! Rico squeaks it out. Yep, and Rico has... proudly declared that...
Hello, good sir. I've come to bargain about the price of the remix. In this economy, 300 is just too much, and I suggest dropping it to 100. There's no shot. Denied. No bargaining. Ooh, wait! Steven is on Kashtira Regenesis. I did not even see the image of the deck. That's interesting. Okay, we have seen this deck already yesterday. However, it did not perform super well. It was a little bit, I feel like, due to the player making some suboptimal decisions yesterday, though. So I think someone who's made day 2 with the deck is going to be a very interesting player to look at with this deck. And we are going second here with the Regenesis deck and dropping a Perulia in draw phase, which against Mitsurugi, Ryziel, Fiendsmith on the other side. Perulia is in an interesting spot here because against parts of this engine it's really good, namely the Ryziels. I think the Ryziels are in a pretty tough position against Perulia in general, whereas Mitsurugi and Fiendsmith don't really care about it at all, I would say. I mean, Mitsurugi sometimes gives it 2 draws if you like normal summon and ritual summon a monster from hand, but that's usually the most it gets, right? For the most part, it's okay. And sometimes you don't even have to normal summon with it.
So that was the Aramasa that he grabbed, one of the other new cards from Alliance Insight, going to be the main monster search for the Mitsurugi cards.
Definitely a lot more consistency with all of the new
Venti, D-Stein, and Angie Lemon, thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate the support. All right, we're using Mitsurugi Ritual here to ritual summon. Which effect are we using? Are we summoning a monster from the deck? We are summoning a monster from the deck by tributing from hand the Kusanagi and the, I think Aramasa is the other one called, the new one, and that is going to be searching a monster and adding a card back from the graveyard.
Yep. So chain link 2.
So far, we have not given a draw to the Perulia, and we already have established the Murakami to stop or to force an extra discard if we want to hand trap further.
Just like you called it, it's such a great card.
What Charmy's got dropped? It's just the Perulia that's active, yeah, so far.
As long as you don't get specifically Fuelos, you can totally dodge any other Molcharmy in the game. So Rico's doing a good job of just trying to make sure that Steven ends his turn with going -1.
Definitely would help put him at that advantage, and -1 is really hard math for Regenesis again.
Alright, we are using our once per duel Habakiri effect here on the first turn. Sometimes you're trying to avoid doing this, but in this instance, Rico decides to do it. We're doing a little bit of a maneuver here, really nice. We're summoning Saji and not tributed. We actually tribute our ritual monster to get basically a +2 here off of out of nowhere. Really nice. The ritual monster returns from the graveyard and is going to search. We're going to have 2 copies of prayers now. Interesting. That does showcase that Rico is, I feel like, on a little bit of a smaller Mitsurugi package here. Because otherwise you wouldn't search duplicate spells. Like that probably means we don't play Magatama, we don't play the counter trap, at least in the main deck. I'm calling it a counter trap. I know it's not a counter trap, but it really is a counter trap, right?
These are the best of the best for a reason.
Normal summon Lurie here gives another draw to Steven. So the Perulia at the very least has gone 1 for 1, which, I mean, you can't be that mad about it.
So Requiem going to go to the graveyard here. And I think we're going to go ahead and bring out Lacrima, the Crimson.
And we are going for Lacrima. The question here is, do we commit to a rank 4 with this Saji plus Lacrima? Because you really could.
Rank 6 and or another Link 2 play. The question I always have is, are you going to end on
You definitely could.
We haven't seen a lot of Desirees hit the field in a while. It seems like Desiree's primary purpose right now is Fiendsmith in Paradise, sending it to the graveyard from the extra deck.
Yeah, it kind of goes back
Mitsurugi just won top 4. Very good games. We got to watch that later. The top cut of Austrian Nationals, I looked into it a little bit after I woke up. Not super actively, but it seemed pretty entertaining.
As well as the body that they need to link climb or go for other monster summon plays. So, oh yeah, I was going to say, here we're going for what it looks like the Necroquip Princess play. We're Engraver putting back Lurie. If all we were doing is sequence, we're probably not going to commit to that right now. Just going to see if there's a Nibiru check here. And we are going to go for that rank 6 line.
Alright, no Nibiru. Nibiru would have been pretty good here. But the Caesar does hit the board.
High King Caesar on the field. It's going to be very difficult. Luckily, the Regenesis monster...
very impressive board, I would say, under Perulia, just giving 1 draw. Not using any Ryziel cards at all, of course, because they kind of suck into the Perulia.
Ooh, are we going to activate the ritual again for Rico to summon from the hand?
Mitsurugi Fiendsmith finals in Austria. Is it a mirror in the finals, Mitsurugi? Yeah, I mean, that was the most represented deck in the top cut, so it's not too much of a surprise. Mitsurugi really, I think at least from my perspective, the way I look at it, or the way I looked at it before this weekend, I thought Malice was guaranteed to be powerful, and Mitsu was a little bit more of a question mark. Like, how exactly are people going to build it? How many people are even going to trust into the deck? And so on and so forth. But for now, I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed by Mitsurugi so far. I was expecting it to be strong, but it is exceptionally successful over the course of even both tournaments. I mean, it looks like in Austrian Nationals we have a Mitsurugi final, both sides, and even at the YCS, it seems like Mitsurugi is definitely up there, alongside Malice. In most of the top cut breakdowns we've looked at, not top cut, top table breakdowns we've looked at, there was more Mitsurugi decks than Malice.
Again, as Jerome had said on that first stream,
in different variations.
to summon is the first one. So if he doesn't have the ability to do that, this could be difficult.
The Fiendsmith just gives the board more, which it kind of needs. I think Fiendsmith is debatable in Mitsurugi. I think it has pros, it has cons. One of the pros that we've seen in this tournament so far, yesterday in one of the games, is that it gives the deck a lot more like play into Drollen Lockbird, which is really cool. Because if you're drolled under Mitsurugi, sometimes it can be tough to actually put up anything meaningful, and the Ryziels don't help with that at all. Right? Because if you're drolled, Ryziel is not that good. And Fiendsmith, at least, not well, drawing Engraver doesn't help you, but like if Fiendsmith is in your deck, the closed heaven line is really good under Droll, especially into something like Malice, right? Caesar is a very powerful card into Malice. I think the only downside, or well, there's two downsides for Fiendsmith. The one downside is that it makes the deck weaker into Fuva than it needs to be, right? Like if you're playing just pure Mitsu or Mitsu Ryziel or whatever, the deck is not really that weak into Fuva. However, if you end up putting Fiendsmith cards into the deck, it gets a little bit more susceptible to the card. I think the even bigger deal is the fact that you don't have synergy with Dominus Impulse, right? And Impulse is one of the best cards in the format, I feel like. So not being able to play that card or risking it being like conflicting with your cards is not ideal, but maybe it's worth it.
Yeah, no, this is all fine. I'm not going to interact with you until you're doing something actually threatening.
Birth kind of goes crazy against Mitsu. Birth goes crazy against Mitsu only on their turn, right? On your own turn, the problem with Birth is that you go like Chainlink 1 Birth and they go Chainlink 1 Ritual Effect to revive or something, and then it won't be banished. You can still banish some of the main deck monsters, though.
Seeing this many hard-drawn Kashtira cards, you gotta assume. You know, it'd be really fun if we go like Big Eye, force the Caesar, or force the IP, or force the Murakumo.
Would you say Impulse is better than Imperm right now? Oh yeah, absolutely. If your deck can play Impulse, it's better than Imperm. The thing is, if you play Impulse, you kind of want to play Imperm as well to get the destruction effect into some matchups, I think. But like, I think Impulse is the better card.
Do you just play full cash combo until it's time to go Regenesis and surprise Rico with it at the end?
I think, yes, it kind of reminds me
Toxic Rain, welcome back to month number 18. Okay, so we're seeing a bigger Kashtira package here than we saw yesterday, I think. In the in Steven's Regenesis deck here, we're seeing even the inclusion of Kashtira Theosis alongside the Kashtira Birth, which makes drawing the Kashtira Birth a lot less painful, actually. All of a sudden, when your unicorn still has a target, you don't mind drawing Birth that much, I think. That's actually okay, right? Because it unclogs your hand with a lot of Kashtira cards. And the Kashtiras are actually quite annoying here for this DDD Wave High King Caesar.
Could tribute the Amano Mitsurugi and then bring it back for that Raigeki-like effect. So this is kind of difficult to deal with.
Is this Top Gun? No, this is round 10. There's 11 rounds of Swiss in total, and then we're headed into top 32.
All right, and just like you said, Steven, the prayers are going to be activated.
Okay, we're going to be activating prayers here, tributing the Murakami.
Yep, so he's lost 800 life points to summon it back from the graveyard.
But he did activate a spell while a Kashtira monster was controlled, so we might get to see some banished face-down cards.
And we're bringing... Okay, Prayers brings back the Murakami immediately,
yeah, here we go.
meaning that we do not give an opportunity to use Fenrir to banish.
The Fiendsmith cards. I'll target...
However, they could be chained, technically.
Mitsu, Prayers. I think Prayers can do that. Yeah. Yeah, he can. Of course he can. The ritual monster was properly summoned, so it can be revived from the graveyard.
I was just going to say, based on how methodical these duelists are, I mean, you can tell they are really locked in. They do not want to give up a single game.
The reason why we're doing this, by the way, in case anyone is wondering, because we tributed the Murakumo for Prayers, meaning that we could have brought it back with its own effect as well after the chain resolved. So we could have brought back a different Mitsurugi and then also brought back the ritual monster with its own effect. The reason we're not doing that is if you do this, you bring back your ritual in 2 steps, right? Chainlink 1, graveyard effect of the ritual, it hits the field. New chain, activate the effect to destroy the opponent's monster. The problem is, at that point, you're giving your opponent a window to activate Fenrir and Unicorn on the field because you've activated a monster effect on the previous chain. In this case, it's a spell card that brings back the ritual immediately, and the first effect you're activating, the first monster effect you're activating, is the ritual monster. And that's going to wipe the Kashtiras with no ability to trigger. And so this is very expertly piloted by Rico here, playing around the Fenrir and Unicorn effects don't let them out the Caesar essentially, which is pretty clutch. Also, we're gonna use the Lacrima here to set up Paradise. Of course, this is still not like the end of the world for Steven, because there's still a Kashtira Unicorn in hand that we can summon out.
As I was saying, it just happened with Rico. So
as well as a a whole package of Regenesis potentially that might still be summoned, you know? And the Regenesis monsters actually don't really care about DDD Wave High King Caesar because they do not start a chain.
If he has to go Regenesis right now, what he's gonna have to fight through. But again,
why banish the Birth? He has Wave King for it. You cannot Wave King Birth. Caesar cannot negate the effects of spell traps that are already face up on the field. Caesar can also not negate like Centurions in the spell trap zone. You cannot. It only negates card activations on spell traps. It does not negate effects of spell traps. So yeah, I mean, Steven's still 4 cards in hand. Not impossible here, I would say.
We did see some early concessions yesterday that didn't pay off, but
and there is a Regenesis Archfiend alongside a Regenesis Sage. That is pretty good, I would say. That's pretty good. So Regenesis Archfiend is going to summon out and then search for another Regenesis card. Regenesis Sage is going to summon out and basically just be an Omni Negate. This is a solid position for Steven, actually. I don't hate this at all.
And now Rico's getting... Oh, okay. So now Steven's going to have access to a potential...
This is the situation where...
which could be pretty huge.
If Regenesis can establish its own board here and not die the next turn, I think they're gonna be in a pretty good spot. It's just difficult for Regenesis to get there most of the time, but in this instance, maybe there's a chance.
So yeah, and then Rico's just staring at these cards going, okay, how am I going to use... Like, he's staring at those cards more for himself. Like, oh, how am I going to interact with these specific cards? And less about what do these cards
Alright, Regenesis Archfiend. I don't know, have we used the Murakumo to force the opponent to discard yet? Also, what is that spell card in Steven's hand? I know the trap is Regenesis Birth. What is the spell?
Regenesis or Regenesis Code. He already has a copy of Regenesis Birth in his hand, so I wouldn't imagine he'd be grabbing that.
We could get Warrior as well and potentially have a bounce.
You also could just get Regenesis Lord and just go in with
I think it's the E-Telly. Wait, what? There's a Regenesis teleport?
And the Unicorn to get that bit of interaction off the board, so that way he can seamlessly use Caesar. But so far, I believe the only effect that Rico hasn't used is the Murakumo's effect to, you know, negate an effect unless Steven discards a card. And of course his Caesars. But as we mentioned, Caesar might be kind of
Regenesis Code.
Useful,
okay.
How Steven plays his cards.
Well, he's got that Regenesis sort of pre-selected.
It's called Regenesis. No, the Regenesis is the searcher, not the teleport.
Deal with the triple D Wave High King Caesar. Now, there isn't an argument. You just
Regenesis have a teleport, but it locks you out of the extra deck till the end of the next turn. Okay.
Special summon with card effects.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think this is potentially not a bad spot for Steven.
To your hand or send to the graveyard one of those sacred Regenesis monsters, or if you control a Regenesis monster.
So if we can Regenesis or Regenesis Warrior, right? Warrior can answer the Caesar because Warrior can tribute to bounce. So we answer the Caesar with the Warrior. Oh, we get rolled on search. Why did we search the spell card? I guess that's a little greedy, right? Because the spell card has a follow-up effect. The spell card has a follow-up effect, but we wanted to have the best possible grind game. There's Regenesis Sage. That is an Omni Negate.
And destroy those cards by either sending a Kashtira monster from the field or from the hand. Not Kashtira, excuse me, Regenesis monster, right?
They're honorary Kashtiras today in this deck.
It's weird. Kashtira's kind of honorary.
It can also foolish or special. It can foolish, but it can't special. But foolishing here doesn't seem very good.
That I believe now we have perfectly known information for Rico. The only card in his hand is a mixed Rugi Prayers that I believe Steve is also.
I think we're just going to use the Regenesis now as a discard for the ritual monster, right?
Definitely doable, especially from the game.
Okay, what's the situation here? Typhon.
Oh wow,
you're totally right. That's gonna be.
Okay, question. Can dude, the Paradise just cooks this, right?
Unfortunately, we do have Fiends within Paradise, and that is.
How is it Typhon here?
Go ahead and discard the Regenesis Birth in the hand in order to negate that. And it might be that Rico's thinking that he can't possibly have another Regenesis.
Why is Typhon the play? Can someone explain?
But, well, he might be wrong.
I will trigger Desiree.
Yep, so here we're going to be triggering Desiree. We're going to be returning, I believe, Fiend, Smith, Lacrima, or Requiem.
He's locked into XYZ. No, but that's not what I mean. I mean, like, why can't we just, like, activate the Regenesis code?
But we're going to activate Sage's effect, discarding the Regenesis.
Wow.
It's any Regenesis card, right? Not a monster.
It is any Regenesis card,
Okay.
not a monster. And so
'Cause what I was thinking
on
is-
a follow-up turn later, you can use that
Code
Regenesis
locks you from
and
extra deck?
banish it to special summon a
Yes.
fallen Regenesis monster that
But
you
why
can
is
have to come
Typhon
back
better than having, like, code for Regenesis Warrior?
Steven has Typhon in play.
And then
So
using
not
Sage
changing
to
her
negate the
abilities,
Caesar?
'cause he has 3,200 attack points.
Well,
yeah, so good looking out. Just really methodical.
Alas, it
play.
kinda
That's
works.
Really the theme of this duel.
Returns the ritual monster to the hand of Rico. Attacks over Caesar. Attacks directly with the Sage. We have cleared the board somehow.
Yeah, puts mid 46.
Wow.
Yeah, that puts him at 46.
Putting Rico down to 2 cards in hand only.
I think I saw Steven's hand.
Fiendsmith follow-up is in the graveyard, however.
He can end his turn by going for code.
46.
Code and birth.
That's
That's
Regenesis,
insane. Now
not
he can't
Regenesis.
summon anymore this turn.
And, you know, Typhon on the board is actually pretty good against Mitsurugi, because all of a sudden you cannot summon a Mitsurugi ritual to blow up the board.
Just really good looking out. Very well sequenced plays, and shows you that these two decks pair really well together.
But luckily for us, code is a quick play, so we can just set and use it on.
Unicorn comes
Absolutely
back.
correct, and you could use that
So
to
does
get
SP
Regenesis
Little Knight, though.
Warrior to bounce the monster off the field, returning it back to the hand, or you could use it to get Regenesis Dragon to banish a spell or trap. We'll see. Steven's in the driver's seat,
Setting
so we'll
both
find
of
out
your
what's gonna happen.
cards is a little scary here. What is Regenesis code a quick play spell?
From the SP Little Knight, yeah.
Let me read Regenesis code real quick.
Make sure the duelists remember that.
Regenesis
Take a quick look at the
code.
graveyard there. A lot of different options, but may not be
It is a
helpful,
quick play
and,
spell.
some of those would be over 3,000 attacks.
Special summon a Regenesis from your deck, but send it to the grave during your opponent's end phase. Also, until the end of the next turn after this card resolves, you cannot special from the extra deck.
Tempo phase, main phase.
Okay,
But Rico does have access
pretty good.
to...
so that's gonna give us a quick effect. Probably Regenesis Warrior, which is a bounce.
Yep.
Attributes that, he won't be able to summon it back out.
Which means that Engraver shuffle back Lacrima for cost.
So here we have the Engraver that was sent because the Caesar was sent to the graveyard. We're going to return Lacrima, send it back to the
We're
graveyard.
probably gonna want to use Regenesis Birth
Notably, Requiem is not
to
in the graveyard, so this card cannot
flip face down, right? I don't think there's much use in making use of the soul charge effect
for
this
Sage,
turn.
to, like, send other, I don't believe Sage
Of
can
the
target
trap?
itself. I believe it has
No,
to
it
get
doesn't.
They
Send
did
another
forget
one.
to resolve
So
the
right now,
SP
Sage is
Little
really
Knight.
not a
Yeah.
monster negate, but if we code and
Oh, and
we have
that's
the
that's
Regenesis card
potentially a
play,
big deal. They both forgot.
Steve here is just thinking about the best way to go about dealing with that Engraver.
It's not just the SP, it's also the Unicorn. It's for both players here. The Unicorn is actually quite good here as well against the Fiendsmith cards, right? Like if you summon back Engraver and they Unicorn the Requiem, like that makes a big
The
difference.
Engraver, I'm sure that's what Steven's
That makes a big difference in this game
You do have to choose one or
if
the other.
if the Engraver faces a Unicorn or not, right? Because that basically eliminates the entire package.
Face down monsters.
You can, because you are tributing the monsters, and so you can always
Okay.
Worth noting.
Now we are seeing Regenesis code, but a special summon, a Regenesis monster can be locked out of the extra deck.
Hi guys, we've all just woken up, I suppose. Good morning.
I believe it does lock you until the end of the next turn as well.
I think so.
So this will affect Steven on his turn, but you can just use the code second effect during your own turn and get plenty of bodies that way. So I'm sure Steven's not worried about it now that we're in the grind game.
You're right that it's the end of next turn, so it is going to be a while. Here it goes to activate it.
Oh, that is very true.
Yep, now they caught it.
Looks like they did finally catch.
Now
Steven's
they caught it, yep.
returns there, so it's not going to change too much, but
Do
that
we
does
restart
mean.
the turn? Since this
I think they have to restart the turn because that might change your decision, of course, on whether you want to bring back the Engraver or not.
Kind of figuring that out.
The only thing it does change here slightly is the fact that like now we know one of the set cards for Steven.
I'm not sure if it's a repairable game.
I started turn using Fiends on Engraver, and then he tried to use Regenesis 4.
Technically it is very rewindable. The only thing that sucks is that Rico now knows what the set card is. That's the only
Not too much new information other than the Regenesis code.
that's the only
But there is something to note too that
annoying thing about the situation. Other than that, it's not that big of a deal.
Window where it's allowed to trigger now.
That was a known card.
So at SP, and then
Was it known? I don't think that was known. I think he hard drew that. He did not search for Regenesis code, I'm pretty sure.
Here, and we'll let you guys know in case anything does come about. But so far, I can definitely say that this game has been one of attrition, one of meticulation, and both players...
It was not, no, it was set. Both the trap and the spell were just hard draws for Steven. Which, by the way, makes it even more impressive if you think about it, because so far, they've only used 4 cards out of their hand. They haven't revealed the other 2. They've broken the board with just the 4 cards.
Now in his main phase, Engraver has not been activated yet.
Now we'll update you if
I don't think it's big enough of a deal. I think it's just going to be a warning for both players for not maintaining the game state, and then we're just going to rewind and continue. It's not that big of a deal. Forgetting an SP happens.
Are we good? Can we play?
Okay.
Yep. So now they're just getting clarification that they are going to keep going.
So we're rewinding back to draw phase. Okay, because yeah, and if that's the case, then standby phase. I'll attempt to activate code.
This just sounds one from deck, right?
Correct.
Okay, why are we giving our opponent a chance to use the SP now? I have a question. Regenesis Sage. Hold up. Regenesis Sage. Can Regenesis Sage send... like...
really at a disadvantage right now.
Oh, it could have sent the quick play for cost, right? It's kind of like Droplet, isn't it? Ooh, okay. So if your opponent like chains SP Little Knight there, you can use Sage to send the thing for free.
That's right. We haven't seen the main...
Dude, the Regenesis cards are cool. They are really cool.
Obviously, they're 2500 attack weight monsters that can summon
Okay,
themselves, but
we're getting Regenesis Warrior off of the Regenesis code. Regenesis Warrior is a quick effect, tribute itself to return a monster to the hand.
No, I haven't.
Neither
player. No, nobody's getting a game loss, Steven.
Need a lot
It's
of warning,
okay. Just going to be a warning as long as you have not made that same mistake before. It's not going to get upgraded.
I would again like to...
See, they're just doing the same thing anyways. It's okay.
Okay, so we're pretty much back.
All right, so here a monster is activated, so I think we're just definitely going to use the Unicorn. And I think the choice here is most likely just going to be a Requiem, unless that's in the graveyard.
pretty huge for turning off this Fiendsmith combo.
I would like to chain SP, target itself, and the Regenesis Sage.
Ooh, we're going to target the Sage to get that...
So SP Little Knight is trying to get this Omni Negate off the board. You can chain Warrior here to bounce it, but okay.
So Rico probably has an answer for it somewhere else. Let's go ahead and
Okay, this does confirm that there's Rise Heal cards in Rico's deck. But I do think just the one of Requiem being banished by the Unicorn here is pretty massive. Both these players are... actually, Rico is on 7 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. Whereas Steven is on 7 wins and 2 losses. So I think the loser of this game is most likely eliminated. I don't know how the chances are if you have 2 losses, 1 draw for Rico. Let me... I can move the thingy a little bit so you guys can see Rico's score.
Requiem's gone. So what does Rico have access to?
Oh, Steven has 2 draws, not 2 losses. Okay. Yeah, I did not see that. I thought it was 2 losses. Okay. I mean, it kind of makes sense with Regenesis, right? I would bet, like, there's 2 reasons, I think, for getting draws with this deck. The one thing is most of your opponents probably reading your cards a lot at a time, which can be annoying if people are not properly prepared, but it happens. Also, the deck is really grindy, so I'm not, like, I mean, we're still in game 1 and we're 25 minutes in here as well, so, like, it's not a shocker. It's a very, very grindy deck. Very fun. Alright, prayers to revive the Aramasa.
We paid another 800 life points here to activate the prayers.
Yes, that's fine.
I
Commentator's curse, right? I said
don't know exactly.
But it looks like we're back in the heat of things.
Yep, and there we had a clarification that...
So there is still a bounce and a book, basically, on Steven's side. Special X Ryziel, but cannot add with it because we brought back Engraver. Target the Sage, however, will force it.
Force the warrior out here?
I will attempt to chain Regenesis Warrior tribute cost. I will target the...
Unfortunately, there's really no good targets here because Rico has not used his normal summon yet. So he can just bring back any of these cards.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think bouncing Engraver may be the best move there because that's not something they can just normal summon again.
Aramasa right back on the field there since the normal summon hasn't been used. And now we're going to Xyz summon into...
That's going to be duo drive. And that's going to be met with Regenesis Birth, I'm pretty sure. So that is going to send a Regenesis, I believe, from deck to grave and then book a monster. And it is also, you can send it from the field to the graveyard to basically soul charge all of your Regenesis monsters. It's pretty crazy, actually. You cannot use both effects in the same turn, but it is a pretty cool, it's a pretty cool trap. I like it.
But you can only use one of those effects once per
And yes, because all of the, like this, if Rico does not end the game this turn, this end phase is about to go monumental. We're adding back like 4 cards in this end phase. It's actually nuts. Because all of the Regenesis will return, and we're actually scooping it up. Actually, I'm kind of mad about that. I'm mad about that because I wanted to see the end phase. This was literally a branded level end phase. I wanted to see it. That was very cool. That was a cool game. That was a very cool game.
The wind is in his sails, like
I like that.
earlier, but they've got to kind of lock in. It's true.
Regenesis is looking very, very cool. And so is Mitsu, to be honest. Mitsurugi, even though it is a relatively combo-heavy deck. I mean, not super combo-heavy, but like I feel like the Mitsurugi end boards, for the most part, are still something you can play into a lot of the time. I like Mitsu. I think Mitsu is cool to look at.
And Steven was like, I don't think that's enough to stop my Regenesis.
Regenesis is just such an interesting deck. It kind of reminds me of Kashtira.
Maybe not starting Graver if he had X in hand. I get what you mean. At the same time, at the start of the turn, there was an SP Little Knight on the field for Rico, so starting with X was never really possible. You have to somehow force the opponent to react to the
they can't get locked
to
up
something, right?
Steven did a great job of just staring down, you know, some of the biggest monsters in the game right now that have done so much of the tournament, saying, nah.
I think the main thing that lost Rico the game here is the fact that we didn't end on enough follow-up.
The sandbagging of the Regenesis cards. I'm just going to do all
Chain SP to spell on Sage. Yeah, I guess. But then you get negated by the Sage. But then at least you have an open board for the X Ryzeal. Yeah, it could have maybe done better there.
Slap it on the board. What more do you have now?
Then start with X Ryzeal. Ultimately, the thing is, I don't think, no matter how you do it, I don't think you can win that turn, right? And if you don't win that turn, the follow-up is always going to overwhelm you, I feel.
From the deck to the hand, so you have to respect the Sage. It's a very interesting card, and we didn't even get to see the real surprise that technically that Omni Negate could have been brought back in a moment's notice with the same card, Regenesis Birth.
Yeah, Rico's definitely going to have his eyes on a swivel, his head on a swivel for these Regenesis cards.
All right, I think we're going to see Rico go first here. I saw a decent amount of Steven's hand. It looked like Valor Imperm there. No Charmies in the draw phase. And we are going to hop right into game number 2 here. If only they showed us the field. We're doing something. We activated a spell that added a monster. So it was Prayers?
For Rico, he's blitzing here. These players want to make sure that they have this game going in their
Hello. Oh, Bonfire. Okay.
Impermanence targeting the Ryzeal to stop its effect. Ooh, but we have the X.
Just much more Ryzeal. You wouldn't even think it was a Mitsurugi deck at this point.
You wouldn't even think these cards are semi-limited with how much Rico's drawing them now.
All right, this is basically a 180-degree turn from game 1. Where instead of doing Mitsu combos, we're doing Ryzeal combos, and instead of under Perulia, we're playing against normal hand traps, which I think benefits Rico here.
We go and get the Sword Ryzeal from the deck there, and let's build the overlay network. Maybe the duo drive? Oh, King of the Feral Imps.
Yeah, but remember, it is a Mitsurugi deck, so you don't necessarily need to start with the duo drive if you don't need to.
You probably Valor that thing, right? Just hope they can't get to the Mitsu cards. Let him have the Ryzeal stuff.
Force interaction out of Steven here, so that way he can maybe protect his duo drive later on.
The hand for Steven is looking okay, I would say. We've drawn Birth once again, but I think we have Regenesis and Regenesis Archfiend, which is not bad.
And this could give us access to Node, could give us access to another ice that we can use to special summon itself and get access to duo drive, and then Steven would need another form.
Shouldn't you always keep Imperm for Detonator? It's hard to say that because I mean, now with all of the good Ryzeals being semi-limited and Bonfire being at 1, the chance that they have an extender if they normal summon Ice is not that high. I think it's okay to take this sort of risk if you have an Imperm in hand. I don't blame him for doing that. I think it's all right.
If I was a betting man.
They definitely got a Millennium Necklace if I ever seen one, because you can see the future, and Duo Drive is here to probably attach two materials. But first, we're going to go ahead and attach that X Ryzel.
I do think Ryzeal will end up winning this game because how well it plays into Imperm Veiler if you draw out one extender. So this is not looking too hot for Steven right off the bat, which is essentially why I'm not a fan of cards like Imperm Veiler at the moment. I mean, not just because of Ryzeal, but like a lot of other decks function in the same way, where these cards just don't give you enough agency. Like, I do think overall the way Steven used these cards is understandable here. Like, I think that's something that I may have done myself as well. I don't blame him for using Impermanent Veiler in the spots that they did, but ultimately it was just not something that would stop Rico's hand of Ice plus X.
But we're still exploring. Sometimes every card counts, so you can't necessarily put that much in. But we are going to put 2 on the bottom of the deck.
Draw a card off of Cross.
Ryzeal cross effect and bringing out the node.
There's Node.
Here you have Node. We're going to send from hand or send from the board. We are going to send the Troll and Lockbird from the hand instead of getting rid of our Duo Drive. Again, conserving as many materials as possible. Really heads up play from Rico.
Well, you want to go ahead and keep that Ryzeal Duo Drive.
There is the second detonator, the first detonator, the only detonator.
We're going to use detonator to go ahead and
with Eclipse Twin. I mean, at least we did prevent the Mitsurugi combos, right? We did prevent that, so that's okay. We're still facing down a 3-material detonator with Eclipse Twin setup and a cross that can detach from the Duo Drive. Thankfully for Steven, the Duo Drive, like the manipulation of the attack points of his monsters does not matter. Because
all those effects are cards that
all the Kashtira cards, the Regenesis cards quote original attack. All right, special Archfiend use effect to add. I'm not sure if I like popping this right now because they have just revealed a Kashtira unicorn. So I'm gonna be honest with you, I think like clearing the board here is not ideal, but sure. We're gonna pop and negate it actually with the cross. So the Archfiend is going to be destroyed, and I don't know. I don't think one unicorn plus birth is going to be enough to get over this board that Rico has made. Of course, if you activate Unicorn's effect, you lose to the detonator on the spot. You kind of just have to make Typhon, hope the set is not Imperm, and then hope you can take the game off the back of just this Typhon, essentially, which is not super likely, I don't think. But there is a chance, I guess, if this is not an Imperm, no Veiler or anything, then there is a world where bouncing this detonator, okay, that outs the Eclipse Twin, you attack Duo Drive, it's okay. The problem is there's a cross on the board and probably follow-up available for Rico, so I think this is not a winning position for the Typhon, but it is the best you can do in this spot. You have follow-up. Regenesis in the graveyard, the spell card is a follow-up card, so if you don't lose this turn, maybe there's a world where you can mount a comeback, potentially. You have Kashtira Birth in hand as well. The problem is, Rico, I think, is drawing to 2 cards in hand, gonna be 3 after Cross, and if there is any sort of Ryzeal follow-up or even Mitsurugi combo, I think we're just winning the game.
I've done all I can to stop you. This is probably gonna be enough, but let's see if it is for Steven this time like it was in game 1.
Anything in rest?
The Ryzeal cross being activated there.
It's funny how game 1 we won going second, where we drew less hand traps. It's almost like the hand traps in this case are actively stopping you from winning in certain spots. It's kind of interesting because I mean everyone always loves to play those Imperms and Veilers and stuff like that because they feel like they give you more control over the game. But I don't know if it's the case right now.
And use the effect here to search. This should get back the Node Ryzeal that we just put back. Or nice, that we also put back last turn with Cross.
Game 1, the Caesar was almost a blank. I mean, yeah, but like that's one of the advantages of playing a deck like this that doesn't care about Caesar, right? Like, I mean, Caesar is a very common card.
Going to be attaching from the graveyard the Eclipse Twins. Once again, going to be able to recycle this card over and over. Again, that's the entire point of this deck.
You know Ice Ryzeal?
Just Ice.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Then I will activate Mitsurugi Prayer.
Ooh, and now we have prayers this time to go into our Mitsurugi cards.
How much time do we have left?
8 minutes.
14 minutes.
Oh, it looks like a little bit larger because it hasn't been added to the clock yet. I think they're going to add it to
okay.
the end.
We asked for the time. They said 8 minutes, and we did not scoop. Oh, now we scoop. Okay, I was wondering what that meant. I was wondering if that meant they had a plan for a time or if they didn't have a plan for a time. I mean, judging by their record, they said 14 minutes. Oh, okay. They got extra. Oh, they probably got extra time for fixing the SP Little Knight earlier. But I'm just wondering because they have 2 draws, so it doesn't seem like they have a great time win con.
Doing Switzerland proud.
Detonator couldn't attach because of Typhon. No, the Typhon was negated by Aggregator.
He had access to his Ryzo cards. He's like, honestly, as long as I can prioritize my Ryzo engine, it's gonna be really cool. If you're Steven, I think the only thing you gotta really think about is, okay, what am I most afraid of in Rico's deck? And I think the answer is the Ryzo cards. As long as I save all my interaction for those, I can deal with the Mitsurugi and the Fiendsmith stuff. I did that in game 1. I can do it in game 3.
Well, we also got a little bit of a peek at the types of interaction that Rico was using, and so Steven has to be mindful of things like, of course, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. That's kind of a given these days, but Droll and Lockbird, not necessarily as scary against Kashtira Regenesis, but it does mean that you're going to get one search or the other, right? If you use Kashtira Unicorn, you're probably not going to get access to Regenesis Archfiend and vice versa.
100%. And I'm actually interested to see what the kind of the turn 1 combos are for Regenesis, because it's honestly a very low to the ground archetype. You don't really summon from the extra deck. In fact, some of your cards actually lock you out of the extra deck. So it's going to be really interesting to see something like Archfiend plus Warrior and Sage.
All right,
really
game 3 is the first time we are potentially seeing the Regenesis deck go first if they want to, which I would guess they want to go first. With, I would say, enough time so that we're probably not just going to see like a cheese win con in time here. There's like probably over 10 minutes left when they start the game, if the judge announcement was correct earlier. So I think that's going to be hopefully a showcase of what the deck can do when it goes first.
Steven's heavy Kashtira package. Playing the Kashtira Theosis is really cool, by the way.
Yeah, not everybody who uses Kashtira goes that hard in, but you're right, since he's using Regenesis Code, he's kind of used to getting locked out of his extra deck anyway, so being locked into a Xyz monster is pretty much the same thing.
Yep, both players just making sure everything is copacetic. They have their opening hands. It sounds like they're deciding who's going first and maybe getting a clarification of truly how much time is left for them as we go into game 3.
Regenesis did win game 1 going second, yes.
Day 2 at YCS Providence. Is it Steven or is it Rico?
It was a good game.
Okay, just getting clarification as well about how they can start.
Good luck.
The hand has been shaken. It's the final game.
All right, I see a Solemn Judgment. Ooh, that's a good hand if there's no Droll and Lockbird. That's because that hand has Regenesis, Wraithsoth, and Kashtira Unicorn.
Oh, it's time to activate Regenesis.
Ooh, not using the effect of Unicorn yet, but we're going to chain Ash Blossom.
Ash is the Regenesis, which is the only, I think, the only Regenesis card that Steven had access to in the opening hand there. I think we're just going to be seeing some Kashtira control in this game. Because, yeah, it's literally just going to be Kashtira cards now. Bye-bye Detonator. I mean... Oh, Aggregator. Okay.
Is a super heads-up play from Steven because he can just go
choosing the Aggregator off the Unicorn here because we don't want them to start with X-Ryziel and take apart the board.
Well, let's see if he keeps that promise. It's a big check to write, but he's going to go ahead and
interesting.
Pressure Planet Racesoft to grab the Kashtira Fenrir, and I think you're right. I think that like just building the best field possible to lock the opponent out seems to be the strat here.
So we have Birth, normal summon.
Flare Metal? Guys, I don't think they're going for Flare Metal. I don't think the timer on the screen is correct. I think they have more than 4 minutes. I think combining both of your Kashtira cards into a Flare Metal right now would be surrendering the game.
Ending with Unicorn, Fenrir, and full Regenesis combo.
Basically.
Feels like more than enough disruption.
I think if you have Unicorn, Fenrir, Solemn, Droll, you don't have to go for you don't have to go for a Flare Metal.
Okay, so we have some of the side deck options coming in. That might be more than enough to stymie Rico's turn.
It's pretty good against Mitsurugi.
Why put them in attack mode? I mean, they big.
Okay, end phase it is.
So I know this board.
All right, I think this Droll and Lockbird is going to go unreasonably hard in this matchup. It should, at least.
Face down banish. We have another Unicorn, potentially to rip another card out of the extra deck. and we have a potential set Solemn Judgment and the Troll and Lockbird.
That's incredible.
Activate
We are gonna activate a monster
Habakiri.
effect here, though, that does mean that Kashtira
Summon from
Unicorn
deck and
gets another
tribute.
bite at
That
the
is going
extra.
to trigger the Kashtira Unicorn. Tribute Saji. That is going to be adding
I'll go chaining 2 unicorn.
Chaining 2 Unicorn.
But you're right,
And I think this
Fenrir
is why
doesn't
they
have
took the
any
aggregator
back
first,
with that axe.
was because they wanted to make sure that they can get Unicorn's effect 2 times, right? Take the aggregator first, because if they open X, they can otherwise negate the Unicorn, right? So like, you make sure you get both Unicorn rips, right? You rip the aggregator and then you rip the Requiem. So this basically eliminates the Fiendsmith engine anyways. Also, you droll here, which is pretty nuts. The droll here is pretty nuts.
No more searching for cards.
So, Fiendsmith access basically ruined. You're under Droll and Lockbird, so Ryziel is not looking too hot. And there is a Droll and Lockbird active, even for the Mitsurugi portion. We Solemn Judgment, Mitsurugi Ritual, and I don't know how much we can do here.
The Habakiri's in hand, and it's pretty much useless at this moment in time.
This might just be a moment where we have to like pass and then get run over by Kashtira monsters, but like you have to play somewhat.
Looks like we are going to go ahead and drop one last card.
Is that a field spell? Ryziel Cross Hard Draw, not gonna help much here, I don't think.
Again, drawing it.
Normal. There is an X Ryziel, okay, and we cannot send.
Yeah.
We have to send Duo Drive. We can't search with it.
Level 4's off the level 4 off the board with Fenrir.
Go battle phase.
Did you say go battle phase?
I'll attack Fenrir.
He is attacking Fenrir.
Interesting. So he's taking.
Why is the okay? Does he think?
The 2 Ryziel names to the graveyard for Ryziel Cross.
Yeah, but you can't draw.
Card and believe in the heart of the cards. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, because he knows if he activates.
Because of
So
the-
yeah, X is not mandatory, which is great. He didn't activate the effect on summon.
Make this 2 effect Ryziel
He
Cross.
took.
No, 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 no. Okay, they caught it. They caught it. They caught it. They caught it. They caught it.
Ryziel Cross.
Yeah, I'm confused as to what he. Can he even activate
Yeah,
it?
that is it then.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. He thought it was his only chance to attempt to draw with Cross, but forgot about Droll and Lockbird. Forgot about Droll and Lockbird. Yeah, it's funny because he didn't activate X Ryziel because he remembered the Droll in that moment. But like sometimes you just tunnel vision into a play and you like, you know, that Droll was insane.
Man, what a
And
grind of
Regenesis
players. It took Steven
takes
making- I
a
think
match
Jesse calling
off
getting
of
rid Mitsurugi
top
Ritual,
dog in the
and then
format,
going, yeah,
Mitsurugi Ryziel.
cards are pretty good, getting rid of all of my
Even
extra-
losing the dice roll, going second in game 1 and turning around a pretty good game there. Congrats to Steven. That was a banger. I enjoyed that. That was a good game. That was a good game. It showcased a lot of cool things, both about Regenesis and also about the format in general. Like, it showcased the grinding ability that the deck has, but it also showcased why people are saying, myself included, that cards like Impermanent Veiler look kinda ass at the moment, man. Like, you Impermanent Veiler some of these current decks and they just ignore it if they have the extender, and that just feels weird. Like we saw in game 2, Impermanent Veiler basically did nothing there. That doesn't mean that you cannot play those cards, because sometimes it might be the only chance you have, or like your best chance, even if it is a small chance, but they don't feel super good. They do not feel super good.
Probably feels like a champion at this point, but wow, just some incredible stuff. The players obviously exchange.
All right, is that top tables for round 10 that you just sent me on Discord?
Like, okay, so what did you side in? This is what I sided. You don't have to give up that information, of course, but it just reminds you that you're just too.
All right. Round 10 top tables. Mitsurugi. Look, guys. Mitsurugi is outperforming Malice. I hate to tell you, but it looks like Mitsurugi is definitely pulling up this event. That's crazy. Let's count them up, okay? Because there's different versions and variations of the deck, all right? Top tables in round 10, 28% Mitsurugi Ryziel plus 10% pure Mitsurugi makes 38. 5% Fiendsmith Mitsurugi Ryziel makes 43. As well as a Fiendsmith Mitsurugi makes 46%. 46% Mitsurugi decks in the top tables. Malice, 18% Adagnister Malice, 5% Pure Malice. That's it. 23% Malice, 46% Ryzeal, Mitsurugi. There's almost twice the amount of Mitsurugi at top tables right now compared to Malice. And look, we looked at the top cut breakdown of Austrian Nationals earlier, and I thought, hey, maybe that's an outlier, because only one Malice topped at Austrian Nationals and 6 Mitsurugis did. But look, maybe it's just a better deck, man. Maybe it's just the better deck. I mean, I'm hoping it is. You guys know I'm rooting for any deck that isn't Malice to be the best deck in the format. But Mitsurugi is definitely showing up this weekend, man. Speaking of Austrian Nationals, there's a finals going on right now, and they're in Game 3. And guess what? The finals of Austrian Nationals is a Fiendsmith Mitsurugi mirror match between Nicholas and Max, and they are in Game 3 at the moment. So why don't we take a quick look at what's going on here? We have Max going first with, I don't know exactly how we sequenced it because we joined mid-game, but we are doing some Mitsurugi combos here, being hit with double Fuva though. Being hit with double Fuva, and we are discarding Fable Lurry. Does that trigger? Does Fable Lurry come back? If you discard it to avoid being negated? That's very funny. It doesn't matter because it's probably gonna just get blown up by the ritual monster, but it's still very funny. All right. How is Fiendsmith splashable with Mitsurugi? Basically, I mean, you either just draw one of your Fiendsmith cards and do the combo that way, or because Mitsurugi just uses some free bodies at the combo sometimes, you just turn those into Moon. It's basically the same way any other deck uses those cards. Okay, we have the One of Talents here to take a look at the hand. Pre-prep, Prayers, Crossout, Droll, and Lockbird. I think that's a take the starter angle. I will say, though, the Crossout Designator is pretty good, but I do think this is looking like a win for Max here. I think Max is going to be most likely your national champion of Austria in 2025, unless the hand is basically super terrible for Max here. But I think that's, at this point, I mean, the Crossout is actually good in the mirror match, so that could help Nicholas here. But if we just are careful here and don't give him more draws with the Fuvas, and I think that's one of the core strengths of Mitsurugi is not being weak to Charmies. We have seen so many Charmies, and I think that's one of the reasons why this deck is performing, by the way. I think sometimes it's that simple. Sometimes you play the deck that is good into the non-engine that people are playing, and that's all it takes. Because this deck does not care about most of the Charmies. It just doesn't. Most of the Charmies against Mitsurugi draw you one, maximum 2 cards. Without them giving up on too many of their combos. And this is what we see here. We see Nicholas draw double Fuva, and they're both just Upstart Goblin, while Max is able to basically pull off whatever he wants to pull off. So yeah. Mitsurugi Prayers here grabs Habakiri for Nicholas. Let's see if we can break it. We discarded Droll and Lockbird here for the Murakumo. But there is still also the Trap card for Max to negate something. So I think it's going to be difficult for Nicholas to maneuver through this. Dude, I'm happy Mitsurugi exists, I will say. I'm happy Mitsurugi exists because it makes it so that it's not just Malice tier 0. That's what we needed, I feel like. That's really what we needed. Okay, we're going to let the ritual spell resolve here. We're going to tribute the Habakiri and summon out the Murakumo. So that is going to trigger both of those. You have to chain them in a certain way to not get blown out by the trap card here. We're doing Chainlink 1 Habakiri, Chainlink 2 Murakumo to destroy, I think is what I saw there. I also see a super polymerization set for Max. That is interesting. Droplet sending Saji to stop the Murakumo from destroying the board. That is going to activate the Saji. Oh no, Saji is not tributed for Droplet. It's just send. But the Habakiri should still add here. Yep. Ritual summon top tier in 2025. What a timeline. And it's not the Necros support, which is the only annoying part about it. I really wanted the Necros support to be better. But I guess it's not out yet, so maybe there's hope. I don't know. Well, yeah. No, it really is looking like Mitsurugi is the best TCG exclusive in a long time. And I'm very happy that it is giving Malice real competition in this format, and it's looking pretty strong. So there's a Kusanagi being normal summoned, attempting to add back, it looks like the Habakiri from the graveyard, which I don't think we have activated yet. Now we're tributing Murakumo for the trap. The last card is Crossout. Do we have the trap in the deck? No. Oh, we just trying to bait. All right. We bait it. We don't have the trap in the deck, and we scoop it up. And Max wins the tournament with Fiendsmith Mitsurugi. Not showcasing any of the Fiendsmith combos, of course, because we were under Fuva. But Mitsurugi takes the Austrian National Championships. So it is, so far in the national season, including YCS's as well, it is Mitsurugi 1, Malice 0. I mean, that was also obvious before the finals because it was a mirror match, but GG's. GG's. We have Leo and Lampy clapping. All right. That is the Austrian Nationals. We have a backup feature on the main, on the YCS stream as well here, where we have an Odeon deck matching up against that same Ryziel Mitsurugi. Actually, not same. This is Ryziel Mitsurugi instead of Fiendsmith Mitsurugi. That's the most, that's to me, I know I've said this before, but I think this is the most fun part about Mitsurugi at the moment, is that it's not like solved yet, bro. Every single Malice deck I'm seeing is like the same, and everyone is just debating about like playing like, I don't know, one copy of I Meet You or something. Whereas like Mitsurugi is still like all over the place, which is the cool part about getting something as a TCG exclusive, because we don't have like a like months of OCG tournaments to look at and figure out the ratios and all that kind of stuff, right? And it's just like these cards are being released into the TCG. Everyone has to figure out how they're being played, and we see a lot of different variations of the deck. And the thing is, they all look good. They all look good. Ryziel looks good in this deck. Mitsurugi Pure looks good. Fiendsmith looks good in the deck. There's a lot of stuff. Ogdoadic even. There was an Ogdoadic Mitsurugi deck, I think, in top 4 at Austrian Nationals. I was watching the feature match like this morning at some point. I don't know which round it was. That looked dope as well. So yeah, it's cool, man. Delta field spell. My guess about Delta of Invitation is that they're using it to make Varudras, probably. There is a combo now with the Alliance Insight support for Eldritch that makes Delta of Invitation a 1-card rank 10. And all it takes is like one Eldritch brick in the main deck, I guess. So the combo is... what's the combo? It's like you activate Delta of Invitation. You send Eldritch the Golden Lord. And then you have to like send a spell from your hand. Do you have to send a spell? Do you have to bring back Eldritch first? I forgot how it works. You summon a token. Can you summon a token on an empty board? Don't you need a zombie? I saw the combo somewhere, but I like hold up. Delta of invitation. Yeah, you need a zombie on the board to make a token. Oh, but Delta adds itself back. Okay, you send Delta for Eldritch, then you add Delta back to your hand, but then you can't reactivate it. No, that's not how it works. It involves the zombie link too, right? Like the Flying Mary, whatever it's called. I saw the combo somewhere. Dark Ore, thank you for the bits, and I definitely agree. That one. Yeah, that one. You need that one. Yeah. So it's like you have to send another spell trap from your hand for the combo, right? So what you do is you activate Delta of Invitation, send Eldritch the Golden Lord, send a spell trap from your hand, add back Eldritch the Golden Lord, summon it, then you have a zombie monster on the board, and then you use the Delta of Invitation to make a token, then you summon the new Eldritch Fusion, then you link into this link too. I think it reborns a zombie or something like that. Like it puts itself into the spell trap zone and reborns the Eldritch. And because the fusion monster floats into the other fusion monster from the extra deck, you now have 2 level 10s. It's basically exactly what they just did. And the cool part about it, the actual cool part about it, is that Delta of Invitation staying on the field is actually pretty good follow-up, because you can basically send it for Golden Lord next turn. Like if the Golden Lord goes to the graveyard, you can like bring it back. Or I guess you can override it with a different field spell, but it's basically just the field spell is a 1-card rank 10. The only thing that it requires is 1 brick of Golden Lord in your deck, which, look, compared to other bricks, Golden Lord is like not the worst one, right? Because if you can discard it for something, it has a graveyard effect. If you draw it going second, you could use its effect to pop. You know, it's not the worst card. So like I think it's okay. Does it work if you draw Lord? Delta of Invitation can only send from deck. I guess you would have to find a way to get the Lord into the graveyard. What cards do you need to make a rank 10? You need Delta of Invitation plus 1 spell or trap that you can send for Eldritch. You really only play 1 Eldritch in Eldritch. No, this is not an Eldritch deck. They're not playing Eldritch. They're just playing the Delta of Invitation tech to summon a rank 10 in another deck. Like this has nothing to do with Eldritch, the deck. Even though I think they did they set a Conquistador? Like a while ago? It might just be a bigger Eldritch package in this deck as well. I don't know. Delta lets you play set rotation. Delta does let you play set rotation if you want to. Yeah, I guess. Delta is a good tech to beat Droll. That's the thing about this combo, right? It does not search a single time. So if your opponent has Droll, you can Varudras before they Droll. Oh, they're cooking, man. There's only 2 minutes 50 left, though, if the timer is correct, and they are lower on life, which has me a little worried right now. It has me a little worried. Dave, hurry! Please! Dave! There can be only one. Uh-oh. Gonna have to send your Gallant Granite to the graveyard because you have 2 rocks right now. Yeah. Thrust is live. But we have Varudras. There's Typhon though. We can't summon anymore. Now we thrust. We can't Omni negate that. Because Varudra's too big. Can't summon anymore for the rest of the turn. That is a Harpy's Feather Duster. Bouncing this. Duster. Works. All the back row gone, plus the field spell. Uh-oh. And attack this. Okay, we got cooked. We got Omega cooked. Somehow. It's still not over, though. We have an Eldritch in the graveyard as well. We can't activate it, though, right? Because no, Eldritch is 25, actually, right? Eldritch is 25, not 35. It just becomes 35 on the board. Boom. That's another rank 10. It's 35 now. You can attack Typhon. Ooh, Delta of Invitation Graveyard. Dude, this is cool. This is very cool. Attack him. Do damage. Okay, we're in battle phase. We've attacked the Typhon. I think we're ahead in life. It's assuming the life points are correct on the backup feature. And I think Clevis here, is that how you pronounce it? I hope that's how you pronounce it. Is on 2 Habakiris in hand. It's crazy, by the way, how I think this is it's not the first time I'm saying it this weekend, but it's crazy how often the once per duel on the Habakiri actually matters. Like,
hello everyone, Billy Break here. And
hello Billy Break. Why don't you show us the end of the match?
We have a lot of awesome public events that go on throughout the whole weekend if you want to play beyond.
I think it was just over, right? I think it was just Odeon winning.
Of the giant card. That's right. It's an opportunity to win something you can't win anywhere else, and that's these awesome giant Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So if you go to a YCS, you're going to
What is that?
Sure you check out Attack.
What is that trap? Like a, oh, it's like a Neos trap. Neospatian.
Hello everyone, Billy Break here at the Yu-Gi-Oh Championship Series. That's
Dude,
right,
I just want an ad break where every single clip starts with Billy Break introducing himself. That's what I need. That's production quality at its finest.
So if you're a younger kid and you want to come check out the YCS, but
if you're showing a clip that doesn't start with "Hello everyone, Billy Break here," I'm not watching it. I'm immediately not interested.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at day 2 of YCS Providence.
Okay, this counts.
This is
That counts. That counts. I'm interested.
We are so pumped to be here to have the final round of Swiss. This is where we're going to find out who's going to make the top 32, who's going to go home. Well, they don't have to go home, but they can't stay in the main event. They will be able to go sign up for some awesome public events, but not going to be part of that top 32.
Absolutely. We've had a lot of amazing duels up to this point. There's still a lot of exciting duels to happen going into that top 32, but there's only one.
Have they shown the new pricing yet? Not yet. No. I'm assuming. I don't know if they're saving that until after the tournament or at some point in Top Cut.
We'll be able to make it, I believe. Hopefully.
That's right. These players are going to be on the ball, but let's
Last round of Swiss underway there. We see Ryan Yu, Pack, Jib all still playing. All still playing there.
Duel is competing here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, and now there are only 2 undefeated duelists remaining, which means at the end of this, we will have 1 undefeated player who'll be walking away with that over.
Ryan was 7-2 yesterday, so he was on the bubble essentially.
And it's going to be awesome to see who's going to make that top 32 cut.
And he did win round number 10. He's 8-2, so he needs to win the last round to make Top Cut.
Who have 2 losses Are they going to be able to make it? Are they going to have strong enough tiebreakers to be part of that top 32? We're going to find out. But first, we got to find out who is going to be our final feature match here in the Swiss portion of the tournament. So Kangas, go ahead and take it away and introduce our players here for the final round of Swiss.
Up first in the blue chair.
All right, what deck is it?
Sydney, Maine. He expected to X3 and then join Ultimate
Fire King.
but he's still here.
Let's go.
It's Cody Seavey.
Pure Fire King.
And his opponent
Base.
today in the red chair from Toronto.
Ooh, it's White Forest again.
Returning to the feature match stage. Still.
Okay, dude. White Forest against Fire King on the bubble.
Duelists are already on stage. He'll throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Ooh, okay. We got Cody versus Rayhan.
But facing off against Rayhan's White Forest strategy is Cody with Pure Fire King.
Yeah, Pure Fire King's a deck a lot of people
Oops.
didn't
Ah.
expect up until, you know, the past.
I put the wrong names in the prediction. Hold up. Hold up.
Dinkai Bui was able to take it down, going undefeated at a couple opens with his Fire King strategy. Kind of, you know, maybe
Cody and Rayhan.
Continue playing Fire Kings without the Snake Eye cards ever since original Sinful Spoils was forbidden.
All right, now there's a prediction.
Final round of Swiss is going to be Rayhan. We saw him yesterday, probably with one of the sweetest decks that we had for the entire day. That Azamina White Forest strategy, compiling all those cards throughout the story that's been released over the past year into one super powerful deck. But I got to tell you, Asala, anyone who watched the World Championship this past
I would say this matchup is definitely, I mean, White Forest in general is a deck that's very strong going first, so Cody definitely wants to win the dice roll here. In general, Fire King, I would say the disruptions it has are pretty good against White Forest. I don't really know if White Forest can break the standard Fire King opener super easily.
It really gave Fire Kings that extra way to get to Fire King Island, fill your board with lots of fire monsters at the same time, so you get access to that powerful Link monster, Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, that dominated the meta for over a year.
I bought. Thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate the support. Thank you.
Absolutely. Not to mention that you also get a lot more value out of Sanctuary. Being able to use Courtier's effect, you have 2 level 8 bodies on the field a lot more often because of the OG Runics hitting the field so frequently. You are able to actually use Sanctuary's effect when your opponent's special summons to go ahead and Exceed summon on your opponent's turn for Runics Eternity.
Yeah, Yang of the Fire Kings. I gotta love that day, but it'll be cool to see. I do like the rank 8 access a little bit more. And being able to go into it, and we also get to
Dagger Peak, first time sub. Thank you so much.
Now, but let's go ahead and find out who's going to be going first. It's game 1 of the final round of Swiss here at YCS Providence. Here comes the all
right, White Forest rolls out 3.
There's only one result that can lose to that,
and that is a 7. So we will see Fire King going first. Do they have Dinkabui's blessing? Do they open Olkinix?
The loser of this match will not be able to make it to top 32. The winner will have a very solid
Rather, oh, if it's Dinkabui's blessing, it's going to be Extravagance into Olkinix.
Definitely still have to rely on tiebreakers. Not every player.
There is Olkinix though. There is an Olkinix.
So you're going to have to hope that the people you play.
It's Olkinix, Ponix, and Garunix. But this will pass to 1 Imperm.
Start things off with that Fire King Courtier, Olconix.
I just want to point out both these players have pointed out to the stream staff that they had no confidence going into this tournament.
This will pass to 1 Imperm or Ash.
As early as possible because he didn't think
and I think there is an Ash. I think he's thinking about it.
He mentioned as well, even in the intro here, that he thought he was going to be.
Didn't Ash?
Event, but both these players here,
or maybe there is no Ash. There's no way you don't Ash that, right?
Yeah, come in with low expectations, but be happy to.
But one card in their hand does look like Ash. I might be tripping. Maybe it's a Meowls?
From the hand, and he's going to add a copy of Fire.
I'm not sure.
Kieran.
There's also a Droll and Lockbird, so maybe that's why they wanted him to resolve it.
He already has another copy of Ponix in the hand, I would guess.
I can only assume, or you already have Garunix, yeah. Ooh, Droll and Lockbird is very
This Droll is,
strategy, potentially cutting off.
This Droll is not very good.
The Ponix with the Olconix, and then the Droll would have been absolutely devastating, but luckily he had the Garunix already, so he's able to keep getting these monsters on the field despite the Droll and Lockbird. So actually the way Cody went about this play,
this Droll is like not the end of the world for Cody here. It's definitely doable to play through this Droll. Of course, not having access to Sanctuary at all is going to sting in the opponent's turn. Like not having access to the rank 8 play and stuff is annoying. But I mean, Cody also has a Droll and Lockbird of his own, which is very good against White Forest.
So he wouldn't be able to search anyway thanks to Droll and Lockbird. But that's 3 monsters on the field going straight to the graveyard for a Link Summon. And there
Dude, is that Amblo Whale pass? Are we Amblo Whale passing in the year 2025? Or are we just going to leave the Arvata on the board, I guess? Maybe that's more likely.
You have the Ponix in the graveyard to come back. Princess, once Arvata uses its effect to send it to the graveyard, you will have access to that in the grave as well. All your interruptions are set up here.
Yep, definitely. And also has the Fire King High Avatar Kieran in hand. That will also, if something
This deck is so minimalistic, man. I love it.
Yeah, nice little insurance policy.
Yes, Sylvie's fine.
All right, Sylvie's going to be the first card we're going to see from Rehan here.
Going to be able to grab a White Force spell from the deck.
This Droll is going to hurt, man.
Now, it looks like Cody is holding 2 copies of Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah, he's going to have to take a taste of his own medicine here.
Got Tails.
Oh, we at the Rhoda too.
On resolution, any triggers? No.
All right, on resolution, Cody is going to use Droll and Lockbird. Tails of White Forest is another card that adds from the deck to the hand. While it'll still be useful to be able to be sent to the graveyard for the effect to be able to summon maybe a White Forest card potentially, it won't be certain.
And I think we drew a Fuva for turn.
Yeah, we've seen in previous matches how effective White Forest is at accessing all their cards. Every piece searches a different piece, and they bridge through all the different stories really efficiently. But under Droll and Lockbird, I want to see what this deck can actually do.
Droll is one of those cards that seems to be a pretty hard counter to White Forest because it makes them really rely on what they had in their opening hand.
All right,
yeah,
so
the deck is known for being able to
Rhoda is dead, Ash is dead, Fuva is dead. So Rehan currently operating on 2 cards. One of them I can tell is the Sinful Spoils fusion spell. The monster I think is the Diabel's, the new Diabel's monster, the main deck one. So that's going to be a pass. Leaving the Promethean on the board is a disaster.
I imagine so. He still has to play through the Arvada as well. He's not able to get any resources on this turn to try to continue plays, and you're only playing into your opponent's cards.
Next,
and yeah,
go next.
Trigger as well. That's going to eventually trigger the Grunix, and the game is just over.
Cody takes a quick one on the back of Droll and Lockbird. You know, just excellent play there with the Alconics to just, I mean, really it looked like his only fire monster in hand to destroy was that Ponix. So he really didn't have the decision, but he could have, I mean, if you're playing multiple copies of
combo deck gets trolled.
Yeah, usually is now in pure Fire King, but he could have searched another Ponix to go to the Sanctuary to get Island.
He could have destroyed the Grunix in his hand and then added Ponix, or like no, added anything and then Ponix triggered. Yeah, there were options, but he chose the line that was, I think, the safest, and we saw it paid off.
Definitely, especially into Droll and Lockbird. Lots of different ways he could have gone about it, but found a way to navigate that masterfully with Fire Kings. And yeah, I mean, I guess this really tells you if you're having a problem with White Forest, Droll and Lockbird might be that go-to answer you're looking for.
I think.
Rehan,
certain decks deserve to get drolled.
There was going to be a Droll and Lockbird coming down.
Maybe it's a hot take, but some decks
already presented.
If your deck loses completely to Droll and Lockbird, maybe your deck is trying to do a little bit too much.
If Rehan knew, he probably would have just not played a single card, but now Cody has that knowledge of his matchup. What do you think he's going to be siding in?
Cody or Rehan?
Cody.
Cody putting in, going second against White Forest. I mean, he's definitely going to keep those Droll and Lockbirds in the main deck. Maybe if you have something like some more Mulcharmies in the side, he's going to be pretty much. Perilia is actually pretty good against White Forest. All the Mulcharmies kind of line up okay, except for Meows, really. They don't summon. No, they summon from the graveyard.
They have a few summons from the graveyard.
But they can definitely get by without having to do that as well. So, I mean, you're just probably looking at some more of those monster interactions from the hand, potentially. Is there, I mean, because White Forest is probably one of those decks you don't like actively prepare for when you're constructing your side deck, so you got to try and find like the cards that overlap that'll also be useful against that strategy.
Absolutely. I think with how prevalent the Mulcharmies are in this format, it just fits really well. There's a lot of strategies that people aren't necessarily prepared for, like White Forest, but the Mulcharmies just line up really well into them because they are just so effective against everything.
Really, they are some excellent cards you want to include in your deck for sure, at least in your side deck at minimum. All right, we're shuffled up. Quick side decking from both of these duelists.
Guy the hero, thank you for the bits.
This is the bubble match, as it were. In order to have a shot at top 32, these players have to win this round.
All right, Fire King, super close to making it into the top 32. I don't know, I didn't run the numbers on it. I don't know if X2 is guaranteed to make it in this tournament of this size with 11 rounds, but I think X2 has a pretty good chance.
game number 2. I used to kind of do the same kind of thing with my hand. I would like make like a little rocket ship out of my opening hand. And
I see when one player
We have Droll and Lockbird once again, and a Molcharmy though, potentially a counter synergy here, but as long as we can get the card back off of the Perulia, I think we're okay.
Really strong against White Forest because they do summon from the hand quite a lot.
Oh, just taking a look.
Two Drolls.
He has double Droll again. A little messy when you have already resolved your Perulia, but if you get
Droll is probably one of the worst hand traps to draw in multiples, unless your opponent has specifically called by the grave.
Activate Deception.
All right, Deception and the Sinful Spoils is coming down for Rehan. It's going to be his first move here in game 2. Going to send Droll and Lockbird to the graveyard to try and add the hollowed Azamina.
All right, Droll all over the place. Going to use the Deception here. And, this is the moment where you have to Droll and Lockbird your own Perulia. It really feels bad. Does not decide to Droll here because of the Perulia being active. Here's a funny thing. Cody has Ghost Bell in hand, which is really, really fun and strong if Rehan goes for Hollowed Chain Wanted. Because the way that works is if you negate the activation of the Wanted with Bell, you cannot send it for the Hollowed. What?
Ooh, this is cool. So he's going. I guess he tried to return.
Bro, nah, man. Why?
The hollowed Azamina, and that is going to be met by.
Why did he bell? Or you had the opportunity to do something so amazing, and you bell that?
Okay.
Oh my
So
god.
At least that would force Rehan to summon something from the hand at this position to try to get some more draws.
I guess it plays around
Cody's definitely trying to get
having another Sinful Spoil in hand, but nah, man. I disagree with that.
I mean, if he does in fact have.
I disagree with that, because that way you also don't stop the Wanted, and so they will have the Bellstar.
Rehan's going to continue his plays activating Wanted Seeker of the
I don't like this.
Spoils.
I am not happy. But I guess at least the Diabellstar will give you a draw for your Perulia.
Looks like, I mean, I imagine his next move is going to be able to summon this Diabellstar. I think I might see
Chongle, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate the prime. Thank you.
It is Curse of Diabell. Gonna get one draw here, and then
Draws an Imperm off of the Perulia.
Trigger in the graveyard as well as Diabellstar on the field.
Oh, it looks like he drew into another point of interaction. That's right. It's an
Gonna Imperm
coming
the
down here on the
Diabellstar.
black edge.
The Curse of Diabell does search for a Diabell monster, though, I believe. Or is it a spell? I think it searches a Diabell spell. Yeah, Philia Diabell. That's the one that searches the monsters.
I don't know any of the other cards in hand.
I mean, it's always a case that could be. I mean, this is always where you kind of want to be with Azamina stuff. You want to get Rasila Gyalg on the field, then send it to the graveyard, then try and add back the Hollow Azamina.
What would Diabell set here? Probably just Morian. Yeah. And now we Droll. Okay,
Now
sick.
Droll and Lockbird is going
Great.
to not only stop Rehan from adding for the rest of the turn.
I think that's actually still not bad, because I think Rehan does have the White Forest healed spell in hand. That's not gonna work now.
Activate the Foolish Burial Goods. We'll see what
So I think Rehan just has two searchers in hand right now.
On your opponent's turn here.
Pretty cool. The Black Goat Blast will be
I think he has Philia Diabell
from being activated by
as well as the White Forest field spell, both of which are searchers.
I really like the Black Goat Blast. It's a really cool card.
So the Droll actually still hits incredibly hard.
I suppose so.
And we also stop the Wanted from drawing a card later on.
The Black Goat Blast. I was like, oh, this is cool.
I will attempt to enter end phase.
Yes.
All right, and this is going to be it for Rehan. He does have the Black Goat
Oh,
Blast,
forgets
but
about
there's
Deception.
nothing else.
Forgets about Deception in the end phase.
Cody potentially-
I think he also just realized it, but it's too late.
In defense mode, knowing that sometimes Fire Kings do have to crash their fire monsters.
That might be a big deal. That could really be a big deal.
So really smart stuff here from Rehan. knowing
Because next turn,
that he knows this matchup.
you don't have a Sinful Spoil at the moment, I think, to send for Hollowed.
When he practices, he does practices with purpose here.
The Runic
So
Straw
he
is
was well aware
good,
of what you had to do, even within Snake Eye format of summoning your monsters in defense position, just so they couldn't.
but the Black Goat Laughs is a pretty good counter to Garunix, right? Just call it so they can't activate when they try to summon it.
So just keeping those good habits from that.
All right, legendary Fire King Ponix is going to come down. Its effect.
Vengeance is a Sinful Spoil. Oh yeah, true. the card they can search with Filia Diabel is a
We'll see if Rehan has
Sinful Spoil.
any response of his own. We already saw he lost the draw on Lockbird for the effect of deception. Does not have another one.
Sure.
Sanctuary is going to resolve here, placing Fire King Island on the field.
All right, so we're gonna go island, destroy the Ponix here most likely,
Destroying that Ponix
and then
on the
activate
field.
Garunix,
To add another Fire King.
which they will, I think they will call it with Black Goat Laughs to stop it from activating, and then I don't think Cody can do that much themselves this turn. Rehan did not summon twice from the extra deck, if I'm not mistaken, so there's no Typhon we can do. And the Murcielago actually has a floating effect when you attack over it as well. Same as Diabel Star. So both of these are not actually easy to clear for Fire Kings.
The appreciation for the deck, right?
Chainlink 1, I will activate Garunix's effect.
Alright, so he is going to add the Kieran.
So this is not actually looking too hot, I think, for Fire King.
Yes.
So he's going to activate
Fire King like unironically, I don't know if this is super good here for Cody.
That's going to hold it back for this turn, but he still has the Kieran in hand.
Next turn, Onyx is gonna return from the graveyard. We can pop it with Kieran and then make a rank 8 with the Sanctuary if Rehan summons, but that's still not. I think that's breakable, especially if Rehan reset the Deception. This would probably just be straight up game. But it might still be. The second copy of Droll has a chance to come in handy here. Not too worried about it though for Rehan, I think.
Yeah, that Fool's Barrel of Goods really coming in clutch here for Rehan.
Ooh, okay. That's fine.
Nothing.
Yeah, as a Fire
Last
King,
turn there, realizes attacking these cards will not net him any benefit. Onyx comes back from the graveyard, giving you a fire to destroy with Kieran to put a second level 8 onto the field, which is something that Rehan is eventually gonna have to respect. But the thing is, Hollowed Azamina back to the hand immediately, and that's going to enable an Omni Negate if they want it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do it soon before the Hollowed Azamina summon like Ilya Sylvia, or he could just summon back the Murasalgyo he just put back.
I don't know.
I think we drew another copy of the White Forest Field Spell, so that's just a duplicate in hand that is really weak to the second copy of Droll and Lockbird. So we're gonna be searching for the Vengeance here, and then we're gonna get Drolled, and that's gonna hurt.
Correct.
Sorry, Diabell's the White Witch.
I like Vengeance.
Alright, on resolution.
Yes.
Brand new Secret Air Alliance inside is a beautiful card and a powerful one at that.
Rolls
Droll and
again.
Lockbird coming down again. Here for Cody.
Rolls again.
Rehan can't be happy
That's
with
rough.
another copy of
Now
Droll.
the Vengeance is a Sinful Spoils card, so you can Hollowed.
Yeah, been Droll and Lockbird.
Go Hollowed effect.
Alright, so he's gonna activate the Hollowed Azamina here. That means he already has the Sinful Spoils in hand.
Fun fact, Rehan has not had a turn in this entire match that was not under Droll and Lockbird.
Does Vengeance always
Do with that information whatever you want,
Hey, you must have watched
but it has not happened.
But yes, it does indeed. That is the Sinful Spoil card he's going to send to the graveyard with the Hollowed Azamina.
Yes.
Which is really cool because you can summon the Diabell Star Vengeance from the graveyard.
Yeah, getting maximum value here.
These cards work so well together.
Except for Witch of the White Forest. I don't understand.
Card destruction. I don't know.
Nothing protecting it from card destruction, no.
Alright, so it's going to...
One of the
Ooh, okay. That is Sol Erisicton or something it's called. It sends a card from the field to the graveyard. However, you can just dodge that with Sanctuary, you know?
Attempt to chainlink to Sanctuary.
And now he's going to respond with the Sanctuary to try and exceed
That's
the Fire King using his Fire
Not
King.
very good, is it? Does that float somehow?
That's going to destroy all other monsters on the field.
Does that fusion float? The other fusions float. Does this one?
The Diabell Star and the Azamina will be going to the graveyard.
Does not look like it. They're not doing anything. They're under Droll again.
Because it has 2 materials, it can revive 2 Fire Kings from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's really the best part about the
Doesn't
Xyz
float.
Garunix is just the fact that
So you have lost, right?
including you can summon itself back even.
You have 2 White Forest field spells in hand, not usable under Droll and Lockbird. And next turn, Cody has roughly estimated 35,000 damage or something. That's exaggerated, but popping the Garunix with Island is insane.
Still under that Droll and Lockbird. Still has Vengeance. In
I
the
think
grave.
he's about to get 2-0'd.
And even though Cody has 0 cards in hand, that legendary Fire King Ponix will be returning to the hand during the next standby phase.
Yeah.
This is the gamble you take when you play a combo deck like White Forest that loses to Droll and Lockbird, I suppose.
Options left over.
In a format where everyone is expected to play Droll and Lockbird because of Mitsurugi,
Considering himself right now.
this is kind of the deal you make, you know?
Gonna have to make a move soon. Looks like he's eyeing that Diabellstar Vengeance. Gonna be activating Spec in the graveyard. To banish.
Forgetting Deception was definitely a huge breakpoint in this game.
Pay half your life point to, I believe, destroy a card.
Because,
It's not what he needs. He doesn't want to destroy the Garunix.
Yes.
Curse
Let's pull up the Vengeance.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was Fila.
Viking, 5-minute attack.
Yes.
Alright.
When this card is destroyed, it floats back 2, right?
Yes. Up to the number of material it currently has.
Using
Deception being there would have made a difference, I think. Because then you could have started with Hollowed and make,
Every attack point matters.
maybe make an Omni to stop Droll and Lockbird
And
somehow.
Want to have to get rid of the Garunix here,
He's
but he
in a
also
tough
can't let it
spot.
stay there.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. Yep.
Just has to pass.
Oof, and then the baby bird, the legendary Fire King Ponix will fly back.
Onyx
to the
from
hand
grave
here
back
for
to
Cody.
hand. Draws another Ponix for turn.
Looks like he
And this island activation, I think, is going to end the game. I don't think that Diabellstar Vengeance is going to save Rayhan here.
There you go. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Asala. The water's warm. Join us over here in the land of puns and metaphors. And now, yeah, it looks like he's considering.
The good news for Rayhan is
He has a lot of
you are
options.
not going to be drolled anymore this game.
Get his Sacred Fire King Garunix into the graveyard and get a search and trigger the effect of
Which is
the
something.
Garunix to summon back monsters. So leading off of the Fire King Island could be really strong.
I imagine that is what you're doing here. He just needs to, especially if you're trying to potentially play around a copy of Droll and Lockbird that was drawn for turn. You want to just get the maximum value out of your first interaction that you can.
And that does seem to be what Cody's doing here.
It looks like he's eyeing, grabbing that Arvada now to give him protection from Rayhan's hand as soon as he's able to resolve this Garunix, or he just commits the normal summon.
I will.
All right, and with that, I mean, it's just a matter of a couple of actions, but with that, we are likely seeing Pure Fire King move on to the top 32. I say likely because it's not guaranteed. Not all 9 and 2s will make it, so they're still gonna have to hope for tiebreakers a little bit. I'm gonna be looking out for their name during the top cut announcement because I love the Pure Fire King deck, so I'm rooting. I hope that they make it.
What is he going to summon back with the
Oh,
Eternity?
sorry, my bad.
He's going to summon back the Sacred Fire King Garunix.
As well as the Kieran. Both materials
I
that were
will-
under it.
Chainlink.
So he'll still be able to summon the Sacred Fire King Garunix in his turn with its own effect if he wants to get another copy from his deck at some point.
Yes.
Or the same one he could summon from the graveyard.
Still
Fire King players just built different. I think it's crazy how underrated this deck still is. Like, people just... Dinka Bui is a phenomenal player, but people just write off this deck saying like, oh, you need to be Dinka Bui to win anything with it. This deck is solid. It has some consistency issues, but it's a good deck. It's a good deck. It's not combo, like crazy combo, wombo, whatever other decks you may be used to.
Yeah, it's just gonna
But
go
this
for
deck
the
is
normal
good.
summon.
It can play Dominus Impulse, no problem. One of the best hand traps in the format. And its setup, even though it's relatively minimalistic, is really strong against a lot of the current decks. Like, board wiping
Nothing here.
the Malice starters like 2 or 3 times, you're not playing through that.
Every
If your
turn.
opponent has like a Kirin pop, a Skyburn pop, and a Fire King High Garunix Xyz pop, like Malice is not playing through that. And it does not care about most of the Charmies as well. Like, it's not in a bad position. It's not like the best deck in the format, but I'm not surprised to see someone do well with
Yeah,
it.
there's 3,900
That
from
was
the
like
Garunix.
91.
Yes.
Or 81 rather. Sorry.
It's a decent deck.
Just doing some math here. This is
Good game.
Yep, and that's it.
Very
Joel-
clean gameplay from Cody here. Efficient Fire King strategy.
Yeah, he thought he was going to go X3, but now whether he makes top 32 or not, he will not finish the tournament with 3 losses. He did better than he thought he was going to do at the beginning of the weekend, and that's the way it goes. You got to have some confidence. It's okay to be humble and have low expectations, but you have to know that you are capable as a duelist to make it all the way. Now, depending
In
on
Master Duel, would you recommend Fire King with or without original Sinful Spoils? I think both are playable. I think it's just I enjoy the version without Snake Eyes more. That's just personal preference though. I think the one with original is slightly more consistent and therefore probably slightly better. Yeah, because there's only one extravagance in the pure version. You probably are better off playing like a small Snake Eye package. You don't necessarily have to play Flamberge and Oak and stuff like that, but playing like Bonfire, Poplar, Original just for some more starters to get to Ponix, I think is probably recommended.
Weekend, but unfortunately not enough this round. Happy that we were able to feature him a couple times here. He got to show off his deck at least once, but Fire King was
The deck is solid.
This round.
And I mean, it doesn't have to be the best deck in the format to top a YCS. A lot of different decks top
In
YCS.
his hand into the droll every single turn.
But it's not like a shocker at this point that the deck is good, right?
A little short there, you know, you can see, kind of see the disappointment there.
Like, it's just a solid mid-range deck. I think mid-range decks are not the best positioned decks at the moment, but in the realm of mid-range decks, Fire King is definitely one of the better ones because it can play Impulse, right?
There it is, that dread and despair.
I mean, nearly 1,600 players in the tournament. Only 32 get to make it to the next stage.
Yeah, but either one of these decks are cool ones that I would want to see in top 32. We could have multiple Fire Kings potentially making it into top cut, you know, and it's just pure Fire Kings. There's no Snake Eye, just multiple copies. It's like 3 structure decks kind of put together.
I mean, yeah, essentially the gameplay that we saw that during those 2 games is exactly what they're trying to do every single game, right? They're just trying to keep it simple. Maybe have a Promethean Princess access. You have Arvada as your simple interaction to negate. And then you have a bunch of destruction effects, whether it be from Sanctuary, summoning Garunix Eternity, just Garunix effects, sending Kirin, and just even big Garunix, the original Garunix, destroying the field on the standby phase. Just very often, you're just controlling your opponent's board while amassing resources every single turn, and then just overwhelming them with big bodies and a lot of destruction.
Yeah, it's definitely a viable deck. I mean, a lot of people are wondering, okay, is Dinkai Bui the only person who can pilot Fire Kings? He just keeps going undefeated at these opens in Europe with the Fire King deck, but I know, I think he's inspired and lit a fire inside a lot of duelists over here in
Stop, Billy, stop!
And all around the world, really, to show them, like, hey, Fire Kings is a deck that's strong enough to work independent of those Snake Eye cards as well, and you know, it's going to be a contender, and it's potentially going to be one of our top 32 decks.
Yeah, I think Fire King is just a very enjoyable deck to play, mainly because, I mean, I just like the idea of big bodies. Like, the big bodies are very functional. They destroy cards. It makes the game feel super easy. You just get a lot. You're summoning your cards, they're losing their cards, and then you just swing for game very easily. If you're able to summon 4 big monsters, destroy their cards, and attack for game within 4 summons, it feels pretty good.
That's right, and we're going to see exactly how good it feels from our winner. Kangas is standing by with an interview. Go ahead and take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage here with Cody. Congratulations on your feature match victory with the Fire King deck. It just keeps coming back. What made you want to play that one today?
So I actually wanted to play White Forest, like my opponent was playing, but I couldn't get my hands on the field spells in time. So Fire King was the second choice. It is crazy into Mitsu Raiziel, which I expected because I think it is the best deck. And the Malice matchup is honestly not as bad as a lot of people seem to think it is, because as long as you just kind of pop their stuff, they just can't play. So
Just pop the stuff. I guess it's that simple. And okay, because Rayhan,
You could chat Fire King, just pop their stuff.
When he was saying that nobody knows the white
It's true.
cards, so that was a big advantage. You feel like you were very comfortable in that matchup today?
yes, I love the deck. It's cool as heck. Cool as heck.
Very cool deck, very cool deck. Now, you said before coming up, I announced it for you coming up onto stage. You didn't think that you would be making day 2. You thought that you would just go into the Ultimate Time was a 2010 event that you wanted to try out. Now there's a good chance that you're going to be in that top 32. So reflect on the weekend, your expectations versus reality.
Right, yeah. I wanted to play frogs.
All right. Do you think that you'll have time if you make top 32, play around, is your goal to just, you know, win out from this point, or do you really want to play frogs? What's higher priority for you?
Oh, I absolutely want to win out.
Because this is your first time making a top cut at a YCS, correct?
This is my first time playing at a YCS.
First time playing in a YCS, and you have a good chance of making top.
That's pretty crazy.
Well, we'll be cheering you on. I'm sure people at home will be as well. Is there anybody that you want to shout out that might be watching?
Yeah, my testing partner, Cameron. He's somewhere around there. The guys up from Maine from Weekend Anime and Spellbound up in Maine.
Shout out to everybody supporting you. Thank you very much, Cody. Congratulations on the feature match win. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Dude, I'm going to be rooting for Cody to be in top 32. I hope the tiebreakers are kind. I want to see the Fire King make top cut. I'm rooting.
If there's a deck that I can pick that I want to make it in top cut, Fire King's definitely one of my personal favorites. I know I have a lot of favorites. If you're used to watching our YCS broadcast streams, you know, I have a lot of favorite cards, but it's because I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And I hope you at home love Yu-Gi-Oh! Too.
I love that we made this a thing, by the way. I love that we made that a thing.
One of my favorite things, and that's going to be regional qualifiers.
Dude, that mat, hands down though, one of my favorites. I will say it. This mat is dope.
Of 2025 in North and Latin America, you'll be able to get
I kind of want it.
Top 8 game mat featuring the 2 of the new monsters for Dragon Rulers out of Alliance Insight, and of course that top 4 card case. But even more importantly, these regional qualifiers, this is where you get your invite to the NAWCQ. So go to yugioh-card.com events and find a regional qualifier that is happening near you, and make sure you get there before your last chance to get an invite to the NAWCQ or whichever WCQ in your area. If you're in Latin America as well, we have the Central American WCQ, South American WCQ, and of course the North American WCQ. Make sure you get your invite before it's too late, and of course get your hands on that awesome game mat. Well, folks, this is it. Swiss is over. The next time you're going to see us, we're going to be looking at the top 32 and finding out who's going to be joining the single elimination portion of the tournament, where it's win or go home. It's going to be epic, exciting. I can't wait to see if maybe Malice will finally win a YCS. Who knows? There's a lot of Mitsurugi Ryzeal, Pure Mitsurugi, Fire King, and other decks. Maybe some Regenesis in there.
I wish they gave us like a meta game breakdown, like overall deck representation. That'd be very cool.
Stay tuned and we'll find out who's in our top 32 cutoff.
All right, is there a backup feature? There is. Okay, we have another Fire King. Another Fire King. And the backup feature, 8 and 2 as well. Going first against Mitsurugi Ryzeal. Let's go, dude. Dude, potentially 2 Fire Kings in top 32. I see an Extravagance in the opening hand here. Wait, they lost the dice roll? Oh, the symbol on the dice must have been a 6. I thought it was a 1. I thought it was a 1 on that dice. Looks like it wasn't. Dominus Impulse onto the Ice Ryzeal here. Ooh, that doesn't look like the greatest hand for Miguel here. Can they continue? They pass. Fire King forever. Alkanix for turn. Jesus Christ. Probably gonna ash this Extravagance. Yep. Ashes the Extravagance. And there's Sanctuary, Alkanix, Kirin. We are plowing through this this Mitsurugi Ryzeal in game 1. Pop Kirin. Might just be game. I'm pretty sure this is just game. Pops the Ice Ryzeal with the Kirin, meaning that the Fuvalos is now live. But, I mean, Fire King does not typically care too much about it. Destroys Aponics from the deck. Off of the... Oh no, is that Arvata then? Because we revived the Kirin. It must be Arvata, right? So this is not quite enough damage. It is Arvata, yeah. It's not quite enough damage. I don't think. 24 plus... How big is Garunix after it pops Arvata? 36? 24 plus 36, 6,000 plus Olcanix is 800, I think? So that would be 6,800. We need a little bit more, which is Kirin is a little bit more. If we pop the Olcanix, that's going to be enough damage. If we activate the Olcanix effect, which we probably will, the opponent gets one draw off of this Fuva. Is this summon number 4? It is summon number 4, I think. So they're going to probably not activate the Olcanix, actually. To play around Nibiru here. And, yep, nicely done. 4 summons, 8,000 damage, easy clap, not even 4 minutes. Fire King takes game 1 here. And, dude. We got maybe a second Fire King moving closer to the top 32 for real in Providence here. I did not expect that. I'm not surprised by it performing decently, but like 2 in top 32? Maybe even more, who knows? Alright, but first we need to win still. It's not over yet. We get the Habakiri off of the Prayers. I think Dominus Impulse is in hand again here for Fire Kings. There's a Droll and Lockbird as well. Droll plus Impulse. Cannot do that. There's no cards. No. Can't impulse that. Hello. To be fair, it probably doesn't change too much in this particular instance, because if they just pass to Impulse here, they probably don't have anything else as well. Why is there a Droll Lockbird normal summon? Oh yeah. Summons the... There's 2... What is it? 2 Garunix. Okay, draws for turn. The other ritual. Can you use Habakiri again if it gets impulsed? Theoretically, even if it was illegally impulsed? No. Bro, the once per duel matters so freaking much on that card. You might think once per duel is a... All the Yu-Gi-Oh haters will say once per duel doesn't matter in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It's such a big deal, man. It's such a big deal. Ooh, a Charmy. They're both, the draws are terrible for both right now. How was Droll activated after Impulse? It wasn't activated, they normal summoned it. Ita. Is there a fire? No. Ita, attack! Punch! And draw Ice Rise Heal. Okay. Now we cook. Has another Droll in hand? Yeah, but can't activate it, right? Because we used Impulse earlier. How did the impulse activation go through? It's probably just nerves for being on the bubble, which is not the most unusual thing, to be honest. How is this not go next? I mean, they are probably banking on them not being able to out the Hita without destroying it because they have Garunix in hand. So if they destroy the Hita, it's like, okay, I can now trigger my Garunix, I can trigger Hita to add and all that stuff, you know, like they're just waiting to see how they handle this Hita, basically. Because I mean, Ryzeal and Mitsurugi are both a lot about destroying cards, right? So there's a world where this is good. But there will be cross? There will be cross, yeah. It's not likely they win, but I mean, at the same time, there's 35 minutes. You're not really in a hurry to scoop right now because game 1 was so quick. Here's the thing, because our top deck was Ice Ryzeal, we actually don't have a normal summon, right? So King of the Feral Imps is not even gonna get us to Mitsurugi combo here, right? Because we cannot normal summon Saji. The thing we're missing right now is the ritual spell, and King of the Feral Imps cannot get you to the ritual spell if you've already used Habakiri this game. So that's something they might have to maneuver differently. Dugaris. You could go... Okay, you could go node, send the thing, and then make Dugaris to revive it. Yeah. That would be guaranteed to get it. True. It's a fun line. I think they're going for it. Ooh, that's neat. I like it. Dugaris is going to revive that Saji. I mean, it must be nice for Miguel knowing you can play without being afraid of Nib as well. That's one of the downsides of using Impulse early, I guess, is like your opponent never has to respect Nibiru for the rest of the game. I have confirmation from the Raid and Trade team chat that Ryan Yu has proceeded to a 9-2 record. So unless the tiebreakers screw him over, Ryan Yu is going to be in top 32. All right, we're going to trigger Hita and Garunix here. After the Murakumo destroys the Hita. The thing is, the chain link order here does not matter for Ryzeal Cross, but it does matter for Ash Blossom, and we chain it in a way that Ash can negate the Hita, and then we're going to cross negate the Garunix, and that should just be game. All right, and that means Mitsurugi Ryzeal is not going to go down this easily. Fire King will be going first in game number 3 on the bubble here. Let's see what we have going on. I see Sanctuary, I see Ponix, we have plays. There's a Perulia, which I think you ashed that. I think you Ash Perulia and Fire Kings is really annoying. And there's no other Perulia. There is an Imperm, but I think we can play through it. I like starting with Ponix here to bait potential Imperms. Or I guess Arvata here. That's going to be weak to Imperm a little bit, but it would help against opposing Ash Blossoms, I suppose. Still a good line here, I think. A pretty good hand here. I think Fire King is looking strong. In this instance, we have a Fire King Island activated. We're going to use Island probably to destroy the Ponix in hand. Destroying the Ponix in hand, grabbing Garunix, and then they might Imperm the Garunix, but that's not too big of a deal, is it? And then we have a Droll and Lockbird to back it all up. The Droll and Lockbird is going to hurt especially because I see Miguel's hand and it is Thrust alongside 2 copies of 7th Tachyon. That is hot nothing into Droll and Lockbird. There it is, Imperm on the Garunix. That is going to be a pass from Devin here. I think that's all we got for our Fire King plays for the most part. Yeah, really just going to be an Arvata negate, and that's about it. But we have strong follow-up. But the Droll and Lockbird, looking at Miguel's hand here, I think is going to carry. Draws for turn a spell card. I think Ryziel Cross? Starts things off with a 7th Tachyon. Can Garunix trigger off its own destruction? No. No, it cannot. Reveal Masquerade to add a level 4 light monster. And that is probably going to be Ice or X'd. If it's X'd, that's a complete disaster into Droll and Lockbird. It is X'd Ryziel. That is not even going to be 2 bodies under Droll. That is absolute disaster. And the worst thing is, you put a card on top of your deck right now, then you're Drolled, and the top of your deck will probably not change anymore. So you're just going to draw whatever you put there right now. I don't know what it was. I think Ryziel Cross or something. So you're not going to get any help next turn, I feel. He does have Thrust to set, actually. Yeah, he can set to shuffle the deck. That's true. The problem is, can he set something that makes him survive with Thrust? I don't think you have a trap in your deck going second that makes you live, right? Most likely. I don't know if I see a way out here with just an X Ryziel. It's X Ryziel, Thrust, and whatever other card. Had to get X because Arvata? I mean, yeah, probably, yeah. Knowing the full hand at this point, if you get Ice Ryziel, you cannot play through the Arvata, so... yeah. I mean... to be fair, if you have Thrust, you can play through the Arvata, but yeah. That's the thing about Fire King. It does not make the most threatening combo boards, but it does most of the time kill you on the next turn. So it still applies a lot of pressure in that sense. It's like it doesn't like aggressively stop you from playing or negating all your stuff, but it does threaten to do 8,000 damage on the follow-up turn pretty consistently. Fede Guerini, thank you for the Prime. And Metrics, also thank you for the Prime. I appreciate the Prime support. Remember, we're here for a bunch more hours, so if you want to hang out for the rest of the tournament, consider using a free Prime sub on the channel. It would mean a lot to me, support me, and you wouldn't get any ads for the rest of the broadcast. And I think we are on the verge of seeing 2 Fire Kings win the last round of Swiss, potentially meaning that both of them will move into the top 32, making Fire King a pretty good performing deck. And the crazy thing about this is that I'm pretty sure Fire King was not very popular. Like, not a lot of people play Fire King, but the people that do are performing pretty well. Baron Boy, Superb Simone, Jackal, and King, thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate you. Oh! Pepe D's in chat. Does have perfect information. What triggered this song? It always plays automatically when somewhere in the world a runic fountain for 3 resolves. Minos Trigger, thank you for the 9 months. I'm not that tired yet. I was tired yesterday night because we were here until like 3:30 a.m. or something. I was very tired, but I'm okay now. I think today is going to be fine because it's less games. Why does it work at times like this and not during normal streams? It works. I just have it like I don't have it set up in some of my OBS scenes. It is the only reason for it. Which I always forget to fix. But it's like a browser plugin that you have to put into every single OBS scene, and when I'm switching around in scenes, in some of them it's just not in there. That's the only reason. Crazy, thank you for the 11 months. I love Fire King too. It's a very cool deck. Alright, I think the Garunix here is going to be summoned to bait out this infinite impermanence by just maybe popping it with Skyburn? Is that enough damage though? Have we used Garunix's graveyard on field effect yet? Dude, this is a heads up play. Miguel has to imperm the Garunix on attack declaration. I think he did not. Oh, you had to imperm the Garunix before it did damage, right? Because that way Skyburn can't pop it anymore after it attacked. Because there's no card. I think they took the damage and now it's game. Oh, they didn't realize what they were trying to do. They didn't realize what they were trying to do. You had to imperm on attack. Now it's game. Someone did not study the Fire King matchup because they knew about the Skyburn, right? Well, we could have lived that. We could have lived that turn. At least I think we could have lived it because I think Skyburn has to pop opponent's cards, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Skyburn is like your Fire Kings and opponent's cards. Explain. Okay, so what happened there? We can rewind because the game is over. what happened here in this spot? So Devin has Garunix, the Exceed, and Ponix. But Garunix is 3000 attack. This is 500 attack, right? We attack with both 3500 damage. So that's leaving Miguel on 4500. And then we want to activate Skyburn to pop the Infinite Impermanence alongside the Garunix to bring back the to activate the Garunix to summon from the graveyard. Garunix hadn't triggered yet, so it was lethal anyway, I think. You can't Garunix if it's an Exceed material. Unless he has a second one in the graveyard, which I can't see right now. But if you use, I'm pretty sure if you Skyburn your Garunix Exceed, while the Garunix is an Exceed material, I don't think you can bring it back. He can change Skyburn to Imperm. Skyburn, chain to Imperm, bring it back. Yeah, but what does the Garunix destroy that makes it game? Because have we used Kira this turn? If we haven't used Kira this turn, it's game either way. Yeah. That makes it less cool. Thank you for ruining it. Anyways, what I meant was, if you Imperm the Garunix on attack, they have to choose between attack for 3000 or chain the Skyburn, because you can't do both, because once the Imperm's in the graveyard, you can't activate Skyburn anymore.
Great game, great friends, just having a great time.
Best part about it, right, is meeting everybody. So, as a veteran of YCSs, do you have any advice for everybody at home who maybe is getting ready for their first YCS or thinking, do I want to go to one?
Honestly, just don't put a lot of pressure on yourself. It's just a great experience overall. Just really enjoy having a good time with your friends, just taking in the city, wherever you go to. Just great positive experience. Everyone's awesome.
All right, you heard it from Giuseppe. Thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, I have Ashley here, one of the judges at the YCS. Ashley, how many YCSs have you been to, either as a judge or a competitor, or just in general?
So this is my 27th as a judge. I've only been to one as a player.
That is incredible. As a judge, what advice do you have for any competitors at the event this weekend? Any do's or don'ts that they should keep in mind?
Ask a lot of questions. Ask all your resources. We have Judge Q&A available. We have all the judges here available. We're here to help you. We want you to have an amazing experience. So go ahead.
Okay, Ashley, why don't you tell me what happens when Saint Azamina crashes and you have an Ilya Sylvia next to it, huh?
Answer a lot of tough questions that will come up. What are some common ruling things that happen? Some of the most common ones that you find people are asking about, maybe even that apply to this format that we're in, because I'm sure that there's gonna be a lot of common ones.
Nothing that comes up to the top of my head. It's usually
because I still don't have a good answer on that.
Okay.
I don't think.
So what I'm hearing is that Yu-Gi-Oh players are really good at the rules, right?
That's my job to help them with that. But yeah. So if there's any disagreements, I'm here. That's my job.
That's cool. Well, we thank you for your job. We appreciate you, Ashley.
Ask
Best of luck out there
ChatGPT.
on the field.
Bro.
All right, I'm here with Eric at YCS Providence. Eric, how's your YCS experience going?
It's going all right. Just got here recently. Just had an hour and a half drive turned into a 2-hour just for traffic, but just happy to be here. At least it's close to home.
So yeah, it sounds like you're very close. So where are you coming in from?
I'm coming in from Wallingford, Connecticut.
Okay, cool. So not that far away. Did you come with friends or by yourself?
Yeah, it came with me, my buddy Sal, Jake, and Chris.
All right, shout out Sal. All right, shout out Sal, Jake, and Chris.
There's one more shout out though. My boy Brad. That man is insane.
Okay, in a good way?
Good way.
Okay, good. We love an insane.
Platinum Groove, thank you for the 12 month. Welcome back.
Well, how many YCSs have you been to? Is this one of your early ones? Are you a veteran?
This is my third. It was mostly just timing with like work schedule. So like this adjusted to my work schedule perfectly. So I was like, oh, and it's close to home. Let's do it.
How have you performed at past YCS? Have you made a day 2 yet?
No, I'm hoping to make day 2 this time.
Okay, what have you done differently in your prep for this YCS to make sure you get day 2?
Made sure I was siding correctly and making sure I was prepped for worrying about what's meta, what's out of the rotation, make sure everything's in the rotation that's good, and then knowing just my matchups better.
That is fantastic advice for everybody. Your side deck is very important for events like this. Eric, are you a fan of the anime, the Yu-Gi-Oh anime at all?
I watched the original, but anything after that was just nothing really.
Do you remember a favorite character from the original?
The original probably it would probably be. Who would it be? It would probably be darts, honestly.
Darts. That's a good choice.
That's
The
based.
Steel Calculus. Do you remember any darts lines? Can you give a darts impression for the
Tell
camera?
me 3 good things about why Branded is good. No, you can't make me.
Darts lines are tough to think about.
You can't force me to do that.
Like something about Steel Calculus.
Just him having a infinite attack snake just chilling on the field is just pretty funny.
That was terrifying. Do you have an out to an infinite attack snake in your deck?
No, unless it's 3 knights combined together with infinite attack as well.
It's the only way to beat it, everybody. All right, thank you very much for the interview, Eric. Best of luck at the YCS.
Thank you.
All right, I'm at YCS Providence. I got Jordan
Peeps.
here. Jordan, welcome to the stream. How's your experience at the YCS going so far?
It's going phenomenal. It's going phenomenal. Steve, do you go by Steve or Kangas?
No one's ever asked me that. You can call me Steve since you
This
asked.
is, he's happy, which means it's before the X3 happened.
I have fully collector's rares out my deck, which is objectively the best rarity.
That is a bold statement. Some would say QCRs. I'm a secret rare fan myself.
That's fair. That's fair. So I have a long-standing debate with a lot of people about the best rarity, and I'm correct. It is collector's rare. So
are you at this YCS by yourself, or did you come with friends?
This is the first time I've been to a YCS just by myself. So, of course, I know people around the event, but...
Conveniently, nobody here to contest you on your statement on collector's rares, then.
Yeah, that's why I did it, right?
Yeah. This is when you're making the bold statements now.
I mean, collectors are good.
How many YCSs have you been to in the past?
This is my 7th YCS.
7th YCS? So you're a bit of a veteran.
Really? Only
by this
7?
point. Does this one feel different in any way, or at this point, do you kind of like have a routine that you fall into when you get ready for them?
This one feels different, just I feel more prepared than the rest of them. I mean, it's not that I don't prepare for previous YCSs, but I feel pretty confident, actually, with this one. So I've done a lot of testing, tested for the new Alliance Insight format, so it's exciting. It's exciting. So I don't want to get too hyped up and think I'm going to win the whole thing, but I just am going to go enjoy, play my game.
He always says these things, man. I feel like before it all goes wrong, it's always when he's the most confident.
All right, we're cheering for you, Jordan. Thank you very much. Best of luck this weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you.
This is disaster if you put it into context of what happened after. The context is, by the way, Peeps was in my chat after round 4 or something. He was just hanging out. And I was like, I was talking to him, answering his chats and whatever. And at some point, I was like, wait a minute, weren't you playing this YCS? And he was like, let's not talk about it, man. Is this not live? The games are, but they have some pre-recorded footage for in between the rounds, so that it doesn't get too boring when you're waiting for the next round. Austria decks. I mean, yeah, this is just the breakdown though, right? Because none of these have actually posted the deck lists yet, but yes. Austrian Nationals. Top 16. Mitsurugi first, Mitsurugi second, Memento third, Mitsurugi Ogdodik fourth, another Mitsurugi in top 8. And the only Malice in top cut was just one single Malice in top 8. Get owned Malice. And then we have a whole bunch of other stuff. And Melodious did top. Yeah, Melodious did make top 16. We do have the full breakdown on Lampy's Twitter here. Shoutouts. So it was a total of 6 Mitsu, 2 Blue Eyes, 2 Crystron, 1 Ryzeal, 1 Malice, 1 Memento, 1 White Forest, 1 Odeon, and 1 Melodious. That was the top 16.
All right, I'm here with Tavion. Tavion, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat does. You ready?
Okay.
All right, go.
Spirit Message I.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Spirit Message I.
Is it a continuous spell?
No.
Is it a normal
Damn it.
spell?
Yes.
Is it Monster Reborn?
No.
Card Destruction?
No.
Let me see here. Does it apply your opponent doing something?
Yes.
Does it apply to your opponent doing something?
That's an interesting question. I haven't gotten that one before. 15 seconds.
What's the card that banishes face down?
No been a crossout?
Yeah.
No.
5
seconds.
Help.
Phone a friend?
Phone a friend?
Is it forbidden? No, it is not forbidden. Last guess.
Tell the camera.
Tell all the people at home.
Creature swap?
Yes!
Nah. What?
Well done, Dave. Yeah, I don't. You pulled at the end.
Huh?
All right, I'm here with Joe. Joe, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
You saw it? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Is it a monster in the extra deck?
No.
Is it a ritual monster?
No.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it dark attribute?
No.
Light attribute?
Yes. Very efficient question so far.
Can it be normal summoned without tributing?
No.
Does it require 1 tribute?
Yes.
The Borg.
Yes.
Huraz.
Was it released before 2010?
No.
Engraver.
Released before 2016?
No.
Engraver.
30 seconds.
Was it released before 2020?
No.
Engraver.
Can it be activated in hand?
Yes.
Engraver.
Is it effect veiler?
No.
Effect Veiler is my favorite one tribute.
You got that down.
Is it artifact Lancia?
No.
Is it meta relevant?
Yes. 10
Engraver.
seconds. Now you asked, can it be activated in hand, not must it be?
Must it be activated in hand?
No. Last question.
Engraver.
Is it banned?
No. Can you get a guess?
Nah, I can't give a guess.
It's Fiendsmith Engraver. It's the classic. Is it meta relevant? I don't know. Everyone's on Malice.
Bro went to the
Malice and
floor,
Fiendsmith.
man.
Okay, I got a
Bro
digit
was
here. You
broken.
got 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Was it released in the past 5 years?
Yes.
Is the card meta relevant?
No.
To
be determined.
To be determined.
Was the card released in the most recent set?
Yes.
Is it an Adagnister card?
No.
Is it a Regenesis card?
Yes.
Ooh.
Is it Regenesis?
Yes, it's Regenesis. You didn't even guess spell, trap, anything.
I was just gonna guess every Regenesis card.
Fair enough. Is it? Do you think it's gonna be meta relevant?
I think the deck is cool. I haven't played it that much.
That is the most polite way to say no.
I give a full opinion, but I think the deck is actually pretty cool.
We'll see if it does damage. Thanks for playing, man. That was fun. All right, I got Daniel here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
All right, is it a monster card?
Yes.
Monster card. Is it released in a new set?
Define new.
2025.
Yes.
2025. Is it meta relevant?
Yes.
Is it a memento card?
No.
It is not a memento card. Is it a card that has top to YCS?
Yes.
Okay, level 4?
No.
Okay, level 6?
No.
Does it require a tribute?
No.
Doesn't require a tribute. Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Extra deck monster. Oh, geez. Is it a
Giant
link
Mimighoul.
monster?
No.
Synchro?
Yes.
Ooh.
Synchro.
20 seconds.
Oh, geez. Does it require more than 2 materials?
Yes.
More than 2 materials. Oh, geez. Is it a dragon of some sort?
Yes. 5 seconds. Last guess.
Is it Ancient Fairy Dragon?
No.
One of the Ancient Fairy Dragon variants?
No, but you're close.
Oh, it's Ultimate Spirit Dragon, I think.
Crimson Dragon?
Blue Eyes, Ultimate
Yeah, it's Ultimate
Spirit
Spirit. Yeah,
Dragon.
yeah, Ultimate,
Most
because
people
it needs
summon
2
with the original
tuners.
Spirit
Bro,
Dragon,
no
but it
one
does
knows the
require 2
requirements for that
tuners
card because
plus,
no one heart
a
makes it.
non-tuner, so it does have that multiple. All right, good stuff. That was fun. All right, I got Hassan. Hassan, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Let's do it. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is
Spirit
it
Message
quick
Eye.
play?
No.
Does it cost life points to activate?
No, that's a good one, though.
Does it take control of a monster?
Yes.
Oh.
Is it change of heart?
Hassan, how did you do that? What? Okay, what's the secret?
Honestly, I told you I'm good with, I know my, staples, main cards, and I just felt like that.
Bro's trying to come up with a
More people
reason
need to
for
play
just.
this, okay? All right, put change of heart in your deck. Thank you, Hassan. Good
What's
stuff.
that? I just guessed correctly, man. It's like, what? All right, what we're gonna have next is the top cut announcement. So we're waiting for them to finish up the last round of Swiss, and then we're going to get the standings announced, as it is always happening at NA YCSs. I'm still wondering when exactly we're gonna get the announcement for the new prize support for YCSs moving forward. There's a chance they're just saving that until the very end. I honestly think that is the most likely. So we're probably going to have to wait a bit for that, but I am hyped for that. I am really looking forward to it. I have high hopes that hopefully will not get crushed. But I do think it's probably going to be the end, yeah. Chaos 4IV, thank you for the Prime, and Shiroishi, thank you for the 12 months as well. Appreciate the support. Welcome back. Did Ryan bubble out? Ryan is 9-2. Ryan, you did win the last round, 9-2 record, potentially top 32. We're gonna have to wait and see for the announcement because I don't think everyone is making top cut with 9-2. At least, let me see, top cut calculator. 1,500 players, 11 rounds, top 32. Rough estimate. Yo! The Big Cat. Thank you for the 25 gifties. Holy, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you so much. Enjoy your subs, guys. Enjoy not having any ads for the rest of the watch party, I suppose, and the rest of the month. Thank you so much for that. Where was I? Based on 1,500 players, 11 rounds of Swiss, a 32-player top cut. The cutoff, 23 players at 9-2 will make top cut, and 17.1 will miss. Of course, this is not 100% accurate, because there is draws involved. So you never know exactly. Holy, another anonymous gifter with 10 subs. What's going on? Thank you, guys. Whoever that was, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting me doing this every time there's a YCS, sacrificing my entire weekend to watch alongside you guys, but it is very fun all the time, so I never regret it. And I appreciate your support.
100 duelists registered for the event.
Oh, there we are.
But now it's time. Please join me in welcoming the head judge, William.
Just some nerd throwing in another 5 and the Big Cat with another 10. What is going on right now? What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? I appreciate that.
YCS competitors, our top 32 duelist. In first place with 33 points, Ruben P.
All right. Went completely undefeated, the reigning world champion.
With 30 points. In second place, Kamal C.
Kamal also in there. All right.
In third place, Lucas S.
Lucas Sacco.
In fourth place, Alex C.
Okay, what are the Fire King players' names again? It was
Jeffrey
Cody.
F. In sixth place, Aditya D.
Okay, Aditya in top cut as well.
In seventh place, Rami O. With 29 points in eighth place, Stephen W.
Oh, that's Regenesis. That was Regenesis from the feature match. Woo!
With 27 points in ninth place, Christopher T. In 10th place, Shunping X.
Shunping made it. Okay, that was Ryziel Fiendsmith, no Mitsurugi.
In 11th place, Emilio F. In 12th place, Mitchell G. In 13th place, Dominic R. In 14th place, Carl M.
That was Carl with the crazy
In
Ryziel deck.
15th place, Gabriel B.
That's Jib, probably. Most likely Malice.
In 16th place, Steven S.
My goat, Steven Santoli! Wait, Steven was playing something really cool. I forgot. I saw a written feature yesterday. What was it? It was something... It was not Ryziel. It was Christian. Yeah. It was Christian. And it is, I think it is Santoli because it has the Canadian flag as well. Christian Horace. Let's go.
In 17th place, Bradley M. In 18th place, Harrison G. In 19th place, Timothy D.
Still no Cody for Fire Kings.
In 20th place, Christian D. In 21st place, Nathan S. In 22nd place, Jesse S. In 23rd place, Evan F. In 24th place, Sean J. In 25th place, Charlie F. In 26th place, Lucas H.
Where's Ryan Yu?
In 27th place, David H.
Where's Ryan?
In 28th place, Ali A.
Yo, say Ryan.
In 29th place, Jim M.
Hello.
In 30th place, Clark L.
Hello. Say Ryan.
In 31st place, Michael P.
Bruh.
And in 32nd place,
say it.
Ryan Y.
No!
Judges, please post our standings. You have 5 minutes to confirm.
Dude, as I'm very happy for Ryan, but do you know what that means? It means that both of the Fire Kings from the feature matches did not make it, which is criminal. Because I think it was Cody and what was the other? Devion? I don't know what the other name was. I think Devin. I think they both didn't make it on 9 and 2. Man, that sucks. That sucks. I feel bad for him. I was rooting for the Fire Kings. They won both of the bubble matches and both didn't make it. That's unfortunate. But I am very happy Ryan made it. Oh man. Okay, Ryan Yu, 32nd. You know what that means? Ryan Yu will face off against Ruben Peñaranda in top 32. Reigning TCG World Champion against reigning Master Duel World Champion. If that's not a feature match, we're gonna riot, okay? It's probably a Malice mirror match, but still, look, TCG World Champion against Master Duel World Champion. I feel like that's something you gotta feature, you know? Chef Vince, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. I appreciate your support.
Congratulations to the top 32 duelists at YCS Providence. Round of applause for everybody who made it into the top cut. And a reminder that we made an announcement on our socials earlier this weekend that we would have a special announcement for updated pricing. And we weren't just blowing hot air, everybody. I have it right here. The announcement for the prizings. So make sure that you stick around because we will air it live at the end of round 32. Stick around, everybody. And we're going to throw it to a break before we get ready for round 32. Congratulations one more time, all the duelists.
But that means we're getting it after top 32. After top 32. Unless he means after the entire top 32 is done. I don't know. Yeah, you comedians, he said round 32 on accident. Yeah, haha, we're never getting it because there's no round 32. Okay, anyways, it's either after the top 32 match or it's after the entire top 32 is done. We'll see. I'll be right back with you guys. Hopefully, only gonna take a minute or two.
Welcome back to YCS Providence. I'm Steve Kangas, your host for the weekend, and there's duelists all over the place. So let's check in on how their weekend's going.
It's a pretty good top cut, I think.
I have Riddick here at YCS Providence. How's your experience at Providence going?
It's going good so far. It's my first YCS, so I'm excited to be here.
First
Due to
YCS,
unfortunate
where are you coming in from?
circumstances, I'm here.
Massachusetts. So not that far away then, right?
Yeah, I'm like a half hour away from here.
Oh, very, very close, very close. So you drove, I assume. Did you come alone or with friends?
I came alone, but I will be coming the following days with a friend or two.
That's awesome. Have they helped you prepare for your first YCS? Because that can be a lot of pressure when you show up to one of these big tournaments.
Oh, absolutely. I've been testing quite a bit. Not too much, but enough where I can have some experience with the deck, but there's still some plays I need to work out and whatnot.
How comfortable do you feel against
How
the
did
field?
Steven
'Cause a lot
become
of it
your
is
goat?
knowing your deck, but at tournaments like
What,
this,
Steven
you never know what you're
Santoli?
gonna sit across from.
I just like his playstyle. I like the deck decks he's piloting most of the time.
Things, but there are obviously going to be things that are going to throw me off.
Okay, sure. What about your deck made you want to play it, though? You don't have to reveal because people might see this live and they know what you're on. But was there like a specific archetype or like card art or anything going on with like the deck itself?
Yeah, it's definitely the archetype. It's one of my favorites, tied up with DDD personally. But I am a fan of the archetype. There's some things that were added in that I'm not.
Bap, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back.
Get more accustomed to.
Yeah, Alliance Insight had a lot of new cards. I'm assuming it's from there?
I'll keep that hidden for now.
Okay, fair enough. Well, first YCS, do you have a routine that you're going to have ahead of your games tomorrow? Something that you're going to do mentally to prepare?
Definitely either just trying to run some test hands either in my head or just on the field in front of me.
Even Shifter, Exo Sister. No, our relationship started off difficult because of that.
Well, thank you very much, Riddick, for the interview. Best of luck.
Because he played Exo Sister Shifter first, but after that,
all right, I'm
all
Henry at YCS Providence. Henry, how's your YCS experience going?
It's going good. I am extremely motivated for this YCS after how Houston went for me. I'm looking to recreate the success I had with, especially with.
I have bought a playset of March here. My wife will come back with the kids now? Question mark.
At this YCS and hopefully making day 2 once again.
Okay,
about
so
that.
Houston you were at didn't go the way you planned. May I ask, how did Houston go? What'd you finish?
So I finished day 2. I was 1 game off of top cut. Unfortunately, I got storm dustered, and there's not much you do about that when you're playing Blue Eyes. So.
Yeah, as a Blue Eyes player, I've been on that end as well. Well, what have you done? Because you said that you're feeling confident, you're feeling ready for this one. What have you done?
Maybe you shouldn't tell her
to
that.
prepare for this event specifically? Is there any?
I think you have better odds if you don't tell her.
So I actually have less practice than I normally do this time around because I'm actually working now. But I'm hopefully going to be able to get enough practice in over tonight in the one matchup that I'm worried about, which is Malice, in order to pilot my deck well enough to recreate the success. Because at the end of the day, even if you practice all you want, this game unfortunately has a factor of sometimes it's just natural skill that helps.
Well, what's more important, luck or skill? Every duelist has an opinion on it.
It's most definitely skill. Because at the end of the day, you could be the luckiest person on earth. If you don't know how to manage your cards, you're going to lose every match.
True, and don't blame the cards. You're the one that built the deck, and also you're the one holding them. So I like that mentality. Now,
Did you buy 3 copies of March Air? I do have a full Malice deck. I do. I'll admit it.
Anime, yes, I really enjoyed it.
It's not normally something I would admit to, but since you're asking me so directly, yes, I do own a Malice core.
As much as a lot of the community looks down on people who like her, I very much like Blue Maiden.
Don't tell anyone, though.
Do you have any Blue Maiden quotes in particular that you love to recreate, or maybe a favorite card from Blue Maiden?
My favorite card from Blue Maiden would definitely be Marincess Great Bubble Reef.
Marincess Great Bubble Reef, everybody. All right, shout out Marincess Great Bubble Reef. Shout out you, Henry.
Marincess Great Bubble Reef is objectively the best Marincess card because it draws cards.
YCS, but yeah, good luck. Thank you very much. All right, I'm here with Chris at YCS Providence. Chris, how's your YCS experience going?
I mean, it's going all right. I just got here like 20 minutes ago. It's going all right.
Are you registered yet?
Yeah,
it's going all right. I just got here.
Yeah, that's step number 1. I'd say we could delay this. But how many YCS have you been to?
A couple. I don't know. I mean, I more than I could count. I'll tell you that.
So do you feel comfortable at YCSs at this point?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. Is there anything different about this YCS compared to last ones?
Bro, he just got there.
I mean, it's Providence. It's different, you know. To be honest, I don't have a full experience just yet because I just got here 20 minutes ago. But it's always good seeing friends and stuff like that. So that's always a good experience.
That's cool. Did you come travel alone, or did you travel with friends also?
I came with a couple friends.
Okay, nice. Is this your crew behind us right now?
There's some people, yes. Yeah, there's some people some of my peoples and stuff like that. Yes, of course.
Have you ever matched up against one of your friends at a YCS before? And if so, is that a fun moment or is that a rough moment?
Yes, I did. I mean, it's fun because it's your friend, but it sucks because you know, it's like a bittersweet. Like you don't want to lose to them, but you also don't mind losing to them because it's like, if it's gonna be somebody, it's gonna be them. You know.
Yeah, bit of a win-win. What's your win rate against your friends though? Do you have a positive win rate, negative?
I'm XO.
XO?
You know, I'm the man of the hour, you know.
Chris, is that going to continue this weekend?
I would hope so. I would for sure hope so. I absolutely have to.
All right, which friend
Started messing around with a lot of Runic Brews. Just wanted to get your thoughts on Runic Fiendsmith Primite. I've seen some success, but wanted to hear it.
I don't really have none in mind.
Runic Fiendsmith Primite. Okay, walk me through. Give me more context. What's the idea? Because Fiendsmith Primite, I understand. But what are we actually doing with the?
All right, I'm here with Kiwi.
Like, are you trying to make like normal summon Barrel, then Hugin plus Barrel makes Closed Heaven, I guess?
A couple of mats. That's awesome. Why'd you want to go with this mat?
I want to represent my Kashtiras. Everyone hates me for it, but that's okay because I love them and Unicorn is really good.
I mean,
you know what?
Closed Heaven is a decent thing to turn Hugin into, I suppose.
So the first one was
It's just a little weird. I guess if you draw Fiendsmith cards, you're using the Hugin to go into sequence?
So if you see me, please be nice, okay?
It's alright, it could work.
I break easily.
Going first, it's probably pretty strong. I don't know how good it is going second, because you're not going to have a whole lot of non-engine space, right? You're going to have like 20 runic cards, 19 runic cards maybe? Fiendsmith package, Primite package, you maybe have like 3 to 6 non-engine, right?
Just because it's a male-dominated game, right? There's not a lot of ladies, okay? And I know people will be nice, but I know a lot of really good people. Most of the community is really nice, and I'm not here to win. I'm here to tell people, hey, I don't know the game. I've been trying to learn Yu-Gi-Oh for like 4 years, okay? I still use talents as a quick play.
What's the first deck that you remember learning on?
Okay, so when
I feel like there's a story here.
Playing, Bird Dommy Mommies, my harpies, I love them. So
Bird what?
You can guess how well that went.
Probably not great. Was it in Duel Links?
Yes.
It would have been good in Duel Links.
Yes, it was in Duel Links.
Did she? Bird Dommy Mommies?
But I learned to play Pearlies in Master Duel. Okay. So my win rate was not that bad.
All right, awesome. Did you?
Deck Fiendsmith is like the first engine I learned like in person. So that's what I'm comfortable with.
All right, did you come with friends?
Yes.
All right. How much have they helped you
Dude,
prepare
that's
for this
that's
event?
So much.
so funny.
I got a lot of help from like really good players. You know, Ruben just took a look at my deck. So
The GOAT, okay.
yes, and he's lovely, by the way. Really good at jump rope. I was surprised.
Yeah, I hear. I think on the World Championship stage he did it.
Yeah. So you know, like for those who want to get into it but are afraid, everyone is really nice. Just go, be honest, tell them, hey, I don't really know how it works, but I want to get into it because at the end of the day, we want the community to grow, not shrink. I always try to tell people, hey, it's okay. Like, just tell them you don't know, and people will be willing to help you.
Well, that's awesome advice. Best of luck this weekend, Kiwi. We'll be rooting for you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to YCS Providence. I'm your host, Steve Kangas, and behind me, you can see day one just kicked off, but there's a lot of stuff to do at a YCS, so let's take a walk around the venue and see all the cool stuff. So kicking things off, behind me, we have the main event. This is where we will crown a YCS champion, but it's not the only thing that you can do at a YCS, so let's take a look at some of the other stuff. All right, so as we get to the back of the venue, we have our public events. Now, this is where you can do all kinds of fun stuff like Attack of the Giant Card, Rivalry of Warlords, and Ultimate Time Wizard. You see these flags, meeting point red, meeting point green. That's where you'll meet all the other duelists that are signed up for the events that you signed up for. However you like to duel, we got something for you. And if you need any cards while you're here, you can check out any of the vendors. They should have everything in stock, as well as really cool merch you can pick up while you're at it. And if you're in any of the public events, you have a chance to win some of these amazing prizes. We have giant cards like Obelisk, we have Doom Caliber, Molch Army, Perulia.
Dude, that giant card Doom Caliber Knight goes crazy.
Uncut sheets of quarter-century secret rares. These things are beautiful. Some of the coolest prizes you can get. So again, sign up for the public
Or the
events.
Minerva in the back, the Jinzo. Dude, that's some good giant cards, man.
Finally, this is the main stage of YCS Providence, where all the feature matches will take place, as well as the finals, where at the end of the weekend, we will crown a YCS champion. And that will conclude our little tour of YCS Providence. Thanks for coming along with us. Thanks for cheering on your favorite duelists from home. But remember, come check out a YCS in the future, because no matter how you duel, we got something for you. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to YCS Providence, where it's time to take a look at all the fun prizes that you can get if you come to a YCS and start participating in the awesome public events that we have. We have the legendary prize wall full of all these incredible giant cards. We have full sheets of uncut cards as well, all QCR from different sets.
And you cut the uncut sheets? I mean, I guess theoretically, but that kind of defeats the whole purpose of an uncut sheet. I don't know. I don't know if it's even, like, I'm pretty sure they would not be legal if someone found out about it. Like, if, I don't know if you can tell.
I'm a big coffee guy. You can grab one of the Konami tumblers as well.
I don't know if you could tell, depending on how well you would do it, I guess, but technically they wouldn't be legal anymore. I don't think you would increase the value of it. I think an uncut sheet is worth more than the individual cards.
Multiple different years. We have ones that go back a decade, and there's just incredible selection. You won't want to miss out on some of these amazing prizes. We also have these beautiful giant cards exclusive to the winners of some of the public events. Attack of the Giant card gets
this Dark Magician of Chaos giant card would go incredibly hard if it wasn't a Rada. They should make an Invasion of Chaos Dark Magician of Chaos giant card. That would go insane. I don't care about no Arada D-Mock. That's not my goat.
Welcome, everyone. It has been a fun little break announcing the top 32, but we are about to have some fun matches now that it is.
All right, y'all. Top 32. Look, there's no way it's not Ryan against Ruben, right?
Some more Yu-Gi-Oh! And again,
there's no way it's not Ryan against Ruben.
Be patient, everybody.
Okay,
be patient.
Fine,
No,
fine.
I got it over here. Can't let you touch it. It's a sealed envelope, by the way.
Do you want to switch chairs?
No, I'm actually very comfortable over here. And they fixed the seat of my chair too. I was like really below you guys before, but now I look great. Yeah.
So
can we raise it a little more? Actually, can I be? I want to be up here.
Okay, always.
Okay, it looks like we're getting new pricing after this round. Hopefully.
To one of those. Well, I'm happy to be on. It's always awesome to cast, especially with Steven and Steven. We have the... Are we the council or the cabal of
We
Stevens?
used to be the council of Stevens, but now we're kind of Max Steve, right? We didn't form an official team.
True, we do. We have jerseys and everything.
We do have
that
jerseys.
was fantastic. Maybe we'll have to break those out for a broadcast one time.
Yeah, I came with it on, but production is like, we can't do this.
It's just too
How
much
long does the tournament take? We have 5 more rounds of Top Cut. 32, 16, 8, 4 finals. There is a chance that they show both top 4 matches. I think they did that last time. So it's either 5 or 6 more matches that we will see.
We're not going to say the match we have next, but it's very exciting. But every duelist remaining is in that kind of elite category right now.
Yeah, we have like 2 world champions. We have all kinds of different decks represented. You know, some people in the chat were like, did Regenesis made it? Regenesis made it. I cannot believe that we've got that. We've got Heraldic Brazel. And speaking of which, why don't we just take a look at the duels we got right now?
So here is the bracket.
All right, we got Ruben versus Ryan.
Oh my goodness, look at that top one right there.
Ruben versus Ryan.
That has to be the feature.
The 2024 TCG World Champion versus the 2024 Master Duel World Champion. Ooh, very
And speaking
exciting.
of champions, we've got maybe a future champion, Bradley versus Steven, Steven W versus Charlie, Sean versus Christopher, Alex versus Jim, Dominic versus Christian, Jeffrey versus Ali, and Mitchell versus Nathan.
Fantastic stuff right there. And on the other side of the bracket, I believe we'll be able to take a look at that one.
Ooh, the winner, if Steven Santoli wins, he's up against Ruben or Ryan. That's also a banger. If Steven wins.
Canadians going against each other with Bradley versus Steven. A little bit of national pride on the line there.
Oh yeah, always fun to see an international top cut for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
And here is the other side of that bracket. We got Kamal.
Ooh, in top 16, potential Jib versus Kamal if they both win.
There's just so many cool names when you think about how stacked this bracket is. Gabriel versus Harrison, Lucas versus Rami.
All right.
Versus Shunping,
Okay.
Lucas versus
It's a good
Carl,
bracket.
Carl versus Timothy.
It's a
David versus
good
Aditya,
bracket.
The NAWCQ reigning champion, and finally Jesse versus Amelia. This is a stacked top cut.
Yeah, Shunping, Aditya, Ruben, Ryan.
Is the White Forest guy out? Yeah, they lost the last round of Swiss.
I believe they were placed 1st and 2nd.
That sounds right to me. Yeah, I know. I'm also looking at Carl right there as a brother of the previous YCS champion who had a rough day.
It would be crazy if Carl won this YCS. It would be crazy if Carl won this YCS because his brother won the last YCS. That'd be very funny.
Providence, I'm sure.
A lot of really cool stories.
A lot of narratives. Think about it. We could have a back-to-back. We could have somebody who brings it home for his brother, world champions. This is wild stuff.
Yeah, I think that the biggest one for me is still that Master Duel World Champion versus TCG reigning World Champion. It's very rare that we get that. And a reminder that the Americas did very well at WCS.
It was all from the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Not to throw any shade on duelists from around the world, but it is true that the World Championship did. But why don't I just throw over to Kangas because we got some duelist introductions coming our way.
Let's meet our featured duelists for round 32 here. Introducing up
Yeah, there it is.
in the blue chair from Miami, Florida, your TCG reigning World Champion, Ruben Penaranda. And his opponent today in the red chair from Toronto, Ontario, your reigning Master Duel World
Let's
Champion,
go, Ryan.
Ryan Yu. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back over to us casters to get into the game.
That ball was so close. Yes, we've got Ruben versus Ryan, world champions versus world.
Okay, so for one of them, the image has the Ignister. For Ryan, it doesn't have the Ignister, but I'm pretty sure Ryan also plays the backup at Ignister. Anyways, I'll prepare the prediction. Ruben versus Ryan. It's a banger match for top 32. Predictions are up. It is the first Malice mirror of the day, or of the coverage in general. We've seen a decent amount of Malice, but always against different decks. Now is the first time we get Malice against Malice.
A duelist sticks around for so long. We have so much history for a player like Ryan. Just really loves the game and does it for the love of the game. But
I'm pretty sure they are on the same deck, and the graphic just, I don't know why it shows Ad Ignister for one and not for the other. I'm like 99% sure that Ryan also plays the Ad Ignister cards. I was talking to him last week in anticipation of this tournament. I think he was playing Ad Ignister cards, so I think they're just both playing the same deck. I don't know why the graphics are different, but it is what it is.
He was the #1 guy. So
We saw it. Yeah, Ryan did have a feature match, a backup feature match. We may have seen it. I don't remember exactly what we saw, but I know he's... I basically know he was playing the Ad Ignister cards until like 2 days before the tournament. So I don't think it changed. We saw I Meet You? Oh, okay, then yeah, it's definitely a Ignister package in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough when there's this many duelists at an event. It's not that Ryan is the 32nd out of all these duelists. You know, there's always going to be, what matchups did you have in 9 rounds of Swiss? There's a lot that leads into this as we see the duelists start their shuffles and getting ready for that first round. These are 2 of the top duelists that we see. I mean, obviously so with their performance at the WCS, but very different format, very different decks that we see here, but they should have a lot of familiarity as they're playing, again, similar lists, you know, Malice versus Ad Ignister Malice.
Yeah, we've been seeing Malice sort of like compete all throughout this weekend, but we've never seen Malice versus Malice Mirror. I'm kind of excited to see how maybe they might change the plays, change the combos, or change the forms and times they interact with each other. Because
all right, I would guess for both of these players, in order to get this far, they had to have been playing a couple of Malice Mirror matches so far, so they have to be experienced with the matchup. I also do expect both of these to play at a pretty good level, of course, knowing what they're capable of. So this is looking to be a banger of a match, and we're going to see how good it's going to be. The Malice Mirror match post-Alliance Insight.
First round in top 32. And again, we do have a fun special announcement at the end of this top 32, so stick around. A lot of reason to watch Yu-Gi-Oh!
Can't see me, but I'm trying to reach across the table to get that envelope. Staring it down.
No, this, again, under lock and key. And by lock and key, I mean a little bit of adhesive on the envelope. But
I ain't trying to catch no hands. I know you can take me, but man, one day. But speaking of one day, it's time for game 1 of our YCS top 32.
$50 to get it framed.
We got Ruben versus Ryan. They're having a nice little chat here, but here we go. The dice roll. I'm assuming it's high.
Oh, an 11.
Very high.
Now, what if they went
no shot. You're beating that. Okay. Well, I mean, there is a shot, but not a very big one. Ooh, that is looking... Oh, the last card Dormouse there is insane. The last card that he picked up off that table was the Dormouse alongside 2 Malice Traps. And I think 2 backup Ad Ignisters. So a terrible hand going second, but we did win the dice roll.
What your opponent's Malice cards will do.
Well, I don't think it matters necessarily what the sort of matchup is. Whenever you start with Dormouse, I'm always really happy as a Malice player, and so I imagine Ruben is very ecstatic. But all
right, Dormouse resolves here.
In a lot of Malice decks is the inclusion of differing Cybers Link 1.
Does Ryan have a Charmy? Meowls would go very hard here. Chessy Cat is the choice for Ruben.
So there could be a world where Ruben tries to do his normal standard Malice combo, but
no Meowls.
Lingaribo in play.
Well, speaking of standard
no Meowls, no Impulse. That's rough.
We're going to go ahead and pay 300 to bring that out.
Sets a trap now after resolving the Dormouse. Interesting.
Now we're going to use Chessy Cat's effect.
Yeah, I didn't spot which one that was, but okay, here we're seeing it very quickly.
So here we're going to have Chainlink 1 beat Chessy Cat, but then Chainlink 2...
Interesting decision to not set that before using the Dormouse.
Activated this turn because we are banishing the Dormouse
but okay.
As a part of that requirement.
Going to be using MTP to search March here.
All right, so we're getting Malice March here, kind of the monster of the moment.
Going to banish it immediately for the Chessy Cat. So we did Chainlink 1 Chessy, Chainlink 2 MTP 7. That's going to bring both of these monsters back. Going to put Ruben up in cards significantly here. I think 6 cards in hand now with 2 on the field already. I think we picked up a Droll and Lockbird there and like a... I don't know what the other card was, but I think I saw a Droll.
It also helps the deck basically recover from its hits on the Forbidden Limited list, right? There are less Malice names. Well, I got a few new ones. Not necessarily as powerful as the other ones, but...
Make Splash Mage!
Speaking of access, we got Splash Mage on the field to grab something out of the graveyard.
Yeah, one of the classic Link 2s.
Activate Splash Mage, targeting Dormouse.
And you want to save those for later in the turn. Splash Mage is one.
And Ryan uses a Bestial onto that, which is neat because that Dormouse has already used its effect to return from the banished pile. So that Dualism is actually essentially negating the Splash Mage here. However, of course, we do know Ruben has extenders available. That is not going to be the problem here.
Now we do still have that mark.
That one Bestial is not going to cut it just yet.
Be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh right now. But what else is in the hand is the question, because there's a lot of lines that the...
we're going to need a little more than that to stop Ruben from cooking here. So we're going to summon the March here. And we're going to pair the Bestial with a Nibiru, which is a little bit of a risky maneuver because that did play into Dominus Impulse. That would have allowed Ruben to use Dominus Impulse onto Nibiru because we controlled the base steal. But we did make the gamble, and there's no impulse. The token being cleared is massive because it means we cannot use a we can't make Link Spider to make the backup Adagnister live. But this is still looking, I think, pretty good for Ruben because we're gonna be summoning back White Rabbit here, but there's a impulse as well. Ryan, you just goaded like that. I think we just passed now.
Had the Malice in Underground, which is fantastic to open, but we
EWC, go.
to stop it on Ryan's side.
The impulse is
All right, 3 cards in hand for Ryan. Is there Malice combos happening?
That Malice in Underground is not going to get anything done. So
Dormouse, easy clap.
Is very scary, especially when you have the ability to attack.
Easy clap.
This could be all she wrote for Ruben if he doesn't have the same kind of level of interaction that Ryan had during his turn. Also, I want to give another huge shout out to Ryan here for his sequencing. Impulse after you use Nibiru is amazing because if you Impulse before, you wouldn't be allowed to use Nibiru, the Primal Being, because it is a light monster.
Banishes Chessy Cat off of Dormouse. I think that is a sign of strength most of the time because it means we have more Malice cards in hand that we can banish to accumulate card advantage. I think that's a pretty strong play.
Also, it is worth
potentially even like a White Rabbit or something.
We might have enough to do
It's just another Dormouse. Okay, but we do draw 2 cards. Are we activating the Dormouse immediately? We are. The question is here, Ruben should probably be using the Droll and Lockbird. I think he was playing that, but does not actually.
It's important because Ruben wasn't able to activate GWC 06 to
Did I not see a Droll and Lockbird?
Lower life point total 6,800. This is why I wear glasses now, so I can actually read that on the screen. That was a difficulty before.
He does have Droll? Okay, isn't it weird not to Droll here?
That's that card B. It could be another Malice Trap. And we are going straight into battle phase, though.
I'll attack for 15.
We have 15 coming in from this first Dormouse.
Now, does Ruben have anything to absorb
15, 15, 21, and Nibiru is game.
Could get like an extra body in play, but if it's not, this could be all she wrote.
And it looks like Ryan is sequencing the smaller.
You're gonna have to throw something in the way here with the GWC.
To come out with a GW06 and then block the shot of the Primal Being or something.
Waiting to
like
get punished by Tragodia here, you know.
But the thing is, this is like a significant amount of damage to the point where it might actually hinder Ruben from playing next turn properly. Because like this Chessy Cat is 2100.
The 06 from Ruben. This allows us to summon a Malice from either the banishment or the graveyard.
Wait, why are we blocking the Chessy Cat and not the Nibiru?
What will he use? He's going to try and block the Chessy Cat.
Oh, not sure if he wants to do that. I think we're going to go for the Chessy Cat instead.
Okay, it'll be...
Replay, I will attack for 600.
Yep, so I'll take another additional 600.
This is...
Does it have to summon in attack position, the GWC?
So the 3,000 from the Nibiru, he's down to, I believe, 200, if my quick math is correct. That's not even enough to activate a single Malice effect for Ruben.
Why did we block the Chessy Cat with our own Chessy Cat in attack position?
I mean, I never thought I'd see a Malice mirror match where a single Link 3 monster was summoned after all the damage was dealt.
Yeah.
We could have taken significantly less damage, right? He forgot about the boost. Maybe he forgot about the boost and thought Ryan had to like double the 2 Chessy Cats so you would at least take away a body there. Yeah, but I mean, now we're on 200 life points. We can't even play.
On day 1, but now already been very popular here on day 2, showing that the top duelists, they made the read. A lot of that, you know, the non-engine that you choose to play can be what
200 life points is basically the threshold for not playing Yu-Gi-Oh with Malice, because at the very minimum you have to pay 300.
Duelist, when they get hit by a Nibiru, is going to get stumbled.
Yeah,
it's that day 2 difference.
Here we have the Dark coming down. Going to be stealing a Malice name from Ruben, so that way Ryan can keep playing. We're going to go straight into a Link 3 here. Probably going to be White Binder and get access to his Malice Trap cards.
Effect on summon, I will target this.
So you gotta wonder if Ruben isn't able to pay enough life points in order to get back in the game. Is he just kind of scoping out what it is that Ryan will do uninhibited?
Yes, sure.
So here we got the 3 targets for White Binder's Banish. It's going to be Red Ransom, his own Dormouse, and 06. And now we're going to use Red Ransom, summon back out, and then banish from the deck. This could be the March Chair line, so we have access to that in case Ruben does have any plays on his turn.
Yeah, that quick effect.
All right, March Chair back to hand.
Really powerful.
Yep, so we're at a total of 6,200 life points now for Ryan, as opposed to Ruben's 200.
I mean, you can still combo with the Adagnister cards, because that doesn't cost you any life points. but I don't think that's going to be enough here to push through whatever Ryan is setting up.
In the backseat here. Gonna have to, like you said, the Add-Ignister cards can help you get out of situations like this because you don't have to pay life points to activate those effects. But you're gonna be playing theoretically into an established board unless Ruben does still
Malice in Underground. We have not used White Rabbit yet. Or Malice in the Mirror, I suppose. Yep, we can do that too. Banishing the White Binder here to add March here. White Binder is going to draw a card, summon to the zone the Wicked points to, and then we can also add backup Add-Ignister. Draw, use Wicked, banish a Cybers from the grave. Gonna be Chessy Cat. We have already brought back Chessy Cat from Banish this turn, so that's gonna stay there. But
some Add-Ignister cards, but he might not be playing as many as we think because his designation on our website is
activate backup, special, search, probably Wizard.
And for anyone wondering, that doesn't
For
mean that
potential
you're
extension.
not
Yep, there's Wizard. Discard one from hand.
That additional tag, so still included in the combo here.
Could make a Firewall here. Could also go into the Ag Code Talker. But I think we're going to go for the Firewall first and then for the Ag Code Talker later.
And again, very impressive to see all this after the fact, trying to dodge those things like Nibiru, like Impulse that you were talking about. If you can just do enough damage to almost beat a mouse player, that's fine. Sure.
Flash Mage first. Oh, we're going Cryptor.
How different this sequencing is compared to a lot of the other Malice players that we were seeing on day one. Even in the earlier feature
We're going
matches.
Cryptor. Oh yeah, Firewall is dead because we Impulse, right? It's a light
This
monster.
deck in the hands of some of the smartest brains
Yeah,
to
so it's
pick
just
up Yu-Gi-Oh
Cryptor.
cards. It is just
And then we can
How they
Wizard.
choose to navigate.
And with the Wizard,
If you just
we can
map
also
out
make the
Malice
Ag Code, the Allied Code Talker or whatever.
Really big tree. That's an oak right there.
You can get a PhD in how to play this Malice deck. It is insane.
Yeah. You have to be a computer programmer to use this deck, it feels like sometimes.
It would probably help.
Well, Ryan showing that world champions are built different. Great field here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and combine.
Link 4.
There and
Topologic Bomber Dragon. Okay. We've seen him prioritize Bomber Dragon over the Code Talker in a feature match yesterday as well. So that is, I mean, that's a strong card against Malice because you can repeatedly wipe all the effect monsters they put onto the field. And I don't see a world where Ruben breaks this, and we do pack it up, just letting Ryan play out the combo to see if he's making any mistakes maybe. And after we draw the card for turn, we do go to game 2 here. So a phenomenal hand here for Ryan Yu with 3 very impactful hand traps combined. That's the thing, like, one hand trap against Malice, usually you're just gambling that they don't have an extender. The second hand trap sometimes doesn't even feel enough. Like here, Druid Worm plus Nibiru was not even enough. They needed more. But once you hit 3 hand trap territory, it's starting to become pretty good actually. So the third hand trap there put the nail in the coffin, as well as Ruben's hand not having the same quality in terms of defensive cards as Ryan's did. Right? Ruben did not have Impulse, Nibiru, or anything like that himself, so not able to stop Ryan from walking away with that game.
But when you pair stuff like Impulse with things like Nibiru, the Primal Being, or even Bestial Druid Swarm, it becomes so much more valuable for you. Honestly, I'd say the biggest thing that we learned about Ryan's deck was he is playing Bestials. Not a lot of, Add-Ignister Mouse players are on the Bestials because they're like, March here already does that same job. Why would I need more cards to do the same thing? Well, they don't necessarily do the same thing because you can disrupt your opponent at the same time with cards like the Bestials.
What I've seen typically is with the addition of March Hare, you still can run Bestials, but it's just not that insanely thick, Bestial count that we used to have, where you're running like upwards of 6 Bestials in the main deck. Because it also just doesn't do as much against the mirror match unless you're saving it for something, like that backup Add-Ignister, or rather the Wizard to get that additional card from the graveyard. So yeah, I think that having the count still makes sense, but you're right that it's not as common in every single Malice deck. We have seen some builds without.
All right.
Both duelists seem to be locked in and ready to go. Fairly
The unfortunate part about Malice mate games is that game 2 and 3, there's a certain artifact involved a lot of the time that makes them a lot less interesting, but also kind of balances the deck out a little bit, I suppose. Backup Adagnister does help the deck a little bit to push through it, but it is no guarantee.
How they want to side, they know what they're going to bring in, and they know how they're going to play. They have their opening hands ready. My assumption is Ruben's going to go first. Let's see how game 2 of top 32 shapes up.
All right, can Ryan Yu pull off another win going second here?
Game in his favor in this
I think the first card we picked up there was Dominus Impulse. That's a good one.
He won the dice roll before, but after losing, he gets to choose to go first.
Main phase is good. Ruben's going to begin his turn.
So no Mulcharmies, presumably.
Or at least not yet. Some people do hold off on their Mulcharmy just to kind of see the opponent get a little...
Normal summon back up at Ignister. That is not your ideal normal summon.
Main decking it, so...
Well, Ruben's favorite card was Triple Tactics Talent.
It was.
Yeah.
And that's why we decide to ash it.
Sad about the Forbidden and Limited list.
Because it probably means the opponent does not have access to any Malice cards.
Start here for Ruben.
Yes, the normal summon of
Not a very good start.
And therefore it cannot continue. So we need some kind of Malice extender, like a Gold Sarcophagus or a Malice in Underground, to keep playing from here. Just backup alone will not be enough. Maybe something like Link off into Lingeribo.
Link 1.
You know, Agnes or Wizard.
Or Lingeribo, but that might honestly, it could be the end of the turn.
Spot here from Ruben. Nowhere near as strong as
Unless you have another Ignister card in hand. Wizard? Okay, Wizard at least put some bodies onto the field. And Ryan does allow it.
Was able to open the Cypress combo without the monster,
not a psychic.
Yeah. Oh yes.
There's a Fuva.
Okay,
There's a Fuva in Ryan's hand.
The cyber sleeves never look better.
Going to activate it. But there is an Ash Blossom for Ruben if he wants to.
Jesse Cotton is infamous for holding those really powerful cards just so late to where you don't think you have them.
Does not ash it. Does not ash it. Passes instead. Presumably because this is like not really... I mean, because we don't have any Malice cards, we can't really combo with those cards anyways in like a great fashion, right?
I think it has it on summon.
So we're just gonna hold the Ash Blossom and hope it does something on Ryan's turn here. Ryan starts to turn with 4 cards in hand. Not much that's opposing his place though. In this instant, normal summoning White Rabbit. This is where Lingeribo is actually a very good card as well in the mirror match because it's kind of annoying that it stops some of your trap cards. It also blocked something like a Dominus Impulse there for Ruben on the previous turn. And that is also why Ryan is immediately linking it off into a Lingeribo. This is, however, a sign of huge strength because it means we have a Bestial or March Hare or backup in hand, which is pretty good. Because otherwise you couldn't be linking off that rabbit if you didn't have an extender.
Very similar start between these duelists.
So there's the backup Adagnister now, which Ruben decides to Ash Blossom. That is a good Ash.
Yeah. 2 cards in hand. I think Ryan may be passing his turn.
Sure.
Oh, the Lingeribo stared at.
Ryan is definitely not passing his turn here. He can definitely... How big is that backup Adagnister? It's bigger than Lingeribo, right?
Turns off Ryan's ability to use MTPO7 to get into the rest of his Malice engine, which is maybe something he was hoping for. It is worth noting that with the inclusion of March Hare, thanks to White Rabbit, MTPO7 becomes a bit of a starter now, but more than
1200. Yeah, okay. So maybe attacking the Lingeribo could be an option here to free up the trap. But we could also link off immediately into a Splash Mage or SP Little Knight, I guess.
A bunch of just Link 3s flying around.
Well, that's
Haggard Lizardos works as well. That plays around Imperm the best.
All the other Malices going to 2. Yes, you have March Hare now, but doesn't necessarily mean that you will never brick. But we do have the Haggard Lizardos for cost.
Using White Rabbit to return from the banished pile.
Ryan was at least able to get
and that's going to make a Link 3 here for Ryan, which is also protected by that Malice trap that's face down. So if we try to Imperm this, we can dodge it with the trap. Even if Lingeribo negates the trap, it still does the job, banishes the Red Ransom.
Unless there's a line I'm unaware of, Ryan.
So this is really difficult to interact with because of that face down trap.
You can actually use your traps. Which then could mean that Ruben,
Red Ransom takes out the Lingeribo, and then still in the battle phase, I assume we're gonna activate the 7 here. the MTP, to banish the Red Ransom, still in the battle phase. This is going to clear the remaining, or some of the remaining Adignisters here, depending on how he does it. But I think this Red Ransom is probably banishing a Dormouse, which I don't know the defenses of the Adignisters yet. I'd have to check, but I'd assume a Dormouse can take out one of them, and then Red Ransom takes out the other.
100 life points as Ryan using all these mouse effects, bringing him down to 65 to Ruben's 6,000.
Or we're taking Chessy Cat because maybe Dormouse is not big enough. I don't know.
He'll be able to pop off, as the kids say.
Is that what they're saying? I thought
Oh yes, Ryan is playing this very well. Yes.
I've heard it.
Okay. Speaking of kids, let me be old man grandpa here and get back into the duel here.
This game in particular, game 1, he definitely played better. This second game, I don't feel like there was much for Ruben to be done
The summoning of monsters.
about. Like, his starter just wasn't great, right? His opener just was pretty bad.
Yep, so we have the effect of Chessy Cat here, banishing hair.
Which does happen with Malice, right? I mean, I think that's just another factor that people often like to forget. Malice does not have infinite starters anymore. They got good support, but the deck can still break.
Ryan's in a dominant position right now.
Effective Splash Mage, target. Jesse?
Yeah. Okay, we're just going to keep climbing up. We want to get as many Link 3s as possible, it looks like, for Ryan. He might just end
Here's
up
the
with
White Binder.
Bomber Dragon plus Mousetrap cards.
This is why I know I could never play Malice, because the concept of linking like 5 material down to 3, I can't do it. It doesn't work in my brain. I understand it's correct.
This is a good point by the caster, by the way. It sometimes is counterintuitive that you're like linking off all the Malices into each other, and you're like linking a Link 3 and 2 other monsters into another Link 3 and stuff. It takes a while to get used to.
It is a little antithetical to think, oh man, all my powerful Link 3 monsters, they're so great. Where are they?
But it's just the reason why they do it is because linking off Malice monsters is not actually losing them, right? They come back anyways.
Same for a rainy day.
Yeah. And
So it's basically free.
We've done all this without resolving Dormouse's effect, by the way.
Yeah.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah. Rain's coming down hard on Ruben right now. He's got, what, 1 card face down, and I can't see how many in hand. There's 1 there. I don't know if there's any.
Dude, got a feel for Ruben here. I mean, I'm happy Ryan is winning, but Ruben undefeated in Swiss, taken out by Ryan Yu here, most likely. I mean, it's not over until it's over, but I don't see a world in which you come back from this. You can search follow-up here with MTP07, but I don't know.
Yeah, so on resolution of the access code targeting the Link in the graveyard, you can do this. And now there's no target for access code talker to try and remove on the field, and we know
It feels like Ryan just has too much card advantage at this point.
Will it actually be able to trigger is the question.
Yeah. Effective Binder, yeah.
March here, banishing Binder is... That's a special kind of play right there. I love that a little too much, I think.
Yeah. Just a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh happening here, but it looks like just confirming everything here as White Binder hits the field.
Yeah, but I believe we used every single Malice name except for Dormouses to banish. No, I think we did banish Dormouse as well and send it back. So I think we've used them all right now.
Yeah, we got that off the Malice and Underground.
So we didn't impulse this game, so we can still do Firewall things, we can do Allied Code Talker, we can do Bomber Dragon again, whatever he prefers in this matchup. Linking all of them off. I think Code Talker is pretty good here. Cryptor is also pretty good. I don't even know if he plays the Code Talker, seeing at how he plays this. Because, I mean, in a simplified game state like this, I think the Omni Negate off of the Code Talker would have been pretty good, but...
Ruben's been in the jam before, but let's see how he does.
That is a spell that was drawn? Maybe Allure of Darkness? I think that is Allure of Darkness. That's a good card to have here.
Even though we have the non-target banish of MTP07 and Hard Scriptor,
that helps you extend.
That might not be the best. He might save
Talents off the top.
Well, speaking of saving, this Allure of Darkness might have gotten him back in the
Talents off the top. Interesting. Now the thing is, the reason why this Allure might not be optimal actually is because you're gonna use this Dormouse effect in the banish pile to bring it back, which makes it rather weak to another banish, right? If you just banish a Malice name that's already triggered in the banish pile, you can no longer bring it back a second time. So that is getting the Dormouse off the board here. We're good.
Yes, if we do have a March Hair or something, and we can...
But that was a monster effect. That was a monster effect. So, Talents is now live.
Yep, Ruben's just making sure he has all the information he needs to make his plays accurately. I believe the only known thing is the set MTP07, and that is it.
A lot of unknown unknowns.
Might have to Talents for draw, though.
I mean,
Malice, like, Talents to take, Ryan can just dodge, right? By using MTP to banish his own Cryptor.
And he needs to use Malice cards to start his combos off, because if he doesn't, he leaves himself open to the MTPO7 non-target banish. Okay, here we see the
Normal summon backup Attic
just summoning the
Mister.
backup.
No effect to Surge.
This could be a Lingaribo line.
Okay.
Second one in his extra deck potentially. That could
They
be
never expect the second Lingaribo.
They never do, honestly.
I can tell ya, with confidence.
Everyone's playing the second Lingaribo.
Oh, wow. And using the extra link material spot there opened up by the hard scripter.
That's actually really big because it just allows him to go into things like White Binder more seamlessly.
All right. Okay, maybe the second.
Oh, I told you! That is
his-
Ruben's favorite card for a reason.
That is one of one.
Don't know
as
what he
well.
said. I
He's
think he
like,
said
I can't
take.
make my own hard scripter. I'll take yours though.
Yeah. And I mean, he didn't have that many resources to go for, but the Search of Dormouse, the Allure of Darkness to draw 2, dig a little bit deeper into that deck, is now putting Ruben in a position where he's playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yep, that's why we made the Lingaribo first.
All right, we're gonna chain Lingaribo on the chain of MTPO7 to banish and negate that card.
But that kind of forces the Lingaribo to go away, so if the other two trap cards
You
are
did
high
take.
impact, now Lingaribo's no longer there to negate them.
So you
Yes,
take
also
the
MTPO7
Cryptor
is a
here,
lot worse when you
but you
choose to
have
control
normal
Malice.
summoned.
Okay.
Or on resolution.
Yeah.
You have normal summoned.
Banish effect at that point, so might as well just use it now.
So you need an extender here, like a March here.
His hard scriptor because
Use Hard Scriptor's effect again. I think that is once per player, indeed. I think that works.
yeah, to my knowledge,
So that is going to threaten a non-target banish. The Imperm is used on it.
So Ruben has committed his normal summon.
And we have another backup Adignister.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a Dominus Impulse on the extender, and we have that. There's another Lancia as well. And Ryan Yu defeats Ruben. That was closer of a game 2 than I thought initially. But ultimately, now knowing all the cards that Ryan still had, there was no way Ruben ever wins this. There was an Imperm, an Impulse, a Lancia. That game was not winnable for Ruben. He doesn't have to beat himself up about it too much. This was not winnable. He played it well on that turn, actually. The summoning the Lingaribo first to stop the MTPO7 from dodging the talents was pretty cool. Unfortunately, sometimes, you know, the rest of the cards are just too powerful. And even if you make a cool play like that, it's not enough. And with that, Ryan Yu will end up moving on to the top 16, and Ruben is eliminated here in top 32, even though he went undefeated in Swiss. It is like that sometimes.
Just how strong his engine was at breaking apart Ruben's board and being.
And Ryan,
I mean, going to
32nd in Swiss.
Malice cards.
32nd in Swiss, barely making it in on off tiebreakers. We'll move on to the top 16 here. 4 wins. 4 matches between him and the
Speaking of low, we're a little lower on count here of Stevens. We're gonna have
and the
Steven
win.
go over the stage there so he can make
Ooh, we get the prizing announcement or the interview first.
Ryan just really got it done. That was some just crazy good Malice play.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, it was just impressive to see Ruben do a great job in day 1. And
I mean,
still finish
at the end of the day, Ryan drew really well, but he also played it really well. Right? Like there's definitely Malice players out there that might not play a game that well and then might throw it. This one was definitely played very well by Ryan.
You know what that means, right?
Oh, I think it's time to potentially talk more about the awesomeness in top 32 before we throw over to them.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and throw on down, right? Oh, maybe not.
Yeah,
My bad.
No,
so
no
I'm
worries.
so excited here. I'm so excited. It's just one of these things where you get like these world championship competitors.
Okay, when prizing announcement.
Yes.
But it is true to have another YCS championship under his belt will remind duelists of exactly who Ryan is and kind of put him back into the spotlight, not only as a Master Duel champion, but as a TCG champion as well.
Give me, please tell me we get stamped promos, dude.
It's interesting to see what the Malice matchup looks like. That is, I said it earlier, it does look a lot different than I was expecting.
Oh yeah, 100%. That was definitely the scariest deck of the weekend, and seeing them kind of match up against each other was really impressive because it is not the easiest thing to interact with if you're any other deck, but also, even if you're Malice, it could be a little tricky.
Yeah, the Lingaribo really put a lot of pressure. You could feel how big its aura was. Tiny little monster, not really a lot of attack, but it's just like Lingaribo lingering around on the field, keeping really both duelists at bay. But once that Lingaribo went away, the Infinite Impermanence just was able to go ahead and negate that, and that triple tactics talent, good as it may be, can't really do much with that Link-free monster, so he was kind of locked out of the duel from there.
Yep, and now that Ryan advances in the top 16, I imagine he's expecting to play against more Malice decks, more Mitsurugi decks, Ryzeal decks that he's experiencing all weekend long, but you and I have seen some spice as well throughout this, and I'm really excited to update you guys as more stuff advances throughout this tournament. That's what we can expect in later rounds.
Oh, goodness. Well, speaking of later rounds, I'm so glad that we're here for the top 32 because, you know, a lot of really cool things are going to happen in this top cut. Speaking of which, cool things?
Ooh, I think it's time to go throw over to Steven Kangas. He's left us for a very important reason, and that's to talk to Ryan Yu on how he had this impressive victory.
Winners interview
See what
first.
they have to say.
Thank you very much. I have Ryan on stage. Congratulations on your feature match win versus Ruben. This was world champ versus world champ, and I want to start off with that. What was it like when you first found out that you were playing against Ruben in your round 32?
I would say it was more crazy to me that I made top 32 than that it was Ruben specifically. Getting in at 32nd. It was just extremely stressful, but it was a nice moment, like hearing my name and with all my friends there to support me. And Ruben's really good, obviously. I've known him for a long time, respect him a lot. So obviously kind of wish we wouldn't have to play, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. At the end of the day, there can only be one winner at the end of today. But I want to go back to the matchup because it was Malice versus Malice, which I know you were saying you're like, it happens a lot, but we haven't seen a lot on stream, let alone two of the best at it. So talk to me about the game state, specifically when you're sequencing things like the Nibiru, things like the Dominus Impulse, that turn 1, because you were able to stop Ruben in his tracks.
Yeah, so I opened my turn 1 hand. It was Impulse, Nibiru, and Jurisworm. So typically what I would do, I think, is you want a Nibiru before the Jurisworm, because if I put the Jurisworm on the field, then he can Impulse the Nibiru, and Nibiru's higher impact.
We talked about that.
But the way he sequenced his turn made me think, like, he's not going for White Rabbit, he's going for Hare, so there's a potential that he can have Underground in hand to banish Rabbit later. And the Jurisworm's not getting as much value if you use it after the Nib, because while it plays around Impulse, if I can send the Jurisworm with the Nibiru, clear his token, that's a huge deal because it robs him of the Link Spider. So I figured with that hand, I kind of just had to take the risk, hope he doesn't have Impulse, and that should end his turn.
I love hearing players of your caliber talk about that mentality because we were just thinking, Jurisworm clears the token, but also the counterplay of his Dominus Impulse potential. Really cool to see that it was a read in your mind of what he had available to him. Well, you're going to go on to top 16, so there's a chance we'll get to talk to you again, but I want to give you the opportunity, Ryan. Is there anybody at home who's watching that you want to give a shout out to?
Just to my family, thanks for their support. Also all my friends here, especially Pac and Jib, as well as Eddie, Enzo, Will. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anyone, but since this is the first event of a new format, we spent so much time learning the new Malice deck, updating the combos. So I'm just happy that some of us were able to get there.
Best part of the game is playing it with friends. Thank you so much for coming on. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters for a very special announcement.
Uh-oh. Prizing.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. I know my name's not Steven, but I am here with Team Max Steve, and it has been an exciting tournament. What an epic match, seeing two reigning world champions, Master Duel, TCG, going at it, and hearing from Ryan talk there, you can see, every decision was deliberate, and he had, the game plan going into it. Really cool stuff, and being able to pick up on the reads, but beyond all the exciting duels we have a really, really exciting announcement, and I'm here from Konami to present the Stevens to talk about these brand new prizes. So here you guys go. It's time to introduce something really, really exciting.
I can open this?
You're good to go.
Okay.
Oh, it's stamped cards.
Let me see that. Okay. So it says here, starting with the South America World Championship qualifier on June 6th to June 8th in Bogota, Colombia, and continuing through the 2025 through 2026 tournament season. Duelists that make it to Day 2 will receive new prizes.
Sick, man.
Day 2 duelists, based on attendance, will receive a rare version of one of the following top 10 prize cards emblazoned with the event logo, either the YCS or WCQ, in a silver foil wrapper.
That is so sick, man.
Logo. Dude, look at those cards.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen, they're going to be Blue Eyes White Dragon, Charge of the Light Brigade, Triple D Wave High King Caesar, Gaga Magician, Shadow Fusion.
Wait, let me see that. Blackwing Gale, the Whirlwind, Cyber Dragon, Dante Traveler, the Burning Abyss, Pot of Desires, the Arrival Cybers adding Nister?
Day 2 participants will be based on event attendance. If event attendance is under 513 duelists, the Day 2 promo card will go to top 64. If attendance is between 513 and 1,024 duelists, the Day 2 promo card will go to top 128.
Okay.
And if attendance is over 1,024 duelists, the Day 2 promo card will go to top 256.
Okay, and it says here the YCS prize cards are going to start at the first post WCQ YCS in each of the TCG territories. That's right. Well, the WCQ prize cards start right away at this summer's WCQ events. So if you don't have your invite now, it's time to head down to regionals and go get it. So for North America, the first YCS with the new prize cards will be YCS Vancouver in British Columbia, Canada on August 16th through August 17th. For Latin America, the first YCS with the new prize cards is going to be YCS Lima, Peru on September 27th through September 28th.
What about Europe?
And Oceania, please follow the KDE Europe social media channels for some upcoming event announcements.
Wow, every single TCG region getting these updated prize cards is so amazing, but apparently there's more?
Wait, no, wait.
There's also stuff for prize card and promo cards in top 32 specifically.
Oh.
And what are those prize cards?
Well, apparently it's Card Trooper, a super rare version of this prize card will be eroded at both the WCQs
and that's important.
And the YCSs
that's important.
And super rare rarity.
The first tier element.
To the Day 2 prize card, Duelist will make top 32 at a YCS in the TCG territories, will receive a super rare card Trooper. The YCS prize cards will start at the first post WCQ and YCS in each of the TCG territories, while the WCQ prize cards start right away at this summer's WCQ event, so just like the prize cards we saw earlier.
So again, just to make sure that you understand, for North America, that first YCS with the new prize cards will be YCS Vancouver. And for Latin America, the first YCS is going to be YCS Lima, Peru. And for Europe and Oceania, stay tuned to those social media channels because you're going to get some upcoming event announcements.
But not only is there more for top 32,
no way is there more.
There's also for top 16. So if a duelist makes it to top 16, addition to the Day 2 prize card, you also get the super rare card Trooper and the ultra rare effect Veiler for the WCQ and YCS events in each of the TCG territories, starting at this summer's WCQ events.
So go get your invite again.
I saw y'all in chat. I saw y'all making fun of the card choices for the other cards. I saw y'all. I saw y'all hating before it was
done. Go ahead
done.
and check those social media channels. But wait, there's more. Apparently, we will be announcing additional changes for 2025 and 2026 tournament season prize support after the conclusion of this season's WCQs. So be sure to watch every social media channel. Wow. Okay.
Billy, you just keep giving us goodies.
Okay, y'all. I hate to pause y'all on this, but I got to talk about that for a second. Okay, so initially, I'll walk you through what I was thinking. I was quiet because I was waiting for them to finish, all right? I looked at this and I was like, okay, this is cool, right? This is cool because it's YCS stamped cards. And they are giving out to a lot of players at these tournaments. This is not a top cut exclusive, is what I was thinking. So I'm like, a lot of people are getting these cards, which on the one hand is good because a lot of people are getting them. On the other hand, that makes them not as valuable because a lot of people are getting them. And then the next thing I thought was like, okay, some of these cards are really cool. Some of these card choices are not that cool. I mean, if you pull DDD Wave Hiking Caesar out of this, is probably the best card, to be honest. Meta-wise, right? Probably the best pull meta-wise, but if you pull Gaga Magician or something, like, you're not going to be super happy about that, right? But inherently, I don't have an issue with this sort of thing as like when there's a selection of cards and you can pull like one of them. I think it's okay. Some of them are iconic cards for like Edison format, like Gale, Charge of the Light Brigade, Cyber Dragon. Some of them are iconic in general, like Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dante, Shadow Fusion, whatever. It's okay, right? But if this was the only thing they added, I would not have been satisfied if this was the only thing. The fact that this is basically just a little bonus for people that make Day 2, like everyone that makes Day 2 or almost everyone that makes Day 2 gets this, I think makes it pretty cool because there is more, okay? And so the next thing they did was like, where's the card trooper? And I'm like, okay, Top 32 exclusive prize is pretty sick, right? Top 32 exclusive prize is pretty sick. I wish from the European side, I don't know if this is going to be something that they're still going to announce. I was hoping this was also top 64, like top cut, right? I don't know if this is going to be a thing or not. I don't know if the really big YCSs are going to include this for top 64 as well, or if you're just getting the pack that we previously saw. But in general, a top cut exclusive promo is huge. I was not super hyped about the card choice, even though me as an old head, I love Card Trooper. It's a really cool card and nostalgic card for me. It would never hold the same value as something like a meta-relevant staple that people will want more. all the Edison players, or a lot of Edison players, might really want this card. And I'm sure it's still going to be expensive because it's a YCS stamped promo. Like, people are going to value this card highly. Once again, if this was the only thing they would have done, I would not have been happy with the card choice. I would have been happy with the stamped promo, like the concept of it. I would have not been super satisfied with it just being Card Trooper. But once again, they went a step further and they added the Effect Whaler, which typically the way how pricing works, the way I interpret it, if you make top 16, you should be getting both the Effect Veiler and the Card Trooper and the pack with the other card. I think that, I don't know if they said that specifically, but that's how I think it would work. I think you get all of it. This Effect Veiler, they said cumulative. Okay, they said that. Okay, good. Top 16 exclusive YCS Effect Veiler. This is going to be the money card. This is going to be the money card. I don't know exactly. You'd have to run the numbers on how many of these there are going to be. Like if you count all the YCSs between Europe, North America, South America, all that, Australia, Oceania, if you count all the YCSs together, and then you multiply that number by 16, that's how many Effect Veilers there are going to be. That card is usually a 3 of. This card is going to be expensive. This card is going to be expensive. Like, I think so for reference, the YCSs in Japan have been giving out an Effect Veiler like this for Top Cut. That card has moved for 4 digits. I don't know exactly of any of the sales, the numbers and all that. I've been told this card moves for 4 digits. Their YCSs give it out for top 64, which is more than top 16. However, they have less YCSs than we do. So it remains to be seen how expensive this card is in general. I would still guess that this entire thing still makes it so that making day 2 at a YCS will give you a solid experience by getting one of the packs. Making Top Cut will give you a Card Trooper, which I'm sure is going to be worth still a decent amount. And the Effect Veiler is going to be money. And I think if you make top 16 at a YCS, you get the Card Trooper, the Effect Veiler, the promo pack, and then whatever, the playmat and a booster box. That's going to be well worth your travel and everything. It's going to feel so much more rewarding making Top Cut and getting closer to winning a YCS, right? Like, because that's always been my main gripe with the pricing. I've never cared about the pricing of what you get when you win the tournament, because when you win the tournament, quite frankly, you don't care what you're getting, because you really that's all you value is the win in that moment. But if you lose in top 16, top 8, top 4, when you get really close, that's often when it felt not rewarding enough, right? Like, because making top 16 at a YCS is incredibly difficult. It's incredibly difficult to make top 16 at a YCS, whether it's 1,500 players or 2,500 players, it doesn't matter. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. A lot of people are working a lot to get there, and only receiving a mat was never appropriate for it, you know? And we've been saying it for a long time, and it seemed like they have finally listened, because this is a hell of an improvement. This is a hell of an improvement. This is very, very good. Very happy about this. So I think I think topping a YCS is finally going to be worth it. And they have more announcements to come soon. I guess they said there's more. So it can only get better from here on out. I will say the next announcement, even if they're not saving anything crazy for the end of the tournament, this is already like an improvement by so much, right? This is an improvement by it's hard to even put into words how much this improves the YCS price structure, especially for the people that don't win, which was the most important part, right? Whether this Effect Veiler is worth $200, $500, even more than that, I don't know, but it doesn't really matter, because that's what matters the most. The other announcement was after WCQs. Oh, I thought they said after the tournament. Wait.
Starting at this summer's WCQ events.
So first one, check those social. We will be announcing additional changes for 2025 and 2026 tournament season prize support after the conclusion of this season's WCQ.
Okay.
So be sure to watch.
I didn't listen properly. It's after the WCQ, not after the tournament. I thought it was after today's tournament we get more. Okay. Anyways, so that's going to be all the announcement for today. I'm happy with that. I really am. I'm happy with that. This is better what I thought it was going to be. Unironically, this is better than what I thought. I thought they were just adding like the effect veiler and that's it. They added more. This is good. This is nice.
Probably weren't too many Crystron duelists in the tournament, so I think Steven may have a little bit more matchup advantage having played against so many mermails.
We have a backup feature though. Let's get back into the action of today. The future for Yu-Gi-Oh! Once again getting brighter by this announcement, but let's get back to the present. We have Steven Santoli in game 3 here against Water. Mermail is indeed in top 32 here. Mermail Atlantean up against Crystron Horus for Steven Santoli. Interesting deck choice. Looks like we've gotten the Nibiru here, and the opponent has drawn a Molcharmi for turn, I think. And we go for Poseidra sending Neptibus instead of normal summoning the Neptibus. So we're going to summon Poseidra, Chainlink 1. I don't think we can activate Neptibus, but it's mandatory, I think, so it has to activate.
And then this looks like it's going to go get a Dragoons. Yep.
So we're going to send Dragoons for cost for Poseidra.
Bradley came here to show off his card.
Does Neptibus target to revive? I think it does, right? I don't think it can bring back this Dragoons.
Somehow, and he's pausing, thinking about what he's going to get off of that. Let's go ahead and destroy that face down card.
I believe it's the Poseidra effect actually bounce a card back to the hand.
That's right.
And he's hoping it's the cluster. But if it is the cluster, we could just chain it and get the double pop. But we need to control a synchro monster to get the double pop. So Steven's thinking if he can like order his chain links for Citri before he does that, he's going to decide, nah, I'll just go back to my hand. We don't know if it was the cluster or not. Maybe it's a card that just wasn't worth activating there, given the board texture.
Save it for follow-up, but this is sort of the doer.
The new TCG pricing. I thought it looked very good. I'm probably going to be uploading the reaction on the Plus channel later on today, or maybe tomorrow if I'm too tired after this. But yeah, you can look out for that if you want my initial reaction. But I think it's very good.
Yeah, that was legendary for me.
It's like, on the one hand, I don't want to, like, it is very good. I don't want to praise it too much because it's been something we've been saying for years. It's very obvious. It doesn't cost them much. But at the same time, it is still exactly what I wanted. So, I mean, it's good.
Back all the resources we need to keep playing on the next turn. We could get Inclusion. We could get Smyger. We could get... Yeah, we're going to grab that Inclusion back to our hand for follow-up. And this does make all the monsters weaker, like I said. So now,
I mean, if people still are not happy with this, then let them be unhappy, you know? I as someone who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Very actively, I'm telling you this is exactly what they needed to do to make topping feel better.
And my Poseidra are both weaker than both your monsters. I'm not happy about this.
But yes, people are still going to complain, but it's whatever.
Crystron, right? They just keep playing. I think what's so amazing, though, about this Top Cut in general is that we have like so many known duelists, right? Brand new format, but to the top rise some shining stars that we've seen before. So maybe it's the deck, maybe it's the duelists. I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, so it looks like that was all during Bradley's battle phase, and so that means that we're now in his main phase too, because his monsters aren't strong enough to hit over anything, and that kind of got rid of a lot of the potential he had.
So at the end of the day, what matters is how you feel about it. If you like it, then just like it. Don't let other people tell you how to feel about it. If you dislike it, I guess, then dislike it.
Summon Neptibus. Pretty good normal summon.
Yeah, because as we saw yesterday, as long as you resolve Neptibus, your opponent scoops, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Unless...
Fun fact, it is an ignition effect, so if Steven goes
super polymerization.
That's GG, man. The GOAT does it again.
But super poly works too. Discard the Forbidden Droplet and then summon Garura to the field. Yeah, that's one way to get rid of two of your opponent's monsters with different types with the same attribute.
Yeah. And there is a lot of that, right? Oh, and there's that.
And Steven Santoli moves on to the top 16.
I guess it still stays true. As long as Neptibus gets normal summoned, someone will concede. I guess it's not always your opponent. It's sometimes you that concedes.
Are we just cursed? Anytime I say Neptibus, the duel ends. I'm sorry, chat.
Oh, man, but congratulations to Steven Santoli being the winner of this top 32 match, going to top 16 with Horus Crystron. I know all we saw was the Crystron cards, but that was already cool enough, as long as you ask me.
Yeah, the King sarcophagus.
I'll be right back with you guys. I'm just gonna grab a new bottle of water.
How big the package is, but what a performance. And yeah, Mermail's still showing off too, though. It shows you that like this is a very diverse format.
Yep, big ups to Bradley here. I imagine this was not an easy matchup by any means for him, but he was still able to squeak in that one win and give himself the best chance possible to get to top 16. But he is still a top 32 duelist, and that is no small feat, especially with how stacked YCS Providence is with some of the best players in the world.
What is with this bracket? The top cut is so insane.
Oh, yes. Really exciting to see. And I actually think we have a bit of a bracket update for you guys as well. We gave you one a little bit earlier, but we have more information about all the rounds that are finishing, so you guys can get an idea how some of your favorite players are doing. Let's go and take a look right here.
All right, so rounding out from the top, we know it's going to be Ryan Yu versus, well, now we know, Steven Santoli. After that, it'll be Charlie versus Sean and Jim versus Dominic. Jeffrey and Ali are still fighting, and Mitchell and Nathan are too. But on the other side...
Yep, we got Kamal and Gabriel both clinching their spot in top 16. We also have Lucas waiting on the match between Shunping and Evan. That'll be probably a really interesting one if Shunping makes it through for sure. We have Lucas still waiting on the match between Carl and Timothy. We saw Carl's deck yesterday, that pure Ryzel deck with all those arch nemesis are pretty sweet. We have Adichie versus David still playing out, and Jesse is still secured in our top 16. Lots of great players. Lots of interesting duels on the horizon for us, and lots of great news. Man, this top 32 was awesome.
This is just incredible. Again, I can't handle this. This is too much dueling for me.
I know. Honestly, it feels like we need a break, and I imagine some of y'all do need one at home as well. So we're going to go ahead and break for a little bit before we come back with top 16. Go rest, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back really soon.
Hello everyone, Billy Break here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island, and I am joined by our YCS Houston champion. That's right, it's Pascal Manigat. So excited to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to
Lampy has posted a top 32 breakdown. Ooh.
Yeah, definitely. So
it is much more what I expected than what Austrian Nationals had. That's true. It does have actually 12 Malice instead of just one that we had at the Austrian Nationals. This is more what I would have guessed. Yeah, this is more likely. We had 12 Malice, 11 Mitsurugi though. The two are very close to each other. The only thing that is, I guess, a little bit of a news here, a little bit of a shocker, is that it's 10 Ryzel and 1 Pure. Very high, like basically Ryzel, Mitsurugi, the dominating version between the two, for sure. We have actually 4 Ryzel decks still. This is a little bit surprising, I think. We have 2 Pure Ryzels, 1 Fiendsmith Ryzel, and 1 Heraldic Ryzel. We have a Blue Eyes, a Christian Horus, 1 Mermaid Atlantean, which we just saw eliminated in the backup feature by Steven Santoli. It was Mermaid against Crystron, and Crystron moved on to the top 16. We have a Kashtira Regenesis. It is the player that we saw in the feature match earlier. And we have Bestial Fiendsmith as well in top 32. I mean, yeah, for the most part, this is about to be expected. Malice and Mitsurugi, the two top dogs of the format. I guess at this point, they are definitely the favorites to take the entire tournament as well. We're going to see if they can pull it off or if any of the more roguish options are going to pull through. But for the most part, this is looking like a pretty standard top cut breakdown for this format. No Memento is a little surprising, I suppose. We did see some Memento here and there. It did well at the Austrian Nationals, did not top this event, but I guess a lot of players just favorite Malice or Mitsurugi for now. The Crystron Horus is something they should definitely feature. I mean, come on. I think Santoli has had a written feature match and a backup feature match, but you have Crystron Horus in top 16 of the YCS right now. You gotta bring that on, right? You gotta bring that on. My guess for top 16 is we're gonna see Steven Santoli, hopefully. Even though I do think he might be playing against Ryan Yu, if I remember the bracket from earlier, I think it's Steven Santoli against Ryan Yu. Which I don't know if they want to... I mean, it's a really good feature match, but I don't know if they want to bring on Ryan 2 games in a row, because we just had Ryan on feature. We're going to see. But yeah, other than that, I mean, Heraldry, Ryzel, interesting. Regenesis, I would also be happy to see that deck again in top 16 if they won. I don't know, but interesting. I mean, interesting top cut, but for the most part, it does just confirm what I was expecting for the most part, with some smaller exceptions here and there. I think this is basically the breakdown that I was expecting, right? I mean, I did even say in my tier list, I did say pure Ryzeal is better than people give it credit for. And we did have 4 Ryzeals make top 32 still. It is the 3rd most represented deck. So it is stronger than people expected it to be. Still a little bit stronger than I expected it to be even. I did rank Memento higher than it, for example, but I think Pure Ryzeal is still like a solid mid-range option, because I think the thing I like about Pure Ryzeal is that it can make use of the Charmies, because they can be level 4 normal summons. If you start with like X Ryzeal, that's okay. Not even one Memento. There was also honorable mention. Honorable mention. Oath, do not, under any circumstances, pick up Plant Link. Thank me later. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Anyways. Oh yeah, honorable mention to 2 Fire Kings, because they don't appear in this breakdown, but they did go 9-2. And just didn't make it because of tiebreakers. We saw a Fire King on the main feature in the last round win, and we saw a Fire King in the backup feature in the last round win as well. They both finished 9-2. Unfortunately, because of how the numbers worked out for this tournament, they were caught in the tiebreaker crossfire and did not quite make it into top 32. But honorable mention, 2 Fire Kings also managed to go 9-2 in this tournament. Did not quite make it, but I think that's still worth mentioning.
Because of those cards.
Yeah, because you knew you were going to have to face
and I knew
every round.
Yeah, face them every round and just have a legitimate chance to play around them and attempt to win.
Okay, so you feel like the path might be a little bit easier this time, maybe a little less resistance going into this tournament. We're going to have to see about that. But so you've been playing at YCSs for a long time. You're a veteran.
They got 34th and 35th. Oh man.
Is there an important lesson you've learned from competing?
It's always stay poised, just don't let wins or losses bother you too much, and just like whenever you're in the game, like just try to stay as focused as possible. So that's what I would say to anyone that's
one
playing.
game at a time.
One game at a time. Don't get excited for a win. Don't get excited for a loss until the match is over.
What do you think about an asymmetrical top cut? I think it's a beautiful system. We should have it.
Trying to keep level-headed. You don't want to have
I think it's just straight up better and perfect. But for some reason, I mean, I know the reason. It just makes the tournament longer a little bit by 1 round, but I think it's good.
How has it like impacted your life in general?
I mean, I had some people asking him like my autograph or something. That was pretty cool.
Rotten Masho, thank you for the kind words and the 2 months. Welcome back. I appreciate you
that's pretty cool.
hanging out in the stream whenever you can.
Someone had me sign the combined creation, and people still say like, "Oh, congratulations!" And stuff.
What is that? What
cool.
Asymmetrical top cut? So asymmetrical top cut basically works in a way where before the tournament starts, based on the number of players, you just announce what record you will need to make top cut. So for example, for this tournament, they would say something like, it is 11 rounds, 1,500 players, and all X2s or better will make top cut, which ends up in a situation where your top cut is not always exactly 32 players, right? So what they do is they do something called an asymmetrical top cut, where let's say there is 35 people in total that go X2 or better, right? So you have the 32 people that would normally make top 32 and 3 more. What happens then is before you start the top 32, you have the 33rd, 34th, and 35th play against 32nd, 31st, and 30th for those top cut spots. So instead of like making it based entirely on tiebreakers, it's just basically everyone who's X2 or better is guaranteed to be in top cut essentially. But some people have to like play another game for it if your tiebreakers are not good. So instead of being guaranteed in or guaranteed out, you are guaranteed a spot in this sort of playoff, basically, right? It sounds more complicated than it is. Maybe I don't know if I made it sound complicated or not. I think most of you get it. I think it's a pretty good system. I think it's a pretty good system to guarantee certain records make it into top cut, or at least make it into the bracket, you know? I think it's good.
Just trying to find a deck that's competitive with the top tier decks. And I would say try to stick with like 1, maybe 2 decks, because this is how you really get to learn the combos and unique tech choices that's going to give you an advantage.
It does make prizing more complicated. I don't think it does. You can just give top 32 prizing to everybody who ends up in the top 32 after you did the playoff round, right? And the other people get prizing for 33rd, 34th, and 35th if they lose the playoff. It's not that difficult.
A few of them and get really good at them and maximize.
The thing is, like, if you're 32nd, you're not going to be happy if you have to play an extra round. If you're 33rd, you're going to be super happy. I think ultimately, before the tournament, I think most people would be in favor of it, because it never feels good to be at the mercy of the tiebreakers, right? If you get 33rd and then lose your playoff thingy to get into top cut, at least you had a chance that wasn't just pure luck and tiebreakers, basically, right? Because that is something that's not in your control. Because tiebreakers are mostly based on who you play against and how they do in the tournament, which is not something you can influence. Like, if I play against someone in round 1, I have no control over how they do at the rest of the tournament, right? So it's like, I think it's better. Less variance. What did he twin twister? Don't ask that question. None of your business. Supreme King, think of it at 22, and yes, I mean, I've been in that spot too. I've been on both sides, right? I have made top cut at a tournament at like exactly 64th place before, or 32nd place as well. I have done that too, and that also feels good. But I've also been there, I've gone 9-2 at a YCS and not made top cut, and that feels terrible.
Guess the card before chat does go. Okay.
It's Spirit Message I, by the way.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
No.
Is it a quick play spell?
No.
Is it an equip spell?
No.
Field spell?
No.
Ritual spell?
Nope. I think there's one left.
Continuous spell?
There. Yeah, you got it.
Awesome. Can it be used to add a card from deck to hand?
No.
Can it be used to add a card from grave or banish to hand?
No. It can't do much.
Can it increase it or decrease attack points?
No.
Is it any sort of meta relevant in the last couple of years?
I would say no.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not getting this card. I'm so sorry.
No, you keep going. You got this. Think time periods.
Time period. Was this in the last 5 years?
No.
10 years?
No.
15?
No.
I'm cooked.
We like to give you the hardest ones, Lucas.
That's not fair. I'm gonna cry.
5 seconds.
I don't know.
Is there a message you want to give your fans?
I love you.
Well, here's my message. Spirit Message I, everybody. There we go. Was anybody able to get it? Maybe? All right, I have Charles here. Charles, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat does. Go.
All right. Can I get any hints?
No.
Please?
Please.
It's hard. None of your friends believed in you. That's your hint.
Can I get a color of the card?
Yes or no questions.
That was a yes or no question.
Is the card a monster?
No.
Is the card a magic card?
Yes. Spell card, Charles. Well, technically it is a magic card, but it's a spell card.
Monster Reborn?
No.
Dang. All right. Graceful Charity?
No.
That's it. That's it. Send the Pinkertons.
Brand Diffusion?
No.
Send them.
Red Ice Fusion?
No. Just going right into the individual cards. All right, think about what type of spell it is.
Quick play?
No.
Equip?
No.
Field?
No.
Counter?
Counter spell? Charles.
That is a magic card too, yeah.
10 seconds. Come on, Charles, we're all rooting for you.
I don't know. Mystic?
No, it's not. It is Spirit Message I. Do you think anybody's going to get this today? We're 0 for 2 right now.
Dude, you ask every single person in the YCS this, no one gets Spirit Message I. That card is devious.
All right, I got Rayhan here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay, so is it a spell?
No.
Monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
A Synchro?
No.
Fusion?
No.
Link?
Yes.
Will people be playing it this weekend?
I would guess no.
No, okay. Is it a Link 4?
This is misleading.
No.
2?
I remember this
1.
from...
Yes.
Oh my god, okay. Is it
rapid fire?
Light attribute?
No.
Dark?
No.
Fire?
Yes.
Fire Link 1. Cybers?
No.
Fire Link 1 Cybers. Oh my god, Fire Link 1 Cybers? Warrior?
Everyone in chat's got it. No.
Beast Warrior?
No.
Fire Link
You know what's funny about this? It's pre-recorded. How does he know chat's got it?
Fire Link 1. Is the attack under or over 1,000?
He just made that
yes
up.
or no?
Oh, is it over 1,000?
Yes.
Oh, it's over 1,000.
I'll give you one hint before you have to guess. Support's coming out soon.
Support's coming out.
It's Kagari, man, but he said no one's playing it this weekend, and that's not...
Kagari.
I
There
don't
we go. Do you
really...
think
Sky Striker
anybody in chat
Engine,
got
come
that?
on. Some people will.
All right. Thanks for playing, Rayon. All right, we have Stason here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Oh, is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a main deck monster?
Dude,
Yes.
that watch is fire.
Is it a fire?
No.
Is it a light?
No.
Earth?
No.
It'd be
Dark.
time to
No.
duel, man.
Is it level 4?
No. You're switching up the questions on me, Stason.
Yeah, I am. Is it water?
No.
There's 2 left. It ain't no divine, I know that. Wind?
Yes.
Level 4?
No.
Level 2?
No.
3?
No.
5?
No.
1?
No.
I'm so bad at this.
You're bouncing around it quite well.
I am.
The system is crazy.
7?
Yes. 15 seconds.
Dragon?
No.
Cybers?
No. 5 seconds.
Dang.
Last guess.
I'll say it was level 7, Earth.
Wind.
Wind.
Come on, chat. Let's power them up together.
Kashtira Unicorn.
Help me out. Dang, I have no clue. Wow.
It's Kashtira Unicorn.
I should have guessed that, you know?
This card's really good right
It is-
now.
It is
Yeah.
insane right now.
Are you playing it?
I am not this weekend, but I love that card a lot, though.
All right. Shout out to everybody who got it. Thanks for playing, man.
Of course, thank you.
All right, I have Kevin here. You have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell card?
Yes.
Normal spell?
No.
Quick play spell?
Yes.
Pokemon.
Was it released after 2020?
No.
Was it, oh God, before 2010?
Yes.
Was it released within the first 5 sets?
No.
No.
Very specific questions, though. This is good.
Was it released before,
What was the first 5 sets? Dude, LOB, Metal Raiders, Spell Ruler / Magic
I'll give you a
Ruler.
hint. It's still played today.
does it remove
Ancient
cards
Sanctuary? No, Ancient Sanctuary is later.
Does it remove
Labyrinth of Nightmare.
No. 10 seconds.
And Pharaoh's Servant.
It's a quick play oh God, still played today after the first 5 sets.
That's the
Come on,
first 5.
let's cheer him on. Your friends believed in you.
It's Boca da Moon.
Oh boy. Quick play spell, you said?
Quick play. You got time for one guess. What do you think the card is?
Still played today. Book of Moon?
You got it! Right at the end. Let's go! Congratulations, man. All right, I'm live here with Mitch, and you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Karibo.
No.
Wait, can I ask you any questions?
Any yes or no questions?
Is it a monster?
I love this one.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Bro just
Is it a
thought he
synchro?
had to like
No.
Is it
guess
an
it
exceed?
out of like
Yes.
12,000 Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Is it a exceed rank 1?
No.
Rank 2?
No.
Rank 3?
No.
Rank 4?
Yes.
Gaga Cowboy.
I'm kind of sad that we don't live in a
Utopia.
universe where it
No.
just was Karibo.
Does it have Utopia in the name?
No. That actually eliminates a lot of cards.
It'd be so funny. I mean, the thing is, no one would believe it. No one would believe it wasn't staged.
Does it search for cards?
No. 20 seconds.
Does it negate effects?
Yes.
Negate effect. Is it number 106 Giant Hand?
No. You had the number down, though.
Baguska.
Is it a number?
Yes.
That negates cards as a rank 4. Does it require
5 seconds.
2 monsters?
Yes. Last guess. You got to get it here. Chat,
This
can you
one's,
do
come
it?
on, this one's easy.
A rank 4.
A rank 4 with a number that negates cards.
Is it 2?
Mitch, how much energy you got right now?
I took a red-eye flight. I'm really tired, honestly.
Pretty tired? Well, I think you match with this guy. We got the terribly tired Tapir, everybody. We got Baguska.
Oh my God.
Thanks for playing, Mitch. That was
Just
awesome.
like me, for real.
Hopefully you get some more rest before the weekend.
Right, that's the plan. That's the plan.
We should be getting top 16 pretty shortly now. It's been a while. It's been a while since top 32. Is it the time of NAYC? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. You're right. I forgot about that. They are currently re-sleeving their decks into the Konami sleeves. Holy, it's Jesus. I wonder what Jesus played at the YCS. It can't be Malice. It cannot be Malice because that deck, none of that deck is in the Bible. Maybe it was Regenesis. Someone just said Jesus Christ wrong. I think you win. I think you win. I declare you the winner.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Providence, where we're getting ready for our top 16 feature match round. But while we're getting ready for that, we're going to get to know some of the duelists here. We have Eddie. You're going to play a little game with us. But first, I want to ask you a couple questions. How's your YCS experience been?
This weekend has honestly been a great experience altogether. Like, beginning with Friday when I pulled the gold wing Karibo coin out of my entry, that was insane. And
that's awesome,
right? It's the first gold coin I've ever gotten out of the YCS, and I've been to quite a few over the past few years. So to have that one in my collection is very nice.
Because you're also a judge, right? So have you judged YCSs before?
Yes, there's one I judged back in 2017, Pittsburgh, but I definitely want to try to judge another event soon. So you might see me in the red judge uniform sometime.
All right, say hi to Eddie if you do. But Eddie, we're going to play a little game here before our top 16 feature match. It's called High or Low. We're going to pull it up on the bottom of the screen. Everyone in chat can play along too. We're going to show one card.
This is the one where it's not a game, it's just guessing.
The next one shown is going to be higher or lower level, okay? Think you can do it?
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. I mean, I know a pretty good amount of cards in the game, so it shouldn't be too bad.
All right, let's take a look at the first one. What is our first monster card? It's a level 4.
Yes, Man with the Market looks like. I'm going to say, given it's a 4, I'm going to say the next one's got to be maybe higher.
All right, let's see. Higher? Can we do it?
It has
Cyber
nothing to
one
do with
higher.
any.
All right,
It's
cool,
no
we get
skill.
third
You're
dragon.
just
All right,
guessing.
so
It's
if we're going
arbitrary. I
higher-
hate this.
That's gonna
It's
be
not a
difficult.
game.
I'm
It's
gonna
just.
say next one's probably gonna be. I'm gonna say level 6 or higher. You think higher? It's tough because the card pool for 4 and below is really large, but he says higher. Let's see. You got a feeling? It was! Okay, good job.
All right, sweet. All right, now we're getting closer to the higher level, so I feel like the number of cards in that level are starting to decrease, so I'm going to go with lower.
You're acting like they're
Lower
pulling
this
random
time.
cards.
Lower than level 6. Let's take a look.
But it's definitely predetermined.
Ooh, Dragon, and that was a 7. Oh, man.
It just kept climbing up
man,
on you. All right,
unlucky.
we got one more, though. Oh, and it's Wadapon. They already showed it.
Hold up on the last one to be the lower. I would have gotten it. It's fine.
You were close, though. You'll still get a prize for participating. Thank you so much, Eddie. And everybody, we're going to send it to a quick break, but we'll be back with our top 16 feature match right after this.
4, 5, 6, 7, 1. What a great game. They should show you like. They should do it like the higher or lower game that we always play. They show you like 2 card artworks and you have to like guess which one's the higher level, but because based on knowledge, right? They show you 2 monsters and you have to guess which one's a higher level. But you have to know it. That'd be fun. Or the attack points or whatever. Attack would be harder, I think. Feels like I don't even know the attack points by heart of all the monsters in the meta. Oh, we're ready?
Hello and welcome
We're
back,
ready.
everyone. Billy Break here with Asalo Watu Tanjige, and we are back again to bring you some exciting action. That's right, we finally made it all the way to top 16. But before we get into that match, let's talk about that information that was just revealed after top 32. Brand new prizes coming up for this upcoming year.
Extremely exciting. I mean, being able to make day 2 and already getting something out of the gate is something we were kind of missing before. But, you know, you get those rare packs and it's only one of those cards that you get, so it's going to be really hard to get all of them, right?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to collect all 10. I mean, you'd have to make day 2 at 10 events to even get 10 of those packs alone just to get the
Right,
specific
because
one that you
there's
want.
definitely no other way on how you could ever obtain those cards other than, dude, you just gotta, man, if only there was like a concept where if someone else gets one of those cards and they want to get rid of them, maybe for some monetary, like equal, whatever, like, but how would, unfortunately that thing just doesn't exist, so you just have to like go and make day 2 at so many until you have all, yeah,
Cards since 3
well,
cards in the top of your deck to the graveyard? Even though it's not a cost, I guess, but it's a little different, but tier limits early.
I was going to say Dante.
Oh,
but
Dante, oh, Dante, yeah, one of the other cards that you can get as one of the rares in the promo packs. I mean, it really just shows a lot of cards throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! From the DM era.
I do think the promo pack is cool in the context of the other prizing, you know.
We see that Ryan is going to be taking on Steven in a Canada versus Canada mirror match. That's going to be pretty cool.
He's only played Canadians up to this point in top 30, in top cut.
Oh, Steven?
Steven, yeah.
There was only, I think, like 4 Canadians, I believe, in Top Cut, so that he had to face both is pretty funny. Charlie's going to be taking on Sean, Jim versus Dominic, and Joffrey versus Mitchell.
Ooh, Kamal against Jib is a good one too.
Be a match that we really want to watch.
Yeah, I think Gabriel there he's been topping event after event.
Oh, Carl lost. We don't have the back-to-back brother victory.
On that 4-time YCS champion.
That's unfortunate.
Next up, we have Lucas versus Shuf, hoping to get to face off against one of those players. And then again, Lucas versus Timothy, following up. Again, Aditya versus Jesse. Aditya also making top cut yet again.
Yeah, Aditya has been on fire ever since he won the NAWCQ, pretty much making the top cut almost all the events he made. He got really close in the last one.
Yeah,
top
Houston.
8, I believe, right? Yeah,
maybe even top 4.
Was it top 4? It was either. Yeah, it was top 4. Yeah, he's been all over the place. And well, let's go ahead and jump right into it. I think Kangas is standing by with our top 16 feature match.
Hey, who do we have?
Take it away.
Okay, Kamal against Jib. That's a good one.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He wants to shout out Ruben Panaranda, Hani Jawari, and Southside Gaming. It's Kamal Valdez.
That's a good feature. Mitsurugi Raisiel for Kamal. And Jib probably on Malice. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. It is Malice, yep. Jib, #1 Malice enjoyer.
Let's throw it back to the casters for game #1.
All right. Two Titans going at it, Kamal and Gabriel. We just talked about them as we were looking at the bracket, and here they are facing off. I believe Kamal is going to be on the Mitsurugi Raisiel strategy, while
I mean, this is a match of the Titans in all possible ways. It's two very good players up against each other, and it is the two top decks in the format right now. Mitsurugi Raisiel versus Malice.
Nope, maybe not playing the other adding this, so maybe more of a pure Malice deck that is, but this is going to be top 16.
Yep.
So talk to me about talk to me about the difference in these Malice decks. It seems like even though some of the Malice cards got limited, they have started to play less Malice cards in their deck since then.
Yeah, because of the introduction of the backup Adagnister.
Did a single Blue Eyes top? Exactly one, I think. I think it was one Blue Eyes in top cut. I don't know if they won in top 32, but there was one.
Okay, what can you eliminate from your deck list? How many cards do you not want to draw? How clean and consistent.
Gamba where? Oh, whoa,
and that's
yep.
what we've seen in a lot of players here, including Ryan Yu in just the previous match.
Kamal.
Some of the Mouse Trap cards, they do not main deck TV11, they do not main deck
Versus Jib. There you go. Prediction is up.
TP07 in terms of the traps there. They found different ways to play the deck to navigate it, but they're really focused on efficiency, having a lot of those disruptions from the hand.
Wait, what is this camera
well
angle?
as being able to start the duel off with their starters. I mean, yeah, that Ryan match, which is a very similar deck. I think he might have even shouted out Gabriel in one of the people he might have been working with, potentially, because their decks do look so similar. And you're gonna
Smile like a panda. Thank you for the prime. Welcome back. Appreciate the support this weekend, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the watch along so far. Appreciate everyone for hanging out, for watching, for following, for subscribing, all the good stuff. Thank you.
And there are definitely moments against all these decks where it can shine. It's just not super strong against a deck like Mitsurugi that Kamal is on.
Vanquish Soul K9 got another win in the OCG. You seem very excited about it, Biohazard. Is that possible? Do I sense some excitement for Vanquish Soul over there? I mean, I get it. I'm excited too. I think Vanquish Soul being meta is very exciting.
A YCS win would mean everything to him here.
But Kamal's not going to give it to him.
All my homies like Vanquish Soul. If you don't like Vanquish Soul, you're not my homie.
Four-time champion. He keeps holding up the pinky with like the hand like it's 6, but maybe he's just staying 5 with the pinky. I don't know what he's.
I mean, it looks like he's.
I think he's going for the 5th one.
He's looking for number 6, I'd imagine.
Fine. It's okay. I don't want to, anyways.
Gabriel here in game number 1.
All right, dice roll between these two. Let's see it.
16. We started with over 1,500 duelists.
We have
now only 16 remain in the single elimination portion.
one dice falling off. We have a 7 average roll. Jib with an 8, barely beating it. Going to be going first with Malice here. I see a Nibiru in Kamal's hand already. It's the alt art Nibiru, by the way. Starting things off with a terraforming here.
Definitely, it was the expected 2.
Potentially weak to a Droll and Lockbird with this opener, but looks like it is not coming down here for Kamal.
Resolution to see if there's a Droll and Lockbird from Kamal. Does not appear to be.
Activate Underground. I mean, if there's anyone familiar with Malice lines through Nibiru, it's gotta be Jib, right?
Or is this something you want to do to lead off with Malice?
It depends. Is he gonna
I'd be very disappointed.
Looks like that is his only starter.
All right, gonna banish the Malice Dormouse to be able to pay 300 life points to special summon it from the banished.
No interaction on summon. The effect is activated. We're going to be banishing another Malice name from the deck. It's going to be the White Rabbit.
If you use Alt Art Nibiru, you should automatically get a game loss. I have changed my mind on it. I actually, after I pulled one Alt Art Nibiru in my rarity collection, I looked at it, I thought about it, and I got 2 more because I thought it looked sick. And I have become a Alt Art Nibiru truther now.
I guess if you have GWC,
you would have said it.
I like it.
Bluff, potentially.
I mean, Kamal.
I like it.
These two players have known each other for quite some time. I think Kamal is very aware of this version of the strategy, and he knows exactly what Jib is doing.
Well, we've seen immediate leak summon for Splash Mage. Splash Mage is going to bring back a Cyber.
I like it, and if my opponent dislikes it, that's even better because they're gonna have to look at it when I summon it. They're gonna be extra tilted.
Used to only be Malice and Underground, but thanks to Alliance Insight, we get the brand new card Malice in the Mirror.
It banishes from field and engrave or only field.
What do you mean?
Can I read the
Yeah, sure. Malice in the Mirror banishes from the graveyard as cost for its effect, and then you get to add a card from your deck with the same type of card that was banished.
Yep, and the on-field effect, you can banish a Malice monster on your side of the field to negate a monster effect on your opponent's side of the field.
Nice one.
The next, it looks like Gabriel's going to move to activate MTP-07 to banish Red Ransom to add Malice March Hare.
This is the reasoning why you only need the 07 at the bare minimum if you're trying to play this deck now. Because of Malice March Hare, you are able to add a monster that you can special summon from the hand, effectively getting you that additional body that the other trap cards would have provided. And now we're going to be using the effect of Red Ransom.
So I guess the question here is, do you nib on this Chessy Cat summon? Because otherwise it just gives the opponent 2 free draws.
To get another card as well as drawing those 2 cards.
Yeah,
I think it is. If you only have nib, nothing else, this might be the spot. It's not. It doesn't feel good.
That same type that you banished, typically going to be a monster.
But it might be the spot.
It's a great way to make sure you can always
I
have
don't
access
know.
to March Hare if you happen to have to use one from your hand here, because you want to have March Hare in your hand.
And we decide to do it.
Similar to Fire King Kieran.
There's that Nibiru, the Primal Being, alternate art. Haven't seen that this weekend.
Oh man, I love that brand new Nibiru out of Quarter Century Stampede.
I knew Billy would love it. I knew Billy would be on my side.
On the field, it's going to be in attack mode.
We have not normal summoned, and we actually have another copy of Chessy Cat. We kind of baited Kamal into using that Nibiru by making him think he could prevent the Chessy Cat draw, but we just had a normal summon Chessy Cat in hand. That was pretty clean. March Hare back to the hand.
So we basically get, yeah,
2 Charmies in hand for Jib, I think, if I'm seeing that correctly. I think we opened 1 Charmy, and then the Chessy Cat just threw another one. Link Spider, activate backup.
So we're going to be able to special summon backup because you control the Link Spider. And now it's going to be able to add a Dark Cybers from deck.
How about Valor Alt Art? Also good. I think Valor Alt Art looks good, but I personally don't prefer it over the OG in that case.
Probably the Fualos, yep. Little Charmy's not going to be as useful with cards already on the field.
Great to have just in case, but not when you've already started playing.
I think my alarm bells just go off when a deck would not even lose to the second Nibiru. When you'd have to Nibiru a deck 3 times.
Link 3. It's going to be Heart Scripter, or is, yep, looks like it's Heart Scripter.
Scripter is now at the field, and now you can activate the Wizard.
Biohazard, thank you, and I know you must be very happy right now. You seem always very excited to make me play Vanquish Soul in the spinning wheel streams.
This is normally where you'd go into Allied.
So yeah. Must be pretty nice to be a Vanquish Soul enjoyer right now. I mean, I am too.
He hadn't even summoned Whitebinder yet.
Malice Whitebinder's going to banish 3 cards from the graveyard, either player's graveyard on summon.
I imagine he's going to banish the 07 at some point. Oh no, because Cryptor can. He has not used Whitebinder effect yet, so he's going to reset the 07.
What if you play Nibiru Alt Art and Nibiru Regular Art and just Nibiru your opponent twice?
Life points this turn without access to GWC in the main
Is that technology? It might be technology.
That's like the hardest part about not playing GWC 06 here in the deck, is because that's like a big way, yeah, you recover your life points, but as long as you have a
Phantom Nightmare, Snake Eye, or Alliance Insight Malice? Like, what I think was worse for the game? Still Snake Eyes. Like, you'll hear me say negative things about Malice, and I do not like the deck, but I do really think like it's a lot less bad for the game than Snake Eye was. Like, Malice is like okay-ish. Like, I don't hate it with a burning passion the same way, you know? It's like, yeah, it has more counters, even though it can draw some pretty ignorant hands, like this one right here. But for the most part, I'm like, not too worried about it. I don't like it, but I'm not too worried about it.
This means there's just gonna have another way to access it, whether it be just having the 07 set. Oh, we're going to be linking into the Bomber Dragon.
We've seen a lot of topological Bomber Dragon here this weekend in Malice. It's kind of like the new tech card.
Okay.
We saw Ryan Yu also summon it.
I think so far I have seen no Malice player end on the Code Talker. It's always been the Bomber Dragon. Right?
But Kamal finally has his turn here. He has to face down the...
Have we even seen the Code Talker once?
Targeting the Bomber, which can destroy all of his monsters in the main monster zone. And he knows that MTP07 is back there as well.
And
not the worst position for Kamal. Like we said, like since this is the Malice deck that doesn't feature the Allied Code Talker Agnister, the inboard's not as crazy. I mean, the Bomber Dragon does present a problem, but Allied Code Talker being able to negate any card is a little stronger.
You have to remember, he did get hit with Nibiru the Primal Being, and this
True,
is still what happened.
You're right. This is through a Nibiru the Primal Being. Sure. Very true. Very true. But 7th Tachyon is going to be the first move from Kamal here.
Oh, we may have seen one yesterday. Okay, yeah.
That has some similar.
All right, yeah, the one that lost in time. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Grabbing that X Ryzeal.
Right.
Put a card on top of his deck.
All right, playing with one card down, but X Ryzeal gives you plenty of cards to follow it up.
All right, X Ryzeal.
All right, X Ryzeal is going to counter that Bomber Dragon, I assume.
To the graveyard.
Sending Aggregator.
It's going to be Mirrological Aggregator. Chainlink 1, X to add.
Disabling the Bomber Dragon from blowing up the board repeatedly.
Efficient way to deal with the Bomber Dragon. You're not going to have to deal with it destroying your entire field.
And the X Ryzeal will also resolve its search here for a Sword Ryzeal. Okay, so we are locked into rank 4s. But the MTP07 is going to banish the X Ryzeal to stop the Sword from special summoning.
Keeping him off of Ryzeal names in the field and grave, so Sword cannot special summon himself. Force Kamal to have to normal summon it if he has to.
Gonna add the Malice March Hare to the hand. So we see why he was so willing to throw away the other one, because he knew he was gonna be able to get another one with that.
Have we seen any bowl code? No, it was just art making the Bomber Dragon most all the time.
Special summon a Ryzeal monster from the deck, but it's for level 4. It's a pretty cool card.
Yeah, target for level 4. Who would have thought?
All right, but now we know it is the Malice in the mirror. Being able to use the on-field effect, he's going to be able to banish a Malice card to negate the effect of Ice Ryzeal.
Just wanted to say that I enjoyed the watch party. Adds so much value in comparison to just watching the stream. Thank you for the kind words. Also, paid chatter.
Malice card? Can he banish the Malice in Underground?
I think it might need to be a Malice monster.
No, thank you.
Looks like we're going to be banishing the March Hare and then adding it back out in the following. And then Ice Ryzeal will be negated by the effect of Malice in the Mirror. But still has access to the Sword Ryzeal now because a Ryzeal monster hits the field again. But that won't be enough. Kamal will immediately concede.
And we see that even without the Allied Code Talker adding Nister, Gabriel's able to do
that's the thing, dude. One Nibiru, not enough against this deck. Most of the time, you need to pair it with something else.
Looking for opportunity within that turn, but
you need to pair it with something else, or it's not going to be enough.
Was able to completely stop his extension.
And you see, he's not a lot of enthusiasm, not a lot of happiness. He knows he's only won one game, but
not a lot of happiness, indeed.
He knows what it's like to be in top cut and then do well and then not make it all the way and lose early. He doesn't want that to happen again. So nothing but focus and determination here coming from Gabriel.
Yeah, he absolutely knows not to underestimate Kamal as well. Even if Kamal's down one game, that definitely doesn't mean that he's out here.
Yeah, that is a scary opponent to have across the table from you for sure. A 4-time YCS champion trying to make it 5 here this weekend. And that trophy that they're all trying to play for is right there on the table, just putting the pressure on. All right, but now going into the side decks, this is where things can get a little dicey. I mean, Malice has found more ways to play through stuff like Artifact Lancia, but that will come in clutch here for Kamal. There's also a bonus with 7th Tachyon. If he has like the proper number of monsters, he can actually find a way to add Artifact Lancia from his deck to his hand with 7th Tachyon.
In day 2, we're seeing a lot more of the things
to your normal play. It should be
like why Malice is so powerful, right? We saw a couple of games yesterday where Malice players were losing because they weren't playing the deck optimally. Today, we're seeing the deck piloted by people that really show you what the deck does if it's played well.
same time,
which is that's the part I'm scared of. You know, that's the ones where like if you draw even the right hand traps or whatever, it does not. Yeah.
I mean, we know that Gabriel is main decking the Molcharmi Flawless. I think we saw it as he's going through his deck there. So that's going to be something he's going to want.
So here we see like a Nibiru not even being close to enough from stopping Malice from doing his thing. But I mean, Kamal going to be able to go first in game 2.
The single strongest Molcharmi to have against Ryziel as well as Mitsurugi.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see the Mitsurugi stuff, but as you said, these players know each other well probably. They've been sitting near each other at some point in the event because they've had...
There are very few secrets at this point in the tournament. You can expect that if you are in...
But that, to be fair, yeah, Nibiru alone is not enough against most meta decks at the moment. That's just how it goes.
Some tech secrets, but for the most part, players know what you're playing.
Yeah, it's hard to keep a secret at this stage in the game. But they are side decked and they're shuffling up before we jump into our second game. If Gabriel wins this, he'll be moving on to top 8, but Kamal will not let that happen easily. He definitely wants the win. Even though he already has a few under his belt, another one wouldn't
You can never have enough.
Yeah, you can never have enough. Another one wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, I love to look at like the emotions and the body language from the players while they're playing, because you can really pick up on a lot from that. Unless you're this stoic and focused, you really can't get too much of a read. Because like at the same time, you don't want to get too upset and go on tilt while you're playing. You also don't want to go.
What was the thing that Billy said yesterday that was so funny?
Caught off guard by excellent players like Kamal Crooks.
What he said, like really a minimal amount of intelligence or something, minimal amount of thinking.
That's a game you are expecting.
The thinking was so minimal.
If anything, I'm just relieved that he was able to take it so easily. But now Kamal, he's in this position where he's going first post side with his Mitsurugi Ryziel deck. It's also very difficult to beat when it's able to start. That's why both these decks are so popular in the tournament, why they are easily the most dominant strategies. So we'll just have to see how Gabriel is able to tackle it down, or if Kamal is just as easily able to clean it up.
And we're going to have to find out as we jump into game number 2 of top 16 of YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
Kamal going to take the lead here.
All right.
Now it's time for Kamal to show us what he's got.
Hopefully opening some play.
I see a Droll Lockbird for Jib and a Perulia.
Those Molcharmis, we hit it with the Perulia instantly. That is worst case scenario.
I think there's an Ash. Yep, there's an Ash.
There is an Ash Blossom. Is there a second Perulia?
Ooh, that's the new Ash Blossom too, out of Quarter Century Stampede, the new Quarter Century Secret Rare alternate art.
He's using a lot of the alt arts.
I like it. So 7th Tachion's going to reveal Masquerade. That's going to let him go after that extra Zeal, potentially like he did in the last game.
Well, knowing that you have to start that way, I mean, it kind of shows a bit of weakness in the hand. You're already going to be down 2 cards because you spent the Ash Blossom and the card that you have to put back for 7th. And now, because you've used Tachyon already, you do not get to use it for Artifact Lancia.
Well.
And then Droll and Lockbird.
Oh my God!
Force the pass back.
Wow! Perulia into Droll and Lockbird ends Kamal's turn, and Gabriel moves fast into main phase 1. Normal summons Malice White Rabbit, and it's going to look to set that lonesome but powerful Malice.
Minimal amount of thinking.
Now, this is
no
where
happiness.
The weakness of having only 07 kind of comes in. The field is definitely a lot easier to make if you had access to TB11 when your starter is White Rabbit. But there are ways to play with just White Rabbit and 07 because of March Hare. But we'll see if there is extension. If you're going into Linger over here, do you have backup Secretary? Or, sorry, backup Adagnister. But it looks like it's Wizard Adagnister here to special summon back the White Rabbit. That's going to make it really easy to climb through.
Ling Karibo's angry. Kamal might be a little angry about what's happened so far. I just love that little face on him. He's like, "Arr."
Yeah, he's a little ticked off. Yeah.
he's not a happy camper. There you go. You see it on the card highlights. You get a really close look up at the furrowed brow of Ling Karibo.
You're very threatening.
But Wizard Adagnister is going to be able to special summon from the hand since he does control that Dark Cyberus Link monster, and it will try to special summon back the Malice White Rabbit, which will give him 3 monsters, including a Malice monster. And you know what that means.
Absolutely. Now, this is where the game gets really easy. All he has to do is make Crypto in the battle phase, and that could clean this game up very quickly.
Well, he didn't use
How did you do?
So he might need just like a little bit more.
We saw you on the venue cam a couple of times. It looked like you were up there.
Yes. But nothing from Kamal. Just a
Got double Lanciat. Ah, so you were a Malice enjoyer, I see. Okay.
Lancia?
Not off 7 Tachyon. Oh, there. Okay, my bad. My bad.
He didn't search it off 7 Tachyon because he had it. See, that's what I'm saying. You never count Kamal out. He has the artifact Lancia, and he holds it. We sometimes see a lot of players just like snap it at the beginning of the turn, use it right away, and then they just get a pass right back. But this way, Kamal was able to get some value out of it. But
He has 2 Lancias.
it does set up that MTP07 to be able to banish a card since he controls the Link 3 or higher Malice monster.
And then you do have to start with that X-Ray Zeal here. Don't get a whole lot of value, but you are able to send the duo drive now because there's nothing you have to negate with Aggregator that will make sure that 07 doesn't immediately cut you off by setting off your sword, because there will be a Ryzeal monster in the graveyard.
Resolution. Okay.
It looks like there might be another Droll and Lockbird here.
I'll draw.
But then you have to chain 07 if you're going to do this, because otherwise you will not be able to for the remainder of the turn.
I'll chain him to PO7.
It's another Droll Lockbird, and now MTP07 is going to add, I imagine, a Dormouse. Yep.
Adding Dormouse, banishing the X Ryzeal. There is Sword Ryzeal in hand, but it won't be able to do anything under the Droll and Lockbird.
Oh man, Droll and Lockbird, just such an iconic and powerful card.
What can Kamal do to not have to pass back again?
Let me droll you. Okay, let me Lancia you. Okay, but let me droll you again. Okay, but only if you let me Lancia you again.
Normal summon a Dormouse, we're going to activate the effect. Is it another artifact Lancia?
Okay. But he has the backup.
This game, anyways.
He'll be able to spell summon backup since he controls the Dark Link monster.
He gets to add and then, but immediately discard a card, right? Does he have another card in hand? You get to add something to rotation. Yep, we're going to be adding the March Hare and then discarding it for the effect of backup adding Nister.
Now, let's see if he goes into White Binder, maybe? No, it's going to be a Link 2.
Maybe Splash Mage into White Binder?
Access code gain 3000.
Oh, it's just going to be access code.
I mean, that's a lot of damage. You got to swing last turn, right?
That's it. Gabriel takes down the 4-time YCS champion Kamal Crooks, and Gabriel is moving on to top 8. This might be his weekend. Will be the time he's going to get his first YCS win here with this awesome Malice deck, utilizing some of the brand new cards out of Alliance Insight. Just incredible plays there. I mean, it's tried and true where we see Artifact Lancia come down against Malice player, come down turn after turn, but Gabriel matched that Lancia and raised him a Droll and Lockbird every single turn.
Yeah, each single time, a Droll for a Lancia. But I mean, this is what we're talking about with this version of Malice, right? There is the standard version where you're playing all the engine that you can, you're playing all 3 trap cards, you're just trying to see your plays go through. But the focus of this Malice strategy is making it as lean as possible so you can maximize that non-engine.
All
so
right.
you have those
Malice takes this one.
Yeah,
I think it's likely that Malice is gonna get its first YCS win this weekend. I think the numbers are in Malice's favor at the moment, from what I'm gathering. I think Malice might get it this weekend. We'll see.
But you know he's going to be
9 out. It was 9 out of 16 in top 16 apparently. Can someone send me the? Do you have a top 16 breakdown somewhere?
Wow, I mean, I almost feel like it's almost an honest.
Let me check Discord.
All day today that we've been watching has just been Droll and Lockbirds just cleaning up left and right.
I mean, a really strong card against a lot of these decks. We've seen it come here, but I want to talk about this Malice deck. This Malice deck has been so strong into just the last 2 feature matches that we played. It's the exact, nearly the exact same deck list. And it's
Abenzone, thank you for the 4 months. It depends how long this goes. If there's a backup feature, I don't know. Maybe we're gonna do it another day, like. But I'm not sure if we have enough time to watch an entire match from Austria right now.
If you look at like Kamal's hand, ignoring the Droll.
Hold up, Farfa is calling.
Ash Blossom for the Perulia.
Yeah, like you.
Outhanded by the Droll and Lockbird, standalone, powerful card.
It really is, and I mean, it's smart. I mean, going into this tournament, I thought, yeah, Nibiru is going to be a key card. A lot of people are going to include in their deck for Disruption. Droll was also at the top of my list. Mainly because the deck that Kamal brought here was the Mitsurugi Raziel strategy.
Are you live?
Adds a lot of cards from the deck to the
No, no.
Just chilling.
We went on a hill walk today, actually.
Ooh, nice. All 3 of you?
All 3 of us, yeah.
Nice.
Princess got to sit in a throne, basically. It's like this little carrier you carry on your back, and it's like it's like a literal like fucking throne for a baby, and they just sit and they just yeah, lucky him. Anyway, Chad, I'm looking at the top subs for this month, and I am not seeing enough perfect information here. I think that there needs to be more subscriptions in this stream right now, because he has given you the greatest quality content this weekend to prevent Cybers from dominating and to prevent the Malice Curse from taking down this one. I think we should get some primes for Mr. Schmidt here. And I think that some of you here should be gifting more subs and should be using your connected completely free unused prime for this man. Why y'all say okay? Like, it's for Josh. It's not for me.
Don't listen to him. They were very generous earlier. Y'all don't have to. But I appreciate the effort.
So
but
yeah,
it is working somehow. Somehow he's got this.
I see 5 primes. I just need a group of 5 gifted, and then we'll call it a day. Drewski, Hangover, good, very good. That's 8 in a row. 9, nothing to say. Well done. That's 10 gifted from Starko. Well done. Keep it up. Nikurias, good job. You're doing this for the Schmetterling, remember?
This is why he's a streamer for a living, guys.
This is the unskippable ad for this one. Good job, stream. Good job. Well done. This guy had to sit up and watch a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, like in NA. Like, my God, like, can you think of anything more deplorable in society? It's crazy.
Y'all, I appreciate it. Starkle, thank you for the 10, and everyone else, I appreciate you guys as well.
So, what have I missed here? I heard that Malice is not that good. How?
No, Malice is dominating this one.
Wait, really? I saw the Top Cup breakdown for Austrian National.
Yeah, I had one Malice. Listen. That was kind of, I don't know. Malice not good in Austria, apparently.
Dude, what are they doing, like, over in Sydney? It's crazy. You'd think, like, with Bowden over there, like, he'd be teaching these people how to play the game, but I don't know what's happened to Austria. It's crazy.
Okay, see, now I can't properly talk to you. This is not a complaint, but now I can't properly talk to you because people are gifting subs.
Waity Petey, good job. Thank you for the gifted subs. Any Austrians in the chat here, give me a, all right, mate. The
That is not how, dude, it's not Australia.
What?
Austria.
Yeah, that's what I said. Austria. Austrian Nats.
Oh, I got baited? Okay. Damn it.
What bait? What is? I don't know what they're talking about. Was it? By the way, what is Austrian? Is it like really kind of like Walmart German? Like the language is strange.
It's.
Okay, now I'm rage baiting. Apparently, sorry Austrians, my bad.
I mean, it's not even Austrian is not a language, right? It's just they speak German, but with
a dialect.
Well, yeah, but
okay, so they don't have like their own language. It's just like, you know, German, but with a funny accent.
I guess.
Yo, Shunping X, solve for X. That's my boy. I love that guy.
What?
Okay, it's either solve for X Shunping or Shunping the 10th. However way you want to look at it.
Why'd I answer that call anyways, dude? Why'd I do that?
Algebra mentions #1 math fan in the chat, apparently.
Look at this thumbnail, man. Look at this thumbnail. That was a funny video.
Yeah, so unironically, okay, so I know that the prize support is the biggest thing going on.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly fully the extent of it.
Okay.
So there's stamped prizes for all of Top Cut, and it gets better as
okay,
you
go deeper. I'll tell you about it, and you let me know what you think about it. Let's just first impression if you don't know exactly what's going on. Okay, so if they have added basically cumulative prizing, starting from if you get day 2, right? So, and the deeper you go into the tournament, the more you get. All right. So if you make day 2,
the day 2 stuff is actually crazy, because then it's like, I think that's such a genius move, because I feel like a lot of people who play like, you know, meta decks and stuff, like just kind of like casually play hard competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, they sort of have this like, they don't feel like they're good enough to top, because it's like, it seems like a really distant kind of goal. But now you have like an incentive even for like the middle to average player. They can still have that goal of like day 2ing. And I think that's like such an incredible like layering of the prizing that they've done there. So I think that's actually genuinely huge.
I mean, the day 2 being like the first sort of step in a lot of people's careers as well, when they try to get better, right? They'll go from like dropping the first day of a YCS, trying to improve, and then like the next step is not usually top 4 unless, you know, someone has a really good day. Most people go like slow. They progress slowly, right? They'll be like get close to day 2ing, and the next one they'll finally make it to day 2, but maybe lose on the bubble or something, and then eventually get that top cut. I think having appropriate prizes along the way is just, I feel like it's a necessity to keep people motivated. But so the way that works.
You to explain to one thing I need you to explain to me, however, is what the fuck is Gagaga Magician doing here? Why does bro think he's on the team?
He's not on the team. I don't know. He just needs to be there. There needs to be one stinker, so you're more happy when you pull like the good ones. I don't know, man.
Sorry, what? What do you mean pull?
It's a pack.
What? You have to pull these cards?
Well, yes.
I thought you were just given prize cards.
Well, dude, I'm not done yet. Can I explain?
Okay, go.
You get a pack with one of those cards for making day 2. You don't get all of them.
Okay, is everything in the pack good at least?
Well, not Gagaga Magician. There's like there's some better, there's some worse. That's how packs work. Dude, there's Dante.
Oh, that's okay.
I mean, it's the worst out of the things that they announced because it's just day 2 pricing.
Okay, I mean, sure.
No, I get what you're saying. I had the exact same thought because they announced them one by one, and that was the first thing they announced. And I looked at it and I was like, they have YCS stamps. That's nice, but if that's it, I'm not going to be happy. All right. So after that, they announced that there's also going to be a top 32 prize card, which is the first tier limit in the first season.
wait, do you mean Card Trooper?
Yes, Card Trooper.
I can't believe you just called it that. The first tier limit. Love that.
So when they announced that one, I was like, okay, YCS Top Cut exclusive YCS stamped card is basically exactly what I wanted, right? That is exactly what I wanted. That's really good. However, I'm not sure if Card Trooper is the best choice for this, right? Because I mean, iconic card, Edison format. People might want it, and it's probably still gonna demand a decent price because it is rather exclusive and just rare. Like the rarity of the card is just gonna make it worth something. But I was like, okay, dude, weird choice. But then they continued, they doubled down or tripled down rather, and we are getting Effect Veiler as well for top 16.
Okay. So none of the top cut pricing is random, right?
No, that's guaranteed. And you also they said it's cumulative, so you get like if you make top 16, you get the Veiler, the Trooper, and the pack.
Okay, how many cards are in the pack?
I think it's one.
Wait, there's one card in the pack?
I think so. That I'm not entirely sure. The way I interpreted, I think it's one.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna nitpick the day 2 prize because I mean, for a lot of people, if you like sneeze in the right direction, you can make day 2. But there are some definite choices that are in here. That pack, I feel like kind of indifferent about because I cared most about top cut pricing. That's what I expected. The day 2 pack is kind of like more than what I even thought was gonna happen. So in my eyes, it's still a little bit of a bonus, even though the cards could definitely be better. You know, like the card selection could have been a little bit better. But I suppose they want to keep the meta-relevant stuff for future top cuts because I'm assuming they're going to update the cards every season, right? And I think they just want to like hold some of the really good juicy cards for like the top cut pricing. So I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I mean, there's some definite fucking choices in here. Wait a second, Caesar's in there? That guy should have been like banned potentially.
Yeah, but it's also like that's the best one.
Well, yeah, but like, does that mean he's immune to the ban list now? Is every rank 6?
I don't think he's going to get banned. I don't think Caesar is going to get banned. No, I think they're just going to eventually hit Fiendsmith or not if it's not necessary. I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, like, listen, this is great because any Gagaga players, you don't have to worry about any bans. Like, this is basically diplomatic immunity.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, this is all fantastic. This has genuinely had me hyped to like play competitive again potentially. Like, this sounds so good.
I do think this basically makes it so that everyone who makes top 16, I think based off the Effect Veiler plus the Card Trooper, I think no matter where you're traveling from, like at least if you're not leaving your continent, I think you would be making back your travel and everything, plus maybe some more. I don't know exactly how much the effect Veiler is going to go for, but I think this is going to be like a significant monetary equivalent you're getting for top 16. The Card Trooper, I don't know, maybe the first couple ones are going to hit 3 digits. I think in the long run, I don't know if the Card Trooper is going to be worth that much, but it's a nice bonus, I think.
Okay, question. Now there's day 2, and then there's top 32 is the jump, right?
Yep.
So mod check top 64.
That's what I said too. I don't know if this is because maybe they wrote it this way because most of the NAYCSs are top 32. I don't know if it's going to be like adjusted if the tournament is huge, right? You would still be getting the promo pack, I suppose, in that case.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a difference between going X5 and getting like top 64, right?
Well, X5 does not day 2.
X4 can, I think, right?
No,
X4
no.
One, maybe?
No, it's
X4 can day 2.
No.
Really?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay, that isn't completely terrible, but still, maybe top 64 gets an extra pack or something.
They did say at the end of it they were gonna fully announce it with some extras at the end of the WCQ season. So this is not like all the updates. This is just what they have for now. There might be more significant changes. I also assume the stuff that we already had isn't going anywhere. So like, except maybe the frame. They might be getting rid of the frame, but I don't know. I feel like the dice set was pretty well received. So yeah.
Yeah, well, like my initial thought was like, holy shit, they're gonna give us 2 frames. But then I realized, okay, well, they announced this as like, okay, tune into the stream. We have an announcement to make, and it's like, okay, they only do that when it's like something good.
No, they had to announce something meaningful. If they do that, like they announce an announcement and then they just say like, I don't know, like
frame 2.
We're upgrading to the Switch 2 or something like Scarlon in chat is saying,
by the way,
apparently,
I wonder when they're gonna do that.
Apparently, the set codes are missing the number 1. So is Effect Veiler the number 2 for the promos?
Yeah, so they still haven't finished announcing the prizes, right? I think they're gonna do that probably at the end of the YCS.
No, they did say they're gonna finish it at the end of the WCQ season. We're not getting more today, I think.
Oh wait, there's no more information. That's it.
I don't think so. I think for now that's it. For now,
it's so
that's
sad that this isn't implemented for the nationals, like EU nationals.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
Oh well, still good.
I mean, it is a definite improvement for sure. I think the day 2 pack, the day 2 pack is like the card selection in it is kind of whatever. I think it remains to be seen what the cards are worth. I mean, I do think like a YCS stamped like Blue Eyes is like something that people might be interested in. YCS stamped Caesar is cool. YCS stamped some of the Edison staples is probably they're still gonna be like somewhat worth something, but like the Top Cut stuff is gonna feel pretty good.
Yeah, my biggest concern over this is like, I guess just surplus of cards that there's going to be in circulation long term, and that's obviously going to devalue if you win a YCS in like, I don't know, May 2026 when there's a huge number of Veilers floating around, especially for like LATAM and stuff.
I think that's why they made it top 16 only for the Veiler, because in Japan it was top 64 for the Veiler at the YCS, if I remember correctly, and that Veiler was quite expensive. We talked about it in the Ruxin cast, I believe. I think,
how much is it?
It goes for 4 digits, and no, you comedians, not 4-digit yen, 4 digits like.
Ooh, yo.
And like if we have a lot more YCSs though than they do, so them like making it.
Who's
top
we?
60...
You're not American. Relax.
Well, yeah, okay. TCG, I mean.
Wait.
Dude, that was the funniest part. They said they included in the announcement at multiple stages. They said the next opportunity for you to get these prizes, or the first opportunity to get these prizes, is YCS whatever in America on this or that date, and in South America it's this or that YCS on that date. For EU, stay tuned for our socials for future announcements on where you can get these things.
They said that. Ignore it?
They said that twice.
They didn't ignore EU. They said EU, stay tuned.
They specifically said next NA event is this, next South America event is this, next EU event, stay tuned. check your local
freedoms.
Check your local card market for these cards whenever the NA people will start selling them.
Free you, man, free you. No, but this is really good because I think very clearly they're going to change it season to season, right? The most iconic competitive card in Yu-Gi-Oh! In my mind is Ash Blossom, and that isn't anywhere on the pricing. So
if that ever happens, that's going to be the crazy one, yeah. But I mean, Effect Veiler, I think, is a pretty good start. It's also a solid one to pick, I think. It's very iconic. Like one of the oldest staples that's being played right now. Veiler's very good.
Is it the original art?
It is the original art, yes. And the Card Trooper is a super rare, and the Veiler is an ultra rare.
Oh wait, hold on. So how does the rarities work? There's super for day 2 and top.
I don't know what they said about the cards in the pack. Actually, I would guess it's also super rares. Maybe those are available in different rarities. I don't know if they said that as well. Oh, rares. Okay, based actually.
Rare?
I like rares.
Come on. What? Why is it not an ultra rare?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Rare?
At this point, dude, rarity doesn't mean anything, anyways. Like, there's.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
You get Starlights guaranteed in Megatins. You have like rarity collection where every rarity is like obtainable. It doesn't really matter as long. It just means like how rare the card is not determined by how it looks.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think it's bittersweet because it's like, man, like how long have people been suggesting this? And it's like, wow, okay, like One Piece had to like rattle the cage in order for this to be implemented finally. Like, why did this take so long? But hey, it's still awesome. Like, genuinely really good. It's such a good change.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, it's basically it's what we've been asking for forever. So, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out that this is a good concept, right? Like to make these promos, but like at least it's happening, like we are getting what we asked for, at least I think. And even I wasn't expecting like the day 2 pack. I think the day 2 pack is just like, I think if you just view it as a bonus, I think it looks better than.
No, low-key, that's my favorite one because like it just like this middle of the pack sort of casual competitive player has a reason to like really kind of try and consider and invest, which has a knock-on effect to like casuals, because a casual could pick up a deck for like one format and have a realistic goal to day 2, right? Like picking up competitive Yu-Gi-Oh for the first time, it's not realistic to expect to go top 16 immediately, but it is realistic to maybe try hard and get day 2. Like that's such a generous goal, and it just has a great knock-on effect from like each demographic of Yu-Gi-Oh all the way down the rungs of the ladder. Yeah. It's so good. Like low-key, I think the day 2 thing is like genuinely almost as important as the top cut ones.
Yeah. Also, like I think it remains to be seen how valuable those cards are, because there's a lot of different ones. So some of the more sought after ones might still be worth quite a decent amount, because like there's not going to be that many of it, because the entire pool is divided by 10 basically, right? Or however, I think it was 10 different cards. So like if there's 256 players receiving it on day 2, if they are equally distributed, there's only going to be like on average 25 of each of the cards, which is less than the Card Trooper, right? So there's going to be less Blue Eyes White Dragons per YCS with the stamp than the Card Trooper for top 32, for example, which means that some of them.
Did you do the math on the cumulative like pack? Because like first place and 4th and 16th still get the pack as well, right? So,
well, if 256 people make day 2, everyone gets a pack, right? Even the people that make top cuts. So it's 256 packs. If every card is like equal chance, that's like about 25. So like competitive players will want the Caesars. There's not that many. If you really think about it, there's not many Caesars per YCS. There's not many Blue Eyes per YCS.
It's the day 2 pack is the one that Farfa can realistically win. Okay, dude. Okay. God damn.
Why'd you read it? Why'd you give him the attention they wanted?
But that just, come on. I'm just here to have a good time, man. What the hell?
Yeah, then why did you read it?
True. Mods, truth equals ban, right? Truth equals ban. Okay, well, I have a Malice Core somewhere waiting for me to pick up. I have my Ignisters, I have Impulses, and I have March Hairs.
I'm proud of you.
So now it's time to learn the deck. Is it good?
It is good.
What have people
absolutely.
been playing? Like how's the I suppose like the non-engine been for
It has been pretty much
like
as
hand trap wars?
expected. I mean, it's like the normal hand traps, quote unquote, have not been performing super well. Like Veilers and Imperms and Ashes have been ignored left and right by the decks because that's just what they do. So we've seen a lot of main deck Charmies. And then people are still playing Ash to counter Charmies. But other than that, people I think are trying to play more high impact hand traps like Impulse if they can. Nibiru, if paired with some of these hand traps, is pretty good. But for the most part, it's just been a lot of Charmies in people's decks. Droll and Lockbird has been very popular because Mitsurugi.
I assume Fuwa, but like, is it Purlia or is it Meows
It's
in the
all.
main? Wait, people have been banning Meows?
I think Carl Manigat was on the feature match with 9 Charmies in the main deck. He went first and opened 4 Charmies.
Holy shit, Retro Beast players in shambles.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad I picked up my impulses now because apparently those are going to go up even more, which is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the idea is draw hand traps that do really high impact stuff together and don't play Imperm Veiler.
I mean, some people have still been playing Imperm Veiler because you want to like cards to pair with the other hand traps. Like maybe you need something to draw into with the Charmies. But for the most part, like if those cards have been drawn on their own, it's not been very good. Malice has been using Droll and Lockbird on themselves to stop the opponent's Charmies as well, and still full combo.
Man, these TCG players stealing the Master Duo techs. God damn it. So is Fiendsmith like really good? Or wait, hold on. So like, what is Malice? Is it just Malice Ignister? Is there any Malice Ignister Fiendsmith?
No, there's no Fiendsmith in Malice.
Okay. Why?
Malice, I don't think Malice plays Fiendsmith anymore because Malice now wants to be just Cybers only, so he can use Splash Mage and stuff. Because the now that you don't need the Bystials as extender necessarily, like your extender is also a Cybers, so you can just like be a Cybers deck full on. And they've just been playing like Malice cards, extenders, and hand traps basically.
I think I saw like Enzo or something playing like the Bestial Fiendsmith deck with like lots of Bestial. Are Bestials like good against Malice?
Not really. I mean, they have applications, but a Bystial will never stop them like in their tracks.
Okay.
Fiendsmith has been here, but nowhere near as prominent as it used to be because Malice isn't playing it. Majority of Mitsurugis are not playing it, I would say. Some people are in Mitsurugi, but for the most part, they're not. Yeah.
Oh, what's the story with Mitsurugi? That deck has been really overperforming, no?
I mean, I would say as expected, but yes, it has delivered what people were expecting for sure. Yeah. It rivaled Malice in representation in Top Cut. I think it was 12 Malice, 11 Mitsu.
I mean, that's really sick, right? Because I didn't think it would be that much, but
I think it's really cool too. Because other if we didn't have Mitsu right now, it would just be Malice galore. Basically, it's the only deck that really rivals Malice. I feel like.
Wait, does Mitsu play Fiendsmith?
It can, yeah, to be better into Droll and Lockbird. Some people have.
Oh. This just seems like strange from a engine perspective, this format.
It is a strange format a little bit. I can't quite like make out exactly where it's going to go from here because it feels like Malice and Mitsu are two decks that like they have their silver bullets like Lancia and Droll and stuff, but beyond that it's very hard to really cover for them in like a reasonable fashion. And I feel like we've seen this go both ways this weekend of all the people main decking all the Charmies. You know, we've seen people go second game 1 and have Charmies and win based of it, but then we've seen people go first with a bunch of Charmies in hand, and that's been awkward. So it's I don't know if that's going to be the solution in the long run, but it might just be the best thing available.
Yeah, that's the strangest thing is like, how do you cover all of this? For sure.
I mean, so far, the solution has just been throw a Charmy at your opponent so that they don't make the full board. Because both decks, Mitsu and Malice, under most Charmies, still do something. It's not like they stop them in their tracks. It's not like a situation where, like, when you Uvat Ubel, they had to just pass. That's not what's happening. They still make, like, a quote-unquote solid board. As we see Shunping knocking out Malice in top 16 with a Lancia. Going second in game 3.
Backup feature?
That was the backup feature, yeah.
Fuck?
The main feature was Kamal versus Jib.
Is Allure really like good?
I think Allure is good now because it's you have enough solid targets for it with March here.
But the thing is, wouldn't you just rather have a defensive card because you just need to see like stuff?
I think that's the question. I think a lot of people are doing one thing and not the Allure. I think Allure is at least debatable. I think it's okay because you have like the 6 Malice names plus 3 March here, and you also play the Chessy Cat now. That makes Allure good. So I like Allure, I think. It increases consistency as well, because if you draw like Allure with a Ignister card, you can activate it because you have a Dark that you can banish worst case, but you'll just see 2 extra cards to find your Malice names. Okay, the only downside of it is like it makes your deck slightly weaker into Droll and Lockbird, which a lot of people have been main decking. Like Droll and Lockbird had like over 70% main deck rate at Austrian Nationals.
70%?
Main deck, yeah. Overall play rate for Droll was 95.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Shout out
It's everywhere.
Giving us the stats, though. I guess that's kind of cool from Konami.
It was the Austrian Nationals had that. I don't know how it was in at the YCS.
Yeah.
But yeah, Austrian Nats was won by Mitsurugi Ryzeal, I think. No, Mitsurugi Fiendsmith. It was a mirror match in the finals. Mitsurugi Fiendsmith against Mitsurugi Fiendsmith.
What's by the way, there was stats on the entry decks, right? In this YCS.
Like overall?
Yeah.
Well, if there was, I'm not able to check it out because I am from Germany and we are not allowed to see the written coverage.
What wasn't there? Am I making that up? I feel like they showed the deck breakdown for just the total entrance into the.
I don't think anyone said anything about that the entire weekend, so I would assume they didn't, but...
Okay, maybe to Lampy's Twitter we go. YCS Prominence top 32 deck breakdown. God, I wish I lived in Prominence. That's a cool place.
Did he say Prominence?
Yeah, his must have autocorrected to Prominence for him. Wait, what the hell is this esport trailer they're giving us? All right. Well, thanks for updating me. I'm gonna go put no one to bed now.
Oh, okay.
Bye bye. Enjoy.
Bye.
Ryan, you versus Charlie Fudge, which I met them together at the 2017 World Championship.
All right.
I did too.
Bye, Farfa.
Ryan actually won the Dragon Duel World Championship. But moving down to the other half, it looks like
Okay, it looks like Ryan and Steven are not done yet. My goat's still battling it out. We have Charlie Fudge in top 8. We have Jim M in top 8.
other side of the bracket.
We have
Jib versus Shunping in top 8.
Another good one.
And then still 2 unfinished matches down there. I wonder if we're gonna wait for them or if we can continue already with one of the feature matches that's already there. Regenesis seems to have lost. Yes, no more Steven W.
It's like this is what happens when you have so many excellent players in the top cut. They're going to end up facing off against each other at some point through it. But it seems like at every round of this top cut, we have epic matches. I mean, all these duels are incredible. We started with over 1,500.
I would be really sad if Santoli. I mean, I am rooting for Ryan, but I'm also rooting for Steven. I just think it would be sad if Steven went out without getting a single feature match with Christian Horus.
But we'll be right back for our next top 8 feature match, so don't go anywhere if you want to find out the conclusion to YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
I feel like that'd be criminal if they just didn't feature that deck at all. There was a backup feature for it, yeah, sure. But it's not the same thing. I want to see that deck in action for a full best of 3 like main stage match. Did Ryan win top 16? I mean, I can check my phone and see if he wrote anything. No, has not updated yet. All right, while you guys are enjoying the chronicles, I'm just gonna bring the dishes to the kitchen. Hold up, I'll be right back. All right. Josh Malice arc. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know which nationals I'm going to be playing yet, but if I was entering a tournament like next week, I would be playing Mitsurugi. I would be playing Mitsurugi right now. Because I think, from my perspective, those two decks seem relatively similar in power level. And I don't know which version I would pick, but the deck just seems a lot more fun to me. Like, fun in the sense that I feel like there's more room to innovate with Mitsurugi still. Like, the deck has not been solved yet, so I would like that. That seems like a very fun challenge to me. Because there's a lot of different engines you can play, and all of them have their own pros and cons. So, like, figuring out the right way to do it, I think, is very cool. And in terms of, like, power level, I think they are relatively close. I mean, you can argue Malice is better for this or that reason. You can argue Mitsu is better for this or that reason. But I think they are close enough in power level so that I don't feel forced to play Malice. And I'm just a lot more intrigued by Mitsurugi. So that is currently what I would play. Without any further, that might change, of course. Maybe I'll find something else before I go to a nationals, but that's currently what I like most. You'll be at German Nats though? No, I won't be. This year will be the first year in forever that I will not be at German Nationals.
Alliance Insight will be here before you know it. Like, literally before you know it. Aji say, thank you for the Prime. Which Zelda game have you played and enjoyed the most? Oh, definitely Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is one of my favorite games of all time. I loved that game. I like Tears of the Kingdom too, but I think Breath of the Wild was more fun because it was the first one to do it. I don't know. Not even Ocarina of Time. I have not played all of the old Zelda games when I was a kid. I was huge into Pokemon games when I was a kid. I played all of those. But Zelda, I only played one every now and then. Like I played some Zelda. I liked some Zelda games when I was a kid, but I only really grew to love Zelda with Breath of the Wild because I thought that game just hooked me. I don't know. I loved that game. I replayed it last year, and I had so much fun even the second time around. Did you ever try VGC? Yep. I played VGC before. Replay it on stream? Dude, that's such a long game, though. Zelda stream when? I mean, if they make another open world Zelda, I might stream it. Same thing with the new Pokemon game eventually, right? We played Scarlet on Violet. We played Scarlet and Violet on stream. That was fun. That was a fun day when that game came out. So I might do it. Did you finish it? No, we did not play the entire game on stream. I think I did a 24-hour stream on the weekend where it came out, and we just played Pokemon for 24 hours with like a short break of looking at a terrible Yu-Gi-Oh ban list and then going back to playing Pokemon. But I did not finish the game in its entirety on stream. It was fun though. Still waiting for Balatro and Slay the Spire. I downloaded both of those games, but I have not played them yet. You're gonna try GTA 6? I'm not much of a GTA guy. I don't know why. I never liked that game too much.
why aren't you attending German Nationals? Because they announced, like 3 days ago, they announced that the Master Duel World Championship qualifiers are on the same weekend as German Nationals this year. And I am going to prioritize the Master Duel qualifier. Because even though I would love to go to German Nationals, and it would be the national championship that I would care the most about, like winning it, there's other nationals you can go to, and since you can only do one national per year anyways, I would rather play the Master Duel Worlds qualifier. And yeah. So that's why I'm gonna have to change plans and stuff. It's a little bit of a bummer because I've already, like, I bought my ticket for German Nationals, I booked the hotel and everything. So and I also can't cancel my hotel, which is the most annoying part. Like I paid for it and I can't get it back. But I really want to play the Master Duel qualifier. Favorite Pokemon game? My favorite games in terms of the Pokemon itself is Gen 1 and Gen 2. But the games themselves that I like the most are Gen 3 and Gen 4. Maybe it's just because those are the ones I played the most when I was a kid. But gameplay wise, I thought like Emerald and Platinum. I just put so many hours into those games. I think the Pokemon design in Gen 3 is not that good. There's not a lot of Pokemon that I love in Gen 3. But the games were goated. And Gen 4 had a lot of cool Pokemon too, and I loved those games as well. But like the Pokemon design Gen 1 and Gen 2, game design Gen 3 and Gen 4. Gen 5, unfortunately, I skipped as a kid at some point, I think. I think it was because I didn't have... I don't know why. Maybe I just had a phase where I played a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh! Than Pokemon. I didn't even realize they happened. So I only replayed them when I was an adult, basically. So for Gen 5, I'm just missing the nostalgia factor. That's why I think I don't resonate with them too much, because I'm missing the nostalgia. But yeah. What's your favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon are Nidoking and Nidoqueen, and Umbreon and Espeon. Those are my favorite 4. I don't have a favorite 1. Favorite starters for all gens? Gen 1, Bulbasaur. Gen 2, Cyndaquil. Gen 3, Mudkip. Gen 4... I don't know all the English names by heart. I have to think about it for a second. Gen 4, Chelast, I think? No, Turtwig is the... Chelast is the German name. Turtwig. Gen 5... Once again, didn't play them as a kid. What was Gen 5 again? Gen 5 had... Gen 5... What did Gen 5 have again? Oh yeah, Snivy. Snivy the GOAT out of those. Gen 6 is Gen 6 X and Y already? No, Sun and Moon, right? It's Sun and Moon first, and then it's X and Y, right? Or is it X, Y, and then Sun, Moon? Oh, okay. XY first. Okay, so is XY is Brokey, and what are the other two? The Fox and the what's the water one? With Chespin. Oh yeah, Fennekin. Fennekin is the best one out of Gen 6. Gen 7, the best one is the Owl. The Decidueye Rowlet. Rowlet is the GOAT. Gen 8 is Gen 8 is it's not Score Bunny. It's not actually my thing with Gen 3 is that I really like Grookey, but I don't like its evolutions. I really like the Plant Monkey, but I don't like Rillaboom. I don't know. I don't vibe with Rillaboom's design. So like I really like the first one though. The first one's really cute. The first one's really cute. And then for the most recent one, I think I liked the I picked the Fire Starter in the last one in Gen 9. And but I think like the thing is with Gen 9 it's the same. I think the coolest starter is the Grass Cat. But I don't like Meowscarada. I don't like Meowscarada that much. But I think the Grass starter is pretty cool. But I think the Fire starter wins for Gen 9 overall. Yeah. Sounds like you're a Grass starter guy. Yeah, for the most part, actually. Yeah, for the most part, that I don't know why, but I just like a lot of Grass starters. Not always though. Not always though. You are vegan? Well, I guess maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. But Doru, thank you for the 4 months. Chikorita not picked. Chikorita is cool too. I think like Gen 2, I like all of the starters and they're close together in my ranking. But I think Cyndaquil. I like Typhlosion a lot. Is the thing. I like Typhlosion a lot. Typhlosion is dope. So yeah. I don't think the water starter only wins in Gen 3 for me. I think that was the only gen where I picked the water starter. Did you play Legends Arceus? I did. I liked that game a lot. It was very fun. What's your favorite Charmy artwork only? Meows. Rapzilla, thank you for the 11. Favorite legendary, dude, out of all of them? Dude, that's not easy. I think I might be forgetting some. There's a lot of cool legendaries, dude. The Gen 2 legendaries are very cool. All of them. I think overall it would probably still Latias is really cool. I like Latias a lot. Oh no. Favorite Hearthstone card? I like this. We're asking the most random questions. What is my favorite Hearthstone card? I think my favorite Hearthstone card is something out of Oil Rogue. Something out of Oil Rogue. Maybe Violet Teacher. Or SI7 Agent. One of those. Oh no. Hollow Ventus, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Opinion on Boom Crew Rookie? Cringe card. Cringe card. I'm sorry. I know you're into that kind of stuff, but cringe card. What happened to the YCS? We're waiting for the next round. Nothing's happening. We're just bridging time. Your favorite runic card by design? Runic Destruction. Runic Destruction, because spell trap removal is very hard to integrate into modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks. So the ability to do that, while also having the flexibility to be a summon, is very good. Favorite runic variant? Sprite.
By the way, out of Alliance Insight, huh?
Yeah, I wonder who that guy was. I'd love to hear him talk more about Yu-Gi-Oh, I think.
Well, I got bad news for you. You might actually have to. Jokes aside, though, what an incredible match we just came off of. But we're getting down to the wire here.
Gabriel versus Kamal.
Favorite Lord of the Rings character?
Amazing matches in those top 16 top 8 players. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket for top 8 so we can talk a little bit more about who you guys can expect in this round. We had Ryan Yu versus Steven Santoli with Steven.
Oh, Steven knocked out Ryan.
Earlier with his Horus Crystron deck. Really awesome to see. And we have
As a kid, it was Legolas. As a kid, my favorite character was Legolas, but I have since grown up, so that is no longer the case.
Great job, Charlie. We have Jim versus Dominic with Jim coming out on top. He's going to be playing against Joffrey, who was able to take the win.
Maybe Tom Bombadil.
In top 16.
Or Treebeard.
Other side of the bracket, although that one's stacked by itself. We do have Gabriel going head-to-head against Shunping. Each of them had some incredible matches, having to beat Kamal and Lucas respectively. But our next side of the top 8 is going to be Lucas versus Aditya, our NAWCQ reigning champion out of Plano, Texas, so a local friend.
Were you always into the slow and grindy decks, or is it more of a thing from recent times? It's a more recent time thing for me, because I feel like back in the day when most decks were slower, that wasn't like a special thing I would look for in a deck. Nowadays, it's like most decks are fast, and having a deck that can slow down the game is special. Back in the day, it was the other way around. Okay, we're gonna get Santoli on the feature against Charlie Fudge.
Fudge the third. Also wants to give shout-outs to Kamal, Ruben, and Hani. His opponent today in the red chair from Hamilton, Ontario. He doesn't believe in leap years and thinks daylight savings time change should be bigger. It's Steven Santoli.
My God.
Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Steven and sunglasses, huh?
I don't know what it is between you and me, Steven, but we had featured so many Stevens on broadcast today. Here's another one, Steven Santoli, who we saw earlier, like I said, playing Horus Crystron, and we have Charlie Fudge playing Mitsurugi Ryzeal.
And Charlie, actually another Dragon Duelist champion in his own right. He went to the...
How is the LOL grind going? Okay, so here's the thing, all right? Here's the thing. So... Some of my friends at Raid and Trade have tried to get me into League of Legends, right? So we've been playing some League of Legends off stream, just for funsies. Here's the thing: I suck. So that's stopping me from being addicted to the game. I am not addicted in the slightest because I lose a lot. I am not good, and so I have implied the following strategy. Okay. I have implied the following strategy. So we play League together, and some of them are actually quite good. So sometimes I get carried, sometimes we just lose. Most of the time we just lose. And what I have done instead is I have started pilling them on Pokemon Unite, which is a different MOBA that is, I think, way easier and that I'm a little bit better at, that they haven't played before. So what we do is we play a couple of games of League where I get really frustrated because I get stomped all the time. And then we play some Pokemon Unite where I'm actually performing okay. And because they all have very new accounts, on Pokemon Unite, we play very low elo where opponents are not very good. So basically, whenever I'm down from losing at League all the time, I get to build my self-esteem up again by just bullying new accounts in Pokemon Unite now. So that's always the order that we go by on like an average gaming day, is like we play a bunch of games of League until I don't want to anymore, and then we play some Unite to build back up the good mood. That's what we do.
fully play when he was playing Vanquish Soul, so it's really nice to see him play yet another off-meta pick, which is pretty cool.
So it looks like we are going to be having an accommodation. We always talked about that, right? Left-hand accommodations. Charlie's got a little bit of an injury, so we are going to let him play his deck sideways. Don't get any ideas if you're at home. Just make sure to ask your judge if there's something we can do to accommodate to make sure this is the best experience for you. We're happy to do that.
Oh, yes.
Raid and trade lol stream win. I mean, I'm not technically opposed to it. It sounds fun.
Absolutely. Duelist getting set here. Judges giving some instructions. It's just.
I don't know. Maybe I'll get Ben on for a league stream once, and we just 5-stack with raid and trade people.
The story of this event is experienced duelists are just making it back to the top tables no matter what.
Oh, 100%. It turns out it doesn't matter what you play, whether it's Mitsurugi, Ryzeal, Malice, or Horus Crystron, you deserve to be here, you deserve to duel, and as long as you
Josh seems like a Brown player. You're lucky I don't know what that means. Well, I know Brown from Legends of Runeterra, but I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
These duelists, whatever it is they're playing, they're going to make it back up here. So
what champ are you playing? I was playing Karma support. They put me on the support. Like 2 days in, 2 days in they put me, or 2 hours in, or 2 games in, or whatever. They put me on the support.
This could be all exciting.
Well, Santoli seems like he is locked in. Same thing as Charlie. So I'm sure they're excited to be here, but right now they still have duels ahead of them. Only a couple of duels away, and they may be the next YCS champion, taking that beautiful trophy home that's in front of them.
It's going to be really exciting to see as we hop into game 1 between Steven.
I'm okay with Karma. I'm not terrible with Karma, I think. For having played the game very little.
On the clock. All we got to do is figure out who's going first. Santoli will be getting a 9. Oh, it might have hit something.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so we're going to reroll that 5. It's going to be a 5 total.
Ooh, that changes things.
It's an evenly matched.
Ah, some wild dice.
Heard you were the set goat. Dude, so I felt like I was bad as a support, so I was trying a different role. So I played set top lane for 1 game. I went like 1-7, but we still won, and then I just didn't touch set ever again, so I had a 100% win rate on set.
So here we have an accidental pick of 6 cards on top of the deck of Steven, but luckily it's all been face down, it's all been unknown, so it doesn't really matter. Pick a random card out of here. It's going to reveal.
Yeah.
But then I did play a set game again, and now I no longer have a 100% win rate on set.
There. Now, if you're wondering what just happened, again, when you draw an extra card, but you haven't added it to your hand, you do reveal it to your opponent. We chose a random one here, and it goes back to the top of the deck.
And here we have the Perulia, so now we know what that 6 card is going to be. Oh, or we're not. We're going to be with an Ash Blossom here, so no draws for Steven Santoli off that Perulia.
All right, let's get into Yu-Gi-Oh again. Ash on Perulia here. Mitsurugi Ryzeal going first. We are searching the Habakiri.
We're probably going to get that powerful once per duel effect to get deeper into our Mitsurugi engine.
Just shows you how powerful one card could push a deck over the edge. But the same story really for Santoli, because honestly, just so
Josh seems like a runic main in Yu-Gi-Oh. Thank you.
Use of that
means a lot to me.
Cluster, being able to stop cards from getting banished, but this is not one of those banished decks, so maybe this is where the story of the Crystron stops.
Oh, 100%. We're going to see the Habakiri choose to go for that Saji, and we're going to tribute the Aramasa potentially to fully resolve the effect. Debating here. Charlie's going to choose to do the Saji because the Saji was tributed. Now we can search for any Mitsurugi spell. That's, of course, going to be the Mitsurugi Ritual. There we see that powerful ritual card being used. It's going to be summoning from the hand. We're going to get that Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi by tributing cards from our deck. Looks like we're eyeing another one to be tributed.
Yeah, it might be.
We could choose 2 different level 4s.
Try playing Yumi support.
Given that we're playing
I've heard that. I've heard some people say that, but I'm applying the same logic that I do when I give people advice for getting better at Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't want to play something that's super easy.
I'm not sure what
You know?
level 4 reptile he could have.
It's always like that Yu-Gi-Oh meme.
I want to play something that at least teaches me some stuff,
Yeah, like I said, this
so that I can eventually maybe not be super terrible.
It's pretty much as many as you can play, so getting rid of that extra body on feels a little annoying if you're Charlie. Oh, and just a heads up for everyone watching at home, we did have a DC minor issued to Steven for that extra card drawn at the start.
Have you played TFT? No, never.
Again, just a warning. Hasn't happened earlier in the tournament, so not a big deal. But
Never played TFT.
Yep, and here we have another Habakiri going to the hand. And we added back the ritual, I believe, off of the effect of Kusanagi, which I think we're going to play right now.
Oh, wow. So I did catch a peek at Charlie's hand, and he does have a cross-out designator, so this is kind of going to be uninterrupted play. No matter what happens, he does have the way.
Okay, so here's the thing. Charlie is going to be comboing, and Steven is already down a card because the Perulia got Ash, which is not great. The thing is, this is not a typical meta deck, right? Horus Christian is not your typical meta strategy, so I don't think Charlie is going to have anything to cross out. And we'll see if it has the capabilities to break this Mitsurugi board, I guess.
But from the look of Charlie's hand, he doesn't have any access to his Ryzel cards.
Well, we've seen Mitsurugi Pure get pretty far in the tournament. This is one way for you to play a Pure deck, just don't draw the Ryzel cards.
Yep, so here we see the prayers coming down, going to be tributing our Murakumo. We're going to get both effects now. This is probably going to add back, I believe we normal summon the Aramaso to start all this off. So we're just going to figure out the best way to go about this. We're going to add another Habakiri to the hand.
Wow. Somebody's got a favorite Mitsurugi, that's for sure.
Oh, yes. And then we're going to pay the 800 life points. That's part of Mitsurugi's prayer's ability to summon from the graveyard.
Yeah, this is everything.
Charlie already fed? Yeah. My fiance's home, so he's covered today.
It's going to be Aramasa in defense mode. That could be the first level 4 that we need. And then we're going to bring back the Murakumo and Raigeki the whole board?
Yeah.
Oh, no board to be gone. Okay, makes sense, makes sense.
Sure. Let me destroy all the monsters you don't have. But you're right that we do have a level 4, so it's possible if we get another one out, it might be time for a duo drive. But speaking of Exceed Summons, we're in the opposite direction here. Rank 8.
And I think you can tell by Steven's face, he did not expect... Is that Numeron Dragon?
Yes?
No, it's Dragoogleon. It's Dragoogleon.
Oh, I have heard of this technology. This is something you can do if you don't have access to your Ryzel cards in your regular combo. You can overlay 2 level 8 Mitsurugis into the new Dragluxion, which searches a Tachyon card, and that can get you Ryzel.
Yeah, so this, I believe the Dragoogleon was able
I've heard of this. I haven't actually seen anyone do it this weekend, so that's interesting.
Cards, which is what Charlie was trying to
The question I suppose here is,
how powerful this is being.
Will you have... I mean, actually, you can just bring back the Murakumo on the opponent's turn with the prayers or something, and you're good. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Hasn't necessarily got into it. Now that he's got the Ice Ryzel, I believe he's already used his normal summon, but may just send some to the graveyard. Is he going to send them all?
We're going to send the Fualos from the hand of the graveyard, especially Ice, and now we're going to overlay these two into Duo Drive. Does Steven have a way to interact with this? Because if he doesn't, it might be lights out. But like you said, Charlie has... what's it called? Crossout Designator. So even if he had something, he would have been able to stop it. And oh my gosh, we're going to detach from the Dragoogleon as well as from the Duo Drive. To maintain that extra bit of material under Duo Drive to have the protection in case we search for Cross here. That was a really awesome sequence of plays there from Charlie.
Certainly very creative there. Shows you that
Perulia got negated,
we figured this format out. There's a lot of different things you could add, even to some decks that, well, we thought we'd explored over the weekend.
Yeah, it is worth noting that...
Corvus, Milori, and Hisao Bush, thank you guys for the primes. I appreciate you.
Murakumo anymore, because now that the Murakumo has been detached, was it still properly summoned or no?
It should still be considered as properly summoned,
okay,
yes.
So that's good to know, in case you can revive it back with prayer.
Can you quickly explain the benefits of Mitsurugi in a Ryzel deck? The way I would look at this deck is actually the other way around. This is more of a Mitsurugi deck with a Ryzel engine, because the Ryzel cards can function as more starters for Mitsurugi because of King of the Feral Imps accessing reptiles from the deck. And they also provide something that you can turn your level 4 monsters into by making Duo Drive. But it is much more of a Mitsurugi deck that you just add some consistency and some ceiling to by putting Ryzel cards into it as well.
Yeah, but now we're just going to go ahead and overlay into the good old detonator. But something to be noted is that we don't have access to Eclipse Twins, it looks like. So this detonator...
So yeah, basically the synergy is Mitsurugis have a lot of level 4s, which can make Duo Drive. And Ryzels gives you access to King of the Feral Imps to search reptile monsters as well. So it works both ways.
Still going the same direction. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Yeah, we've been seeing this all day in day 2. The meticulous nature of these players is, I think, what really warrants them being here at the top tables.
And the creativity, too.
Apparently, we're not making number 38. No.
There's the Ryzel detonator.
Pause time.
Classic.
It's like we're getting some instructions there from the judge. And we're just going to take a quick look at the text of there. Why don't I pull up?
I wonder why we detached one material from the Duo Drive and not both from the Dragluxion.
From the extra deck, you can add a Galaxy or Tachyon card from your deck to your hand. That's how we got 7 Tachyon.
Yes.
Then you detach 2 materials from it. We didn't use that. We're not doing any rank 8 effects, that's for sure.
Yes.
I think it's good.
Yep, and then we're going to attach the Dracoxion using the detonator here.
Just do anything when detached.
Steven just making sure he has a clarification of, hey, why'd you do that? There's a reason you did this, right? I promise. I just need to know.
I mean,
We needed ice to revive. Ah, we needed something to great to revive. Okay, sure. Yeah,
Charlie
makes
isn't
sense.
just here to style. He's here to try to win against Steven, getting ever closer to being a new YCS champion here.
Ooh, and there
Ooh, we play Star Ryzeal as well.
Also released in Alliance Inside to support.
Oh, Santoli's not happy about that because that's going to make the board harder to break.
See Charlie showing it off here.
Only in the pure Ryzeal build. I haven't seen any mix and matches here, but we are going to use the effect to special summon it by detaching an Xyz material. I wonder if he's going to attach it from the detonator or the duo drive.
I want to build Runic with a little Trap Tricks package. Don't see the synergy there quite, to be honest with you. I don't think that's good.
Oh, again, the judges have a quick question here about how Habakiri has resolved throughout this.
I believe. Yes. I think.
Just clarifying that, yes, there's one effect that's once per duel, and the other effect is once per turn.
Of this? I've used both of these. Is that what you're referring to?
Charlie, a confident duelist, knows exactly what he did.
I added prayers off. Wait,
What are they?
Yeah, so he's just clarifying that he added his second copy of prayers off the Habakiri. It's always important to have clear communication with your judge in case they have any big questions for you about how stuff has happened.
Certainly a complicated field for sure. Just making sure everything is on the up and up.
They're trying to see if he used Aramasa twice.
He added the one.
Okay. I did not catch that if it happened. But why is Habakiri back on the field? Yeah, okay.
How did we even get here? It's kind of impressive. And Charlie's like, you know, guys, I promise, I'm just him. Trust me, we're good.
He is that
I think he used Aramasa twice. Did he?
Right, speaking of that duelist, we're going to go and drop the Star Ryzeal.
Going to be attaching that extra material we saved on the duel.
He did use Aramasa twice?
For a Ryzeal spell trap.
Now, you said we didn't have access to the Eclipse Twins, but maybe that's why
Hold
we
up.
put the duo drive in the extra monster zone. Is it going to be used as material to drop down the Eclipse Twins?
I like the way you think. This is probably going to add back. I believe we normal summon the Aramasa to start.
We're gonna go back to the thing in a second.
We're going to add another Habakiri to
So, we're starting with Aramasa. We're resolving it. We're getting Habakiri. We're activating Habakiri. We're specialing Saji. We're tributing the Aramasa. No, we're tributing Saji. Add Ritual. Activate Ritual. Summon Habakiri from hand. Tribute Kusanagi and Aramasa.
If you're Charlie. Oh, just a heads up, everyone watching at home, we did have a DC minor issue 2 Steve before the extra card draw at the start of the game.
So again, just a warning. Hasn't happened earlier in the tournament, so not a big deal. The play will continue with that penalty.
Yep,
Oh, he
we have
did.
Another Habakiri going to the hand.
He did use it twice.
The ritual, I believe, off of the effect of Kusanagi, which I think we're going to play. And here we have another.
He did use it twice.
So again, just a warning. Hasn't happened earlier in the tournament, so not a big deal. The play will continue with that penalty.
Yep, and here we have
He adds a monster here. He should not add a Yeah, okay, he did.
We added back the ritual, I believe, off of the effect of Kusanagi, which I think we're going to play.
Did they catch that ever? Doesn't look like it.
Ryzeal names, a really great way to sort of make up for that, you know, new semi-limits on all the main ones, Sword, Ice, and X'd.
From Charlie's perspective,
Is this repairable? Do I
now he's going to drop down these two.
don't know what you would do in this situation.
Steven, you're thinking to yourself, okay, what am I actually having to play through here? We have a full Mitsurugi graveyard, as well as a triple material detonator across, and a whole hand from Charlie.
So
That's
it's
kind of a lot.
interesting. Yeah, when you really look at it, it looks about the same as your last format Ryzeal board, but it's so consistent how we got here. Like Charlie always has a way in.
And we have the prayers to get
Okay,
back
they
on
interrupted them again, but didn't.
Free Raigeki.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Well,
It looks like he has a Foolish Burial in hand, which is a really good way to
I don't know if they will catch it ever, but the longer the game goes, the harder it is to repair if they ever catch it.
into inclusion or get into cluster.
But it does kind of mess up. Yeah, it does kind of mess up the game a little bit.
He's going to be sending this to Wyvern, actually. This card will let him search for another monster card by banishing it.
Here.
Specifically a Crystron monster. We're going to
He's
do
doing
that.
it.
So here we could probably get Tristaros, Smiger, just get into more of the Crystron synchro plays. 'Cause I think
At this
Sonic-
point, it's not. There's no point in
See how he's
like
managed to do so well in all these different scenarios because
what's it called?
They're really not opposed
Screaming
to that.
about it. At this point, it's just gonna be. We're just gonna wait and see. Okay. Oh, he just scoops it up. Oh, he just scoops it up immediately.
The coffin for Steven. He's like, yep, unfortunately, with your board, my hand
Yeah.
cannot play through Joel and Lockbird, so sadly, I'm going to have to scoop it up here, and we're going to have to go to game 2.
Talk about the commentator's curse. I was getting excited there, but I think that is all she wrote as Charlie drops down the Joel and Lockbird and locks Steven Santoli out of the duel.
Yeah, it was one thing for Charlie to set up that amazing board off of just one single Aramasa, but it was another thing for Steven to go, I have to fight through all that, and I have to play through a Joel and Lockbird. I
Probably did not matter.
right now. Let's go to game 2 and 3. Let me get my sideboard.
Likely
Now that I know
not, but
all
still
what you're
kind of
going with,
annoying. But
let's see
yes.
if I can counter it.
Well, many minutes left on the clock. There's 42 minutes in total, so both duels have plenty of time here. Of course, still just 3 minutes for the side decking, but they're not in any rush. But wow, just wild stuff here, and it shows that Charlie's deck is a very consistent and interesting build. But for those who are thirsting to show off something new, this water deck it's really gotten far into the tournament. I mean, this is the only Crystron deck I think we've seen get this far since all the new Crystron.
I'm pretty sure the combo is still good. I don't think he needed the Habakiri in hand for the combo to be like strong.
The Tristaros.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
Just be able to get so much extension for the deck and summoning these.
Because it looked like Steven wasn't able to push through the Droll and Lockbird plus whatever they had. But at the same time, I mean, that doesn't really make it cool, you know? It's still... It probably wasn't intentional either. Like, it's kind of like a... forgot or a moment, like, I don't know, maybe it was a non-standard combo, because I think Aramasa is usually a one-of, so it's all good, but they should have
Charlie's ability to summon Xyz monsters, because
they should have caught it.
Mitsurugi cards, you know, the Raigeki, the monster negates, those don't really affect the Crystron cards nearly as much as the detonator does. Just being able to stop your material from being able to be synchro summon, because if you activate Tristaros and they chain detonator, no synchro summon for you.
That's true. They don't mind getting destroyed, but they definitely need to group together if they are going to synchro summon, so it could still be a problem.
But I'm sure Steven was not able to get to the top 8 of this event without playing against a Ryziel deck, so I'm sure he has a game plan. Maybe it involves those Horus cards that we still have yet to see. We have a little bit of a it's a Duamutef.
Yep.
Sneak peek at the beginning of the game, but we weren't able to actually see it.
They're looking into it. It's possible. It's possible they're looking into it. I don't know what would happen if you're catching it a game later. I think at this point, I think it's unfortunately too late to do anything about it.
Various cards to the graveyard. We know lots of Crystron monsters love to be banished out of the graveyard to get things going. And it could just be for consistency. Maybe it's not really the Horus part that he's relying on. It's really just the sort of equivalent of the Drag Luxion, right? Here's my weird level 8s that I'm using in rank 8s to make sure my Crystron plays pop off the same way your Ryziel plays do.
Oh, 100%. And I know earlier when I was watching Charlie play, I was like, oh man, this is a really cool Mitsurugi combo, but how on earth is it going to bridge into Ryziel? He's like, don't worry, I'll show you. That was really impressive to see.
They could still give him a warning for it, sure, yeah.
Will the same thing happen in game 2?
Well, he's feeling all right. Takes a look out to the crowd. Kind of thinking to himself, I got one down. Just a few games away. Maybe I'll be the YCS champion. Could be Steven Santoli too, though.
The hardest game to win is game 1, but the one you need to win is either 2 or 3.
It's the best 2 out of 3. That first loss doesn't matter as long as you get 2 more wins.
We are both players eager and willing to go. I'm actually kind of excited to see what Steven chooses to do here going first or second. I know that Charlie had that really scary turn 1 going first.
What happened? He used one of the once per turn Mitsurugi monsters twice in the first turn, and they didn't notice it. Like, no one noticed it.
So, be interesting to see if he.
I also didn't notice it when it happened.
But right now, he's just waiting for the game to get going.
Yeah, you can totally tell how antsy he is. He's like, let me get my game going. Come on, all I gotta do is play, and I'll be able to smoke.
Okay, there we go. There's a smile for us.
Yeah, once the game gets going, it's all gonna be different.
When you're a veteran competitor, you know, you don't necessarily have to wear your heart on your sleeve. You're just here for. You're like, okay, cool. Maybe I'll win another one of these. I can put this trophy next to the other ones. Maybe not. I'll get them next time.
Oh yeah, always excited to see that kind of stuff, that kind of attitude of, I'm here, I just gotta play the game that's in front of me, and hopefully it'll end in my victory, and then just keep going from there and there and there.
Caliber of our competitors is just so great. Like, we have had some humble duelists really getting it done, and Charlie and Steven just exchanging a few laps here.
Charlie's looking a little relaxed to me. He might be like, guys, I'm so good. I got this.
Definitely leaning in that
I
seat,
think they are currently waiting on the judges to check it out.
Here we go. I think people are starting to look alive because we might be going to our next game soon
I
enough.
think, because this is taking a little longer.
What's happening here, how the game's going to continue from here with the rest of the time
Or
they
not.
have to play.
It's like we are getting that clock ready. I can't wait to see it. I know the duelists can't wait to be dueling, and I don't think I ever would have imagined that this is where we.
Yeah, I think the break between games is longer than usual here. They might be like giving him a warning for it or something.
I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I think they're aware. Unfortunately, after the game is done, not much you can do about it. I think. I don't think it would be a game loss, like in hindsight. I don't think that would be that right now.
We'll see if Steven Santoli manages to draw into. Maybe he did side deck a lot of cards. Maybe he's just like, no, I really didn't get to pop off. Let me just keep the deck as is. I'm going to go first. I'm going to showcase exactly why I got to this seat.
Oh, he has his game plan for sure for this matchup.
He did use it twice for sure. I mean, he didn't do it on purpose, so I don't think he thinks he did it. He definitely said it. Yeah, they're on it. They are on it.
Rounding out their matches in the top 8. But
and I think the reason why the confusion is there is because usually I think Aramasa in these Ryziel builds is just a one-of. So like the standard lines, you don't tribute it from the field, you tribute it from the deck. And so I think he just like normal summoned it and then still went for the standard combo afterwards where he attributed it from the field instead of from the deck. And then he just like in his head he was doing the standard combo where at that point you probably use both effects in the graveyard and it's just like a muscle memory kind of thing, I believe. So I think that's what happened. Which maybe if they caught it during the game they could have like just rewinded the game state. But at this point, of course, because the game has finished, it's a little more tricky. So we're gonna see what exactly is gonna happen from here. It's Shuffles, thank you for the Prime, and Zeno, thank you for the 9 months. There's no more Joshes in Top Cut, no. No more Josh.
See a little bit more maybe of the Whites of the White Forest and stuff. We did get to see that cup here too.
Yes.
But there's a lot of stories still here.
Oh yeah, and it looks like we do have a bit of an update for you guys here that after some additional investigating that our judges did during Game 1, Aramaso did happen twice, so a PE minor is being issued to both players. Charlie is just currently appealing that, and that's why we're getting a bit of a clarification as to how the actual ruling is going to go.
Which is definitely within his right. There's no shade being thrown at anybody if they appeal. Remember, the tournament policy guidelines are there for a reason. You can appeal any ruling.
What is top 8 looking like? I actually don't have that much info on the other players. I mean, we know Jib is in top 8 with Malice. We know the current feature match is Mitsurugi against Crystron. So that's already 3 different decks. I don't know who else is there.
The tournament is run as it's supposed to be. So if you have any questions or concerns about how things are being ruled or judged, you can always appeal and ask questions about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that tournament policy guidelines, they're there for a reason. You do have to study up. It's not just a tournament of the cards. There are rules to the full event. But we'll give
apparently top 8 is 4 Malice, 2 Mitsurugi, 1 Ryziel, 1 Crystron. Yeah, 4 Malice. Yeah, 4 Malice, 2 Mitsurugi, 1 Ryziel, 1 Crystron.
Long time seeing 2 of the best to ever do it actually have a mirror match, and that was
no more Blue Eyes. The Blue Eyes lost in top 32. The Regenesis lost in top 32. The Mermaid lost in top 32. 3 Ryziel decks lost in top 32. So, yeah. An Evil Twin was in top 16. They never showed us the Evil Twin. That's a shame. But yes, 1 Evil Twin made top 32.
Period. You could do that like 37 times randomly. If you had the monsters, you could do it.
Yep, and we're going back to the players here right now because it's looking like some more information is being done. We're hopping into Game 2.
All right, so situation has been clarified apparently. Unfortunately, the only thing they can do at this point, it seems like, is give a warning in hindsight. And now we're hopping into game number 2.
Standby phase. Charlie has nothing. Main phase has begun for Steven. This is a really good sign. We've passed the first hurdle. Any more Charmies? Okay.
There is a Imseti in hand here for Steven. No Ash on it.
In game 1, now we're seeing the Imseti pitching the happy to go search.
So we're gonna grab King Sarcophagus and then draw a card. This is potentially the first thing that can be drolled here, and there is a droll in Charlie's hand as well as a Lancia. There's a droll and a Lancia, but we do have access to a rank 8 with the King Sarcophagus cards here, which is neat.
Well, you can't just call it in now. It's single elimination. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and activate the King Sarcophagus. Maybe get a few Horus monsters onto the field.
I don't know how important Droll and Lockbird is against Crystron specifically. It's probably not bad against it.
So now we can go for a rank 8 play if we want to.
Gonna use Lancia on res here to prevent like the Photon Lord from negating it, I suppose.
Do need to do, but they need to be banished from the graveyard to activate effects and whatnot.
This is a credit to your point that the most important cards this format seem to be the ones that have these big effects, not just a one-for-one trade, but something like you can't banish.
So under Droll and Lancia, there's only limited things we are allowed to do.
Rare decks that both gets hurt by Droll and Lockbird and Artifact Lancia, which because of the popularity of Mitsurugi and Malice, are everywhere in people's side decks. And for Steven to still be at the top 8 of this tournament, I think speaks to his ability to play through these cards.
Absolutely. Looks like he's going to use Foolish Burial, though.
Oh, watch this get the third name here for the Horus cards. That could be
Foolishes or
he's also eyeing up a Solfefnir.
Crystron Solfefnir, I believe, is that?
Here. That could be a nice future reborn. He's just getting clarification for how this card works. Basically, if it's destroyed or sent to the graveyard, you can summon a Crystron monster from your deck. I believe Burial triggers this, if I remember correctly.
Kind of difficult, though. Crystron's love being banished, and they cannot do their favorite thing right now. But I did get you a Super Polymerization in Steven's hand, so I think he does have the ability to stick in this duel no matter what.
Yeah, I was just clarifying that Solfefnir doesn't need to be destroyed, so the Burial will not be triggering it, but I did see the cluster.
Rank 8
so what he's doing is he's setting up that ability to
or a Photon Lord, it looks like. That's what he's hovering. Yep. We got the Photon Lord. That's a monster negate online to protect further combos, as well as a disruption on the opponent's turn.
So now we can discard and summon it.
We're discarding a card to use the Solfefnir to, I think, summon it back and then destroy it immediately, which then summons one from the deck. I think that is going to be...
Because if I remember correctly, one of his great premiere
Thinking about it.
From Unchained, right? So he just loves destroying his own cards.
He's like,
that is
my cards
Miger.
And I gain value.
Yeah.
That's pretty fun.
Why wait for your opponent to destroy something when you can do it yourself?
So here we see the Smiger. Smiger has that really cool ability.
The only thing here is we have only 2 cards left in hand, Super Poly and Crystron Cluster. So if you want to make the Cluster live, you have to... You don't have a card to discard for Super Poly. Unless the Crystron cards can somehow get you a card into your hand on the opponent's turn.
Him as well.
Still deciding. Don't count him out yet.
Yeah, the only reason to pick Citri is if you want to be able to synchro without needing to summon any other cards, because Citri can summon the monster from the graveyard and then synchro with that.
Seems like that's exactly what he's
The
going
level 7 adds and summon? Okay. But if you make the level 7, you're not making Dawn Draxter, I guess. But maybe you don't want to make Dawn Draxter anyways.
Like, here's whatever level 7 I need.
We saw how powerful that was earlier in
During your opponent's turn, target a non-tuner monster in your grave, special summon it, and immediately synchro summon a machine. Okay, so we're gonna do that and make the... Which one do you make with that? Elis Skeletas? The new level 7?
End his turn. Now, I know this board doesn't look that formidable, but there's a little bit of layering going on here. We have the Photon Lord to be able to negate monsters. We have the Citri to be able to quick synchro. And we have, I believe, a known cluster for us, not for... Charlie, of course, which can be an extra pop.
Alright, well, Charlie's got 4 cards, and Steven has a monster negate.
Ooh, infinite permanence there.
Ooh, that's rough.
Force the chain.
Unfortunately, I believe it's a main phase only.
Oh, that's rough, because that's main phase only. That means we won't have a card in hand. And the extra Izeal. Oh my god, it's so insane.
And there we see the aggregator targeting the Photon Lord, which is going to...
I think my goat is going down.
So now we have the X-Rizio pretty much unfettered here from Steven.
I think my goat is going down. Do this custom hand. Droll, Lancia, Imperm, X-Rizio, man.
Oh, well, it's lingering around and not doing much else.
I don't think this is
special the sword here and get an additional search.
looking good.
So we're going to think on the ad of Ice Rizio.
Maybe time for a Crystron cluster.
Crystron Cluster is a pop. That's not going to get him very far here. Oh, it's not going to get him very far.
On all the Crystron effects. You don't see it in the top tables every day, let alone just in the dueling field. Steven said only one of the very few duelists that showed up to this tournament with Crystron, but here he is.
Here, I think the thing he's debating is to activate the cluster now or to wait for the duo drive to get summoned, so that way we can maybe prevent Charlie from getting access to any more Rizio cards. But uh-oh, I think Charlie's eyeing up that Exciton Knight.
That is a big payoff. Imagine sending 5 cards for 1 detached material.
Yeah, Charlie has no concern about going for game this turn. What he wants to do is just clear Steven of all of his resources, which necessarily isn't true, because if Steven gets another turn, his follow-up with the Crystron graveyard he has might be more than enough for him to play through stuff.
At least we're not dying this turn, I guess.
Ooh, he wants to get the Exiton off the board and deny the body for Charlie. Because that'll force the Ice Riser to go -1 in Charlie's hand. Oh, wait, but no, he hasn't normal summoned yet, so we can just normal summon it.
You might as well get rid of it. I mean, the card's going to go away anyway, so clear this field of cards.
Ooh, it was a super poly that was set face down.
Ooh, that is going to be difficult to live without it. However, there's no...
So unless I'm missing anything or there's a Crystron card that I don't know about, I don't think Steven has any disruptions on this turn moving forward. So that's going to be a rough spot to be in.
What I know is coming up next turn.
But there is no Dweller anymore.
So we're going to be able to get both a Crystron monster and a Crystron spell card. Plus whatever we draw for turn.
Is Charlie going to start off with the Ice Riser?
You could make Dugaris to bring back Lancia over and over and over again.
Yeah, we've already summoned
that is true.
His own effect, as well as X using his own effect. So we're going to get a new sword. We've already searched with one as well, so we're not just going to get the body here. But we do have access to Duo Drive still. Yep. Charlie just trying to make sure he knows where to go from here.
I guess King of the Feral Imps just gives you full combo for Mitsu now.
Well, like I said in game 1, I was surprised Mitsurugi can bridge into Ryzeal because normally it's the Ryzeals that bridge into the Mitsurugi cards thanks to the rank 4 King of the Feral Imps. But Charlie showed me you can do both.
Apparently it's a small world, huh?
Oh, we love it. Whether you're a Thunder Pyro or a Dark Reptile, it's all we're all one big Yu-Gi-Oh deck. So here we have the Saji tributing the Imps off of the effect.
Saji, grab Mitsurugi Ritual. Activate Mitsurugi Ritual. Tribute to summon the Habakiri.
And we're probably going to tribute the 2 level 4s, Aramasa and Kusanagi that we saw in game 1. Ooh, it's Kusanagi and Aramasa in hand again. Once again, having those names not all in the deck is a little bit of a bummer for Charlie. Going -1 for no reason. Yep, 100%.
Add that back and then add a monster.
Yep. So Kusanagi was 2, Aramasa was 1.
That's another Habakiri here.
We saw Charlie go through all 3 of those in game 1. We'll do it again.
Definitely committed to the plan here.
Yeah, we're not going to win this turn, but I don't know how winnable it is from this position. I guess it depends a little bit on what exactly Charlie gets to end on here. Whether the graveyard follow-up for Crystron can do anything, but I would doubt it, because the problem is when you're very low on cards against Mitsurugi as well, is that the Murakumo card, it actually becomes an Omni-Negate at a certain point, right? Because you just can't, you just cannot afford to discard a card to nullify it, basically, and then it just negates a card, straight up. And if you only have 1 card to your name in your hand, that's just gonna get negated.
Neither are cards in the hand. I mean, just push, push, push. That's exactly what we're doing as Murakumo hits the field once more.
Yep, and here we have pretty much the full power of the Mitsurugi board in that Murakumo being able to be a potential reusable Raigeki.
Yeah, you
really
took
cool.
the 8 and added.
Oh, I didn't summon though, but I tributed.
It's optional, so.
I tributed. But I can do both in sequence, right?
Yeah, but you... Did this get resolved already?
No, I haven't. I'm searching off this right now. This has not done resolve.
Where'd that come from? Question.
No, like this is...
Oh, so we're just asking a question here of what the resolution of Mitsurugi players.
He forgot Reborn of Prayers.
The effect of summon is optional, so like you took the 8 and then this was the one that was...
I only take 800 if I summon though. So I have the summon. I said I take 800.
The summon's optional.
It says take 800 then special summon. I can't take 800 then not summon.
So we just have a clarification here because I think Charlie summoned the Murakumo back before he summoned off of prayers, and that would happen on a new chain. So there's a chance he skipped over the ability to.
I mean, the way I interpret this is just take 800 and bring back the Murakumo, right? Also, yes, you can take 800 and not summon. Yes.
The other guy's on the board. The Futsu was on the board.
So it looks like the Murakumo will be still in play. Murakumo.
And then you're resolving this one, yes. And then what I know in hand. Yeah, you're good.
So I guess this matters because he is missing a level 4 here. Because he forgot to bring back off of prayers. So he will not be making a rank 4 this turn, I think. Which could make a huge difference, actually.
The game state's being played properly. Steven noticed the problem.
Oh, never mind. No Ryzeal. Okay.
Now we got the Node Ryzeal coming down. And
It don't matter. It never mattered.
Node Ryzeal as well from the graveyard. Looks like I think it was Habakiri used from the hand to pay cost.
Yes, for the Node Ryzeal. And here we're going to see...
Can you explain what happened with prayers? Yeah, basically Charlie is just playing too fast and a little sloppy here. And he used prayers, tributed the Murakumo, added Habakiri, and then just kept playing by bringing the Murakumo back, forgetting to revive a level 4, and then wanted to basically undo it, and argued that because he took 800 damage, he has to summon a monster. However, that secondary effect on prayers is kind of weird in the sense that you can activate it, you can resolve it, pay 800, it's pay 800 life points, and then you can revive a reptile. So you can actually just pay 800 and not bring anything back. That is a legal play you can do, and so because he essentially did that, that is what they made him do. But he is basically it's just because he's playing too fast. He's playing too fast, he's not doing it super carefully. I think it's unlikely he gets punished for it, because this game is very far, like, I don't think he can throw it enough, but, yeah.
What about the last monster? Another Xyz. We haven't seen detonators. Let's go ahead and attach.
I don't know if we can break Detonator Murakumo with one card off the top. We have follow-up in the graveyard for Crystron. We'll see, I guess. Maybe there's a miracle here for Crystron, but there's also a cross. And there's a set card. I don't know, man. I don't see it. But maybe surprise me, Steven. Surprise me. Maybe you can do it. If anyone can do it, you can. Threw a trap card there, and we can do it.
Steven just clapping it up. This board is too much for him to play through.
Unfortunate.
Charlie is the winner of game 2 in the top 8.
Advancing there.
Can't do it.
To get through that duel, a couple stumbles along the way, but
I mean, yeah, ultimately, the, I had high hopes into the Crystron deck, but ultimately here we just see it going down game 1 and game 2 to the Ryzeal Mitsurugi board. Not able to overcome it in either of the games. To be fair, game 2 you got hit by Droll and Lancia. Game 1 you got hit by full board plus Droll and Lockbird behind it. Pretty rough spot to be in for Crystron here, and not able to advance into the top 4.
Not an underdog deck, but just not one that's very popular these days.
Oh yeah, from what I can tell, it took the very full power of Charlie's deck to even stop.
It's a good result for Crystron, for sure. It is a very, very good result for Crystron, for sure. Top 8, not something I expected the deck to do, but it did that, and that was pretty cool to see.
And a very creative way to link those two decks together. I don't think I've seen a Drag Luxia in a long time, especially not that one.
That was awesome to see.
Good stuff, good stuff. So, top 8 is starting a round out.
Yes, we're going to be going down to just top 4 very soon, and we have, like I said, a bunch of great players. I believe we had a match between Lucas Sacco as well as Adichie that happened as well.
It's not a board problem, it's a lingering hand trap problem. The thing about Lancia and Droll and Lockbird right now, I feel like I agree with you in the sense that these cards are not super fun to play against and watch. I don't think it's as easy as just ban Droll and Lancia though. Because at the moment in Yu-Gi-Oh, these cards fulfill a purpose of countering certain strategies that otherwise would be way too powerful. So I would like those cards to not be necessary, but I think if you want to ban those cards, you have to get rid of a lot of other stuff, I think. Like you need to do a lot about certain combo decks if you want to ban those cards. Which in an ideal world, that would happen. I agree with you. But at the moment, I think with the way the game is right now, just banning Droll is not possible. So like, it would have to be another like super big ban list update where they get rid of Droll and Lockbird and then also hit a lot of other combo stuff, or an alternative that I think has maybe like some potential is they could make a replacement for Droll potentially, right? If they want to, they could make a new version of the card, maybe like a new hand trap that does a similar thing but is less toxic, and then maybe get rid of Droll and Lockbird. Like I have said this before. I have said that I could imagine this being like one of the next Charmies. kind of have like not roll and lockbird, but like shared right? Where like it says like every time your opponent adds a card from deck to hand, except by drawing, you draw a card yourself. But the advantage that would have compared to like roll and lockbird, because it's a Charmy, you can't use it when you're going first, right? You can't make a board and then throw that card behind your board. I think that would be a potential solution. And also, I think comparing that to other Charmies, I think it wouldn't be outrageously strong, you know? I don't think that would be a good card, but it wouldn't be that problematic compared to like Perulia, Fuba, and stuff like that. I think it would just go right into the same category of solid against most decks, really good against other decks, and not very good against some decks. You know, it's kind of I think that'd be interesting.
Let's hear it.
I don't know. I think that'd be interesting.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage here with Charlie. Congratulations on your feature match of victory in the top 8, which means that you're going on in this tournament. I want to talk about your expectations coming in and maybe relive some of that match there. How'd you feel about your opponent and how you played?
I played him in Swiss and he beat me, so I kind of needed to get my get back to say, but no, Santoli's cool. We're good friends.
It would also solve the problem of scrolling yourself. Yes.
How do you feel about what you learned in Swiss? Do you feel like you learned the matchup? Because he was on a unique deck, right? The Crystron plus the Horus.
I definitely learned. I read the cards, so I know what they did, and I kind of made a mistake with my side pattern in Swiss, so I knew not to make it in Top Cut.
All right, well, it's been a long weekend so far. I don't want to keep you for too long on the stage, but you did give some shout-outs for Kamal, Ruben, Hani, so I see a couple of them over there. Any other shout-outs you want to give?
Heisum. Shout out Heisum.
All right, shout out everybody who's helped you out. Congratulations again on your win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Wow, I didn't know that going in, that Charlie and Steven played in Swiss and he was able to get the run back like he said. That's actually a bit of extra storytelling there.
Get that get back. So it shows you that when you play in these events often enough, you are going to run into these people. Just like I said, it was a friendly match, but it is still serious, right? Just like Yuki and Joey going against each other.
All right, so with Charlie winning this one, we have at least one Mitsurugi in the top 4 of the tournament. I'm seeing people are telling me that Jib unfortunately lost in top 8. That is not, I'm not happy to hear that. Actually, here we have the full breakdown. We have Aditya, that's Malice, versus Shunping on Ryziel. And then we have Charlie versus Jim, which are both on Mitsurugi. This is Mitsu, Ryziel, Malice. There's only one Malice left. Only one Malice.
The winner of YCS Providence is going to be between the four people.
There's only one Malice left. There was 4 Malice in top 8, by the way, and 3 of them lost in top 8.
I wonder what Jim is playing. I don't think I can.
So there's only one hope left for Malice, and that is Aditya. And if Aditya loses in top 4 or the finals, it is once again going to be another YCS that Malice will not win, which is a timeline I'm here for.
And speaking of the World Championship, you've got to find your way over here, don't you? So how are you going to do that? Well, we've got some upcoming
That's a timeline I'm here for.
Oh, that's right.
We'll see. It's not out yet. There's still a Malice left, so.
Later in this year, going to be happening all across the world. We have the one happening in Ecuador between May 31st and June, just the end of this month. It's going to be really exciting. We have the YCS in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, happening August 16th and 17th. We have the YCS happening in Lima, Peru for September 27th to 28th. We have YCS Championship Series Anaheim in my very own backyard, October 4th through 5th. Going to be really excited for that one. We have YCS Brazil, October 11th.
What about Europe?
Of course, November 8th through 9th. YCS
Hello.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And remember,
what about Europe?
That are happening after the NAWCQ and respective WCQs for the region are going to have those new prize cards we talked about earlier. Woo! So it's one thing to announce the prize cards. It'll be another thing to find out who wins those prizes. Well, they are technically promotional cards, but that's still sick.
Oh, those packs are going to feel like a prize whenever I hold them in my hand. I'll tell you what.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, the top 8 is starting to round out. Now we've got the top 4. Oh my goodness, it's going to be here before you know it. But you know what else is going to be here before you know it? We're going to have to throw to a break before we get to our first semifinal match.
As always, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead. You can do it.
I was just going to say, as always, don't go anywhere as we have more dueling action to show you guys.
See you soon.
All right, so our top 4 is Charlie Ray Fudge on Mitsurugi Ryziel, Shunping Zhu on Ryziel Fiendsmith, no Mitsurugi in there, Jim Mayorga on pure Mitsurugi, it seems like. That'd be an interesting one to see, because at least in the overview, it does not have any Ryziel or Fiendsmith next to it, so it might just be pure Mitsu. I would like to see that. And we have Aditya Darab on Malice. Regenesis was on 0 meows. Interesting. I mean, I guess. Yeah, meows is also just the most expensive Charmy at the moment, right? With Fuba and Perulia getting reprints, and meows kind of getting some hype because of Malice. Yeah, Chummies and Dominus cards are like the big thing that's keeping Yu-Gi-Oh from being a little bit more affordable at the moment, because we're still waiting for all of the reprints on them. Like, I think Meowls, only 1 print. Meowls is over 50 in Europe at the moment. 52.50 is the cheapest one. What about Perulia? Maze of the Master, ultra rare version, still 40 plus, almost the same price as Meowls. And then you've got Fuva, cheapest version, probably ultra or super, 1450, and the super rare 14 as well, yeah. And then you have Dominus Impulse, 50 plus as well, and Dominus Purge. Purge is going down because there's not many decks playing it at the moment. It is not a great format for Dominus Purge. It's good against Mitsu, but it is not good against Malice. So like Dominus Purge is dropping a little bit, still 20 plus. Yep. What do you think attendance will be like once the new pricing is implemented? I mean, it definitely won't hurt the attendance, the new pricing. It's definitely a huge step in the right direction, so I'm sure it's going to affect attendance in a positive way. Attendance is already pretty good these days, I think. Like, most tournaments are getting very high numbers. European nationals are also selling out left and right. I think it's looking good, man. A lot of stuff is happening. The game is not perfect. We've just looked at some stuff that is definitely not perfect in terms of affordability for Yu-Gi-Oh! But, you know, things are moving. Things are moving. You considered playing a Pokemon Nuzlocke? Nah. Not really my thing. Will Sky Striker be a contender? The new support is pretty good. People are messing around with it in the OCG at the moment, like a decent amount. Maybe. What's the new pricing? PLDR, you make day 2 at an event, you get a pack that contains 1 out of 10 YCS stamped cards. You make top 32 at a YCS, you get a YCS stamped card trooper, super rare. And you get top 16, you get a YCS stamped effect Veiler from now on. Cumulative. So if you make top 16, you get the Veiler, the trooper, and the pack. So basically just more pricing for and YCS exclusive pricing for basically everyone who makes makes day 2 and then top cut. Plus, it's not all. There's also, they are announcing more in the future, is what they said.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's Billy Break and Asala back at it again, and we're here finally at the top 4. It's been a long weekend, but we have made it down to only 4 undefeated. Well, not undefeated, but undefeated in the single elimination portion of the tournament here, and only one of them.
The stamp is different between YCS and WCQ, yes, which will probably mean that the WCQ stamp will be worth more, because there's going to be way less WCQs, like WCQ cards, right? So like if you have like a playset of WCQ effect Veilers, that's hard to do, I think. Right?
It played into full a lot better, I would say.
If there's only 16 WCQ effect Veilers per tournament, and like how many WCQs do we have? Because it doesn't include nationals, right? It's just like NAWCQ, EUWCQ, Central America, South America, and Oceania. That's like 5 total? Did I forget one?
Top four, and then the finals. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see who is remaining here.
5, right? NA, Central America, South America, EU, and Oceania is 5. That is 5 WCQs in total. Meaning there's only going to be 80 effect Veilers, right? 80 effect, less than 100. That double digits only for those effect Veilers, right? That is potentially quite something, right? So just to put, yeah, I think thinking about it in that way really puts it into perspective, right? Those cards are going to be money.
Really good. I mean, you finished top 8 out of over 1,500 players. Not quite where they.
That's a huge deal, I think.
Almost.
Absolutely. Those players have been trying again and again. They've been getting farther every single time. So it's just a matter of time. They just have to keep playing.
That's right. But we're going to go ahead and meet.
The prizes are cumulative. So if you make top 16, you get the Veiler, the Trooper, and the pack.
So you're going to make sure you stick around and not go anywhere while we're going through this coverage, because it's going to be bam, 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 and then we're going to crown a YCS champion. So Kangas, go ahead and introduce our first players here for our first semifinal here at YCS Rhode Island.
Up first in the blue chair from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a UDS belt holder, and despite being the Dragon Link guy, wants you to know his disdain for bestial Magnamut. It's Shunping Shu!
All right, we got Ryziel Fiendsmith over here, which is a rogue deck all of a sudden, I suppose, almost. And this is the last remaining Malice duelist, Aditya. The last remaining Malice.
Back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. Oh, that's a scary thought to throw out there, because if you are 3-0, you are bound to take a loss at some point, especially against someone as strong of a duelist like Shunping. But Shunping versus Aditya, this is going to be the 2 top decks that people were looking at going into the tournament, taking on each other here in the top 4. Fiendsmith, Ryziel up against the Adagnister, Malice, or just pure Malice. Well, still using some of the new Adagnister cards, but not going as hard as to include like the Allied Code Talker, Adagnister, and the extra deck. So it's going to be just Malice. Maybe using a little more of the trap cards as we saw, but this is semifinals match
Well, maybe that's the difference between classifying them as Adagnister Malice and just Malice, is the ones that have included the Code Talker in the extra deck. So it's like, if you're not playing the Code Talker end board, you're not Adagnister Malice. Maybe that's why. All right. First match in top 4. I do believe they're going to stream both matches, so we're still going to be here for a decent amount of time. Aditya versus Shunping. The Gamba is up. You can Gamba your points to your heart's content. And we're going to see if the last pure, I guess, Ryziel Fiendsmith, not really pure, but the last Ryziel deck, because the other one is Mitsurugi. The last Ryziel deck or the last Malice deck makes it into the finals here. The two Titans of the previous format, now one of them is a Titan and the other one is like not anymore, but
hasn't been able to beat Aditya just yet.
I mean, yeah, just some banter from both these players here. They're very familiar with each other. They've been in the competitive scene a long time, so they've been running into each other several times throughout their YCS career.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, Shunping on the last Fiendsmith deck.
Aditya, obviously, you know, the reigning NAWCQ champion, and with the next NAWCQ coming up soon, he'll be looking
100% Mitsu in final. Yes, the other top 4 is a Mitsurugi versus Mitsurugi. If the coverage page is correct, it is a Ryziel Mitsurugi versus a pure Mitsurugi. So that's going to be interesting to see the pure Mitsurugi deck, if they have any hidden techniques, any cool tech cards.
Going even longer here. He was so
but yes, one Mitsurugi is guaranteed in the final, and I guess we're going to find out whether it's up against Malice or up against Ryziel Fiendsmith.
Right now.
Yeah, but not on that Mermill strategy now. He's brought the best deck as expected from the duelists here in the room. That's right. It's that Malice strategy. This is really going to come down to like which one of these duelists wants it more. There's a lot on the line. Aditya is hungry for a YCS win. But when you already have the NAWCQ win, like that means a lot too, because there's only one NAWCQ every single year. So it's kind of a little more impressive than a YCS, but does that where do you stack up the UDS YCS versus the one NAWCQ?
I don't think you look at anything before. You're only focusing on what is happening now.
Smart
so the only
stuff.
thing is you have to win this event that's in front of you.
And one of these players will win as we jump into it. It's game 1 of our first semifinal match here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
All right.
Time to duel.
Game 1. Roll the dice.
Draw on their hands, and now here comes the die roll. It looks like
A 6. Definitely beatable.
Slightly below the average. Shunping could roll a 7 here.
That is a 9. That is going to be a win for Fiendsmith Ryziel in the dice roll here. Let's see if we can convert it to a win in game 1.
Start his turn off with. The last time we had on the feature match, both of his games he started off with a Fiendsmith's track.
I see a Charmy. I see a Bonfire. So we guaranteed have a play. Let's see if we're getting Droll. Let's see if we're getting Charmy. Lots of high impact hand traps in the format at the moment.
At least see some cards that will be useful in Shunping's hand.
Aditya not even looking at his hand right now.
Lacrima. Oh, it's not a good hand.
Has the moment in his head of when he wants to
Lacrima. I think it was Lacrima and Fabled Lurie both together.
Normal summon Lacrima.
Not ideal.
Not the ideal start here.
Yep, but Lacrima the Crimson Tears will allow him to send a Fiendsmith card from his deck to the graveyard.
But the Bonfire still makes Ryziel combo, right?
A copy of Fiendsmith Engraver.
You're definitely sending Engraver, right? Oh no, Paradise? Setting up Paradise right now doesn't seem necessary, is it?
That could be the case. I mean, I looked at him. He looked like he was eyeing Fiendsmith's track too, but yeah, it is going to be the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Okay.
That would have been a very interesting choice. That would likely mean that you had Engravers in your hand already. But at that point, why would you even need to send track? Like, what are you going to fuse for?
He's going to link that away into Fiendsmith's Requiem. Yep, Requiem's going to be able to attribute itself.
No Ash, no Fuva. No Ash, no Fuva is kind of big.
A all Fiendsmith hand here.
But like the problem now is
get the Engraver onto
you have a Bonfire in hand, but that's not that good anymore with an Engraver on the field, right?
We will be able to Requiem equip to the Engraver here and be able to contact fuse using the Engraver equipped with the Requiem into Necroquick Princess.
Because now you bonfire, you bonfire for either Ice Ryzeal or X Ryzeal. For Ice Ryzeal, you don't have a normal summon anymore. For X Ryzeal, you can't search. And you also, I don't know, this is awkward. I don't know why we sent this Paradise.
Return the Requiem to summon back the Engraver. Looks like he's going for a rank 6 play.
Yep, 2 level 6 monsters on the field. Aditya taking a peek at his hand here, see if he wants to...
There is a Nibiru, and we are forced to use it here before Caesar comes down.
The DDD can hit the field. This will put a token onto Shunping's field here.
There's the token, and that is good for Aditya. Shunping's hand is not that strong, I feel like. The thing is, he has a Sword Ryzeal, so you can still bonfire for X, and then special X, special Sword.
I'm not sure how he's going to
this is a very, very awkward sequencing, in my opinion. I don't really understand.
Very surprising if you had Bonfire that you led this way.
Yeah.
Maybe just to force out the Nibiru early, but
I see Meows in the main deck for Shunping as well as he's going through the cards. He's playing multiple Charmies in the main deck, as we've seen so commonly from so many players this weekend. Such a common trend.
Here. X goes to the hand. We'll see if it's immediately summoned. X is going to hit the field.
So we're just special summoning X. Sending Eclipse Twins, I guess, or an Aggregator, I guess. And then just special Sword next to it to search. I don't know. This was really weak, I think. This was kind of awkward, but okay.
To attach that Eclipse Twins to the detonator later on in the turn.
Yep, this line of play makes a lot of sense. If Sword is in your hand, you didn't want to have to normal summon.
At the very least, we have Fiends Within Paradise set up, and whatever the Ryzeals can produce here. I think you are a little bit on the mercy of Aditya having an out to Duo Drive here if you make it. I think you are going to go through Duo Drive here. I feel like you're kind of forced to. I don't think your setup is strong enough otherwise. I think we are going to risk it. This is going to be rather weak to an Ash. I don't think Aditya has Ash, though. I think that would have probably been used either on the Requiem or the Bonfire, so I think you can make that call. There is no Ash, and Effect Veiler is not very common right now. So that is still a solid start, I suppose, all things considered, because Aditya only had one non-engine so far. Shunping... Not adding Cross here would be very interesting.
Gonna be adding a
Node and X. Okay, we've already summoned X.
You think this means he already has Cross in his hand?
Normally I would think so. But I wonder if he's just not playing Cross.
He definitely played Cross in one of the feature matches. I don't know if it was main deck, because we saw it in game 3, but it's definitely there.
During his last feature match as well.
I think he sides Cross. He never searched it game 1. It'd be an interesting approach, I suppose. Not impossible.
Alright, the Node is going to send a Duo Drive to the graveyard to special.
Okay, Node effect to revive. Aditya is thinking about it. You could impulse this, but I don't think you would. I mean, what else could you have impulsed, though, to be fair? Could have impulsed Engraver. I think impulse on Engraver would have been better. Because then you are not forced to nib yet. You can nib later.
Detonator hits the field.
Actually, no, you can't. You can't impulse before nib. I'm tripping.
With the Duo Drive Engrave, making it live.
Yeah, you have to do it this way.
He still has the Fiends with
the problem is impulse on Node, because it doesn't destroy it. It just forces Shunping to special ice, and that's all.
Lots of follow-up in hand, even without...
Okay, so this is essentially Detonator plus Fiends Within Paradise. That's it. Detonator plus Paradise, that's it. Shunping's hand has no disruption unless I'm missing something. Unless there's a card that I didn't see. I think his hand is X Ryzeal for extension, a Charmy that doesn't do anything, and a Fabled Lurry. And I think there's one more card, Ice Ryzeal. So we have follow-up, but if Malice pushes through this, we might be in trouble. Malice 5 cards here to deal with Detonator plus Paradise.
But he doesn't need to because Fiend Smith in Paradise is already in the grave.
What's the point of duo? Just to get X? The point of duo is to have multiple rank 4s in rotation so that Eclipse Twin is live.
As an option.
A lot of removal, no.
There's no Requiem though, but that doesn't matter. He already has the Paradise.
Good against Malice, cut them off from summoning their Link 3s.
Yeah,
but into a detonator can be tough.
Yeah, we haven't got to see a lot of what Aditya is working with here, but
Is Nib that good in this format? Nib is not that good this format, but there's nothing better is the problem. Like, the thing is, these decks have like 15 to 18 non-engine slots, and they want to use those non-engine slots. The problem is there is simply not enough good non-engine, right? Like, Nibiru, Impulse, maybe Ash because it counters opponent's Charmies, and then you have like, you play some Charmies because it's the only thing that feels like it matters going second, and that's basically it, right? Like, there's too many non-engine slots and not enough non-engine that feels good. Like, even Droll and Lockbird has been very hit or miss this entire weekend.
Clears your Nibiru, gets rid of one material from the detonator.
It's been good, but not like
maybe because it's an empty field, you can activate infinite impermanence
super convincing in some space, in some spots.
Aditya's holding one card. There it is, infinite impermanence on the detonator.
All right, Imperm on detonator. The good thing here, the good news for Shunping is that the battle phase has been used, so he's definitely living this turn.
Yeah, so he is going to chain the detonator to destroy itself. The Eclipse Twin, since it was sent to the graveyard, is going to...
Ooh, do you have Impulse for this? You do have Impulse for this. That's good.
Impulse. Gonna be able to cut it right off.
Impulse onto the Eclipse Twin in the graveyard, keeping the detonator locked in the grave.
All he has to worry about is that Fiendsmith.
So there's a Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Kind of backfiring here because this forced out his own battle phase. Otherwise, he would have been able to just use this combo in the main phase. But now we're in main phase 2.
Goes for Malice in Underground.
We're going to be able to start playing with all of our Malice engine here.
Or Dormouse. Dormouse returns from the banished pile. I think you are very tempted to just send this with Paradise. I think you Paradise this and just hope they don't have the right extender, but the problem is if they have a starter, they just go full combo. I think at this point, that is just going to be the case no matter what. Ash Blossom on the Paradise, the nuts here. No further hand trap for Shunping. The only good news here, I suppose, is that we are in main phase 2.
He's 4-0 against every move that Shunping is trying to make in this match.
We are in main phase 2, so Shunping is not going to lose the game this turn. And he does have some follow-up. The problem is his graveyard is going to get messed up by Whitebinder at some point. So I don't think we're going to have Fiendsmith access next turn. We have a dead Charmy in hand. We have X and Ice, but I don't think X and Ice are going to be enough. I think there's a realistic way. I think it's realistic to just go next at this point, but we'll see.
We've seen some Malice players cutting that trap card, but
because I would not bank on Aditya just misplaying from this point on. Like, I think at this point you can just expect them to win this game no matter what you do.
Not the card you want to draw most of the time, but it does make your life easier when you're able to.
And Fiendsmith Ryziel not opening a very good hand in this game.
Splash Mage. We've seen Splash Mage all weekend.
Whereas Malice opens everything they could ever ask for.
Malice, usually in the old Malice deck, you would save it for like if you got in a Nibiru, it'd be like your backup plan, but now it's a part of the plan.
Yeah, usually you don't want to lock yourself into Cybers that early in the combo, but now it doesn't really matter anymore. Every single body you're trying to summon is a Cybers monster, and you don't need to prioritize summoning Haggard Lizardos.
So there is a engrave. There's only one engraver in the graveyard, so Whitebinder banish that one engraver is massive. Also, you could banish the only detonator.
Investigating the graveyard here. Not sure what he's looking for. He's already locked into Cybers here, so we're not going to be going into Dark Charmer anytime soon.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, he started the turn out asking about Dark Monsters, but...
Oh, we're just going to try to see if he needs to get rid of anything with the Whitebinder. I think you do...
Probably just going to be banishing the opponent's engraver and detonator here. Maybe Lacrima too while you're at it.
You will likely banish that. You can banish the Lacrima as well if you so choose.
Dude, Whitebinder should just banish one card from the graveyard, I'm not gonna lie. It banishing 3 is definitely overkill. Being able to banish like your own cards and then some of your opponents.
Duo drive as well as the detonator, so there isn't even...
You should have to decide whether you want to mess up your opponent or get an extender yourself.
Crazy stuff here from an amazing hand from Aditya. It looks like the White Binder is going to resolve, banishing those 3 cards.
White Binder can set another trap card directly from the deck now, and likely be going for that MTP 07. There it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can't tell because I can hear him really well through this.
So it's a GWC MTP, right?
Correct.
Has 2 Malice traps set face down here.
He's considering activating the 07 already, potentially getting the additional draw while clearing the token.
Activate MTP.
Yep, there. Oh, we don't actually get to clear the token because he does not have a Malice monster or a Link 3 at resolution, but we are able to go ahead and add likely a copy of March Hare, and then getting the White Binder summoning itself back and drawing a card. Now, we've already used the effect of White Binder to set the 07, so we're likely going to find a way to banish that 07 with this March Hare and then shuffle it back.
All right, draw 1 for White Binder.
Get the free
March Hare in hand.
White Binder's effect as it special summons back.
I think that was backup at Ignister.
Normal chassis.
Oh, we haven't even normal summoned yet.
Oh, it was Chessie, I think. Not backup. That's also pretty good.
Now he's going to use the Chessie Cat to banish a Malice card from
That
the
was
hand,
just
draw
like drawing 2 cards for turn and a normal summon.
The March Hare, draw
Cool.
2.
We just got 3 cards instead of 1.
Hasn't been banished yet, so it's going to be able to activate its effect, I believe.
Yep, it was added off 07. So now it can pay 300 to add itself back.
Are we not using March Hare?
Looks like he's considering his options before doing so.
Effective hair.
Yep. He will be opting to use the effective hair here.
Link.
He's going to send the Chessie Cat to the graveyard to link summon out.
Make Lingarebo. Use backup at Ignister. Okay, we drew Chessie first and then that drew backup at Ignister. Okay,
Will
cool.
Aditya be the one that's going to have Malice with its first YCS win here in Rhode Island? Things are looking good for him here.
Why is Shunping still here?
Against, like the person he couldn't be more happy to face, it seems.
Apparently, if this is how you draw against the Shu every time, you take it.
Chessie.
We're gonna go ahead and discard another copy of Chessie Cat here. I mean, we saw 4 points of interaction used on Shunping's field, but then 3 free cards drawn from the Malice engine to continue to extend through this play.
All right, now he's going to activate the effect of March Hare in hand to banish a Malice monster or card.
We're going to want to banish the 07 here because we need to recycle it so we can set it off White Rabbit on the following turn. And now we can go ahead and make a Link 3 using the Malice March Hare.
It's going to be Heart Scriptor or Red Ransom?
Probably will be Heart Scriptor at this point.
Yep, and it is going to be the Heart Scriptor.
Scriptor could use its effect now, but then you still will need another card banished on the following turn.
Yeah, and if he clears the Nibiru token, then there is a Mulcharming Shunping's hand that he'll finally be able to use, but it might be too late.
He also
All right, the board is now empty for Shunping, which means you can now Fuva for probably 0 draws, maybe 1. I don't know.
We'll see if Shunping does end up using.
Probably not forced to really go into anything here, to be fair.
At least one of them in the hand.
Could have Fuvad here on this open board state, but did not do it.
Topologic Bomber Dragon.
I think Shunping is already zoned out of this game.
This has been the breakout card for Malice. I didn't expect a lot of Malice decks to be playing it this weekend, but it has been in a ton of the decks that we've seen here in Top Cut.
I mean, yeah, often the problem, a lot of these decks go really wide. Topologic Bomber Dragon is a way to conveniently get rid of a lot of monsters at once. We've seen that be a common thread that a lot of people have been trying to find, even with things such as the Nemesis monsters.
Okay, the Bomber Dragon does not feel super strong here, however.
Standard decks, there's a lot of interesting variations you can go that might give you
Because we have an X Trizeal in hand.
Bomber Dragon, Shunping's going to draw for a turn.
This feels a lot more breakable than it should be.
Just Bomber Dragon on the field. And the GWCS. There's a lot more interruptions than it seems.
Activate Purulia in draw phase to play around the March here a little bit. Okay. Normal summon Fable Lurry. Not starting with X Ryziel this time around because we want to keep Fiendsmith alive.
Looking to go into some Fiendsmith.
But that feels...
I mean, there is still Lacrima in the
That feels very awkward.
Just get another copy of Engraver.
Why are we not starting with X into this Bomber Dragon? I don't know if Fiendsmith is the way you win this game.
Aditya, considering if you want to just get rid of the Lurry now. Oh, he's gonna give him
Activate March here. Okay, at least we get a draw out of this. At least we get a draw out of this. March here coming down. Oh, there's a bell in Shunping's hand. He drew bell for turn.
I love the apology there. Thanks, Aditya. It's okay. We forgive you.
He drew bell for the turn.
The white binder for the graveyard, so it can special summon itself from the hand. It's a quick effect during either player's main phase, but thanks to Purulia, Shunping will be able to draw a card.
Okay, opting. It looks like he wasn't going to summon it in the zone that Bomber points to. Okay, but then we changed our mind.
Okay, Chainlink 1 Bomber, Chainlink 2 White Binder means that it's going to blow up the White Binder.
And destroy all monsters in the main monster zone. Unfortunately, White Binder will be Chainlink 2, so it will be summoning itself into the destruction effect of Bomber.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's not going to be able to get that on.
But now,
to banish 3 cards.
Aditya gets to draw a card, but the White Binder is going to get destroyed with the alongside the other cards. And then we have an open board again for X Ryziel, and we have a bell in hand for GWC.
Both players get a draw there because of the March Hare from Purulia.
Right, because the set card is GWC, which is obviously threatening a lot of disruption here. But the bell is going to mess that up a little bit. The bell is actually quite massive here. This might be a... How are we coming back from this?
It looks like, yep.
You know, the double normal summon there.
Alright, that explains why we normal summon Lurry if we think we can still normal ice.
You're gonna get a warning there on accident for summoning twice. High stakes, a lot on the line.
Yeah, we're gonna take it.
Alright, now he's gonna special summon Extra Zeal by sending a monster from his extra deck to the graveyard, and it's gonna be Aggregator maybe to go after that Bomber Dragon.
Here's another problem, y'all. We don't have we don't have Ryziel extra deck anymore. Their detonator is limited. And it's gone, and we're locked into rank 4s. We are locked into rank 4s without many rank 4s in the extra deck. Is the problem. I don't think that this deck plays 2 duo drives. That'd be kind of odd with the amount of Ryziels he's playing. I don't think 2 duo drives make sense. So I actually am struggling to see what we have in the extra deck here. I mean, there's an Exiton Knight, but I think you have too many cards to pull off the Exiton Knight. Aditya, 2 cards in hand, 3 on the field is 5 total. So I guess you could make Exiton happen if you special sword and don't search with it. Then you can Exiton. But you cannot turn the Exiton into a Fiendsmith because you're locked into 4.
From being able to use its effect. Mainly because... Oh, okay, we're going to actually be giving
Special
Ice.
I think he miscounted. I think he miscounted the cards because you don't actually have to discard. You can just special sword, no effect, right?
Get rid of one of these bodies here.
GWC gets belled with the quickness. That was the quickest bell I've seen in my life.
That's going to cut off the last interaction that Aditya had there, and now Shunping is free to overlay.
He wants sword effect for follow-up? No, but he discarded sword.
Okay. So now he's going to try and clean up the field to take down the Bomber Dragon and the Mouse at Underground.
Okay, so the Exiton resolves here. The problem is one follow-up. One follow-up for Aditya is going to be infinite here.
To go for that, maybe he needed to access his actual engine here. I'm not sure how powerful
Chess
that
pre-moved, yeah. He had the bell. He had the bell already locked in.
Yeah, there isn't anything left. I keep forgetting detonator's gone.
This is the best he can do with what he's got.
Yeah, not without a whole lot of your Fiendsmith cards to work with. You don't have detonator to work with. His entire deck has basically been handicapped here. I'm not sure if there's anything he can really do. All Aditya has to do now is re-access his graveyard by banishing White Binder at least.
One successful graveyard banish and the game ends instantly, but he can't.
Did he pass?
Oh my god, wait, and now we can Fiendsmith.
Like he passed.
I mean, 3 cards.
He did. Yeah, he passed, and now Shunping's drawing. And it's a Graver off the top, hard of the cards, and you can see a little bit of frustration there from Aditya.
I mean, there's a Light Fiend on the field already.
True, but this is getting okay. But the Engraver is great.
Yes.
Because because he lost his Engraver earlier, right, from the White Binder. So this lets him shuffle back the Fabled Lurry.
Okay, Engraver here, 1800 Engraver, 1900 Exciton. One more. It's actually it's exactly game 2, right? No, it's not exactly game. But if you resolve Requiem into another Engraver, that's game. Tracked into Lurry into Requiem into Engraver is game.
This is how I feel when I've played against Shunping.
And that is also 4 summons, right? Lurry, 2 Engravers, and Requiem is 4 summons.
Using the Bomber Dragon very aggressively there with the Marcher.
Yeah, it's 4 summons. It's 4 summons per game.
I mean, the key moment is that Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion to clean up to stop the GWC06.
Also, yeah, he's under Impulse. He can't nib anyways, but it is 4 summons.
From the hand. I wonder if that was the card drawn off Perulia. That would feel really
It had to have been.
I think it was.
Had to have been. Like...
Heart of the cards indeed, for sure.
Oh man, this is only game 1, 2 of this exciting matchup. Now it looks like Shunping's going to equip Fiendsmith's Requiem to one of his Engravers.
I mean, Aditya has very low life points. He's paying for every single one of these effects.
Yeah, he's only at 5,300. This is definitely enough already on the board.
He summoned just a few times here.
This is enough.
Well, I'm ending Memphis. I'm waiting for his. Yeah.
This is like, how did we win that?
That Aditya has something like March Hair, and he didn't want.
How did this happen?
Maybe I'm just looking for anything here.
That would have certainly been a choice.
It would have been a choice. Is there a Bestial? Is there anything? Oh man, the way the cards are flying is making me think that there's not.
So now ending Memphis is fine.
Battle phase. 18.
The damage is connecting. I don't think there's anything you could do at this point.
I mean, bro, either you can do anything about it or you can't.
37.
We all know you don't have a Bestial, right? Because you would have popped off last turn.
Oh, he does have something. What does he need to have? Oh, it isn't enough. He's just short.
Huh?
He was at 53, right?
I don't know.
Huh?
He's just short here, and DDD High Wave King Caesar's going to come down next. So Aditya still has a chance.
100.
100 life points. He was only able to do 52. So even though
that was not 52. In what universe was that 52?
He won't be able to activate any of his Malice effects, which is pretty tough.
That's essentially
that was
at that point. There is Nibiru the Primal Being into a DDD Wave King High Caesar. He actually already used Impulse this game, so he can't even use Nibiru.
True. Oh, that's why they didn't even detach the material. Imperm on the way. Okay.
But then what? He couldn't play before.
You never know. Maybe if he has like a wizard.
I mean, he has 100 life points, though he can't pay for anything anymore.
Don't you have to have the link monster?
How is this math? This math. Someone has to go back and redo the math.
Normal summon Ash.
Typhon.
Does Shunping know there's no more Paradise?
He's going to do the Fiendsmith Shuffle.
I mean, Fiendsmith in Paradise was already used this game, right?
Bro.
Oh, yeah.
Man, what is happening? What is happening right now? There's no way Aditya had more than 6,000 life points. He went through like all the Malice monsters.
How much can a single
There's no
Typhon
way the
do?
life points calculations are anywhere close to correct right now. It's just, there's no shot he's on 100. There's no shot he's on 100.
Banished in the banishment for so long. Oh, it's going to be a Link summon.
Oh, Almirage.
Salamaker.
Oh.
It's a Cyburst. It's a Cyburst.
No response here.
Oh, it's a wizard.
It is.
It's Wizard out of Gnister.
Okay, he's found a way.
He drew Imperm. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. 3-0 against them lifetime, trying to make it 4-0. This is only our first
Okay.
game.
Can someone go back and calculate the life points?
Remaining. Will he be able to find a way back into it?
There's no way he's on 100. He did the full Malice combo and then took over 6,000 afterwards.
Okay, I was wondering. It was like it had to have been like it was 37 and
There's no way he's alive on 100. There's no shot. He's not alive.
I was crazy. It seemed like he had enough when he attacked the game on the previous turn.
Bro did full Malice combo, paid for like 6 different Malice monsters, and then took over 6,000 damage, and they were like, yep, that's 100. There's no way, man.
I don't think I'm that bad at math.
Me either. Yu-Gi-Oh made me good at math, and apparently
This is what you do in like a fun game between friends where you don't bother writing down the life points, and you're just like, this is a lot of damage. Let's just say I'm at 100. Let's just say I have 100 left, because like whatever, man. That seems like a lot of damage. I don't think I'm quite dead. I'm at, let's just call it 100, dude, okay?
You only need one life point. If he had
Oh,
one life point,
man.
he's still potentially back in that game, but of course, he did not have that.
He did not have the 100 life points, but oh man, what an epic start to our first semifinal this year.
God. That comeback was crazy, though.
YCS Rhode Island.
The pre-moved bell was insane.
Touching his heart there a little bit, might be beating a little
The
bit
chess
fast.
pre-move bell was
A lot
crazy.
had to go right for him to win that game. It started off so strong for Aditya here. He had 4 points of interaction to stop everything that Shu had, and then had the starter to go into his play. But then he had the follow-up.
The Perulia into the ghost bell, into just what's even crazier if you think about it. The Perulia, if Aditya had started with the GWC06 instead of the March Hare,
it would not have worked out this way.
He wouldn't have drawn into the ghost bell. He would have summoned back the monster. He could have just not used like the Bomber Dragon effect at all and gone into like White Binder, banish like Hearts Cryptor, banish his stuff, get a bunch of
Can we watch the bell shoot again? Sure, while they're siding, we can try and find it. Hold up. That was very funny.
Free.
Considering his
Yeah.
Effective March Hare in hand, too. Would have gone into it and.
Doesn't Exiton mean Aditya takes no damage? There was a turn between it. He passed the turn, Aditya drew and couldn't play. And then there was another turn.
Now he's gonna try
Oh, there. Oh.
the last WC. That's
Bro, it's so quick.
That's huge.
There's the
It's so fast.
and there's the ghost bell for the
huge.
GWC.
That's huge.
He has a free move.
For the whichever one you choose to keep at the end.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
To navigate that might have resulted in Aditya winning that game, but hard to be able to make those reads with so many variables in the situation for sure. It's one of those moments that you're gonna. I mean, Aditya, if I was him, I'd look back on and be like, man, if I did this, it would have worked out.
Might have
that
been a
way.
little too confident in that position.
Yeah, but yeah,
Bro was speedrunning belling GWC.
always something to learn from your plays, but Aditya's still an excellent player. The reigning NAWCQ champion. He is undefeated lifetime against Shunping.
Dude, Malice is one game away, potentially, from being eliminated from this YCS. The last Malice in the tournament.
Really is at its strongest and wins going first.
One Lancia could end it here.
Where those artifact Lancias are going from Shunping's side deck into his main deck.
I wonder if Aditya is happier that he's playing against the Fiendsmith version of Ryzeal rather than the Mitsurugi that we've seen be so popular in this event. Or if he's underprepared because of how much he expected more Mitsurugis than Fiendsmith.
I thought Shunping was grabbing his heart again. I was going to be like, someone get up there and relax this man before he has a heart attack.
Give this man some water.
What do you mean by relax this man? Billy.
Deep breath.
Someone get up there and relax this man real quick.
I see a smile from Aditya. That's not something I see too often. He usually is pretty good about keeping a stoic face, but It's honestly hard not to smile when you're dueling at Shunping. He kind of brings that out in all of us. But the duel will continue here as game number 2 is about to begin.
All right, Malice going first.
Time to see what his Malice deck can do.
We have a pre-move Lancia as well.
Step 1.
Not yet.
For any of
Oh, Perulia though.
There's one. It's Perulia.
That one's fine. That one's pretty acceptable.
It's pretty good in the Malice. They summon, if they want to do their full combo, summon from the hand like 3 times. All right, but starting with Malice and Underground is a good way to dodge the Perulia completely.
If you
No Lancia. No Lancia in game 2.
Lead with Chessy Cat. Chessy Cat, banish that monster from your hand. Eliminate that draw that you would normally have to get for Perulia while still getting 2 more cards.
Just going to go for Dormouse.
It looks like that might have been his only starter in this position. Oh, getting a little sloppy here.
Slippery sleeves.
You've been here before, Adichit. Come on.
They're pretty fresh sleeves. They had to change sleeves in top 16. But the Dormouse is going to come down.
Unlucky. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you.
Banish a Malice monster from his deck, and then once it's banished, it'll be able to summon itself. Let's see if he's going to go for a White Rabbit.
All right, Dormouse for Chessy Cat.
Interesting. Does that mean you had White Rabbit in hand? I guess that you want access to Dormouse, so this would be the.
This is potentially just playing around Perulia, not normal summoning at all.
He's activating the effect here. Will we see a response?
Cedo W, thank you for the prime as well. Remember, guys, the prime support is free and much appreciated if you don't want to have any ads for the rest of the broadcast or support Streamer Man for streaming the entire YCS this weekend. Much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Especially the first-time primers, but also the returning ones, of course. I'm sorry, I'm not as good as Farfa at farming subs. But every once in a while, it needs to be done.
Summon back the Malice White Rabbit from the banishment, and on summon the Malice White Rabbit, going to set a Malice trap card.
Human who exists, thank you for the prime and thank you for existing. And Blight, thank you for the 10 months.
To make sure you have a play on your opponent's turn. Giving 0 draws so far. Outside of the Ad Ignisters, you don't really need to give any more.
Looks like Adich's looking to link summon. He's going to send 2 monsters to the graveyard to link summon Splash Mage. Splash Mage is going to use his effect to special summon back a Cyberse monster from the graveyard, at least attempt to.
Will we see a Bestial? A Bestial here could be really strong, but all of these effects have been used. But nope, Chessy Cat will hit the field once more.
You mean again?
Again.
Indeed.
Astral, Karit, and Blaze Ermit, thank you guys for the primes. Thank you, thank you.
With the Malice Chessy Cat for
See, all the primes are getting Charlie involved.
Red Ransom.
Kexilicious, thank you for the 13. Throwing my prime at Josh faster than Shunping throws Bell at Aditya.
Nope.
You say that, but it's not even a prime that you did.
Will not be banishing anything from the graveyards, I can only imagine here, unless you want additional names for the effective Heart Tripper down the line. We'll see if there's any response to the summon here. Chu bent his deck in ways I can only. That can't be healthy.
Chu's just waiting for the next moment he wants to do something.
Soro Saber, thank you for the first time prime, and Yoko Kurama, thank you for the 2 gifties. I appreciate.
The trap he's gonna set. So now he has GWC06 and MTP07 face down.
Will we see just a summon of Bomber Dragon to end the play, or will we try to get access to Cryptor?
That's probably been my biggest surprise this weekend, is how much Topologic Bomber Dragon has been coming down for these Malice players. But it's going to be GWC06. You can activate it at the turn it's set by banishing a Malice monster.
This is the frustrating part about Perulia, is like, it's not guaranteed to get you any draws. Like, we haven't drawn a single card here. It's crazy.
900, and he also gets a free draw.
That, like, some of their starters just completely ignore it.
Because we've already used the effective White Binder, but that just means we have to have access to March Hare in our hand, and we can still do it, unless, of course, there is a copy of Ghost Bell.
Funny how neither Josh nor Chad is paying attention. Look, I have a cat wandering around here.
Of those Malice monsters here, likely going into a Heart's Cryptor.
That's important, okay?
And summon Heart's Cryptor.
We're going to be...
All right, Cryptor pass.
Cryptor pass, 6 cards in hand. We have 07 set. Cryptor currently not live.
Do you think like what happened in game 1 has affected like Adichie's player in game 2 to not go for something like a Topologic Bomber Dragon and be like, no, I'm just gonna make sure I have guaranteed interruptions on the field?
Maybe. I mean, if that's true, it's really easy to get in Adichie's head.
It could be the case.
This Cryptor is currently not live.
Yeah, he's going to need to banish something. And Shunping's favorite way to start, I don't know if it's his favorite way, but he's done it a lot today. It's going to be Finalists tracked.
That's a great way to start here. We're going to be able to get the Lurie discard, likely the Lurie, but we'll see if we have any other options here.
Yeah, sure.
Lurie is going to hit the field. Will this trigger 07? I think 07 would be really strong here. You get access to the March here to be able to set up your graveyard, set up more banishes for the Heart Scriptor while also getting rid of the Lurie.
I think that is a fine time to activate that Malice into P07.
It's at least tempting. So Adichie is looking at his trap card here.
No, I swear on TP.
He's going for it. And there's an Ash!
Shunping saying, I have the answer for it right away. I'm the one with the answers.
Wait, is Shunping just winning?
He has no interruptions. Well, he still has a 6-card hand. Still has a 6-card hand.
Yeah, he could. All he needs is to have a March Hare already in hand, which he probably does, I feel like.
There's an Ash Blossom for the Fiends with Requiem.
I'll see your Ash and raise you another one.
Shu has to consider how he wants to navigate through the cards in Adichie's hand right now. He doesn't have a whole lot of information to work with. He just knows that there was a lot of free draws.
He still has his normal summon.
Does he have a normal summon? One can only hope.
Normal X.
Okay, so that means he still believes he will be accessing Fiendsmith cards in the remainder.
Wait, normal X?
Doesn't want to quite lock himself into level 4s and rank 4s just yet.
I wonder how he plans on... Okay, that's how you do it.
Discards a copy of Fiendsmith Engraver.
Sure.
That lets you add another copy of Tract here, I imagine. You could grab Fiendsmith in Paradise, but I don't know that's necessarily what you're going for. Yep, Tract is going to go into the hand, and now Engraver can summon itself.
Guys, it's not looking good
putting the Lurie back in the deck.
for Malice, which means it's looking good for humanity. Yeah?
The question is, what would you do after doing that? Are you going to be linking away the X Ryziel into potentially Fiendsmith sequence? Does that give you enough like Fiends to even work with?
This is the last Malice left. The last Malice left in the tournament in top 4, down a game and currently getting comboed on by Fiendsmith Ryziel.
Yeah, even something like Chaos Angel banishing Heart Scriptor.
I would not recommend.
Yeah, would not recommend him doing that, but he is going to look to special summon Sword Raziel.
Yep, special summoning Sword Raziel. He will not be able to go into non-4s from his extra deck for the range of this turn now.
I don't understand this sequencing. Why did we normal summon X and then special sword? If we didn't want to do any other things, I think we must have changed our mind in the middle of whatever.
Ice Ryziel or an X Ryziel for the following turn. It will be a copy of X.
Maybe we can make a play where we can send Eclipse Twin later to revive with it immediately?
Not resolved Dominus Impulse yet, so that is a
That a possibility?
That to consider. Will we just be going into a duo drive here, or will we try to extend further? Potentially, maybe just going for a detonator to keep it safe?
This is a big point in the game for Shunping, and it looks like he's going to go into Eclipse Twins. Oh, he does have the node in his hand as well.
Right.
Right, but there is... Okay, he's going to be activating...
What's the cat's name? Charlie.
To put a card in the graveyard for the node.
Special.
Yep, node can now send the Eclipse Twins to summon back Sword from the graveyard. Eclipse Twins does not have anything that it can summon.
Okay.
So now we're in the same position, but there is an Eclipse Twins in the graveyard.
Ooh, there's a Nibiru though.
Oh, it's Nibiru the Primal Being
I
coming down
expected
from
it.
Aditya. That makes a lot of sense. Not locked into anything. He hasn't used Dominus Impulse just yet. He's going to be able to use Nibiru the Primal Being, and this is pretty big after the node being special summon, because node Rise Heal is one of those ways you can keep extending.
Wait,
later on
maybe it's not over?
hit by Nibiru the Primal Being.
I thought you meant just stats, but I don't think it's too big here. But yeah, now we've seen node come from the hand. We know X in hand. You can't use.
Maybe it's not over.
X, but it won't get you any value. We can still use the engraver in the graveyard here.
We are locked into rank 4s from the extra deck though. So this will not be able to do anything major.
There is
do we have Lacrima set up? I don't think we do, because we got Ashed on Requiem. So I think if Aditya has an extender here, he's got everything set up in the graveyard already.
You want to make sure you keep track of your life points, because I think both players did get a PE minor. For
Magna, that's game. That's game. That's game 3.
But Bestial Magnamut.
I think you go next.
We know Shu
Yep.
hates Magnamut specifically, but the Magnamut on the white binder.
I will say this was, I feel like, sequenced rather awkwardly by Shunping. I'm not sure what the reasoning there was. I think he was trying to play around cards that Aditya didn't have, which is not necessarily a wrong thing to do, you know, that can still be correct.
Maybe that's what he took away from game 1, is that he spent his disruption way too early, and this time he held off on it as long as he possibly could.
Yeah, didn't want to be a little too aggressive with your interruptions.
Okay, well, Aditya wins game 2, means that we're going to game 3, with Shunping having the ability to go first and side deck accordingly as well. But, of course, Aditya will also have a fair share of Charmies and stuff in the deck.
All the decks, really, of the format. I mean, it's a weird kind of situation, because Nibiru, really strong, but the timing of it is what makes it so key. Is like a lot of the decks after it gets Nibiru can continue playing, continue pushing, continue extending, but there's other things that happen in the game to where you're not always going to be able to do that. He was going.
Shouldn't he win Caesar first? Here's the thing that I don't understand, right? Like, I'm not entirely sure why we didn't bring back Engraver first by shuffling in the Lurry and then used Track to make Necroquip and play with Fiendsmith first. Because that would have baited the Bestial, I think.
I mean, I think a lot of those types of cards.
I think ultimately, if it's Magnamut, you never win anyways.
When you are able to back it up with other interaction on your side of the field, whether it be like having a copy of Drone Lockbird or having a copy of Nibiru, all these cards, or even
Track can't fuse. You don't have to fuse it with. You just make it with Larry.
With the cards on your field. So sometimes you don't even have to.
Track was already activated. Did he start with Track? I thought he started with.
The nail in the coffin.
Definitely, and we saw the Bestial Magnamut really.
Did he start with Track? Maybe that's
really
why.
Put some salt in the wound after we heard the special tidbit
Okay,
from
fair enough.
Shunping that Kangas let us know that even though he was one of the first people to win with Dragon Link, if not the first one, that's what he won in his UDS with pretty recently after Striker Dragon was released in the TCG. He still doesn't like all the dragons. His least favorite card, I believe, is that Bestial Magnamut.
Would you side Solemns going into time? It depends how much time exactly they have. If it's like, let's say around 15 minutes, definitely. If it's approaching 10, I'm not sure. If it's closer to 5, then probably.
Down, right? There's like bowling pins. You gotta set him up before you knock him down. Aditya maybe letting him off on the hook, winning game number 1, but now he's gonna try and win the back 2. Oh man, but either way, it's just so cool to me that one of these players will be in the final.
They have like 9 minutes. There's a chance they have extra time because of that moment in game 1 where they miscalculated the life points. So like technically the game should have ended like at least 3 minutes earlier. So there's a chance the judges just corrected it and said like, we're gonna give you like anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes extra, which is something that we wouldn't know as just the viewers right now. So I'm not entirely sure if the how accurate the timer is that we have on screen.
If there was a way he could have saved that node.
I think he just likes the chair.
No. I can see the thoughts going. The gears are turning right there. But yeah, no, speaking of Aditya, yeah, well, it seems like just yesterday we were talking about he was an up-and-coming duelist. He was playing in like the World's Qualifying Points playoff. He travels to regionals to try and accumulate those points, but he has been topping YCS's left and right. It seems like almost every YCS that I'm at, he's in the top cut. He came so close just very recently in Houston with the Mermaid Atlantean strategy, and now he's here again back in top 4. Or was it Orlando?
All right, game 3. It's exciting.
I think he was top
Ryziel or Malice, who's going to be in the finals?
And then top 4 again here, but we're going into game number 3. One of these players will be moving on into the finals here at YCS Providence, Royal Island.
Oh man, here we go. Shunping will be able to go first this time. It worked out for him in game number 1. Will it
Barely.
work out for barely?
No.
All right, there's the checkpoint. No Mulcharmy so far.
Main phase. Dean Smith tracked.
I'm telling you, this is how he starts all his turns. If it's in his opening hand, it will be the first card he activates.
I mean, it's his best.
Did we draw it alongside Lurie? No, this time we didn't. I think he drew Lurie a lot this game, this match. Definitely had it game 1. I don't know if it was their game 2. I don't think it was their game 2, actually. Summon Requiem, use Requiem. Is there an Ash Blossom used on it? There is a Mulcharmy Fuwalos, and it's once again pre-move Ash.
There's not another copy of Mulcharmy.
I didn't even have to see the card to know what that was.
Lacrima will hit the field. This will likely send a copy of Engraver from the deck to the grave.
Wait for it. Yard. Graveyard. Sorry. I saw an opportunity and I took it. It's been a while since I feel like I've said Engraver from the graveyard, but it is a classic phrase. And now we're going to see the Fiend Smith
Is Billy alright?
being equipped to Lacrima the Crimson Tears. And this might prompt a response from Aditya.
There's some thought here.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a little confusion there. Wasn't sure if there was a response. She was going to be able to now contact fuse with the Lacrima.
Fulfills the requirements for Necro-equipped Princess. This is a level 6 monster, so he's going to be looking to go into the...
Oh, we have an Engraver. We have a duplicate Engraver here to search another copy of Tract and draw a card off of Necro-equip. Wonderful. I love drawing cards.
From your hand to the graveyard as a
So far, we don't know exactly if Shunping's hand has any Ryziel access.
Will be Ice Ryziel.
Is that what you're thinking?
I'm thinking it.
All right.
I'm sorry, it might already be there.
It might already be there. Oh, I can't see it on any of the cameras we have, but we're going to find out here shortly. The next...
So we're going to bring back Engraver here. Shuffling back the Lurie. This is our Nibiru check. And Bestial check, I suppose. No Bestial, no Nibiru.
Potential Nibiru in Aditya's deck. Looks like we are going to go for the Waving High.
There's the Caesar. Successfully hits the board. Massive card against Malice.
Game number 3, but now DDD, High Wave King Caesar is going to make sure that Nibiru doesn't come down.
Shuffles the deck, though, implying that we're done here. No Ryziel, apparently. I mean, Caesar plus non-engine could still be pretty good. Set 1.
To the spell and trap here.
No Ryziel cards? Is he just going to be banking on...
I see another Ash Blossom, I think, in Shunping's hand, and the set and a Caesar. Okay, passing the turn here. We're gonna have Caesar plus Paradise plus non-engine. It's not bad, actually. It's not bad. Imperm is kind of necessary to deal with.
Inner battle. Oh, okay.
He's just trying to scare him.
I was about to, that would have been bold. I don't think anyone's playing evenly matched that we've seen in this tournament.
Ooh, he went battle phase and then main phase 2, and I think he's declared end phase.
Sounds like both these players not drawing ideal here, but
I think he has declared end phase. I think he can't beat the Caesar.
And now he's set up on the following turn.
I think it might be the end of Malice, but the previous games have not always ended the way I thought they would end, so...
Give you the cards you need.
Draw off a turn. There's another Engraver in Shunping's hand.
I mean, this is where Fiendsmith by itself can get you access to Ryziel. We're going to be active.
The set card was a bluff, indeed. It was just a Fiendsmith Tract. Just meant to scare Aditya into thinking it was a real back row. Add Lurie, discard Lurie, activate Lurie effect. I mean, I don't know exactly how you're going to prevent lethal here.
I can only imagine. Oh, we're just going to make the second one.
Requiem number 2. Requiem, in fact, not once per turn.
At once, I think this is going to summon 2 copies of Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
This is cool, but unfortunately for DJ, he's going to need something like a combination of Infinite Impermanence and...
Wait, he plays 2 Lacrima? He plays 2 Lacrima!
This game, yeah, 2 copies of Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
Oh, okay. This is a rank 4.
He'll be able to access the other parts of his deck. Fiendsmith in Paradise is going to be sent to the graveyard by one of the Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
Just insurance here right now, but now we will have to see if Duo Drive is able to resolve. Even if it doesn't, I think this is a commanding position for Shunping.
Yeah, I mean, we thought just the High Wave King Caesar and one face down Speller Trap wasn't going to be enough, but just the
There's Duo Drive.
For Dicha, but he's going to need something to stop this Duo Drive.
Yeah, so even if Duo Drive doesn't resolve here, you can activate Engraver in the graveyard, go for Sequence, go for Agnum Day, and that should be enough.
Here's the thing, he had Imperm. He had Imperm for the Caesar, but he just couldn't play the game. I think he didn't have Malice.
Oh, Special Summon Sword. Okay, that'll do. That's had to be drawn off the top here.
Non-normal summon yet.
No, that's correct. There's been no normal summoning.
How's game? I think.
It was just a continuation of the previous turn.
I think his game, most likely, right? Because the thing is, I don't think Aditya has Nibiru, because if you had Nibiru, you would just Imperm Caesar and Nib, right?
It's going to be just very easy to
so I think using the Imperm, unless there's 2 Imperms and Nib.
This is a lot of damage.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Does Ice Rise still have?
But looking at Aditya's body language, I think.
Okay. But it is a Nibiru. Does he have the Imperm? Does he have double Imperm Nibiru? Does he have it? Does he have everything? Double Imperm! He does! I told you he's going to need something like Infinite Impermanence Nibiru. He didn't play any other cards.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
He could have played it a little bit safer, but I mean, he still has the effect of Engraver in the grave. This is a massive token.
Oh, it's one of the biggest Nibiru the Primal Being tokens we've ever seen.
There is still Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard. Engraver is able to special summon himself.
The thing is, though, it definitely seems like Aditya...
And then now you can Engraver...
Aditya just did not have a play last turn, right? He did not have a play last turn, and now the situation is not looking good for him because the Engraver is going to hit for damage. Shunping has Paradise, Ash Blossom, and potential other non-engine. I don't know what else. Which means that what card can you draw here if we didn't have a play last turn? What can we draw to make this better?
Gosh, I can't believe he had double Imperm Nibiru.
I mean, he had no way to play, so it had to be something.
All the defensive options and none of the starters, but...
What can we draw? What can we find to play around the Paradise? Plus, I think there's a Veiler as well.
I mean, will Adore must be able to do it with the limited amount of time left. He's going to have to...
This card needs to carry.
He needs to find access to a battle phase.
Is it a play?
Not only that, he has to get rid of the token. That's going to be the huge...
Timer is also low. That is a concern.
I think they said it's something like 9,000 defense of some sort. Something close to that.
I mean, yeah, Aditya has this turn
Timer is low here.
to end this game.
And
last turn of our first semifinal match. I can't believe this is just our first top
Ash Blossom. Oh, set a monster pass.
No, but set monster face.
Set a monster pass. I think that was another Ash Blossom, and I think these draws, unfortunately, will just not do it for Aditya. Nothing, no Malice card in the top 6 or 7 cards of the deck.
In the beginning, and now he's punished.
This will be the first time that Aditya will lose to Shunping in his dueling career.
And I think there is, I cannot imagine even what you could have here to stop this game. Because the token is so big, all you have to do is Engraver send the set card and attack.
Oh no, okay, we're in his turn now. We're going to be activating the Requiem on the Engraver. Engraver's effect will be able to send the monster here.
Yeah, I can target any monster.
You can target any monster, yeah.
I like to concede.
We're just
and
conceding.
That's it. Aditya concedes, and Shunping is back in the
I think it was an Impulse and another Ash. I think his first 7 cards were Imperm, Ash, Fuva, Nib,
he had the Nibiru, but that Ash Blossom on the
what else?
was huge.
Oh no.
Because Aditya really needed to access more cards from his
But
deck, but he wasn't able to.
With this, Shunping Zhu went or moves on into the finals, and once again, Malice not winning an event. This was the last Malice.
The Lacrim of the Crimson Tears being a level 4 monster.
There was the last Malice in the tournament, eliminated in top 4, and the finals is going to be between Mitsurugi and Ryziel Fiendsmith.
It was quite a show.
And you know what that means? Aditya was the last Malice in our top cut.
No, don't say it ain't so, Asala. Say it ain't so.
There were 2 Mitsurugis on the other side, right?
No, that's insane.
The Cyber Slob stays losing. Let's go.
Win a YCS despite getting all of their
That brings back Charlie.
Got close here at this YCS, but it doesn't look like
Yo, Lems TV, thank you for the 5 gifties for the Cyber Slob out of the tournament.
might be
celebration of No Malice YCS victory begins now, I suppose. This is now the No Malice YCS win celebration stream. Thank you for the 5 gifties, Limps. Appreciate you.
But it looks like it's going to be the tried and true Fiends with Ryziel facing some Mitsurugi variant in the finals.
Yeah, so the other match that's coming up, it's going to be pure Mitsurugi.
All right, so we have the other top 4, which I think they also feature.
Be waiting just a few feet away to see who he's going to play in the finals.
Yeah.
We are going to have another semifinal match coming up after this and find out who, will be in the finals with Shunping. And there's a chance Shunping is going to become a 2-time YCS champion, a UDS champion, just absolutely incredible. It's been a while since Shunping's been in the finals.
Absolutely. I think every time we count him out is when he becomes that dark horse and he goes all the way. But, I mean, the players on the other side of the bracket are not going to be any slouches. Charlie is looking for that YCS championship of his own.
Yeah, Charlie and then Jim is flying under the
Charlie.
radar. You know, we've had a lot of big names, a lot of people we've seen on live streams before, but Jim is the one playing that pure Mitsurugi deck. He could sneak in and just steal this YCS away from everyone else that's in there. And you know, Shunping's, I feel like what he says right is like, you're not going to beat me 4 times in a row or something along those lines. Like,
you can never let them have the 4, especially if they're going to talk like that, you know?
Yeah, you can't. You have to. You know, he's gonna be thinking about that. It's like, man, maybe I jinxed myself. And
what's the finals? We're not at the finals yet. I think they're showing the other top 4 match as well, which is Mitsurugi versus Mitsurugi Ryziel. So the finals is going to be some Mitsurugi version against Ryziel.
Healthy competition.
It definitely is. It's always good to have fun, especially when you play against. I mean, this is a rivalry now, I believe.
Absolutely.
I mean, if I'm Shunping, I would think Aditya is one of my rivals. I mean, I don't think there's many people that are 3-0 or were undefeated against Shunping, so he definitely wanted to take one of the wins away.
One of the final bosses for him going for that other ring, right?
Yeah, and especially at a moment when it really mattered. Because, I mean, they probably played in Swiss before, but not in top 4 going to the finals of a YCS. But man, what an incredible match. We're going to have another semifinal coming up right after this one. But first, I think Kangas is standing by with our winner, Shunping, so we're going to be able to hear from him, see what he has to say about finally getting that win against Aditya. So, Kangas, take it away. Let's hear from Shunping.
Thank you very much. I am live on stage with Shunping after his feature match win. Shunping, you're going to the finals of YCS Providence. Congratulations there, and you're against Aditya. You ended the loss streak. He came on saying 3-0 versus you. I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, first of all, one of the 3 was like an unfinished match in your 3v3. So that one didn't even count, okay? You know what? And then, yeah, also those were before I was a UDS champion. So now I'm completely different. Those all expired.
All right. Hey, you're beating him. You finally got one on stage. That's the only one that everyone saw, first of all. But also, you defeated the last Malice player. I want to get your thoughts on that because, okay, we got a little applause from the audience right there. That seemed to be the boogeyman of the event. What are your thoughts, and why'd you choose your deck over playing something like Malice?
Not gonna lie, I really dislike Malice.
Based?
Like, when I was testing Malice, I cannot see myself beating
How
myself
will you take?
like in a mirror. Not like a mirror match, just specifically like a mirror if I'm playing against myself. So it's like I couldn't find an edge to have for Malice mirrors. So if I'm going into a tournament with Malice, I'm kind of just high rolling or try to high rolling my opponent.
Base
That
take.
usually doesn't work well with it, right?
Ruth
Like,
nuke.
In game 1, my hand was Lori Lacrima already in top 4. So it's like if I play Malice, I'm not gonna be as lucky, or probably more unlucky than my.
Josh Viewer L take.
I just choose the more consistent, and then the deck I'm like more comfortable with.
It had nothing to do with the fact you're probably running Magnamut in Malice?
Yeah, I kind of had to, but yeah, well, I'm also running it in my side in the Ring Smith deck, so and you just have to. What if there's other people who's playing the same strategy, right? Gonna also hit their engravers. So, well, had to.
Maybe a love-hate relationship with Bestial Magnamut then. Well, Shunping, you're going to the finals. I want to get your mentality. Are you feeling prepared? Do you feel like this could be your event?
I mean, I had few events already in the past, so it's like, it's nothing special. I've been here, so that's whatever. I'm just chilling. I paid the entry. Oh, technically I didn't even pay for the entry to enter a tournament, but I'm just here enjoying the event like everyone else, play as much as I can.
All right, you know what? You better. It's another weekend. For everybody else, this is a big event. For Shunping, it's another weekend. Congratulations on the feature match win. Best of luck in the finals. We're throwing back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much. Exactly what I expected to hear from Shunping, and I just imagine he was like in his like bathroom, like looking in the mirror, like, oh, my toughest opponent yet, and he's just dueling himself in the mirror. And if you can't beat yourself, who can you really beat? Great advice there from Shunping, but we're going to be able to see our next top 4 match right after this. We're going to jump into it very quickly, but before we jump into our second semifinal match, I want to talk about some awesome things that we have coming up in the Yu-Gi-Oh world. That's right, World Championship qualifiers are coming up. June 6th and 8th, we have the South America World Championship qualifier in Bogota, Colombia. Solid, I haven't been there. Hopefully you guys will also be going if you're in that area for that WCQ. Then July 4th through the 6th is the Central America World Championship qualifier in San Jose, Costa Rica. July 5th and 6th, we're going to the Oceanic World Championship in Brisbane, Australia. July 11th through the 13th, it's North America World Championship qualifier in the great city of Indianapolis, Indiana. And ending of July 25th through the 27th is the EU WCQ. That's right, the European World Championship qualifier in
That's
Berlin,
right. We have events
Germany. You're gonna wanna make
sometimes.
sure if you're in the area, you got your invite. You're going to want to go to these in a WCQ starting in June, ending at the end of July. This is going to find out who will be competing at the World Championship this year in Paris. Going to be real exciting stuff. You're going to want to watch the live streams for the events that are going to have them. And if you're going to be there, maybe you will be the one that will compete at the World Championship. Maybe it'll be Shunping, but first he's going to try and win this match. But stay tuned. We're going to be right back really quickly to jump into our second semifinal feature match to find out who's going to face off against Shunping. Malice won't be winning the event, but will it be Mitsurugi, Ryzeal, or Fiendsmith Ryzeal? Stay tuned. We'll be right back with our second semifinal match. Don't go anywhere.
Alright, I'll be right back. I think Charlie wants some food or something.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Welcome back, players, to YCS Providence. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and I gotta say, that was one of the most impressive top 4 matches I've ever seen.
We've already figured out half of our finals, but I have to ask, how you feeling being a Malice holdout? You're gonna be okay, Steven. You're gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
We're back just in time.
I couldn't have asked for a better representative of the Malice deck than Aditya, but unfortunately he couldn't bring it home. But congrats to him again on getting 2 back-to-back top 4 finishes at YCS's Houston and Providence.
Yeah, great duelist in his own right. Obviously, he will get.
Yeah. Move aside, Malice. Let's determine the real winner of the tournament now.
Great stuff coming up.
Oh, 1000%. Now that Shunping is guaranteed to be in the finals, is going to be.
Now that we have all the Malice NPCs out of the way,
final match for you guys.
we can talk about some real Yu-Gi-Oh decks.
Oh, wow. So this format's been wild. So when you think about the last parts of our topic, we have Mitsurugi Ryzeal, and then we've got somebody waiting for him, Shunping Shu.
On Fiendsmith
Ryzeal. So just like, It's weird because I don't think people, when they came into this format, would be expecting to cheer for Ryzeal, but here we are.
I know, everyone was so afraid of Malice this weekend, but they forgot, oh yeah, Mitsurugi and Ryzeal also got support in Alliance.
Mitsurugi's cooler anyways.
Equally as impressive.
Now, we haven't gotten to see one of our top 4 competitors, Jim, at all on the stream, have we?
No, we have not. Jim Yoga, I believe. He'll say it in his name in a second earlier.
Absolutely, but he's kind of the dark horse competitor, right? Just because we haven't seen him. Doesn't mean he's bad, obviously, if he's gotten to the semifinals.
And playing pure Mitsurugi nonetheless, very impressive. And one of my favorite versions of the deck because you can play cards like Dominus Impulse, which is very exciting. Yeah.
You also get access to a lot of interesting cards. We're not going to spoil any surprises, but there is just some sick choices in this list.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I can't believe it's almost going to be over. We're about to crown a YCS Providence champion.
Yes, this is going to be the last round for us as well, and it's going to be very exciting to see what these duelists have
Bro,
to say. And it looks like
I'm just going to say, I'm having a wonderful day so far. I'm having a wonderful day today. You know, we have a lot of people watching. I appreciate that. They announced cool new YCS pricing. A lot of cool feature matches. Malice eliminated from the YCS. It could not be better. Thank you all for watching along. Thank you all for supporting. And thank you, Malice, for not winning a YCS.
And his opponent today in the red chair from Trenton, New Jersey. It's his first ever YCS top. Shout out to the crew from Jersey, Nick, Will, Mitsael, and Kevin. Give it up for Jim Mayorga.
All right, Pure meets Arugi. I'm excited for this one.
And there we saw Jim Mayorga. Like you said, this is going to be his first time top.
I'm excited for Pure Mitsu here.
Today. And of course, he's
Let me see some tech cards.
Dominate Steven Santoli in the top 8.
Good to see some representation from the East Coast here, and it'll be interesting to see which of these 2 versions of Mitsurugi reigns supreme.
Yep, either the pure snakes of Mitsurugi versus the snakes and the robots of Mitsurugi, Ryzeal.
It's just going to be so cool again to see which of the decks do well, but you're right that there's various different choices that you get access to. If you're running Ryzeal,
all right,
you don't really have access to
let me make a prediction here for top 4 number 2. We have Jim versus Charlie.
But jokes aside, you know, both of these duelists obviously have what it takes. Charlie
prediction is up.
Before, but Jim, having a first
go
performance like this is incredible.
Making it all the way to top 4 again in this stacked field that we've had all day during day 2 is very impressive.
Yeah, no matter where he does, or how he does in this duel, he definitely should be proud of himself for making a YCS top 4 like this in his first day 2 debut.
And did you hear the crowd, man? Everyone was so here to support him. It's lovely to see that. Whether he walks away with this,
I love that they do top 4 separate now. I like that a lot too. Except for the one YCS when they announced the ban list at the end, I get really impatient. But when there's a regular YCS where I got time and I'm not waiting for any announcements, I think it's really cool to see both matches.
And I think on paper, you would probably give the edge to Charlie because, like I said, he's playing Mitsurugi Ryzeal, so he can do pretty much everything that Jim's deck can do, but he has that extra bonus of being able to throw things like Ryzeal into the equation and have detonator access, which could be a really good way to sort of stymie Jim. But Jim might have more room for more impactful non-engine like the Charmies, like Nibiru's, like Ash Blossom, like Dominus Impulse if he chooses to play it or not. Could be really exciting to see how those interact in this matchup.
Definitely, because we've seen that Ryzeal is still getting a lot of mileage. Obviously, the Forbidden Limited list was a huge hit to the Ryzeal deck, but Ryzeal duelists are just kind of shrugging their shoulders saying, nah, I still got this, I'm fine.
And I wonder if Charlie's going to impress us with some more like layered, deep Mitsurugi combos like we saw in Game 1 against Steven Santoli, being able to go into the Dragluxion to get the Tachyon to then go to the Ryzeal place.
Or he could do it backwards, right? Because you could do King of the Feral Imps to go into your reptile-based plays. So really, really consistent deck.
Do you think the Malice decks were struggling more compared to Mitsu due to more people having more side deck for Malice compared to Mitsu? I mean, both decks have silver bullets, right? Like Droll and Lancea. And I don't know if that's necessarily true because I think a lot of people main decked Droll, but everyone just side decks Lancea. So you should be getting hit more by Droll than Lancea throughout the tournament. So I don't know if that's true. It might just be a matter of maybe Mitsurugi does not just die to Droll and Lockbird because there's some hands that actually play through it.
100%.
And I don't mean Wowusu.
Like some hands, when you have the Mitsurugi prayers and you can do it in draw phase, you might not care about Droll that much.
Sure, everybody getting locked in here. And even if somebody doesn't advance here,
I think
still have the third, fourth playoff. I don't believe that's going to be on the stream here, but there is an additional chance for them to get some great prizing there. And just what a YCS this has been. You know, I thought YCS Houston was going to be the duel to end all duels. But speaking of duels, let's go into game one. It's semifinal 2 time here at YCS Providence.
Yep, we have Jim Mayorga versus Charlie Futch III. It's going to be quite the duel. They have their opening hands laid out, and they're going to roll the dice to see who goes first. I think they're rolling for high. We've got 3 from Jim. Not the best start.
I'll go first.
All right, it looks like Charlie has...
All right, Charlie wins the dice roll.
To go first. We have the handshake.
Mitsurugi Raziel going first here. There is a Fuva.
Definitely a historic Yu-Gi-Oh moment for Jim. First time on the featured match stage here, the semifinals. That's a pretty good start to a great dueling career.
All right, we're in our main phase. We're going to be activating... Oh, no, in draw phase, we're going to be activating...
Oh, Meows as well.
Did he say in draw phase for that?
I didn't catch it. Looks like we may be in main phase based on what's indicated on the screen there, but I guess we shall see.
Mm-hmm. It's maybe unimportant, but it just depends on if he wants to... If we see a Droll and Lockbird come down, we'll know.
Droll and Lockbird, definitely such a powerful card. Works against so many different decks, but I feel like Mitsurugi is definitely the biggest victim of the...
Do you guys agree on not using the Meows here?
First match against Steven Santoli.
Let's see.
Because it feels like you're just denying your opponent a level 4 body.
800 life points because we did trigger. We got to use both effects.
Not sure.
Charlie had a few hiccups earlier, but probably has ironed out his mechanics since then. Taking a look just briefly into Jim's hand, I think I caught a Molcharmi Meows in the main deck. Great option for sure.
I thought it was a good Meows there.
A really interesting choice. I imagine he was expecting to play against a lot of Malice throughout day 1.
Meta JP, thank you for the 2 months. I am having a nice day. I'm having a wonderful day.
It's a hand. That's funny. That's funny. Love it.
And Tambourine, thank you for the first time Prime as well. Troshupo, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that.
Holding on to them, not ready to activate him. Maybe doesn't want to get hit by a triple tactics talent.
Or just waiting for the right moment before Charlie.
There's a Droll and Lockbird for Charlie. There's a Droll and Lockbird, so you could self-droll, but that's not really a thing in Mitsurugi Raziel, I feel like.
Looks like here we're considering normal summoning Sword Raziel before we go into any Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi plays.
Normal summon Sword Raziel, and this is where I feel like the second level 4 really matters here.
Something's up when they normal summon Sword.
Yeah, it usually kind of lends themselves to their hand being either really strong or really weak, but we know we have the Habakiri, so we definitely know it's not a weak hand.
Trying to figure out the 50-50 there. Jim does not respond in any way, allowing for the search.
On res, we're gonna use Fuba. I'm pretty sure. Yep. And there is no answer from Charlie. No Ash Blossom, no Called By, no whatever.
The well-timed Wallace there, because again, you're right that you're kind of locked in. You've got those 2 monsters. You're not.
And I mean,
especially not in our YCS semifinals.
This is not great, I think, because you have Habakiri, but that also summons from deck.
Sword cannot make Raziel Detonator, but they could make Duo Drive, which then can make Detonator, and that's 2 cards.
We'll see if we get the 2 for 2 here.
I just wish we had the Meows active.
We're gonna use the extra Zell, and the card from the extra deck sent is gonna be, it could be an Eclipse Twins. Oh, but it's actually a Duo Drive.
Ooh, interesting.
Are we gonna self-roll?
Control level 4 monsters right now to get another Raziel name. Doing all this before we go for the Habakiri or for the prayers is really huge. So we can sequence.
I don't know how I feel about that if we do that actually. This does feel to me, it does feel a little bit like we're getting our searches out of the way before we might do that.
You think there's a possibility Charlie might just put a whole bunch of defensive bodies on board? It doesn't feel quite right. And I think...
Especially if you know you're up against Mitsu, I feel like keeping your Droll for their turn seems way too good. There is a second Duo Drive in the deck. Draws a card. That is a pre-prep, I believe. That's not going to help into Droll it too much. Duo Drive to search resolves.
And I'm sure Charlie is more than okay with this.
Feels like we're going to go for Raziel Cross. We did manage to get 3 materials on there, so 3 minus 2 is 1. And that's just the 1 you need for Raziel Cross's negation effects. And there's the cross.
And we still have the prayers and the Habakiri in Charlie's hand, so we have more than enough plays to keep going.
I think this game might change significantly if we use the Meows in draw phase, unfortunately. Because if Meows was already active and we would have prevented 1 level 4 body, that makes a difference. If we... now we can't resolve it. If they want to cross negate it, they can. I'm not sure. Don't use your fingers to count the summons, bro.
Yeah, but you want to get a full understanding of all the known cards.
No, okay, he just counts the cards he knows. Okay, I thought he was counting summons on his fingers, even though he doesn't have nib. That would have been crazy.
Coming down next.
I thought he was doing a crazy thing right now. Where he just counted the cards he knows in hand.
We do have the field spell there. Perfect timing there. Don't want to get hit by Nibiru. We saw how powerful it was just last game.
Oh, 100%. Especially since if Charlie plans on playing into this Fulos anymore, or if he's just going to summon one detonator and maybe the Habakiri from hand. But I imagine he wants to also have Murakumo established, and he's probably just debating the value of those 2 extra cards versus the summoning of Murakumo.
I think we are going to go ahead and add the Mitsurugi ritual.
You can have your grave on the left if you want. I mean, left-handed people tend to play this way, yeah.
The deck that we're summoning. Ooh, we're summoning from the deck.
Someone from deck?
Yep, someone from deck is A-okay with Jimmy said.
Summon from deck under Fuva here. Okay. There's the Murakumo. Ah, that's a Perulia.
Seems like a decent enough trade.
Cringe, dude. All the Charmies. I mean, we're playing all the Charmies in the main deck. It is such a common trend this weekend. We've seen it from so many people. But there couldn't be a worse timing here to pick up another Charmy in your hand. Because now there's a Murakumo on the board, so you'd have to discard...
And he chooses Perulia.
And I mean, against Mitsurugi Raizio, Perulia and Fuulos seem like 2 pretty good ones.
How far is Charlie going to go? Because every time he's going to summon from those sacred spots, Jim's going to get another card.
Uses the Perulia. Charlie thinks about it.
And that's 7 cards. If he were to do
the thing is, you can use Murakumo, force Jim to discard a card, and then still cross-negate it.
I can't use it anyway.
He did not cross-negate it. Play around Nibiru, I guess?
Oh, that's right. We're still at resolution of Perulia, and we can use cross to negate.
Ooh.
Definitely impressive to see him think about that.
You would be giving up that material, though.
And the protection of cross in case there is a card like Nibiru, because Jim is still going to draw. If
He's considering Nibiru, I think.
Oh, so he is going to use the cross effect to the gate.
No, he uses cross to draw. Not
draw, which means the Perulia did resolve, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so does that mean that Charlie's going to play a little bit more conservatively, or maybe he just doesn't care?
Yeah, I think I saw that he has a draw on Lockbird in hand, so we can always just use that.
It's so many cards, though, if you keep going, right? Special Ariziel, they draw a card. Beep.
He played 2, he discarded 1.
Even the judge is confused when they see 3 more Charmies back to back to back, but no, it's just 2 activated and 1 to make sure it resolved.
Yeah, they're like, normally it's only 2 of these things that are in the graveyard. Why is there 3?
The whole gang's here.
Detonator. Draws another Charmy, man. Jesus Christ, man.
All right, Jim starting his turn with 7 cards, facing down a Detonator and a Murakumo, plus a cross.
All right, there is a extravagance, but this Droll and Lockbird about to go hard. Unless we draw a Called by the Grave here, that'd be insane.
And then he's going to shuffle up his extra deck and give it to Charlie to pick random 6/1s.
And I gotta say, the bling on Charlie's...
If 25% of your deck is Charmy... I mean, that's the thing, right? They play 9 these days. This is a 9 Charmy main deck situation, I'm pretty sure. So it's friggin' like, yeah, you're gonna draw some of them, especially because Charmies draw more cards. So it's very likely you draw like multiple Charmies.
Got that draw Lockbird. I can seal the duel right there.
I think we need Called by here.
I mean, well, in the pure variant, he could have just drawn all the cards.
No Called by. There's no Called by. Uh-oh.
Maybe gonna chain?
Oh, man. And we have all these cards. All these cards, but no real way to use them.
So we're just using the effect to add, which means we're not tributing anything to do so. Charlie's trying to maybe think about a potential Ash Blossom, or he's trying to maybe mind game Jim into thinking he has an Ash Blossom. All options, because we know that Jim knows he has a note in hand and 1 unknown card.
Well, like after.
Ooh, okay. Okay, we play this guy. We have 8 cards in hand, but most of them are dead under Droll, unfortunately.
Not only a monster you control, but also a monster your opponent controls.
We add the Wosu.
If I say so myself.
I think that is an out to detonator as far as I'm concerned, because it's not an effect, right? It's just a summoning condition, so Cross cannot stop it.
That's correct, because you can special summon this card by tributing one other reptile monster from your hand.
Problem is, how are you going to live the next turn, dude?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
How are you going to live the next turn? Tribute the detonator is cool and all. How big is Wosu?
Oh, he's like, I gotta read this. Give me 1 second, bro. This Wosu's about to cook me, I think.
Yeah.
2,000? That's not very big.
I know what it does because it didn't make the cut, but maybe this monster's all right.
I believe the on-field effect has something to do with like if it's tributed, right?
Yeah,
That is not big enough, at least here.
You do add this card to your hand.
I see. So basically, it can just replace itself. That's cool.
He does have Mitsurugi Ritual in hand as well.
So that clears
He does have Ritual in hand already, so he can get to the big Ritual monster.
It just depends on how much he can play through. Remember, he is under Draw and Lockbird, so even though he did tribute that Habakiri, it won't be able to activate its effect because you need to be able to search and summon that card in order to bring it back.
Yeah, I saw him leaning a little bit towards the Flawless. I think we're about to normal summon it as an additional level 4 monster.
Normal summon?
All right.
Normal summon Fuva threatens exactly nothing, I feel like, because you're locked into reptiles, right?
We said there were some prizes in Jim's deck list. He's link summoning.
What's this? Oh, Ragnarika? What is that? No, Subterror. Wait, what is this? What is his link to?
It looks like he's declared a link 2, and that's going to be Reptilian Echidna.
Reptilian?
This is a really cool card. I believe it has an effect like all Reptilians do to make monsters 0 attack, if I'm correct.
What does that do?
If link summoned, you can target one face-up monster.
Reptilian Echidna.
And then just during your main phase, if your opponent controls a monster with 0 attack, which is the whole Reptilian like strat, basically, you can add reptile monsters with different names from your deck to your hand. However,
This card is link summon. Target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Changes attack to 0. During your main phase, if your opponent controls a monster with 0 attack, you can add reptile monster with different names from your deck to your hand up to the number of monsters your opponent controls with 0 attack. Also, you're locked into reptiles. Okay.
It's not a giant monster, but I'll tell you, 200 attack is bigger than 0.
Uh-huh. Well, and actually, it would have 100 attack, funny enough, because of the duo drive. But that's still more than 0. It's 100 more than 0 to be exact.
Big numbers. I mean, 100's a big number, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not so much in Yu-Gi-Oh, but yeah, it'll get it done.
It'll get the job done. Ooh, and there we see the Imperm.
Force is an Imperm. Hey. Force is an Imperm.
The Rizal cross negation effect for later.
Not bad.
What we got here?
I think he's eyeing that Mitsurugi Ritual in his hand, but again, he's got to be a little careful with this cross. But there we see the declaration of Habakiri's hand effect to summon from the deck and then tribute.
Activate Habakiri.
No. To my knowledge, Echidna does not have a tributed effect, but he's just like, okay, hold on, you summoned this card for a reason. I just want to make sure I try to suss out why.
That a good Imperm? I'm not sure. I think he's trying to protect the duo drive because that is also his cross negate. That is the cross negate, so if you're not careful and they can just run over the duo drive, that might be a problem.
Yeah, just clarifying how Wosu works. She's like, this card just got rid of my detonator. I don't like it. I want to make sure this can't surprise me again later.
Jim just educating. Hey, did you know there are other Mitsurugi monsters? Yeah, there are.
Turns out. So here we're going to have the Habakiri's effect resolve here. It's going to get Kusanagi, and we're going to potentially tribute that here to get back a Mitsurugi spell card from the graveyard. This can give us prayers access again.
Effect when it's tributed, target prayers.
Every duelist kind of has to know how to play against their own weakness, right? The Malice monsters have to know against, well, Artifact Lancia. And
Did Charlie just not activate the Murakumo effect yet to make him discard?
Turn things around.
And Charlie just recognizing, okay, you haven't ritual yet, right? Okay, does he have the ritual spell in hand? I don't believe.
I think we have not done that yet.
I believe we at home do know that he has it.
We do. You kind of have to sense it, though. Why is he doing this? He's probably got the good.
He's definitely trying to bait out this cross pretty hard. That's definitely, I think, Jim's line of thinking here. Is like,
okay.
Get cross off the board. That means if I summon Murakumo,
Add back prayers. Now we activate Mitsurugi Ritual. Are we summoning from deck or summoning from hand? If you summon from deck, you can get ashed on this.
Great choice. That pre-preparation of the rights isn't going to do much.
Under Troll and Lockbird, definitely not.
Ritual Raven eating well, but not today.
You kind of have to summon from deck, right? Because when you're summoning from hand, you're just summoning...
instead.
Seeing the pre-prep and rights means that Jim is definitely playing Mitsurugi.
Wait, I thought Charlie had Ash Blossom.
Summoning the Murakumo, tributing the Habakiri. Again, we won't be able to use its effect when tributed, but we will be able to use Murakumo on summon.
You're not ashing Ritual to summon from deck?
But That resolution cross can just negate.
Can't it get Ash regard? No, you cannot Ash the one that tributes from deck because you're not sending to the graveyard. You cannot Ash the
Hey Charlie, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
you cannot Ash the
And for the most part, Charlie has chosen just not
the
to
one
spend
that
the Rizal cross
summons from hand.
It's really important when you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh to make sure you plan your interruptions. They can't just go willy-nilly on
Dude,
the
step
first
by
thing that
step,
happens.
Charlie is getting lower and lower on cards, and Jim is doing more and more things, and this is kind of worrying.
Cross negate at resolution. Do we have a response from Jim? I don't believe so.
Nothing in the open game state, so I think we're gonna go back to playing a few more cards.
And we're going straight to battle phase here because we can clear their duo drive using our Murakumo, or we could attack and crash the Murakumos and then force the effects to activate.
I think it's crashing the Murakumos
Way
here.
to try to deal with it. The risk with getting rid of the Rizal duo drive is it can just get recycled anyway with the Rizal cross. Here we go in the battle phase.
It's just a question of either you attack duo drive or do you crash the Murakumos. I think the yeah, so we're still in battle phase, but I think Jim is just going like, okay, what's the scariest thing?
Crashing seems good. He has Impulse for prayers. Impulse, if Charlie does it right here, Impulse is not going to help him here. Like, if we activate prayers here and tribute the Murakumo for cost, if you Impulse the prayers, then the Murakumo will still come back from the graveyard. Actually, no, we're under Droll.
Really cool.
Oh, wait, we're under Droll.
The known prayers, right? So Charlie's just thinking, okay, if I tribute my
You can't use Murakumo's graveyard effect, so Impulse on prayers does go hard.
I believe it is.
And I think it is. I just got a quick flash of it now, so has Jim.
Impulse it? That's nuts.
Impulse
on the Mitsurugi prayers.
Opponent controls a card. Locked out of light monsters. It's the one.
Wait, what are they talking about? Of course you can Impulse that.
Build.
Is prayers a card you can impulse? It contains an effect to summon a monster, right?
Yeah, of course you can Impulse it.
Yes.
Yeah, we're good.
Maybe it's just a question here of how this resolves. So now the battle will
And now you get the dual drive as well, because you get to redeclare, cleared the entire board, has a prayers in hand with Murakumo.
Future match stage, able to get through all of the resources that Charlie had. Effects and some big bodies.
Hold on.
But now he's just got his Reptilian.
Okay.
Sees how many Murakumo no Mitsurugi, but not much else.
And I do believe we have the prayers.
1600 from the Echidna.
Why not?
Hey, it's 200 now that Rizal Duo drives out. You got to take the damage you can get.
And now we're setting a prayers, and we pass turn. I believe the last card in hand is a pre-preparation of rites.
Big follow-up in the hand, but not much help there. The pre-preparation of the rites.
Charlie up to 3 cards in hand. It's not impossible to come back here. We have the Rizal Cross up on the board, which is pretty good. However, of course, Jim does have Mitsurugi Prayers up. You know, it's probably only a small chance that you can pop off under
Charlie, but I believe it was activated for Jim.
that you can pop off under Drone and Lockbird, but it still feels like the Mitsurugi deck with the right hands can still do a decent amount of things under Droll, whereas maybe that's the difference, right? Malice under Lancia, it's like if you have backup, you can do some stuff, but if you don't, you're not doing anything. It feels like the Mitsurugi deck is still like somewhat capable of doing things. Of course, we did resolve some Charmies to get there, right? But that seems to be kind of the plan.
Judges just verifying that the special summon effect was activated, and that's what was stopped by Dominus Impulse, and yep, play continues.
Because he was under Droll too, he couldn't even have activated the effect to add from hand anyway.
That is correct. Droll and Lockbird affects both players.
This will be interesting because we know that Charlie's hand had Node at least in it, and Jim knows that too. And here's that cross.
Rizal Cross to put 2 back. I think it's worth using the Murakumo on this, because you're kind of forced to...
First you don't succeed, try
Oh, he actually starts with Habakiri.
For the Habakiri, which I believe was drawn for turn, and we're going to chain the effect of Murakumo to force.
I don't like the Murakumo on this one, I don't know, because they can just discard the Habakiri. I guess they can just discard the Habakiri at any point.
Take a look at the graveyard to sort of forecast. I think he's
Just discards it, alright.
gonna keep going. Decide to let that go, and then I guess just discard the Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi to do that effect instead.
That's right. It is simply a reveal to activate the effect. Therefore, it's still in your hand, so you can
Summon Kusanagi.
target. But now,
Tribute Kusanagi.
he can't
add back a Mitsurugi card from the graveyard.
I think the thing Jim was going for there. Trying to force extra resources out of Charlie if he wants to continue playing this turn. And if he forces him to overextend into this potential Murakumo Raigeki the board,
That adds back prayers. Now prayers can
adorable.
A long day, duelists.
Prayers can bring back the Murakumo in Charlie's graveyard because it was properly summoned.
Many rounds.
So that is kind of like, that's kind of dangerous.
14 rounds, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game over 2 days. Speaking of rounds, looks like the node, maybe
Is that going to be a normal summon node?
I think so.
Oh no, we have an Xyz in the graveyard. It'll definitely be a special.
Okay.
This could be pretty big. Basically,
Very low on cards here for Charlie. Prayers. Is that a Star Ryzeal in hand?
Or a Mitsurugi play is better for the Murakumo.
Pay 800 just to revive, I think, is what we're doing.
Detonator isn't that
Allows
bad
it.
because the Murakumo is just stronger than it. And so as long as Jim doesn't activate any effects, I don't know what Detonator can do to get over it.
Yeah, patience is going to be the name of the game for sure. Obviously, there's a little bit of damage that Charlie is sort of guaranteed.
In-engine Kaiju that unbricks you going second. I mean, the Wosu was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, the Wosu was pretty sick this game.
On summon will then search for another Mitsurugi spell card, which I'm assuming is going to be Ritual, or it could be another Prayers. One benefit of playing the pure Mitsurugi deck is that you can play 3 copies of Ritual pretty happily, but the Ryzeal one doesn't always play that many, so Charlie might not have it.
We've seen Wosu a few times this weekend, and it's been solid every time we saw it.
If he could.
An interesting tech choice for the pure deck for sure. It definitely helps breaking boards. If you don't have the Ryzeals available,
And there we have a normal summon of Star Ryzeal.
normal summon Star Ryzeal.
Star Ryzeal kind of prevalent.
Normal summon Star Ryzeal. Do we pop these 2 level 4s?
Was normal summon, so doesn't get that special summon effect, so no setting of any Ryzeal cards.
If you don't use the destruction here, there is a chance Charlie can just make a duo drive, which makes the cross negate live, which is a problem. Because I think he was playing 2 duo drives. I think we saw it earlier.
Damage every now and again in a Mitsurugi mirror.
Yeah, I think Jim here is just contemplating whether he has to use the
I think you have to.
access to the detonator.
I think you have to, and he does. Tributes the Murakumo for the prayers. Crazy thing in this instance is like, I think Charlie can play after this for sure, but like if he's not going for game this turn, the follow-up that Jim is going to create here is pretty impressive actually, because the prayers is going to summon back Kusanagi. Kusanagi is going to add back something. The Murakumo is going to summon back, blow up the board, and we're going to have like 4 cards in hand, drawing up to 5 next turn, have a pre-prep ready to go. So it's looking like if this game does not end this turn, I think Jim is looking pretty good here.
We're going to summon back and destroy all monsters on Charlie's board.
Great timing. Keep him out of any XC summons, especially when you see the sort of
Adding a card here with the Magatama.
Another new card from Alliance Insight.
Mitsurugi Magatama.
Allows him to tribute and destroy cards, basically. But it can also let him ritual summon.
That might help playing into a potential board next turn.
Prayers, Saji, and now Magatama. And then on a new chain, Murakumo.
Alright, pops those 2 cards.
Clears off his field.
But now Charlie can just go cross, add back the detonator and duo drive. He can go node, then summon those back out. But oh, it's looking like he's choosing to go for
Putting these 2 back into the deck, I think he wants to go for an Eclipse Twin. That's why he's keeping those in the graveyard.
Well, if he gets an Ice Ryzeal later, that Star Ryzeal could be huge.
I mean, this feels like an Exciton Gamma.
Ooh, an Ash Blossom for turn.
And then I think
he can definitely play this turn, but I don't see him winning this turn. And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about this Ryzeal Mitsurugi deck that Charlie's using with a it feels like a very high Ryzeal count, relatively low Mitsurugi count. It seems like he is running out of Mitsurugi cards. And this is, I think, what matters in the long run is like the Mitsurugi cards that Jim is playing might outlast Charlie in this game.
reborn another Ryziel monster by sending a card from hand or field to the graveyard.
Because, like, you're going to use the node here to revive, but I don't think Charlie can muster up another ritual summon here. And if you can't ritual summon another Murakumo, how are you going to clear this board effectively?
Follow-up is important, but also so is having a turn, so we will see Sword Ryziel.
Second duo drive here is good if we play it. I think we saw it earlier. Yep, there it is. So that's going to be good. The second duo drive to add an Ext. The Ext can send a Eclipse Twin to revive the detonator. I mean, this is all good. This is all good actions. Like, this is important and good. But it's... I don't know if it clears, you know?
Lots of materials here. Maybe
I don't know if it survives the follow-up turn for Jim here. Jim's follow-up is crazy.
Where he tries to like out it himself by like crashing into the Murakumo and then use that to get back detonator. But the question is, how does he out the actual cards? Because if it goes back to Jim's turn and he has a...
Because, like, yeah, you can go X-Rise, you'll send twins now, bring back detonator. Detonator can out the Murakumo because it's reduced by duo drive and detonator is boosted, so they actually have the same stats, right? 31-31. You can just double it.
Your hand gets too low. Murakumo can make it very hard to resolve effects.
We are going to send Eclipse Twins to the graveyard, and we got plenty of Xyz.
But it's... I don't know if this is enough to win the game. He just keeps, like, making detonator board after detonator board, but I don't know if Mitsurugi cares enough about this.
Yeah, we went node and we normal summoned.
Has Charlie normal summoned this turn? Can he still go for ice?
On Charlie just to make sure both players are aware of what he's done so far.
Because that might make a difference.
And then we have the effect to attach. And if I remember correctly, duo drive reduces...
He normal summoned Star, right? He did normal summon Star Ryziel, yeah.
That is correct. And so
you can still make another rank 4 with the node, with the ice. You can special ice and make a rank 4. The thing is, Baguska doesn't do it, right? When they play Magatama.
100%.
Magatama outs Baguska, right?
There we have the special of sword, but I wonder what's the number of cards here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Jim, and then I think we have 5.
Lucaris.
Doesn't look like it's Exton Knight's turn.
Like we saw in his first match against Steven Santoli, Charlie loves
to
this will bring back his Murakumo, which is really huge
this game,
considering he had to get rid of his prayers earlier.
This might be game. Ooh, that's very good.
You're going to get something good and then skip something later.
Yep, so if you draw 2 and discard 1, you're going to lose your next draw phase. I believe if you
that's pretty sick.
Special summon, you're going to lose your next battle phase.
Because you can still special you can still special ice, right?
Into battle phase, that makes more sense.
It's gonna be like
31, 26, 13 plus ice is game. I think plus ice it's game.
Plus 26 plus 11, that might just be... Ooh, no,
if he has ice in hand, I think he does.
Just about enough for Jim to keep playing here.
Dugaris is little.
Normal summon Star.
Oh no, I did.
Yep, we do not have
check
that.
the warning. Yeah, that's fine.
So procedural minor warning. Charlie already knows.
No. Special game.
Yeah, but we did not go into battle phase yet. We just summoned, and then we just special the sword here, and that's more the ice, and that's more than enough damage. Charlie takes game 1 there. In a very grindy kind of matchup there. Like, Jim did a pretty good job of breaking all of Charlie's cards, but he had just enough...
Okay, the Dugaris revived the Murakumo. I did not see that. That was pretty sick.
Draw and Lockbird, again, being the non-engine of the weekend.
That was a good game. I like that.
To build the strongest boards they need to.
That was a really well-played game by both players. And that was exciting. They almost had it.
But it just wasn't enough. Sort of stunted his growth by activating that early pot of extravagance. Didn't necessarily help. We'll see as these fine duelists go into their side decks.
And it really showcased once again how Drollin Lockbird is like one of the few things that can stop this Mitsurugi deck. Because all of the things that this deck just did under Drollin Lockbird, imagine if there was no Droll. Imagine if they didn't have Drollin Lockbird for this, they could have plowed through basically everything.
Is there a really good way to counter them? But unfortunately, against Charlie's deck, he was able to make just a strong enough board to where those extra cards didn't matter due to the Drollin Lockbird during Jim's turn. So I imagine we could see cards like
this may have been my favorite game of the tournament so far. That was pretty cool.
You know, convince your opponent not to overextend. Just have the cards to straight up counter them instead.
Definitely a better way to do it instead of just these 1-for-1 trades. Not to say there's anything wrong with the 1-for-1 trades, but just this tournament hasn't seemed like that is the strat. But both Duelist again, signing something in. We'll have to see soon.
And something we haven't mentioned too about the Molcharmi is that unfortunately going first, they don't really do anything for you unless you plan on passing your turn.
Probably not. We have seen a couple of Molcharmi starters, right? And then you start playing, but it hasn't really paid off so far. Not in an explosive way, at least on the feature match stage. Somebody out there is like, hey, I was in the tournament. I did some crazy stuff. Well, I'm sorry we didn't get to see it, friend, but let's see what happens here.
I mean, we kind of saw that in match 1 with Jim, where he had to normal summon the Fuelos to go into the Echidna.
So just an update, we are issuing a procedural error minor there to Charlie for the illegal second attempt of the Ice Ryzeal. Again, that is just a warning. It was going to be fine, but Charlie does have to keep it together here if he's going to be our YCS champion. Doesn't have too many chances to make that many more mistakes.
Oh yeah, even though he's the blue player, I'm sure Charlie saw red. He's like, oh, but ice is enough damage to win the game. I'm just going to summon that. Oh, wait, not normal summon, special summon. Easy
Definitely
mistake.
had it one way or the other. And it's hard to, that's the thing, you know, you wake up early, you wait in line, you fill out your deck list, you get everything done, you have duel after duel after duel after duel, and I could be saying that till I'm blue in the face. But these fine duelists have made it this far. They've got the stamina to go the distance, so we're going to find out if Jim can make this comeback.
All right, Jim going first in game 2, maybe showcasing the qualities of the Mitsurugi deck going first.
I love to see, you know, similar engines trying to build the best.
Has Shunping won a YCS? Yeah, he did. I think with Sky Striker.
Jim's board and then win on top of that, and then Jim's job is going to be to establish the strongest board he possibly can, try to stop that from happening. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I was going to say.
No, I was just going to say, Jim, just staring at that trophy there. It's so close, but so far, only got one more duel left for Charlie to get into the final.
The Bauer, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back to month number 2.
But he made it this far, perhaps in his first debut in the top.
He won the UDS with Dragon Link, but he did win a YCS in like 2018, I believe, with Sky Striker.
Which of these two duelists are going to fight against Shunping? But right now, like you said, Charlie's in the driver's seat, and Jim has to claw his way back. It looks like our duelists are ready to get going. My assumption is that Jim has chosen to go first in this game number 2. He's going to open up with a card by the name of Mitsurugi Prayers. He's going to discard, or sorry, tribute, I should say, Wosu from his hand. We saw him earlier as a really good, powerful.
Wosu is in your deck going first. Interesting.
Just clarifying here that the Wosu could add himself back to hand now that he's been tributed, but only if Jim wants to pay the cost of discarding a card from his hand.
I got a peek at Charlie's hand, so I know why he asked that question. He's holding on to a Molcharmi Meowls. So thinking about, oh, okay, there's something in the graveyard. Maybe I want to activate Molcharmi Meowls.
Yeah, this matchup does seem grindy, so...
100 effect of Prayers summoning back out the Wosu as we search for Aramasa.
Oh, okay. Main phase.
That was all in the standby phase, it looks like.
Back to summon from hand.
Now we're going to activate Ritual to summon from hand. That's a very...
Immediately kicking things off with a Ritual Summon of Murakumo. That is good. Tributing Saji and probably Kusanagi from the deck.
Yeah, the rain clouds are gathering here.
There it goes. Saji and Kusanagi.
And having Murakumo out before you do any other plays is going to be really cool because as we saw in game 1...
This is before any Droll and Lockbird could be used. So what this means is, if you want to roll this deck now, they get a majority of their searches already, and you have to basically discard 2 cards for it because the Murakumo is already here. There is the Great Purification, basically the Omni-Negate for the deck.
Mitsurugi deck, but this one definitely is going to be playing it for the pure version.
Resolution.
Very, very strong start.
Jim is feeling very unfettered now. He's going to keep going. Hasn't used his normal summon yet. It looks like he's going to spend it on this normal summon of Aramasa.
Normal summon Aramasa. Grabbing a monster. Going to be the Habakiri. I wonder if we want to use that even. I mean, you could use it, summon a level 4, and then tribute the ritual.
Use its effect and then use the prayers again to summon from the deck.
Summon from the deck. Okay, this is going to be slightly weak to the Meowls now because we tribute this one.
We're going to get Futsu, and this is definitely not a card you see.
Because we're going to activate this to summon itself, and they're going to be chaining the Meowls to this, and we can't punish it with the Murakumo.
Yep, and here we're going to be using the Futsu's effect on summon.
He's not using the Meowls. I guess because the summon is optional.
Certainly don't see the Magatama every day.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, we're adding the Magatama off the Murakumo's effect.
This is a lot of disruption from Mitsurugi, right? You have the Murakumo to force the discard. You have the Magatama. You have the Purification. You have the Prayers. They know the entire hand now. And you have very good follow-up.
The full Mitsurugi cards.
Plus IP Masquerena. This is a good board.
Extra bit of interaction that he has access to now because of all these extra monsters.
Set 3 pass. All right.
Spell and trap cards and end his turn. To my knowledge, we know all those cards. It's Prayers plus Purification plus.
All right, drawing the 6 cards in hand here.
A quick effect, Ritual Summon, and a negate.
It's a pretty strong field, so Jim may bring this to a game.
You could use Meows on your own turn here, yeah.
Charlie feels maybe as confident as he needs to.
Either you use Meows on your turn here, and that's what he does, or you could have also tried to save it for could have tried to save it for this card.
Tribute cards get those effects and special summon them back, so the Meows could get additional advantage.
Ooh, we negate the Meows. Okay. We care enough about the Meows to actually stop it with the Omni Negate trap.
Yep, and here we're going to use the Futsu effect as tribute, so the Meows will not be negated, and the Futsu will be able to summon itself back out.
I mean, look, the Meows threatens a lot of draws here, so I think it's understandable to an extent.
Here we could add something like that we would want to tribute, but we're just going to add a Prayers for some follow-up. Makes the most sense to me.
Because the thing is, the Meows really messes with the follow-up. The Meows messes with the follow-up a lot because you wanna bring back your monsters with the Futsu. You wanna bring back your ritual monsters to wipe the board. Like if you're playing this turn optimally, you're gonna discard. You're gonna give your opponent like 3 or 4 draws with the thing.
Also sort of asking the question, you gonna do it or not?
Yeah, this almost will always force it out because if he targeted Murakumo, he's like, yeah, that's fine. I can just tribute it later and still get the effect. We are going to chain IP. We're going to send the Murakumo, it looks like, and go into, I would assume, an SP Little Knight, or we could go into, because we are playing a ritual deck, Dynamundo is on the table.
I mean, SP is better because it's further disruption.
Definitely thought about it.
Extrazial resolving.
Let's go ahead and resolve this card effect before SP Little Knight does something different. Important to notice that it can't be destroyed by card effects, something that doesn't come up as much this format, but definitely will when there's Detonator and the Amine Murakumo no Mitsurugi effect.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. You can essentially, chain to a Detonator, and then Detonator cannot chain pop the Little Knight because it just won't get destroyed.
Well, it could try, but it's not going to do that much.
So there we see SP banishing the X-Ryziel after Charlie was able to add a Ryziel name from deck to hand.
This is playable. This is not lost yet.
The opponent at bay.
For Charlie, I wouldn't scoop this up.
Charlie does not have the freedom to go for the Mitsurugi card, so he's going to have to rely on his rank 4 engine to try to break through this board. But uh-oh, did I just see a Called by the Grave flash in Charlie's hand?
There is a Called by the Grave as well.
Huge for that Murakumo.
Normal summoning Ice Ryziel. We know that Star Ryziel's in the deck too. We're going to go ahead and SP Little Knight here, try to banish both. No response.
Eating up the normal summon's pretty huge because now even if you special a Sword Ryziel, you still need to extend even further than that. And we know
Drawing the good Ryziel names like No Tomorrow here, which is making it a lot easier to play into this board.
Ryziel is what we sort of pre-selected from the deck. Thinking for a second, Charlie checks his hand. Every decision counts here, but we are going to go for Sword Ryziel.
Are you using the effect?
Yes, it effect.
Oh, 2. Target.
Yep, so here we see the effect of Futsu targeting Kusanagi to summon, I believe?
Target...
Or Sanji, depending on which one he wants to target.
Kusanagi?
Yep, we're going to summon that, and then Sword Ryziel is going to search. My assumption is he has to search for Node here, because that's the last name that can probably get him access to a rank 4 play.
Definitely has to get out of trouble somehow.
Can't special sword? It's off of ice. He didn't summon it from hand, it's from the deck with ice.
Called by the Grave to use it for just the right moment.
And the follow-up that Jim is going to gain here by using this Kusanagi is going to be really huge because he can add back that Ritual, and now he has Prayers plus Ritual in his hand for the following turn, and a Habakiri. He has everything he needs to
Meowls is not active, no. He used the trap on it.
Still had my turn, and now let's just go ahead and break your board. Oh, we're actually going to add back the Wosu here. That's even better.
I love that each time Jim is taking these cards back, he's not using something he can use for this turn. Instead, he is building his hand for next turn. Now he's got Prayers and he's got the Woe suit for that double tribute to get rid of the Ryzeal detonator if it shows its head.
And he still has Magatama.
This pure Mitsurugi deck has so much follow-up. It's very impressive. Even the last game, in the first game of the match, we saw it. Like if Charlie wasn't able to find the line that wins that turn, he does not win the game because the follow-up was so strong. Can oh, he can dodge Called by the Grave here. Oh, that's so good. He can dodge Called by. This is so heads up. He's targeting the ritual now. If you Called by the Grave, he just chains prayers and brings it back.
Special summon of sword, and oh, there's the Call by the Grave targeting the Murakumo. But we have.
Oh, this is very heads up.
Back out. Wow. As well
This is
as
very, very heads up.
That is a really heads up play from the gym there, using the Futsu and then following it up with the prayers to play around any shenanigans that Charlie could have had.
Still gets it back out. Wow.
Dodges the Called by.
And then the on-summon effect of Murakumo
Pops
is gonna go ahead and
both.
blow up both of those sword Ryzeals, and now I don't know if Charlie has any ways to keep going with Ryzeal cards.
Maybe he could get an Ice Ryzeal out, but
That's huge. That's huge.
And remember, Jim, I don't believe, has used Murakumo's effect yet, so we can force him to go -2
And
on that
concedes
Ice
the
Ryzeal.
game.
Jim wins game 2.
Woo.
We're gonna go to
Okay.
game 3.
Crowd cheering for the hometown hero again, representing the East Coast from Trenton, New Jersey. Not too far from Providence, Rhode Island. And
Dude, I love this match. This pure Mitsu deck is looking so cool.
So Jim getting his first win on the feature match stage.
And may I say, that was a very expertly played game 2 there, just utilizing every point of interaction in the best way possible to dodge all the potential and really respect the constant stream of extension that Ryzeal is known to have.
Big respect, certainly a sigh of relief there from Jim. All of a sudden, the life came back to his face, a smile, but he still has one duel, just like you say, man. The final duel is the most important one.
Is his name Jim Mitsurugi? Yes. He shall now be known as Jim Mitsurugi.
I know the people at home cannot see me, but my hand is literally shaking. I can only imagine how nervous these two players must be, because the winner of this game will be meeting Shunping in the finals for the chance to play for champion of YCS Providence.
They're staring down an Ultimate Duelist belt holder. And Shunping did have his Ultimate Duelist belt here. It is on the stage. I believe it's the Exodia belt. If I saw it. Yeah.
Ooh, very exciting. Oh gosh, this matchup has been so interesting. Both players really showing off the power of both the Mitsurugi engine and the Ryzeal engine to its fullest. You have the Mitsurugi
Duelists
cards.
talking amongst themselves too.
Oh yeah, they're just so excited. It's always fun being in these live events and being able to cheer people on in person, watch duels as they're happening, and be a part of the story. It's just the absolute best. Something I wanted to mention here before we go into Game 3 is I was just marking how impressive it is. You know, you have the Mitsurugi cards, which have all this search, support, layered interaction. But you have all these Ryzeal cards, which can play through pretty much anything if they have the right kind of hand. And it's going to be a question here for these.
All right, all the Charmies. You can see all the Charmies going back into Jim's deck after siding there. Very funny overhead shot there. Just all the Charmies going back in.
I wonder if he has access to any powerful spell trap cards that can maybe help him out in the process as well.
There you go. Beep, beep, beep.
Charlie certainly humbled a little bit by that duel, but no stranger to being this far into the tournament, so I don't think he's going to give up anytime soon.
Like we saw just the absolute clinic he was putting on earlier in Game 1 with the powerful turn 1 board coupled with the draw and lockbird to just shut Jim out. No matter what Jim could do, he was not enough to break the board and give him a favorable winning position. But now, everyone knows all the secrets. I've always said Game 3 is the most exciting game in any Yu-Gi-Oh match because everyone knows everything. I know how you play. I know what decks you play. The only thing I don't know is necessarily what cards are in there right at this moment. But I don't think it matters. I'm going to play my best, and we'll see who comes out on top.
3 duelists remain in the tournament in contention. Adichio waiting whoever doesn't advance for the 3rd, 4th playoff. But looks like the duelists...
All right, Game 3 is about to begin. This is the one that matters the most.
And I believe we have Charlie.
I saw a lot of spell cards for Jim. I'm not sure if there was any Charmies.
No big deal. Before we get everything truly going, I want to make sure these duelists start on time at the same time.
All right, hands.
I'm not sure there's any Charmies.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Rhode Island. And we got ourselves a match here as we enter the final Game 3.
All right, it appears that Charlie has chosen to go first in this final top 4 match. We have 12 minutes on the clock.
Not shotgunning anything, at least.
Let's see if these players can get a decisive victor.
No, very strong hand I saw from Jim.
No Charmy, I think.
But he also has pre-preparation.
Normal summon Saji.
So there we see the starting of Saji. Even though Charlie is playing a much smaller Mitsurugi count than someone like Jim is, we've seen him start with a Mitsurugi.
Now Saji is the normal summon that is not full combo on its own, right? Because if you're using Saji to get to the ritual spell, you might not have a ritual monster. If you're using Saji to get to prayers, you might not have a way to search the ritual spell. Depending on the hand, of course. In any 2-card combo, Saji is great. But as on its own, Saji is the one that is not a 1-card combo. However, Charlie does have a Habakiri here, so will be able to perform the combo. Harpy's Feather Storm. Hello?
So he's like, why waste it? I can use it again later.
Harpy's Feather. But
We know he's got multiple copies too.
can someone call the police?
To jump into that with the Habakiri effect later, but for now,
Can someone call the police?
going back in, taking a look. Looks like Kusanagi, another
What
Habakiri in the
what are we making?
can't quite make it out.
You're making Castel?
Oh, watch him like side into the Mitsurugi.
I think he drew a Feather Storm as well.
That'd be funny.
Thanks for the tip, bro.
He's making Castel, I think.
The Amenemura Kumo.
Gonna be added to hand.
Can I peel that?
Oh, we got ourselves a little bit of an appeal.
Seconds, you didn't give him a slow play.
So things getting hot here as we continue Battle City.
Wait, what's happening?
Again, you do have the right to appeal.
Yeah, I'm trying to summon it, but
I guess, yeah, resolve the effect and then it
Okay, so we were just having a clarification here on the resolution of prayers because he had the target in hand that he wanted to summon.
I see, I see.
Yep, so we went and pay the energy life points to go down to 7,200.
okay. Sure.
Did you get the Kusanagi to the field?
Did you stop it?
And time is paused, so we're just gonna take a little breather here again.
Wait, what's happening?
Even if you're a champion, you gotta work for it, so you gotta make sure to exercise your rights.
Oh, 100%.
Wow, though, I mean, what an
Dude,
incredible set
sloppy
so far.
play has been Charlie's biggest enemy today. It was the same earlier when we saw him play. I think it was top 8 or 16.
Attention for something like this or not. It's gonna be
You know, some of these cards are new, but at the same time, I don't know what he did this time. But it feels like he's just executing these things a little bit too fast and not in the proper order sometimes. I don't know. I didn't even catch exactly what happened there.
The Magatama definitely puts on the pressure. You know?
Maybe he announced the effect of Habakiri to add, and then realized he wanted to summon the Kusanagi from hand or something. I don't know.
But definitely the story of the weekend has been the Mitsurugi cards need to be respected.
Or they did call the cops because of the Feather Storm.
That unlocks so many lines of play and bridges into other archetypes. That's just so impressive to see.
Yeah, I think the story of the
He got a slow play warning and is appealing. Or that, I guess.
Memento out there. We got Malice. Here's Mitsurugi.
I don't know.
Super awesome. It's just wild though. I don't think we would have seen this because everybody just assumed it was just going to be the Malice tournament.
Yeah.
You know, that somebody out there that were going to go ahead and put their videos together after the tournament and say, take a look at the
How do you
hand chart.
appeal slow play? You can technically appeal any penalty that a floor judge gives you. You cannot appeal a head judge decision, but technically, if a regular judge decides anything, you have the right to appeal it to a head judge if you think it's not the correct decision. The thing with slow play warnings is that it's very much like it's very hard for the head judge to overrule the floor judge. I guess it's different when there is a feature match going on, so they could go and look back at it. But when you're just when a floor judge gives you a slow play warning in a non-streamed match, like the head judge, I mean, of course they're gonna believe their judge, right? You can't just say like, no, I didn't play slow. Like,
once we get back here again, as a reminder for the folks at home, we are in the middle of an appeal, but just
no.
field, it really is just 2 level 4 monsters on the field, Kusanagi and Saji. So obviously, could be some sort of Xyz play going in. Maybe we are going to see King of the Feral Imps. Maybe we'll see something wild, but it's going to be interesting.
I suppose this only matters if Charlie has received slow play warnings before.
Appeal is done. We have, I believe, a resolution of that Kusanagi happening for you guys.
Okay.
Where the prayers is attempted to be added to hand.
Okay, so we should be switching back over the cameras pretty soon.
Okay, looks like play can continue.
They might also be explaining it to the judge.
Whatever happened, they have figured it out.
Yeah, probably just getting an explanation here of how this appeal has worked.
And I think they are about to go back in.
The clock is properly reflecting.
Definitely got to read your tournament policy guidelines so you can follow along at home. It's really the foundation of how this event works. So the appeal, by the way, was the appeal on the slow play minor warning that was issued. So we are going to find out whether or not there is a slow play minor warning. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, as we wait for that, though, like you said, I think what Charlie's trying to go for here is trying to go as far as he can with his Mitsurugi cards, because it turns out that, you know, going from Mitsurugi to Ryzel is a little harder than going from Ryzel to Mitsurugi.
Well, it looks like we will be coming back to the game soon because the appeal is complete. It was overturned. There is not going to be any slow play minor, and that's okay. Reasonable judges could differ. The most important thing is that the assistant head judge or head judge decided, no, that's fine. It is what it is. We're going to keep on going.
Yeah, it makes the most sense to me. Charlie was again just making sure that every single minute is accounted for in this match, so he has as much time as possible to play it out and hopefully get that finals placement.
Yeah, every minute counts here because, again, this is single elimination, so the time rules, as you want to describe them, are different. There are not going to be a draw here. We can't send both of them in a tag duel against Shunping.
Oh, yeah, that would be, even though Shunping is really good, that'd be a little unfair.
Just a little bit. If anybody could handle it, maybe he could, but now we're going to jump back into the game here.
Back into the game.
Prayers from the graveyard was added back.
Adding back prayers from the grave with Kusanagi and resolving Habakiri to add Mitsurugi Ritual.
And then summon itself back out. Oh, no, just add a Mitsurugi card because I don't believe it was properly summoned. So we can still just add, though.
And I think we're going to add the ritual and then activate the ritual.
Yep, and
Summon from hand.
Distributing the cards from the deck.
What happened now?
He's like, what happened now?
That is...
Gotta keep it cool under the pressure there. Charlie's still just making sure that his duel is kept clean and integral.
Oh, 100%. So here we have the tributing of another Habakiri from the graveyard, from the deck to the graveyard to bring out this Murakumo from the hand. And now the question I have is, does Charlie have any Ryzel cards? Even though we know he can bridge with...
Bro, there's 2 level 4s.
In this board texture, I'm not necessarily sure.
Well, may take
I wonder if Charlie has access to his Ryzel engine.
Or excuse me, Pure Mitsurugi may be good, but I did see him go for the Duo Drive, so we're thinking here.
He's definitely XE summoning, we know that.
Yes.
And yeah, Duo Drive would give him those Ryzel cards in case he doesn't have any already, which could be super huge here. We're going to get the effect automatically activated here. We're going to go ahead and search for those 2 Ryzel cards.
Resolves Duo Drive.
We're going to get Cross, it looks like, which is usually a really good one.
All right, jokingly grabs Cross. Nope. Okay, gonna take the Cross.
And it will be supported also by introducing
and Sword.
We have already used our normal summon, I believe, for Charlie, so things like Ice become a little less...
He has to be careful to not extra normal summon this turn, because he did that in game 1 already, and I think if he does it again, that might be upgraded.
And did I just get a little flash of...
If he forgets that he started the turn with normal summon Saji...
I mean, you definitely would have access to it technically if you Xyz summon a Winged Beast, whether it's Daigusto Emerald or maybe Castello Skyblast from Escotier. I mean, certainly not too surprising, but that level of surprise this late in the tournament?
We love the side deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's all I'll say about that, if that is in fact a card from Charlie's side deck.
You definitely get the full anime arc with the side deck, right? You beat me the first time. We'll meet each other again.
Did X even add anything?
I'll be ready. So here we see the XZ7 here of X and Sword. I wonder what he's going to go to. And oh my gosh, there's the Castell. And look at Jim's face. He's like, okay.
You know what that means, dude.
I was dumbfounded before. I am even more
Pot of Extravagance off the top. Dude, he has such a good hand, but I don't know if he can beat... Can he beat the,
you hear me tensing up, it's because
the Feather Storm, man?
Flipped up, it's going to be a little crazy.
Yeah, the crowd...
Dude, imagine... Okay, hear me out. Imagine he does not shotgun the Feather Storm and Jim draws Wosu.
Even if I didn't know that that was a card in Charlie's hand, summoning Castell when your opponent has no monsters in play is very telling, I think.
Yeah. Any duelist who made it this far in the tournament's got to know what's going on.
Yep, so there we see the discard.
Did not draw Wosu.
Satisfy the Murakumo to still activate.
Did not draw Wosu.
On resolution, Charlie doesn't have anything.
And Charlie played it close to the chest, by the way. Wants to have...
Is that Castell? I haven't seen that card played in years. You do not... Don't worry about why they're playing it, okay? They're playing it because of its awesome removal capabilities. Because it has such cool... such a cool removal effect that spins the card back to the deck.
Right, it looks good to me. We're going to go ahead and resolve that Habakiri to summon and tribute either from the board or the hand. We're going to get Aramasa and then immediately tribute it off and activate the effect. And there it is, the Harpy's Featherstorm being flipped up because we control the Castell. No monster effects are going to be able to be activated and resolved for Jim. But because he waited for the Habakiri to be resolved, that means no more once per duel effects. This duel really heads up from Charlie here on holding back just a little bit. So we see the prayers. I wonder if that's in response to the Featherstorm or if it's...
No, it seems like it resolved. It's already in the graveyard.
I agree, yeah.
But wow, I mean, you know, usually we'll see that sometimes in a Primite deck, right? You might
Don't know what you can do here, to be honest.
This shows that this combo of cards, very small.
Maybe you can clear the board, because you can ritual summon from the graveyard. There is no detonator, but Charlie also has a board wipe with the Murakumo. There is the Woso.
Fun fact, I believe
The problem is, have fun outing Murakumo with Woso. That does not really work.
And the Wosu itself also is a summoning condition, so we could clear something out. We are going to go in Wosu, one from the hand. Oh, maybe not. We think we're going to pre-prep now.
Yeah, we were just
It's such a strong hand otherwise if it's not floodgated.
Pre-prep will be able to get us Mitsurugi Murakumo here, and then it might get Mirror, because that's the only one that references the cards by name.
References all three, so pre-prep really heads up play for this particular deck, because you can just have anything.
Yeah, we got Mirror plus Murakumo.
So I guess Jim's goal here is to somehow get through this turn by somehow clearing the board without using a monster effect. And survive the next turn.
And activating the ritual.
But I don't know, man. I don't know if it's possible.
Activate monster effects. We can still summon them just fine. So they see the tributing of the Habakiri to summon the Murakumo from hand.
Yeah. And now what?
There we see the tributing of the Kusanagi in hand as well as the potential tribute of the Murakumo. But if we tribute our opponent's Murakumo, they will be able to activate it. We're just going to go ahead and tribute the Castell instead. Imagine if he had Wosu in hand and then just like immediately tributed the Castell. That would have been pretty funny because you can't respond with Harpy's Featherstorm at that point.
Would have been good to do on that main phase one, but just not available.
Is the set prayers? It is prayers, right?
Flip over. The Mitsurugi prayers tributing the Amane Murakumo and Mitsurugi.
Yep, this is going to force out some interaction from Jim if he has any, because if this Murakumo...
Problem is, if you impulse this, it just comes back.
Wow! We do control dual drive and play, but we are going to summon back out.
This does nothing.
Crowd going wild.
He has no cards left.
Oh, and there
there's
it is.
The handshake.
Unfortunately, he was
Dude, it would have been so sick. It would have been so sick if he opened Wosu to tribute the Castell without starting a chain. Because he didn't shotgun the Featherstorm to play around it. He saw it earlier too. It would have been so good if he did that. But yeah, no, it's unfortunate because even though they've been trying to do a lot to get rid of some of these floodgates, they still haven't done all of them. And I mean, such a good match overall being decided by Harpy's Featherstorm is kind of it's very annoying to me. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's a good tech. You know, I can respect it from a deck building perspective, but from a gameplay perspective, this was just kind of a bummer.
No, Jim's got a bright future here with his debut at a top 2, hitting the top 4. That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, it's just really impressive, and I really think
it's just like Harpy's Featherstorm, of course, not the most popular card, but it just keeps popping up every now and then, right? Like it started in flu format, where people always wanted that card banned, and ever since, people have been finding random spots in random formats to just play that card. Where like sometimes decks that make a rank 1 will summon like one of the Winged Beast rank 1s and just Featherstorm the opponent. Then there's decks that makes rank 4s can do it. Whatever. It's just
Yeah, we're gonna have kind of like a retelling of YCS Orlando, where that was the finals between Tavion as well as the other Mitsurugi Raziel player. Which is
they should get rid of Featherstorm. They really should.
Like, that was like 2 formats ago, essentially. You know, we had the Finalists and now the brand new introduction of Alliance Insight to kind of shake things up. But yeah, we still have that finals between Charlie.
There's nothing against Charlie. No. Charlie has any right in the world to play that card if he thinks it's a good call. And it's been working out for him so far. So absolutely nothing against the player in this case. Yu-Gi-Oh players are going to play good cards because they win games. You know, that is absolutely... that is absolutely respectable.
And huge shout out to Jim. That's an incredible first Top Cut performance to make it to the top 4. Good stuff.
Mitsurugi is not an easy deck to keep track of, especially when you play all 3 different rituals and you have all their effects happening and all these draw effects, and you have to play through Droll and Lockbird. Oh, very complicated, but an impressive feat nonetheless.
Yeah, really good sequencing for sure. So, wow, okay, so that means the finals.
All right. So that means our finals is going to have Ryziel cards on both sides, actually. Not the same deck, but Ryziel cards on both sides. Who would have thought that before this tournament?
And how we kind of forced them into a grind game and used his Fiendsmith cards.
I don't think a lot of people would have predicted this. Ryziel is in both sides in the finals. It is Shunping on Ryziel Fiendsmith versus Charlie on Ryziel Mitsurugi. Very, very unexpected, I would say.
But with the new Mitsurugi cards and Mitsurugi Ryziel and that Star Ryziel being used too, very cool choice from Charlie, that's where the sort of sauce, the sort of spice, the sort of difference comes out. Because literally, that's the first weekend these cards were available. So in terms of their testing, their theory crafting, how they prepared for this tournament, we're going to find out who really got ready for this event. This is insane.
Oh yeah, and I wonder what gives the most edge, you know, the new Mitsurugi cards or the classic tried and true Fiendsmith cards from the Infinite Forbidden. I guess we'll find out really soon.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you the staying power of those cards for sure, right? I mean, you said yourself the Infinite Forbidden. Fiendsmith Engraver has been around almost for a year now, and he's still sticking around doing some good work.
The first ever YCS I commentated was the first ever YCS where Fiendsmith was being played. It was in the finals. It's going to be in the finals again.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
All right.
Good stuff.
We're going to have the finals in just a moment. Quick toilet break, and then I'll be back in time for the finals, I'm pretty sure. I think they're going to have a little yap session, so I'll be right back. And then we're going to see if Ryziel or Mitsurugi takes this YCS.
To summon the whale and summon the heraldic crest was really awesome, but honestly, this event has been stellar, and I cannot wait for the finals.
Well, speaking of the finals, let's go ahead and throw it to the stage to find out exactly how Charlie feels as he gets ready to take on legendary duelist Shunping Xu. Take it away, Steven.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I'm here with Charlie after your feature match. When you're going to the YCS Finals for Providence, a big step for you. But I want to start off with your opponent, Jim, and how that last match went from your perspective. Because Jim, kind of a surprise here at the tournament, his first stop ever. What was it like dueling against him?
It was fine. I made a good amount of mistakes, but it worked out and just don't make them again.
Well, you have a finals ahead of you against Shunping, so obviously mistakes against him will be felt. So what are your thoughts about that match coming up?
I'm confident. I think I'm going to win the event, so I'm just trying to win the event.
All right, I love to hear it. He's won before. This is going to be another chance for you to win a YCS. You are a Dragon Duel champion, but this would be a big star on your jacket here if you can pick up this one. So what would a YCS win mean to you today?
I just got to catch up to my friends, honestly. I'm pretty much behind, but one at a time, I guess.
All right, maybe it's going to be today. Congratulations on the feature match win, Charlie. And we're going to let you get going. So back to the casters.
Oh,
wow.
Man. I can only imagine what it's like to have Charlie's friend group between Ruben, Kamal. These are all some of the best. And you as a Dragon Duelist competitor feels like I'm behind? No, bro. You're totally not behind.
Fine.
You're in the finals for a reason, and I can't wait to see you perform as well as I know you can do.
I love how locked in he was, right? Those at home and those at the stream, they saw, offered that handshake and just wasn't ready. But speaking of being locked in, man, let's talk about something real serious.
Oh, that's right. All the duelists here are anticipating this event later on this year. I know we're having a lot of fun in Providence, but don't forget about the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship in 2025 happening in Paris, France, the last week of August, 29th through the 31st this year. It's going to be amazing.
I know. The last World Championship had some incredible results, right?
Dude, World's in Europe, and I'm not qualified.
Bon chance to everyone who is headed to
Madge.
Because it is going to be an incredible World Championship featuring some crazy
We might
cards,
change
new
that.
format. Oh, this is going to be sick.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. I cannot wait, and I wonder who's going to earn some really fun spots in the NAWCQ happening later this year. as we head to the finals. Honestly, it's been so much fun. I've had a pleasure casting with you as always, bro, but I think it's that time.
It is that time. Sorry, fam, we gotta go, but don't go anywhere because the finals are coming and the two duelists that you just saw are about to take each other on. It's gonna be some good stuff. Don't go away.
Gonna be hype, man. Gonna be hype. I'm gonna try my best to qualify for it. But not yet. I got 2 more chances. Euros and the Master Duel qualifier. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet if I'm gonna stream the Master Duel qualifier. Because I'm not sure if it impacts my performance in any way. I don't know. I feel like it'd be understandable if I didn't do it. But I do feel like I play pretty well under pressure, but at the same time, I feel like maybe it would also be more relaxing if I didn't have all the eyes on me, and I could just maybe hang out on Discord with some friends and stuff like that. I don't know. I haven't decided it yet. I don't know. I don't know. It is good content, but at the end of the day, you know, I do care about doing my best. We'll see. No cam, no mic. It's an option. Could record it and upload it later. Also an option. I don't know. We have a couple of weeks until then. We'll see. The next couple of weeks are gonna be a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh for me in general, because like gonna be putting in a lot of focus for nationals. Then once nationals are done, I'm just gonna focus pretty much 100% on Master Duel, because I want to get as good as I can before the Worlds qualifiers. And then once the Master Duel Worlds qualifiers are over, I guess Euros is next. So like it's gonna go like TCG focus, then Master Duel focus, then TCG focus, like back to back to back. Gonna be intense, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it because I mean, you guys know in Europe it's been a while since we've had YCSs, and like I mean we had Birmingham, but that's at this point already like months ago. So I'm looking forward to like the national season, Euros, Master Duel Worlds qualifier, like a lot of exciting stuff. Isn't German that same weekend? Yeah, I'm not going to German nationals. I'm going to a different one. I'm hoping that Ryziel is released before then, because I would be very used to the Ryziel format. I mean, I guess the same is true for Malice. But I don't know. I don't know. We have, what is it? When is the qualifier? Is in 6 weeks, right? How many packs are we getting until the Master Duel qualifiers? 2 more packs? 2 more packs. Okay. I mean, one in 1 week, another one in 5 weeks. All right. All right. I mean, yeah, I guess the June pack releasing very shortly before the qualifier does mean you have rather limited time to prepare for it. But since, I mean, let's be real, the cards coming out in Master Duel are always late to the party anyways, so it's not going to be anything groundbreaking that I've never seen before, so I personally wouldn't really mind it too much. Like, if they release Ryziel a week before the qualifier, of course it changes things, but it changes things in a way that everyone who's paid attention to the TCG already knows what's up, right? Well, yeah. Or what is this camera technology, by the way? I guess it's attached to the top, so it's not as heavy. He doesn't have to hold it up all the time. That seems practical. Don't say update, Jammer. I got top 8 today at Austrian Nats and lost because of my own misplay. How do I deal with the bad feelings? I mean, I'm trying to think how I handled those situations. But it was never... It never feels good, I suppose. And it also, like, you can say the most, like, the most cliche things, like, learn from your mistakes and just do better next time and stuff like that. I do think, ultimately, that is what differentiates, like, the players that become really good eventually from the players that don't. This is Ray, by the way. The players that become really good eventually are the ones that don't give up because of those things. And don't get, discouraged by it. That's change of heart. I am the rain bolt of card guesser. Rhoda. These are too easy.
Hello and welcome back one more time here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island. We have finally made it to the finals. Over 1,500 players competed here this weekend, and now only 2 remain, and they're 2 really good duelists.
They're decorated players for sure. Charlie looking for that first single YCS championship, and then Shu looking for his 3rd championship here.
Yeah, has the UDS belt, and he also has a YCS championship. And Charlie also, you know, a Dragon Duel world champion as well, but he really wants that YCS trophy to be out of that collection. So let's go ahead and meet our finalists. Kangas, take it away.
After 11 rounds of Swiss, top 32 and over 1,500 duelists registering for YCS Providence, it's down
Right,
to
final starting at exactly midnight for me, by the way.
And welcoming to the stage, up first in the blue chair from Indianapolis, Indiana, your Dragon Duel 2018 World Champion, chasing his first YCS title and dedicating this finals to Honey, Kamal, Ruben, and Heisem. Give it up for Charlie Futch III! And his opponent today in the red chair from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a UDS belt holder battling for his 2nd YCS title. He would like to dedicate this finals to himself, Shunping Shu!
Giga chat.
Duelists are ready on stage, so give it up one more time for your YCS finalists. And let's go over to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. We have finally made it.
Oh man.
Wow, I wouldn't expect anything else from Shunping. Shout out to himself, but going to be taking on Charlie. Oh man, a former Dragon Duel World Champion. He's also competed at the regular World Championship because after he won that, he aged out of Dragon Duels, was able to compete the next year. He competed at the Dragon Duel World Championship the year before that as well. So he's been to multiple World Championships, but he wants that YCS win very badly. And on the other side, Shunping, UDS
I think
YCS
the one
champion,
thing that is kind of like
and he definitely wants to get a second
dooming over this finals is that I think Charlie has collected warnings for all kinds of different things you can do. So if he does anything, there's going to be a problem.
YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
You said it, Billy, and I think
Bro cannot do anything.
In this finals here, really just playing a character of himself, I want to say.
That's kind of
Monka Christ.
He really doesn't kind of exaggerate anything. He's a nice guy, though, if you're actually ever sit down and play him. He enjoys Yu-Gi-Oh! And loves it. And the same can be said about Charlie, his opponent sitting there on the other side. And that trophy is just sitting so close to both these players. One of the two players will walk away with the trophy. The other one is still going to be hungry for another YCS win. Only one duelist can win. And well, unfortunately for all the Malice fans out there, even with the release of Alliance Insight, Malice lost in top 4.
Don't worry, Billy. There are no Malice fans.
And now we're going to have Mitsurugi Ryzeal up against Fiendsmith Ryzeal. So
we're okay.
Really utilizing all those new Mitsurugi cards that came out in Alliance Insight, and Shunping relying on the Fiendsmith strategy that's been tried and true for Ryzeal in the past.
Absolutely. Now, I think there's just a difference in attitude that we can clearly see from both these players here. Shu, having been in the seat many different times, already collecting 2 championships, is a little bit more lighthearted about it, but Charlie is focused. He is really chasing that final ring here.
Gamba, we did have the Gamba already. The submissions are already closed. I don't think you can reopen it.
He's expecting, he's expecting to win when he entered the tournament. Every tournament he enters, he probably expects to be in the finals. So this is just exactly what he thought was going to happen. And Charlie, you know,
Malice has never won a YCS, and the funny thing is, isn't this the last YCS before EUWCQ?
A few feet away, and you know when.
So and NAWCQ.
Ruben who's not only topped this event, he is our reigning.
So like, there's a chance it will never win a YCS because before the next YCS, it might just have.
Now we know that Yu-Gi-Oh is a.
It might get hit on a ban list.
But it is definitely a team effort every.
There is one in Ecuador. Oh, okay. You might win that one then.
It's a lot of effort from a lot of different minds coming together that create these ideas and keep these ideas flowing. And we see that all the time in that testing group.
Yeah, it's definitely the more people you have you're playing with, you know, similar mindsets, the more ideas you can like bounce off each other and kind of find those tech options and what works for you, what doesn't work. And it's kind of like I talk about, it's like waves. There's 2 different waves that you got to catch. You want to catch like, okay, this is where the meta's at, and this is like where I'm at playing like a certain deck that you can capitalize on those 2 waves coming together at the same time, where you know exactly what your deck does, you know exactly what the meta is going to be like, you have the right choices, the right mindset, the right play style, you'll end up finding yourselves in the finals, and both these players have done just that here this weekend. But which would
It'd be so funny if Malice never won.
I mean, I'm here for the new toy. I think Mitsurugi got a lot more tools. I do think Fiendsmith is very consistent, is able to just set up its engine very quickly, but I just think...
I do think Charlie is favored in this finals. I do think the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck is favored over the Fiendsmith Ryzeal, but that is just on paper and also just my theory. I think the Fiendsmith Ryzeal was a good call from Shunping against Malice, because the Fiendsmith cards are very good at setting up good disruption against Malice. Caesar is phenomenal against Malice still, and Fiendsmith in Paradise is also a pretty good disruption against the deck. So I think, like, main decking a bunch of Charmies for going second and then just playing Fiendsmith plus Detonator is pretty solid against Malice. I think against Mitsurugi Ryzeal, I don't think the deck is set up that great. But, I mean, we'll see.
There's an 8 there for Charlie. And we didn't get to see Shunping's roll, but it looks like he did win the die roll. If he rolled more than an 8, had to be a strong one, 9 through 12. And
Caesar is pretty good against Mitsu. Caesar is pretty good against Mitsu, but Ryzeal deals with it pretty well, right? One X Ryzeal or Sword Ryzeal, and you're good to go, right? So that's why I said that.
I don't necessarily think Fiendsmith Ryzel.
Like, yes, if it's an unanswered Caesar, it's good, but like there's so many answers in Charlie's deck, opposed to a Malice deck, right? A Malice deck just needs imperm basically, but this deck has so many more answers. I think Charlie's hand is pretty cracked, to be honest. I think I see imperm, nib, and Fuva, which is insanity.
Fabled monsters, if they're sent to the graveyard, can special summon back, and that is the case.
Unless there is an Ash Blossom for Shunping to stop this Fuva, this is going to be very painful.
Send that to the graveyard to link summon Fiendsmith's Requiem from the extra deck. It's a link 1, and if he's going to be able to tribute that off to special summon a Fiendsmith's monster deck, but not before he's normal summons Ice Ryzeal.
Oh my god, he needs Ash on this Fuva. He needs Ash.
This was the ideal opening.
Ooh, he plays around Fuva here a little bit by using Ice. Charlie does not chain. Charlie does not chain the Fuva because he's expecting the chain Requiem, and then he does not chain the Requiem. Very funny.
Shu played around it because at least if the Ice Ryzeal is activated, he could chain to the Flawless there, but now he's going to guarantee get the draw.
But he has Ash.
Anyway.
Shunping has Ash Blossom. Enjoy.
Okay, why do you play around Fuva if you have Ash? Anyways.
We saw that in the last top 4 match, and now he's here in the finals.
How does he draw tracked Ice every game? Crazy. I mean, you say that, but then there's Charlie opening X going second like it's his job. I think we have not seen Charlie go second without X Ryzeal today. I don't think it's happened, and this is the 3rd feature match.
Can I see? Can I see? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you say you had a sword, if you say you had, then yeah.
Just wanted to check what he added off the Sword Ryzeal. He did add another copy of Ice Ryzeal from his deck to his hand. Now the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears on summon is going to send a Fiendsmith monster from the deck to the graveyard.
The problem is this little fancy line here that we've taken to play around the Fuva a little bit that we had Ash for anyways. Now is very bad into Nibiru, I think.
One Fualos down with the Ash Blossom.
Right?
He can go for
At least.
Will be doing so.
Yeah.
Going to link away his 2 monsters. Since 2 monsters to the graveyard to summon the link to Fiendsmith Sequence. Fiendsmith Sequence will let him fusion summon by shuffling back monsters from his graveyard and hand.
I mean, I guess if Agnum Day hits the board, at the very minimum, you're going to be able to bring it back with Lacrima.
Charlie to think for a moment. Shunping's going to activate the effect of Sequence 2 fusion summon.
This is going to be attempting to summon that Fiendsmith Desiree.
Okay, he has normal summoned already.
And if he's going for the combo, I think he's going for
Only has 3 cards left in hand. The thing is, if you do Nibiru here, you can't imperm anymore. I don't know if that seems good. Also, the Nibiru is going to block Charlie's own X Ryzeal as a starter next turn.
It doesn't look like a bad hand.
So we use imperm on the sequence first to force Shunping to commit more,
to the field,
so that we can hit harder with the Nibiru.
Negate the sequence, hopefully keeping Shunping here from summoning Fiendsmith Desiree.
Engraver's going to activate now, putting the Lurie back into the
Bring back Engraver by shuffling Lurie at the same time. I don't know if this does not force you to do anything, right? This does not threaten anything crazy.
Charlie, deep in thought, thinking he wants to do anything here in the open game state after the summon of Fiendsmith Engraver.
I imagine you wouldn't. So now
This does probably make SP Little Knight.
a link 3, likely into
Or Agnum Day. Oh no, Agnum Day into a rank 4 is good.
to bring back the Lacrima from the graveyard, which
Right, Agnum Day for duo drive. Oh, the nib is gonna go hard.
The Agman Day turns into an equipped card to special summon back the Lacrima equipped with Agman Day. Now he's gonna overlay the
He needs cross out designator.
Ryzeal duo drive now.
He needs cross out designator.
From Charlie, he's going to use the duo drive's effect on summon to attach a Ryzeal monster material, and
Duo Drive is going to activate on field now. That is going to prompt Nibiru the Primal Being to come down from Charlie's hand, but we know there is already an additional Ice Ryzeal in hand, so there's at least one other Ryzeal monster.
Okay.
A timely Nibiru the Primal Being. This is one of the cards I had my eyes on being a popular choice.
We didn't see it a lot in Swiss, but it's been really a game changer in Top Cut here.
Almost every single match in Top Cut has been involved with Nibiru.
Okay, well, there's an Ice Ryzeal in hand we can special. And an X.
25-20.
Okay, just confirming the stats on.
Okay, so we can make a rank 4 here at least.
it was almost guaranteed to be in the hand when you search.
Send Eclipse Twin for X Ryziel, Special Ice by sending the Charmy. No cards left in hand though for Shunping. No cards left in hand. There is one detonator that you have to beat, plus Paradise. Plus Paradise, and that is going to be the end board here essentially.
If there's a good answer to this detonator, then there's not a whole lot going for Shunping here.
Prayers plus X Ryziel is the hand here for Charlie,
as well as a Requiem in the Grave as well.
which is definitely a good hand to have. And we're going to get another card here. Looking good for Charlie, I think. However, this detonator with an Eclipse Twin is not trivial to just play through. Plus, the Paradise is also going to help.
Alright, considerations in draw phase here. Are we going to try to use the Lacrima immediately? It doesn't seem like it.
Not going to bring Lacrima back yet.
Right, allowed to enter the main phase. Charlie will activate Mitsurugi.
And we start things off with Mitsurugi Prayers. It'd be quite the disaster if Shunping chains detonator here. I don't think he has to. I think he's heads up enough to play around X Ryziel.
Yeah, they're in the main phase, and there's no reason to play around draw and lockboard when your opponent doesn't have a hand.
I think you have to realize that this Nibiru on your opponent's side of the field is actually good for you right now. And he does not pop it. Very nice, very heads up play. I think popping the Nib there might lose him the game on the spot.
Alright, the Prayers is gonna add the brand new Mitsurugi monster, Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi.
Habakiri is able to...
How so? Because Charlie has X Ryziel in hand, and that cannot search because Nibiru is there at the moment.
Habakiri was activated here. It's going to be special summoning Saji, and we'll see what it tributes. It's going to be tributing the Nibiru, keeping a level 4 on the
Tributes the Nibiru now to make room for the X Ryziel now.
Going to try and add a Mitsurugi Speller Trap from the deck to the hand.
So now I guess now you can pop the Saji without being too afraid of X Ryziel, I guess.
Aiming the detonator to remove the Saji from the field.
Popping the Saji. And now the X Ryziel is in fact live. Clean play by Charlie.
Ritual in the hand, Habakiri in the hand as well. Plenty of material to summon Amino Murakuma from the deck. Force out another material from the detonator as well. Murakuma also way more threatening when your opponent doesn't have a hand, which means its negate effect will be applied.
Why do you think Shunping's waiting to get the Fiendsmiths in Paradise online? Just until he absolutely needs to, potentially?
I think he wants to keep the body on the field, so he wants to at least wait until Murakuma's been used.
That would make a lot of sense. So X Ryziel is going to be coming down, sending Mirological Aggregator. That Aggregator is going to try and negate the detonator. This is going to force Shunping to use its effect on itself to bring itself back.
Are you going to use detonator on itself or on the X tier?
Lose to the Murakumo.
You could put it on the X, and then if they out it, you can still bring it back. But it looks like we are just going to pop itself here.
Alright, it looks like now is the time Shunping has decided to go ahead and use the Lacrima of the Crimson Tier to return it to the deck to special summon Fiendsmith Requiem from the graveyard.
In the new chain, Eclipse Twins will be able to trigger targeting the detonator as well as the duo drive in the graveyard.
New chain. You don't have any more triggers, right? No quick effect. Twins target detonator.
Yep, detonator will be hitting the field with the duo drive under it, and then we'll be able to trigger on the field to attach another monster from the graveyard to it.
So far, this is just a Ryziel mirror. From last format. Because it's also like, both of these players have not been affected by the consistency hits at all, because they both opened the good Ryziels in like, solid capacity. So far, this is just Fiendsmith Ryziel against Ryziel. I guess the Habakiri played a big role here in clearing the nib.
The Mitsurugi Ritual.
It looks like he is activating the Sword Ryziel. He's not going to be chaining the detonator as well. Requiem will be chained instead. Going to be summoning the Lacrima from the deck In the following chain, Lacrima will be able to activate to send that Fiendsmith in Paradise from the Shu's deck to the graveyard.
That Sword Raziel made sure that Charlie was able to get Ice Raziel to the hand there as well.
We have not committed our normal summon yet, I believe.
That Fiendsmith in Paradise.
I do think Charlie's got this one, all things considered. From what I'm seeing, I think he's got it, but we'll see.
One card.
We'll see if there's an answer from Charlie here to the Fiendsmith in Paradise. I mean, there's still a detonator on the field, but you have access to any rank 4 right now. At the very least, we know he plays Castell. If he wants to, yeah.
I was literally thinking the exact same thing as we just saw. You played Castell for the Harvey's Featherstorm in the top 4 match. That would be crazy if he went into Castell just to clear the detonator.
I don't think he really needs to. He's going to commit to the normal summon here, summoning Ice Raziel. I don't know if he's activating the effect.
Looks like he is.
And is Detonator activating here?
We're not responding with the detonator at all. We are past the point where we try to chase after level 4s.
Star Raziel's going to be able to put Cross on the field.
That's a
We do not want to chase after level 4s to with the detonator, because at this point this is a lost battle, right? Like, you're not getting the opponent out of the level 4 bodies. You at this point you just got to try and deal with the rank force they're making somehow. I think this is a little awkward because it opens. I feel like it opens up Charlie to just make detonator, hard make detonator for the protection effect as well, which would, I mean, at this point you can just cause a chain reaction where both players just activate detonator back and forth until they are out of materials, which I think is bad for Shunping if that happens.
The plays on Charlie right now, he's just
because the detonator is like the only real interruption he has left outside of the Paradise.
At any point, Shu knows that he can activate the Mitsurugi Ritual to summon the Murukuma from the deck, tributing the Habakiri from the hand. That's going to give him not only the Murukuma on the field, but will trigger the Habakiri to search yet another Mitsurugi card. But
see, there's the detonator, and this is like, I feel like this is almost checkmate. Like, yes, you can use Paradise to try and send it, but that is multiple activations that the detonator can respond to pop your stuff. So, like, you go Paradise, they chain detonator, you chain detonator, they chain detonator, you chain detonator, and so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, you're going to be left with no disruptions.
If Shu decides to chain his detonator, Charlie's allowed to chain his own detonator.
There's just explosions going off everywhere in that case. Looks like he's going to use the
and Shunping decides to not respond to this, which I think is even worse. I don't know. What are we trying to...
Demand an answer. Detonator is going to trigger, trying to go after that Raziel cross, since it's not face up on the field yet.
And now it goes. Boom, 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 boom.
And now that will proc Charlie's Raziel detonator.
We'll see what it goes after. Likely Shu's detonator as well. Detonator will target detonator. Let's see what Shu does.
Oh, yeah, you chain it. Of course you do.
Again, just go after
of course you chain it. Pop one of the level 4s, I think. It's the best you can do. Pop the Star Raziel, I guess. You're already popping the cross.
Yeah, getting rid of a level 4 monster here. Very smart.
And then Charlie can even choose to not chain the detonator here, to be honest, because I don't know how important it is to pop Lacrima or Token. I guess if you want to go for game, it would be. But don't know if you need to worry about those. You can just keep the materials for Shunping's turn. Cross can negate one of the pops? No, Cross has not resolved yet. This is all in response to Cross being flipped over. So Cross is not resolved on the field yet, so it cannot use its effect.
With the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard. But other than that, we are pretty well off here.
Yeah, we're letting it happen.
It hasn't resolved yet.
Hasn't applied yet. Oh, it hasn't applied yet. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So resolving. So
I mean, he did say that resolution is allowed, so Cross will be destroyed. Star Raziel will be destroyed. I mean, this is a great time to just activate the effect of Mitsurugi Ritual. Because when you're able to special summon the Murakumo, you're able to use...
And now you can just cook, right? You can just cook with the Mitsurugi portion of the deck. And the only thing that Shunping has to throw in the way is Fiendsmith Paradise. But the problem is, if you summon Murakumo, Shunping has no card to discard, so he cannot dodge. He cannot stop the Omni Negate.
Able to pose a lot of damage right here.
He cannot discard to make his card resolve.
100 off.
Is he really?
Yeah, 32, 3017.
That would be.
He is not 100 off, Asala. This is more than enough.
All right, Mitsurugi Ritual is going to be activated.
He's going to be performing 2 ritual summons here.
Be special summoning from deck here, I can only imagine. Oh no, he's going to summon from hand.
Way more than enough. He's going to be tributing Kusanagi to add the ritual spell back to the hand. And then he's going to tribute the Habakiri, and that's also going to return. Shunping has to use... Wait, he's doing it the wrong way around. He's not summoning Murakumo first. Shunping has a window here to use Paradise without it being negated. He has to do that. He has to take this opportunity. The problem is there a problem? Actually, no. He has to do it, right? He can get rid of the detonator now. He can get rid of the detonator or the Habakiri. Probably the detonator is better.
The Fiendsmith Desiree from the extra deck to the graveyard.
I don't know what else he's really thinking about here. I don't think that there's anything else he can activate. I think maybe Charlie's considering if he wants to use Detonator or not.
Just to try and clear out some of these monsters that are on Shunping's side. Could be.
If he's, I mean, it would only be relevant if he's unable to summon Murakumo.
He couldn't do it the other way around if he just plays 1 ritual spell. Oh, that's... If they only play 1, that's true.
Charlie has no response there. Able to go into the extract, send that Desiree, and resolve this chain. We're going to be adding a monster off Aramasa. Summoning, getting another copy of Habakiri here.
Alright, Desiree is going to be sending this detonator, I'm pretty sure.
Add back the Mitsurugi Ritual
as well. This version of the play definitely does set up another monster and does threaten game here. The Desiree will be able to get rid of 1 body here.
Has to be the detonator. I guess technically it could be the Habakiri, but I think just detonator's the more threatening card.
Really considering what he has to go after. I don't know if he can afford to not go after the detonator.
I think if you leave the detonator, you survive the turn, but you have no win con. Which you might not have a win con regardless, but
this is tense. Both
I don't know.
Trying to be as cautious as possible.
He might not be able to ritual with Habakiri gone. No, he has an Aramasa Surge in hand. He has ritual spell plus ritual monster in hand, so he can always perform a ritual.
Aggregator has already been used. Resolve the chain completely. Now we're able to finally activate the ritual again.
To summon from hand? Or from deck?
From deck this time.
He summoned from hand already. He's going to summon the Ame no Murakumo, tributing the Habakiri.
Tributing the one from the field instead of the one added to hand. Very interesting here.
Well, the one from field just comes back for free, right? So why would you not tribute that one?
Oh yeah, because of course it does summon itself back from the graveyard, as all the Mitsurugi rituals do.
Now Charlie just...
So this is 32 plus 17 plus whatever the Habakiri is. I don't actually know its attack stat. 24 or something?
Why I wanted to go for Murakumo first.
So it is a lot of damage, but not quite enough.
The option to use the negate on the Fiendsmith in Paradise or just the Desiree, and then still have the detonator on the field.
Not quite enough, but still significant amount of damage. And the problem here for Shunping is that he is on 0 cards, which basically makes the card he draws for a turn completely useless because the Murakumo can just negate it.
Unless they discard a card from their hand, and being in like top deck mode here, believing in the heart of the cards, not a bad position to be in.
I don't think you can beat this. I can't imagine a card or world where this is doable, but we'll see, I
I
guess.
don't know if it'll be good enough. He has the prayers to resummon the Murakuma.
Activated at the start. Just search.
Has to be X.
Like there's just one set here.
X Riziol?
That prayers.
X Riziol could do something, maybe. The problem is if you top deck X Riziol, you can't do Fiendsmith things either. So like that locks out your follow-up from the graveyard as well. So it's difficult.
Fiendsmith cards as you mentioned, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't see that Charlie had passed his turn already. They were both the players had been so tense up to this point. Like there's not a lot of communication verbally.
That was it. Yeah, right.
I mean, technically, we saw some cards in Charlie's extra deck. There is a rank 8 available if you wanted to continue with the Riziol cards, but I don't think it was quite useful right now. Leaving the Murakuma on field is quite strong. The Habakiri's additional effect to reduce the opponent's monster's attack, probably not going to come up, but it is relevant here.
Could be.
Send Aggregator doesn't even force to negate with set prayers. Yeah, that's true as well.
He has Engraver, so the Engraver's going to put back the Desert.
Using Engraver here, I think the best way to go about it is probably to use prayers now to bring back the Murakuma from the graveyard and pop the Engraver. That way, you can just negate whichever card Shunping has drawn, maybe?
So to speak, of Murakuma on the last card.
I guess that in that way you might lose to X Riziol. You might lose to X Riziol if you do that. You can equip Agnum Day to this Engraver. That would make it 3600 minus. Habakiri is what, minus 800?
So he's going to try and use the Ame no Mura combo here on the Engraver's effects when it's attempting to summon from the
Minus 800 on the Engraver, so minus 800 plus 1800 makes the Engraver 28. If it's equipped with thing, then you equip it with Requiem as well, making it 4000.
Going to have to make a move now, but it's not going to happen. And Charlie's going
Not the card he wanted to draw, apparently. And that is going to be Charlie taking game number 1, going second here with a devastating Imperm plus Nibiru hand.
Efficient the Riziol cards are with how potent just Ame no Murakuma is able to clear fields, able to
Clean play by Charlie there, I will say. That was well played. Tributing the Nib with the Habakiri and all that. I mean, it's not the craziest level of play, but it's still, you know, you got to see those lines and you got to execute them, and that was well done.
Wasn't, I mean, yeah, his turn 1 board, I mean, it really is like, was it a Nibiru, right? Yeah, the Nibiru, the Primal Being.
What side deck cards come in from Shunping's side? So the thing, another trend that we have seen this weekend, right? We've seen players play a lot of Molcharmies in the main deck, including Shunping. I think Shunping has been on either 6 or 9 Molcharmies in the deck. As a result of that, you have to side deck a lot of cards for going first, because when you go first, you have to take out all of those Charmies. So like you're seeing Solemns left and right, all that, like thrust and some trap targets, so on and so forth. Like you just need to be prepared to be going first with your side deck, basically, which leaves very little room in side decks in general, right? Like think about it. If you have 9 Molcharmies in your main deck, you basically have to side deck 9 cards that you can pretty much always side deck when you go first. And then it's also always 3 Lancias. So you basically have 3 flex spots in every side deck. Not much. Not much that you can really play around with in your side deck at this point. I guess which kind of cards you side deck for going first is different from deck to deck, but like the structure of the side deck is very similar. Like some people might be side decking traps for going first. Some people might side deck just hand traps because they're good going first and second, right? You could side deck cards like Troll, for example, that are good going first and second in most matchups. Or whatever, right?
Like these new Mitsurugi cards, it can give you the edge that you need to win a YCS.
Ice Roll is just too unfair. You say this, but unironically, this weekend we have seen a lot of players lose game 1 going first because they drew Charmies and they were dead cards when they go first, or the opponent just had Charmies when they went second. I think going first has not been the main thing this weekend. Because I feel like everyone has been playing so many Charmies in the main because they're so afraid of going second that going first actually didn't turn out that insane for players most of the time this week. Like, there's been so many Charmies, so much Nibiru, so much Droll that, like, going second has not been the biggest factor. At least game one.
That's literally not even feet away from him right now, but he is just one game win away. But he's going to have to go through one of the best to ever do it in Shunping. I mean, a UDS champion.
Oh, I saw a DD Crow in Shunping's deck. That's an interesting card against Mitsu Raizio.
That trip to the NAWCQ, there's so much on the line, but the biggest thing of all is just that the historic, being a part of that name, the history, become a YCS champion.
Yep, exactly as you mentioned it. Both these players, veterans in the game.
What do you think about playing Charmies and Droll? I think it's awkward, and I hate that. I would hate to do it, but like it might be necessary.
This is it. It's game 2. Could be the final game of the YCS, depending on how it plays out. Oh, but it looks like Shunping might be making a couple last-minute adjustments for his deck. He's going to cut Charlie's deck, and now Shunping is going to be finishing shuffling up here.
Trying to do something.
Like, we've seen it a couple times over the course of the weekend as well, where players have drawn Charmy plus Droll, and it was super awkward. At the same time, we've seen so many instances where Charmies were super strong and Droll were super strong individually. I want to say the worst Charmy by far over the course of the weekend goes to Purulia, but maybe that's just variance, because I feel like every time a Purulia has been dropped, especially against Malice, they just went underground and gave it 0 draws.
Second YCS trophy.
All right,
That might just be like
is there
unlucky.
Before the main phase? Doesn't seem like it.
He does have Mul Charmy falls.
And speaking of the devil, we see Charlie open double Droll and Fuba.
This is where he's at his best.
So I guess we're gonna have to decide here: are we gonna Droll or are we gonna Fuba?
In that Droll and Lockbird.
We're not gonna Droll.
Looks like Charlie might be considering to use something here.
This can get punished super hard by an Ash Blossom. If there's an Ash on this Fuba,
he has the Fualos. Is there another Ash Blossom here from Shunping? Does he have it again?
does not look like it. Does not look like there is a response from Shunping. Oh, this Fuba might decide it.
Deep think here.
Thinks about it. What is the what do you have that you think about? No response. Uh-oh.
One draw here. Lacrima is going to be able to hit the field for Shunping.
Maybe summoning from hand. There's another Charmy being picked up by Charlie there. I think another Fuba.
When they're able to be paired together.
I think the second Fuba here is not going to be very impactful because I doubt Shunping is going to keep going in. Sends Paradise here.
In Paradise, indeed he does. He wants to summon from the extra deck and his deck as little as possible, giving Charlie as few cards as he can.
Sets up an interruption here.
A lot of people going away from this weekend hating Fuba as in the worst Charmy. That's the weird thing about the Charmies is like, I feel like everyone is main decking so many Charmies because of literally one deck. The deck that is prompting people to use all those Charmies is legitimately Malice. There's other things you can do to counter Mitsurugi in the main deck, like playing Bestials or whatever. The reason why people are playing all those Charmies in the main is because of Malice. In all the other matchups, all of the Charmies are actually not that good at the moment. Like, especially Mitsurugi, which is
easiest tells of a weak hand.
Maybe just as relevant as Malice. All of the Charmies have only been okay against.
Is there going to be any response at all?
Starts with a Sword Ryziel and gets Effect Veilered, and I think that's the only Ryziel starter we have, and I don't see a Mitsurugi combo for Charlie at the moment. I think the hand is 2 Droll and Lockbirds, Murakumo, and a Fuba. That not looking too hot, I think. For this game too, we're stuck with 2 Droll and Lockbirds. I mean, the Droll and Lockbirds are still gonna potentially help next turn, but
oh man.
oh no, we're deciding not to attack over the Lacrima, which I guess is fine because it doesn't matter.
Back and forth here in game number 2.
It just comes back anyways.
not having a hand strong enough to capitalize on forcing your opponent to skip their turn. We're going to immediately link summon the second copy of Fiendsmith Requiem. Requiem is going to activate, attributing itself to summon a Fiendsmith monster from the deck. We're going to be summoning potentially a second copy of Lacrima here if he wants to have multiple level 4 monsters.
More light fiend monsters as well.
Maybe he sided it out.
I mean, at the very least, he'll still have an engraver if he did side out some of his Lacrimas, and it does look like Fiendsmith Engraver
All right.
is going
Tag
to
out into Engraver.
He's going to
Equip
the
Requiem.
here to Engraver, it looks like.
I don't imagine
If we pop this Sword Ryziel, it makes the Fuva alive, so we don't do that. Very heads up, I like it.
Another
Playing around the possibility of a second Molcharmy here. And able to make this Caesar even, I think, before 5 summons, because we started with a Light Fiend on the field already. So it was Requiem, Engraver, Necroquip, Engraver again, so that's 4. So Caesar is going to be summon number 5. I mean, Charlie doesn't have Nibiru, but still heads up from Shunping's side to go for the Caesar first here to play around a potential Nibiru, because it is in Charlie's deck, of course. He knows that from game 1.
Caesar especially strong against the Mitsurugi variant. Being able to stop the ritual spell.
And that Caesar, I think, is, even if we might not be able to finish the game this turn because of like Droll and Lockbird or other factors, the Caesar is going to make it almost impossible, I feel like, for Charlie to come back here. The one top deck that might get him out of it is the X Ryziel that he's been drawing so often this match so far.
13 points of damage.
Shunping keeps life the exact same way I do. 80, yep. I even scratch it out too when I'm done with the game. But yeah, he's going to attack over that, and we're having some honest Yu-Gi-Oh here. But that's what's cool about the Fiendsmith card, is you can play low to the ground and not have to go too crazy.
I mean, you know that your opponent's hand is weak. They had to pass as soon as Sword Ryziel was dealt with, so you know they need another starter at this point.
I think at this point, X Ryziel or bust for Charlie, and even if it is X Ryziel, it might not be enough, but we'll see. What is the draw here?
I don't know what the card needs to be here. I mean, I got a glimpse at what Charlie drew. That was not the card he needed.
Does not look like it's X Ryziel, the way he's looking at it. Does this deck have room for Typhon in the extra deck is my question. Because I think the importance of Typhon has gone down significantly in this new format. Of course, during Ryziel format, Typhon had to be in every extra deck, basically. Right now, with Malice and Mitsurugi, it's not that important. So I think a lot of people are foregoing the thing.
Normal summon Ice Ryziel.
No, special ice.
Summoning Ice Ryziel.
Special ice.
Because we don't want to play into this.
Because normal summon ice activate effect does nothing into Caesar. So we're just going to special ice, normal summon a Charmy. But at this point, that also just loses to the Paradise, right? Normal summon Kusanagi here to add back the thing we just discarded for Ice Ryziel. That's neat.
Not effect per se.
Kusanagi?
Oh yeah, Kusanagi.
It's neat because it's a +1. We get it back for free, but it's not going to help too much.
And it's also just a level 4 on the field.
DD Crow onto the Ritual Monster. If that's a one-off, that could be very annoying.
You have several options to banish your opponent's light or dark monsters, but I suppose DD Crow is also one of them.
Oh, wow. It doesn't require your opponent to have any monsters on the field at least, so there is some advantages.
It also hits anything. So.
Yeah, that is true, yeah.
We see a lot of unconventional hand trap choices from Shunping, which I think is really cool. We saw Ghost Bell, we saw DD Crow really adjusting to this new format. Of course, Valor is still in the deck, so I guess we just wanted more. But really showcasing some more niche hand traps.
He's going to be able to send the Fiendsmith Desiree to the graveyard. Take care of the duo drive.
I think that should be good enough here to deal with Charlie's turn. 2 Drolls and a Fuva stuck in hand.
In phase. Charlie's passing back in phase. Shunping's going to use Lacrima the Crimson Tears effect to shuffle it back into the deck to special summon out the Fiendsmith Requiem during Charlie's turn, so that he'll be able to summon another copy of Fiendsmith Requiem during his own turn if he so chooses.
I mean, he only needs to...
Man, we might be going to a game 3 here at Sala.
I can only assume we're going to a game 3. There's still one hope for Charlie here. When we're going to be activating this Rec Room, there's going to be...
Alright, this Fuva is supposed to get us out of the situation with the Ash Blossom. Heartbreaking. No new cards for Charlie in this bad spot already.
At this point, Charlie should just concede.
We'll concede to this Ash Blossom. We'll not look at any further plays here from Shunping. Sees the writing on the wall. We're going to game 3.
The match to 1 game apiece. And now we are going to the final duel of the YCS.
Look at him just grinning.
So smug.
He loves playing the villain.
He loves Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, he loves Yu-Gi-Oh! He loves giving his opponents a hard time. At least gonna make sure he's gonna...
Alright, guys. Is it Featherstorm time?
Give it to him. He's not gonna say, oh, your duel will charm me, I can't do anything. It's about what you can do. Yes.
Is it Featherstorm time?
This isn't the best board ever, but it might be good enough. I'm gonna have to, like, utilize this effect veiler. Do you save the effect veiler for a duo drive? No. In that situation, you know that you have to go after the normal summon Sword Raziel because that's like a weak start. So chances are he doesn't have any other Raziel monsters he's going to summon from his hand. Because if he had X, he would have started with X. If he had Ice, he would have normal summoned Ice. So Shunping was able to make freeze, veiler the Sword Raziel, and it was able to get that turn.
East Nick, thank you for the gifts up. I appreciate you. Before we head into the final game of the tournament, I want to say once again, it's been a pleasure to watch party this entire YCS with you guys. Thank you all for hanging out. Had a great weekend. Great viewer numbers as always. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the weekend. And thank you for all the support as usual.
Yeah, and we saw what happened.
With all the follows, all the subs, everything.
He overlaid for one of the most powerful rank 4s of all time. Castel, the Sky Blaster Musketeer. Castel, you know, is an icon for sure. It's
I mean, we've talked about cards from different eras. 2014, Castel was...
H-Dragon Kaiser, welcome back to month number 11. I appreciate that.
You know, a useful effect. It's a good effect. I think it just being a wind-wing beast is strong enough.
Rob Keck with the gifty and Sabuza6, welcome back to month number 8.
Like triple tactics thrust going in as well, that he'll be able to get even more access to a powerful trap card like that.
You're welcome. I just tuned in. That's also okay. Welcome to game 3 of the finals.
Go first again.
I mean, we're talking about those cards, but they're only a bonus, right? The Mitsurugi Raziel deck is so strong at going first independently of anything else besides its own engine. There are so many cards that can create a threatening field for several turns. Just the Raziel cards alone, we've seen how powerful Detonator can be. We've seen how powerful...
Can someone explain why Castel Pass is a good play? Ooh.
Along with cards like...
Poor innocent soul, I would rather not tell you.
It's just so hard to deal with.
I would rather not tell you about the reason, if that's okay.
Maybe like an easy
Stay the way you are.
To have there. But yeah, you said why this deck is here, why it's made the finals. It just got Mitsurugi cards just got their second wave of cards in Alliance Insight, and it has done wonders for them here. This deck has been all over the tournament scene. A lot of adding Mr. Malice as well, but Fiendsmith Raziel, Mitsurugi Raziel are going at it here in the finals. Only one of these Raziel decks will be able to make it. And this is after the Forbidden Limited list, with all these cards getting semi-limited. The consistency went down for a little bit.
The Oddish, thank you for the full year of support.
I mean, unless you're talking about like Carl Manigat's deck, but I wouldn't even classify that as a pure Raziel, as he had Shark cards, Arch Nemesis cards, all sorts of crazy
Are there
stuff.
even enough cards to make a pure Raziel deck anymore? You took away 5 of them.
Yeah, it's tough. You definitely want to find the supplemental strategy, whether it be the Fiendsmiths or the Mitsurugis or the Sharks, just another way to get level 4s. We've also had like Heraldic Beast that just got some new cards in Alliance Insight as well. They made top cut.
I think they should have showcased their Heraldic deck. I mean, I get it. In top 32 and top 16, they had 2 banger feature matches. And those feature matches were bangers not because of the decks, but rather because of the players, right? Like in top 32, not featuring Ryan Yu against Ruben Penyaran, that would have been insane. But it's a shame that like some decks went completely unnoticed in the live stream. Like there was a live twin Fiendsmith in top 16, and there was also a Heraldic Raziel in top cut. I wish we could have seen those at least once.
Let's start the mini game. Is there anything before?
All right, game 3. Charlie going first here. I see a good hand. I see Mitsurugi Prayers among other things. There's a trap card. Is that Featherstorm? Please tell me it's not Featherstorm. There was a trap card.
So he's going to be able to add This is going to do a lot.
I saw a trap card and it was not Imperm.
It looks like he's eyeing the Aramasa.
It might be the Mitsurugi trap though. I'm not sure. They both have that kind of yellow image.
Able to pay 800 to special summon a monster from your hand or graveyard, as well as add a monster from the deck to the hand.
It might not be. I mean, even the Mitsurugi counter trap is a powerful card going first, but at least it's not a floodgate.
Also be able to add any Mitsurugi card from the deck to the hand.
Have you seen a lot of Imperm this YCS? There's still been a decent amount of Imperm, yes, but definitely less than before. But Imperm is still popular. I think Imperm has been more powerful this YCS as a board breaker, though, not like as a hand trap. As a hand trap, it was pretty mediocre, but like sometimes they would use it on their own turn to like Imperm Detonator or Imperm Caesar, that kind of stuff. That was still pretty good.
We're going to potentially start the main phase with a Mitsurugi Ritual to try to summon the Murakumo.
Shunping did pick his hand back up. Maybe he does have some...
Charlie's hand, I think, is Imperm, the Mitsu Trap, and Talons.
I mean, there was no... Technically, he has not
I believe.
Yet.
True.
Perulia would have been very strong in these positions. Going to be adding another Habakiri.
Indeed, he does.
Okay.
And then there is the Mitsurugi Ritual.
So we added the ritual spell with Habakiri's graveyard effect, and we added a another Habakiri with the Aramasa. So we're starting main phase 1 with 5 cards in hand, plus a level 4 on the field. We're using the thing, and I don't think Shunping has any hand traps, which might actually be working in his favor because of the talents at the same time. If there's no hand trap on Shunping's side, I'm not gonna lie, I don't see how we're breaking this board. Actually, there's a Droll and Lockbird. That's pretty good.
Yep, there is this.
But it's also pretty late to the party.
And there's the Saji.
It's pretty late to the party, this Droll, because of the prayers and draw phase. And I said that earlier, right? I said people are pretending like Droll and Lockbird is this huge silver bullet against Mitsurugi, which it can be. But if you draw prayers plus Reptile, doing that in the draw phase is legit crazy against Droll. Like you get so many searches out of the way before you can even get Drolled that it feels like the Droll hardly matters.
In the draw phase, you were not able to activate that Droll and Lockbird.
It's gonna matter in the sense that it's gonna stop Charlie from accessing any Ryziel plays, but I don't think he's gonna need this. Like, look what's gonna happen. We're gonna end on Mitsurugi ritual monster stuff. We're using talents to look at Shunping's hand, so we're gonna have perfect info and take away the best card. And we hard drew the Mitsurugi the Mitsurugi counter trap.
The Mitsurugi cards are pretty good.
So like,
But now he can activate the
I don't know how much this does even. I mean, the Droll is not bad here, but I don't think it saves him.
Quite some time, your triple tactics talents.
I think this Talons is crazy. It's a good hand for Shunping, but there is a Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Yeah, you don't want to draw the Fiendsmith in Paradise. That's something you want to send from your deck to the graveyard, so that's going to be staying in Shunping's hand. The Bonfire is going to be able to replace...
Probably just X,
probably
yeah.
has to be the X Ryziel, right?
Yep.
You don't want to let him lead with X here. At least force out the Bonfire, especially when Murakumo is going to be on the field here.
Oh man, but still, he basically just has 2
Paradise in hand. Paradise in hand might actually mean that Charlie does not want to activate the Murakumo effect to force Shunping to discard. Right? Because getting the Paradise Engrave might be better for Shunping than leaving it in hand, but we'll see. It's like a consideration to just not use it because you know your opponent has a good discard.
Just as you called it, Asala, Shunping already knows what card he's going to discard for that effect of Murakumo.
All right, at this point, I mean, set 3. Set 3. So, Imperm, Counter Trap, and Prayers. It's not an easy one to crack.
Field wipe with the effect of Murakumo, going to be able to destroy all monsters on the field.
Not an easy one to crack. Starts things off with a Bonfire.
So this is, do you have the trap? Do you have Mitsurugi Great Purification to be able to cut this off as well? Because you know that is going to be your way into extra.
I think it's a good purification target. You know, the other card was Sword and Fiendsmith in Paradise. So, like, Bonfire being a very good starter for Shunping here, I think it's worth maybe taking out. Because the Extraisial is just difficult to deal with. He uses Great Purification. And Shunping does not look super happy about it. Murakumo returns from the graveyard and adds follow-up for Charlie, and he's very close to taking this down.
We're going to be adding another copy of Prayers here. Okay, how powerful was this draw, Shunping? We've seen your heart.
Alright, one Sword Raziel is not enough, I think, to win this.
Murakumo's effect to make them discard one is on resolution or it's on the activation?
Yeah, to answer Charlie's question, the card would be discarded at resolution when the player opts to decide if the card is going to be negated.
I mean, this really comes down to what did Shunping draw for turn?
Normal Summon Sword is the play.
Effect. Will we be chaining the Murakumo, or will we be activating an infinite permanence to just potentially end the turn immediately?
Could be the last card that's activated of the tournament if it's an infinite permanence, if Shunping didn't draw anything useful.
I mean, there is still one unknown here from both players. It is infinite impermanence!
That might cause the handshake. That might be it.
Going to battle phase, Sword Raziel is going to attack over the Mitsurugi monster.
That cuts off some of the value that you can get off Prayers here.
Main phase 2.
Main phase 2. I don't think we can live the next turn.
He has not been able to go into the deck yet.
Ending main phase 2.
It looks like the turn is going back to Charlie. He's going to activate that Prayers because there's no reason not to.
There is no world, I think, in which Shunping gets out of this next turn alive.
He's thinking if he wants to do it or not.
He already has another Prayers in hand. He might as well get his value.
I think Mitsurugi Raziel takes the first YCS after Alliance Insight.
You can add something from deck to your hand. You can clear your field a little bit here, or to play around a Bestial, but you have to respect Pro now that you've seen it. This is the question. Is he going to respect?
Which means that Mitsurugi wins both major tournaments on the first weekend after Alliance Insight.
Okay, he put the...
Okay, Charlie, careful. Why is the Prayers...
Yeah.
They're the same card.
Yeah, look, we're going to Prayers Tribute the Murakumo here. It's going to be able to summon...
So, Mitsurugi wins Austrian Nationals. Mitsurugi wins YCS Providence, most likely. Like 99.9%.
For maximum value, we're going to be able to summon Saji from the graveyard. Saji is going to be able to add back... Or not Saji. We'll go for Kusanagi from the graveyard to add back anything, even another copy of that Prayers, and then Murakumo will come back.
Whatever you do, Charlie, do not announce Murakumo here, because he already has done that this turn. Do not announce that, please.
Of Prayers in your hand. Don't need to do it now.
Do not do that.
Charlie could be moments away from becoming a YCS champion.
I mean, this is where you can't slip up. Don't give Shunping a chance.
Calm down, Charlie.
It looks like he's going...
Summons back Kusanagi.
Maximum value going for Kusanagi.
Activates Kusanagi to add back.
Maybe going for... Okay, going...
Aramasa back to your hand.
And then...
Draw for turn.
Come back. Oh, because he already used it to come back. He already used it to come back.
X off the top.
Straight from the top.
He did not hesitate with this play. He knows he's moments away.
That's gotta be game. That's gotta be game.
There's only one unknown here. It's Droll.
It's a Droll off the top.
That might be something.
It's a Droll off the top for Shunping. That's not gonna be enough. That is not going to be enough. And we see Droll and Lockbird here, a card that has been so good over the course of the weekend for a lot of people, also has been very bad for some people. I want to throw that out there. It's won some games on its own. It's also lost a lot of games. Droll and Lockbird has been very hit or miss this weekend, all things considered, as it always is. Just kind of Droll being Droll. winning some games on its own, being completely useless in other games. It's kind of what it does.
You could just go into Detonator.
I mean, yeah, Detonator in this such a simplified position is going to be, I think, most of what he needs. I mean, yeah, those monsters are not going to stay there that much longer.
Let me do math.
Oh, Charlie may potentially trying to find a way to win this game this turn.
Gotta run some numbers.
I mean, I think he's got a way to win this game this turn, right?
Knows everything that Shu has.
He's playing Dugaris. He can just double. He can double the attack of something, potentially. I feel like there's got to be a way to win this game.
All right,
Turn.
like he adds the math here. We're going to be overlaying the X Ryzeal and the Sword Ryzeal.
It's gonna be Eclipse Twins, maybe.
That's Dugaris.
All right.
You can now use.
Strong way to make your monsters bigger, or we're just going to be using its effect to revive.
I thought Prayers revived the 3200. Pop the Sword Ryzeal.
The Timeless. Use the effect to summon out his Ame no Murakamo.
And then double it to 6400 was the move, but okay.
Trigger its effect to destroy all monsters the opponent controls. It was in fact summoned properly.
Not this guy. Not this guy.
The monster for Prayers can't. Oh, right. It can't attack. True.
Valkyrie was also summoned properly as well. One of those were.
I think he might have added back the one.
No, he added one from deck.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. All right. Doesn't want to fumble here at the finish line. Can't activate Prayers under Drone Lockbird.
You can use the revive effect, but you can't
add anything beyond
Normal Aramasa.
normal summoning the Aramasa just to normal summon it.
Can he figure out a way to game here? I'm getting nervous about this.
Monsters are gone.
Can't attack correct. Yeah, one a hand, right?
What is that link on the top of his extra deck?
Finish line. We need to keep up the pace of play. Judges are being pretty nice about it.
I mean,
Oh, Dynamondo.
4 minutes left on the clock. This game is definitely going to be over. He's just making a duo drive for the stats here. Let's see if he's using the effective attack.
He seems very nervous. I'm actually kind of. I'm kind of getting nervous in his place because it's like.
I think the way he's playing, he's not
God.
hoping for another main phase. You can still activate Freyr's effective tribute even if you aren't going to resolve the effect assert, I'm pretty sure.
Even if you're about to win, this is not game. Okay, this is not going to be game. That is going to be a 2800 over 1200, so 1600 damage from the duo drive. So what is wait, what is Dugaris' condition if you revive? You skip your next main phase 1?
Needs to do 6400 more. How much attack? Okay, 1500 from the Dugaris here.
So he might not be able to do enough next turn even.
No, he's just gonna set it just so he has the board wipe. He has the negate, or at least force him.
Okay.
Interesting that he.
But Shu's sitting on nothing. Shu has nothing. Yeah, pass. Shu has nothing. He's
I don't know what Shu can draw though to get him out of this one.
Charlie doesn't have a main phase next turn, but he's not gonna need it if Shu isn't able to draw something to get out of the situation.
I mean,
all right, he's going to main phase. He didn't go to conceive phase.
Lacrima.
He's going to normal summon Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
You don't really want to activate Murakuma here to let him discard the Queen in Paradise.
Lacrima's not a bad draw.
Is Lacrima good here?
I mean, do you not just get rid of it immediately?
I mean, we're going to see if that's what Charlie decides to do. With the
Okay, no, he's going to use its effect here. He was able to send the Engraver. Requiem is immediately summoned. Going to be able to link it away.
And activate the effect right away.
Here's the thing, does Shunping play Typhon?
I mean, now at this point, Charlie just has to be patient. Just get maximum value off the effect of Murakumo.
You just pop? I mean, if you pop the Engraver, he still has another Engraver that he can
Hit the graveyard. You're never going to
he can bring back and then maybe make Typhon and get out of this that way. Because once again, Charlie, no main phase next turn.
Requiem will be able to equip to the Engraver.
Alright, looks like he's going to try and take care of the duo drive.
He might just let that go.
I think you do, yeah.
Yep. Duo drive is going to be sent to the graveyard.
Takes away the duo drive.
And now will we be seeing an engraver come down or come back from the graveyard?
Does Shunping play Typhon?
Typhon is good here.
Someone touched from the extra deck. He has duo drive and Dagaris, yeah.
Because if you go Typhon, he can't use Murakumo to pop it.
It buys you the 2 turns you need.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I don't think Shunping has Typhon in the extra deck here.
Not a lot of space in that extra deck anymore.
Ooh, sounds like no Typhon. Sounds like no Typhon, so you just gotta bank on Charlie misplaying this and not using the prayers here to pop.
100% wanted to do it right here, and it looks like he is going to move to do so.
Oh, Great Purification could also use its effect. Always forget about that effect in the graveyard.
Ooh, Great Purification to trigger the Murakumo is also pretty good.
Purification is going to be able to banish stuff from the grave to revive.
This one was something. One was probably something.
Does it summon a... Does it summon it?
And then he's going to have to tribute a monster on the field. He's going to tribute that Murakumo. Murakumo's effect is going to activate.
Was that Habakiri summoned?
Shunping just has Fiendsmith in Paradise in his hand. He's used all his graveyard effects, and
that's it. Charlie is your YCS
Apparently it was.
champion.
Charlie Fudge the third grabs his trophy, doesn't wait for it to be presented to him. He is
Summoned from hand? Yes. Okay, nice. All right, and Mitsurugi, in the hands of Charlie Fudge, wins YCS Providence.
And look at that sportsmanship.
A little bit of a shaky finish there, but we did end up getting there. Okay. Fuck champion.
Down to the triple tactics talent to look at Shunping's hand.
All right, y'all. I know they're gonna show the winners interview and maybe whatever celebration and stuff like that, but it is getting late. I'm getting tired. Congrats to Charlie for winning with Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi coming out swinging after Alliance Insight, winning both major tournaments this weekend. Very exciting, very cool deck. Hold that L Malice once again. So that is gonna be that. We're gonna end it here today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We streamed I don't know how many hours I streamed yesterday, but we streamed over 10 hours today as well. Covered the entire thing. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you all so much for watching, following, subscribing, all that good stuff. I hope you had a good time. I hope you have a wonderful start to your week. I am going to be off this week, just in case anyone was wondering. I'm going to be off this week because I am gone filming some stuff and other things. It's all Yu-Gi-Oh! And work related though, so don't worry, you'll see it soon enough. But I'm going to see you guys next week. Until then, thank you all so much for tuning in.